Good morning. Thank you so much for starting your day off with us here at LiveNOW from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be your host for the next several hours as we cover top stories and breaking news across the country. Let's begin with the latest when it comes to the Omicron variant. We know that schools are growing in concern when it comes to the safety of both teachers and students. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith.
Schools should be the first places to open and the last places to close.
While the CDC director insists America's schools are safe, the decision over whether to stay open, given the latest COVID surge, is being made on the local level.
It's so chaotic because you're in school one day and then for 2 days you're out of school.
To stay open, the CDC recommends schools require masks for both students and staff, regardless of vaccination status. It suggests districts embrace shorter quarantine periods, and it's recommending kids stay 3 feet apart. But in Arlington, Virginia, near the nation's capital, parents tell us schools often pick and choose which prevention strategies to follow. Anna Chenoweth is a parent and member of the activist group Arlington Parents for Education.
On a top level, you see the CDC implement something and you don't see your own school district implement it, and it causes great confusion, and ultimately it's the kids who are paying the price for that.
Some Republican governors have rejected the CDC's guidance, claiming their states and not the feds have a better handle on what's needed. Meantime, the White House believes more testing will solve staffing shortages. Today, it announced it'll distribute millions more rapid tests directly to schools.
These 10 million additional tests available each month will allow schools to double the volume of testing they were performing in November.
But some lawmakers wonder if the confusion impacting schools comes from Washington. Republican Senators Roy Blunt and Richard Burr are demanding Education Secretary Miguel Cardona explain what exactly his department is telling schools. They write, quote, "We have appreciated your past efforts to keep schools open, but clearly more must be done." The White House says later this week the CDC is expected to give schools more information about what they're calling test to stay protocols, which allow students to stay in class even if they've come into contact with someone who's COVID positive, as long as that student now wears a mask and undergoes regular testing. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Taking a LiveNOW look from the White House. With inflation spiking at its fastest pace since the early 80s, the White House is trying to ease Americans' concerns over the economy, saying things will get better by the end of the year. But for now, empty shelves and worker shortages are definitely a problem. Fox's Madeline Rivera is in Washington with more on how the Biden administration is responding.
Trying to get a car over the last several months has been tough. With inventory low, prices are skyrocketing. The costs of used cars and trucks now some of the biggest drivers of inflation, rising at its fastest pace in 40 years.
I think people have to get ready for this continued surge in inflation, because it's not going to come down right away. There's this momentum to it.
Economic experts say supply chain snarls and the lack of workers are contributing to that momentum. Frustrations are running high among shoppers who are shelling out more for items like beef, pork, and chicken at the grocery store. And empty shelves are making their problems worse.
Honestly, it looks like March of 2020 when everybody was stockpiling and the shelves were bare.
Rising COVID cases from the Omicron variant are intensifying the shortages.
Those positive tests are taking people off the front lines. It's forcing companies to shut down manufacturing lines preemptively, and it's leading to just simply not enough supplies.
Surging prices have put the White House on the defensive. Some say government stimulus is stoking booming demand. Still, the Biden administration believes the situation will improve over the next several months.
Independent forecasters expect these prices to moderate over the course of 2022, and that's consistent with the administration's view.
The Biden administration says it'll address the backup in ports across the country, including potentially imposing new fees on empty containers that are sitting idle. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
You may have noticed less and less essentials on grocery store shelves. Fox News national correspondent William Ujunsi explains why.
Cars and trucks now some of the biggest drivers of inflation.
It's becoming increasingly difficult to cross items off your grocery list as the fast-spreading Omicron variant and severe weather disrupt the already troubled supply chain, leaving grocery store shelves and drugstore aisles completely empty.
Hopefully they'll stock back up. It's probably like the toilet paper thing all over again.
Every day, it's meat, produce, and packaged goods becoming harder to find. According to consumer expert Jeff Freeman, 5 to 10% of grocery store items are out of stock. Now that figure has jumped to almost 15%. The bare shelves fueled by continued supply chain struggles like truck driver shortages and shipping slowdowns, winter weather delaying deliveries, a shift to families eating at home more, and now, coast to coast, labor shortages with widespread sickouts as the Omicron variant spreads.
Companies talking about they've had more positive tests in the past 2 weeks than they had in all of 2020. It's forcing companies to shut down manufacturing lines preemptively, and it's leading to just simply not enough supply.
To combat the shortages, shoppers are stocking up on supplies. Early in the pandemic, it was toilet paper and hand sanitizer. Now, in high demand, health and wellness products like cold and flu medication.
When things are out of our control and when we're in a pandemic, we want to be as prepared as possible.
So the debate is ongoing over when these disruptions will end, but something industry leaders can agree on: shoppers should avoid panic buying. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
Bright and early here on the East Coast, 6:11 a.m. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we'll have more nonstop news right after this. Election reform is a growing issue on Capitol Hill, as Democrats say it's a top priority this new year. But Democrats say it may require a change to the filibuster in order to pass a pair of voting rights bills with fewer votes. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
Still talking. That's where negotiations on voting rights legislation stands among Senate Democrats. In its way, Republicans and at least 2 Democrats who do not support getting rid of the filibuster. They argue there should be dual-party buy-in.
I know we're not there yet, but I am encouraged by their engagement in the conversation, both on the substance and on the process.
Things have a way of changing quickly here, especially if the public is aroused.
The Senate leader has promised there will be a vote on reform by Monday, MLK Day. But first, Thursday, President Biden will meet with Democratic senators to throw his political weight behind voting legislation and changing the filibuster to make it easier to pass bills after a fiery speech in Georgia.
A president shouting that 52 senators and millions of Americans are racist unless he gets whatever he wants, is proving exactly why the framers built the Senate, to check his power.
Republicans say Democrats are trying to gain a political advantage with the legislation and that the Democrats' changes are unprecedented.
No party has ever been so power hungry and so short-sighted as to shatter the norms and traditions of this institution.
The White House says the president and vice president will be working the phones over the next several days, pushing senators to rework the filibuster and support voting legislation. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
With inflation skyrocketing faster than it has in 40 years, the Biden administration is doing what it can to show frustrated Americans that it's trying to rein in the prices. Here's more on that story.
Many consumers are seeing empty shelves when it comes to the grocery store and other retail stores as well. So what is going on with this problem? When will consumers see an end to it? What we're going to do is bring in Jess Dankert. She is the Vice President of Supply Chain for Retail Industry Leaders Association. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are wondering, is this the pandemic? Is this still ongoing issues with shipping? So what's been contributing to this problem?
Yeah, thanks. Great question. I think it's, the ongoing supply chain disruption that we've been seeing throughout the pandemic, 20 plus months now at this point. And in addition to that, kind of incremental disruptions caused by holiday, it's more people needing to buy food, they're staying home, Omicron related needs to stay home, kids out of school, additional family coming over. A lot of the winter weather issues that we've seen that are disrupting a lot of travel throughout the country. So all of those things kind of on top of that baseline level have been contributing to these sporadic, isolated shortages that you may be seeing in grocery stores.
And you say isolated, is that because there's different regions who may be, affected more than others?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, it depends on kind of where you are and what weather you've been subjected to, what the demand patterns are in that area. Maybe a different circumstance in the Northeast versus Mid-Atlantic, the South, the Midwest, West, all sorts of kind of regionalized disruptions. Again, looking at weather, looking at those different patterns that you may be seeing different things that are out of stocks. But I think, at this point, we're starting to come to the end of what we've seen of that holiday impact and getting back to a more what we think of now as normal.
So what have you been hearing from your retailers as far as these issues have been going on? Because as you said, it's been happening now for 20 plus months through this pandemic.
Yeah, I think, we saw from the beginning of the pandemic, some of the same sorts of things of, out of stocks and that sort of thing. But over the last 20 plus months, retailers really have, developed that playbook to be able to navigate and deal with the ongoing disruption. So working together with their trading partners and navigating these supply chain disruptions, you've really seen over the most of the pandemic, goods are still able to get to the store shelves. They're still able to get to consumers. That's largely been the retailers and their partners navigating the disruptions. It's really just what we've seen, kind of the isolated impact of holiday weather sorts of impacts over the past handful of weeks. And I think now we're kind of coming to the end of that and starting to see more of that restocking happen. All of the goods, primarily, the groceries, the food it's really in the supply chain. It's just taking a minute for the retailers to catch up and to be able to navigate those isolated disruption and get things back to the shelves, get the stores restocked.
So what are they saying are some of the circumstances? You said that they're trying to adjust with these. Obviously, that's what has been going on for a lot of people through these last few months. But what are some of the ways that they're trying to work around these problems?
Well, I think it's a lot of, just around the clock, working with the supply chain, finding workarounds in terms of rerouting goods, moving by different modes. If you're challenged in truck, there's, rail and other options for moving goods by different modes. And really just as, we see things work through, a storm system passes through, and then once that passes, you're able to move. So as these things continue to loosen up, again, everything's in the supply chain somewhere. It just takes that minute to catch up, find those workarounds, whatever the case may be. We see the tight truck capacity, but eventually, that works itself out. And as we come away from holiday, we're seeing less impact from those sorts of things. So it's beginning to resolve, that we see.
So how long do you think consumers have until we can kind of see those shelves kind of getting stocked back up and having to deal with maybe going to a couple stores to search for that item that you really needed?
It depends on the area. I think, we're already starting to see a resolution of the challenges of out of stocks. There maybe will continue to be kind of sporadic and isolated outages that you'll see as the retailers catch up, as the product moves through the supply chain. But I think as we see, again, the effects of holiday and some of the capacity constraints dissipate, some of the, as we get further past the surge of Omicron, all of these kind of isolated impacts that we've been seeing the incremental effects of over the past handful of weeks really begin to kind of resolve themselves, and retailers continue to navigate these. They really developed a tremendous playbook of ways to work around the disruptions that we've seen flare up in various areas, and quickly pivot, have the responsive, flexible supply chains to begin to catch up and get some of those store shelves restocked.
I know a lot of people, this is some of those problems that will be resolved over a matter of time, but what about in the future? What kind of things do we need to have established today so that, years from now, if we hit another pandemic of some sort, we don't run into these same issues?
Yeah, I think it's, retailers in particular, large retailers have really developed these adaptive supply chains that are able to respond to particular disruptions. Something that this has really, the pandemic and the related global supply chain disruptions have really thrown a spotlight on some of the underlying systemic issues that have contributed to this, or that the pandemic has kind of exacerbated. And some of those things relate to our country's freight infrastructure and the need to update and modernize the freight infrastructure and the ports. And we've seen some of that investment happening, but also the need for data standards and more visibility into the supply chain, that end-to-end supply chain where you can identify bottlenecks or potential disruptions before they happen. And we've really seen a lot of movement on the part of the supply chain ecosystem to address those sorts of challenges, so that, to your point, we don't end up in a situation of having to revisit this, but being able to better plan for the future. And that's what we see retailers doing in terms of planning for that future, building supply chains that are adaptable and flexible enough to meet those potential uncertainties.
And as they continue to work, ahead of what's still to come here with our supply chain issues, who's hurting right now the most? Is it those retail stores? Is it some of those consumers who are out there trying to look for that one item at 3 different places? Who's impacted the most, I guess?
But I don't know. I think there are these isolated pockets where there have been challenges of getting groceries or particular things. But in large part, retailers are catching up to that to try to address those outages. So for the most part, you're able to return to the store or go to a different store to find the things that you need. It may take a minute longer, but there's no need to panic. The goods are coming. It just, again, it takes, sometimes a minute to catch up and adjust to these disruptions, the weather, the holiday, tighter capacity and that sort of thing. But I think we've really seen a lot of pivoting to be able to reroute inventory as needed so that we can avoid, significant outages or really widespread outages and address them quickly as they do happen.
So I'm guessing for consumers, the word you'd give them is patience. Be patient. Things are going to be continuing to be moved around to help.
Yeah, absolutely. There are outages, and you may find things that you wanted to purchase but might not be there today. Again, patience. It's coming. It is in the supply chain. It just takes a bit to catch up. But we're even beginning to see, that resolving again as we get further away from holiday impacts. And again, we'll see hopefully less and less impact from weather disturbances. But retailers are addressing that and really working around the clock to keep that inventory moving and working with their supply chain partners. So we'll see that inventory restocking on a regular basis, and consumers can look forward to not having to shop around, but full shelves that they can get what they need.
I know a lot of people too have been resorting to online resources to get those products. Has that been impacting your retailers at all?
Well, we've seen really, just even from the beginning of the pandemic, just a surge in people shopping online, just across the board, grocery or otherwise. So retailers have, it's been long expected that shoppers are moving online. More e-commerce growth, certainly. We saw a surge in that at the beginning of the pandemic, but it wasn't really unplanned. It was just kind of the future came early in terms of a lot of that online shopping. So plans had already really been in place to have that, their own systems and internal infrastructure in place to meet that need of online shopping. And you've seen that just even be further honed over the last 20 months of the pandemic, so that the retailers are really attuned to the needs of the online shopper and have built that capability for fulfilling online orders in recognition of the fact that many people are shopping online, and that's going to continue as well, even as we continue to move through the pandemic and even beyond. That's a future that we kind of expected and that the retailers had been planning for.
Yeah, they continue to adapt, continue to make changes, as you've said. Anything else you think needs to be addressed when it comes to talking about supply chain issues across the nation?
Well, like I said, we've seen some of the disruptions again on a global scale, and it's been a challenge. Retailers have largely been able to work with their partners to navigate these challenges and have really added to that skill set over the past 20 months. But it's really, as we said, shown a light on some of those underlying challenges, and that's strangely been a bit of a benefit to the pandemic, that it's really helped identify those systemic challenges and given the entire supply chain ecosystem really a chance to work at fixing a lot of those, so that we have addressed those for the long term, and that's a positive outcome.
Yeah, a lot of things to be still continued to be changed, but at least, as you said, it's being addressed, it's being talked about. Things are continuing to move and evolve. So we do appreciate your time again, Jess Dinkert, joining us here with the Retail Industry Leaders Association. We appreciate your time here today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 6:28 a.m. Thank you so much for choosing us to get your day started, bringing you all top stories and breaking news and live events. Of course, that's what we're all about here at Live Now from Fox. But let's move right along with our top stories and other major news headlines that we're seeing this morning. So COVID-19 is impacting a lot these days, specifically the cruise industry. Here's more on that story.
As of Friday, every cruise ship carrying passengers in U.S. waters is also carrying COVID-19. That's 91 ships in total. But passengers are still embarking here from Port Canaveral despite the CDC warnings. The CDC is once again sounding the alarm for cruise passengers, even those who are fully vaccinated. Cruises are currently under a level 4 health advisory, the CDC's highest, but the industry disagrees.
There's a whole suite of protective measures that are in place on board cruise ships. It's one of the most well-protected environments that you can experience right now.
Norwegian and Royal Caribbean are the first major cruise lines to cancel trips because of Omicron, but most fleets are setting sail with more than eager passengers aboard.
We're prepared. We're all vaccinated. We're all boosted. We all tested negative a couple days ago, so we've taken the right precautions.
I think that the cruise lines are doing a fantastic job of making sure that people are tested and that they're negative, at least when they get on board. And it's more precautions than you have when you get on an airplane. So, yeah, I feel pretty safe.
And businesses at the port need the tourists coming.
It definitely hurt when they went down the first time.
When the CDC issued a no-sail order for cruises at the start of the pandemic, Michael Schwartz says his restaurant lost at least 15% of its revenue. Now with Omicron, he hopes spring break isn't on the line.
We'll power through it. I mean, it'll be a gap that we'll have to work through, but like what the pandemic taught us, if we can deal with that, we can deal with this.
The CDC is currently monitoring every U.S. ship in the ocean, but their data shows that the number of COVID passengers is still a small percentage right now, and they're not overwhelming the medical staff on board. In Cape Canaveral, Florida, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Cruises are proving to be a hot spot during this COVID-19 surge. So if you are traveling on a cruise, make sure that you're taking every safety precaution necessary. Let's take a live look at our X-Rad weather radar. Here's a look at how temperatures are faring in your area. Now, scientists are hoping to go back in time, digging deep into the earth to find out some of the oldest ice samples ever discovered. Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer has more on how the ancient ice could hold secrets to combating climate change today.
And cooling process every 41,000 years, but data suggests something happened about 1 million years ago where these cycles started occurring every 100,000 years. The team hopes to find prehistoric dust in the ice samples to try and identify what caused the climate cycles to change that rapidly and use those lessons to learn more about our current climate. The Antarctic ice mission comes as scientists announced 2021 was Earth's 5th hottest year on record. Environmentalists say the intense heat is a result of climate change, adding the extremely warm weather is causing more destructive natural disasters across the country, like last year's Hurricane Ida and the West Coast's record-breaking fire season. Unlocking Earth's climate mysteries will take some time, however. The Antarctic team says they need to drill just under 600 feet per week, which means it will take them at least 4 years to reach the 1.5 million-year-old ice. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
All right, guys, moving right along with our top stories this morning. The country is facing a critical blood shortage and is actually prompting the Red Cross to make a plea for donations. Fox's Tom Graham has the details.
Red alert as the Red Cross announces its first ever nationwide blood crisis, warning the country's blood supply is dangerously low. The organization, which supplies roughly 40% of the nation's blood, is calling it the worst blood shortage in over a decade, with some donation centers reporting less than 1 day's supply.
To provide that blood, we need about 600 people every day to donate blood.
The shortage threatening patient care, with doctors having to make difficult decisions, forcing some patients to cancel surgeries. Cancer patients, people with blood disorders, and accident victims impacted the most by the lack of supply.
Because of the low inventory levels, the physicians are forced to make decisions about who's going to get the blood right then versus who may need to wait.
The blood supply declining 10% since the start of the pandemic, partly because businesses and other hosts have canceled thousands of much-needed blood drives. The organization calling anyone, especially those who are type O, to step up.
It's the blood that is used during the first response to trauma and emergency blood needs, and now more than ever. it's in serious shortage.
But urge anyone who can, no matter which blood type, to donate because it's the only way to bolster supply. If knowing 1 pint of blood can save up to 3 lives is an incentive, the Red Cross is offering prizes for donations, including a chance to win a trip to the Super Bowl. In New York, Tom Graham, Fox News.
.37 a.m., 5:37 a.m. in Houston, Texas. That's where we're taking this live now look for. Many folks just now beginning their morning commutes in H-Town. Let's stay in Texas. Public schools in this state are turning to the public to fill the need for substitute teachers. Fox's Steven Sarabria reports.
Up to $210 a day. This is how much Austin ISD is offering for substitutes as the need continues to rise across the area.
So right now, more than any time, we are looking for substitutes to fill in. It's for our classroom, for our teachers, and, help fill in whether a teacher is in quarantine or they're calling out sick.
As new COVID cases continue to rise, so does the need for subs. To start out the week, AISD reported 479 substitute requests, as many teachers were out due to various reasons. While the district has a pool of people who are already qualified to be substitutes, not all are able to do so right now.
We're still looking to fill in more, to fill that pool, because only 35% of our substitute pool are actively filling in for teachers.
To ease the burden, AISD says some of their central office employees are stepping up to fill in.
Starting today, actually, we started sending out central office staff. Many of our professionals here at central office have experience inside the classroom, so they're able to fill in for those whenever, when we don't have enough substitutes any given day.
Those who are interested can apply on the district's website. You'll need at least 60 college credit hours as well as pass a background check.
We're looking for individuals who might be, looking to dip their feet into education and looking for a future career, or somebody who's retired and looking to spend time in a fulfilling part-time job. We're looking for everybody and anyone who's interested and is in need of a job.
The district says the need for substitutes was even an issue before the pandemic. Now with more teachers calling in sick, they're hopeful the community will step up.
A final trip to Capitol Hill for the senator from Searchlight, Nevada, former state majority leader Harry Reid, who died late last month. The man who led the Senate to For Democrats during the Obama era, pushing Obamacare and other progressive priorities to passage. Let's listen into this story and a look back on his life and legacy from Fox's Madeline Rivera.
The late Senator Harry Reid arriving at the Capitol one last time Wednesday. Reid lying in state at the Rotunda, just steps away from the chamber where he served as majority leader. President Biden came to the Capitol to pay his respects as former colleagues praised his leadership.
Even though Harry talked softly, what he said carried the force of thunder.
Reid, who was battling pancreatic cancer, died last month at the age of 82. He led the Senate through one of its most consequential legislative sessions, championing the Recovery Act to blunt the impact of the Great Recession in 2009 and helping to pass the Affordable Care Act.
Despite long odds, with his leadership in the Congress, working together with President Obama and then Vice President Biden, we forged great progress for American families.
Reid will also be remembered for invoking the so-called nuclear option in 2013, eliminating the 60-vote threshold in the Senate on all presidential nominees except those to the Supreme Court. Senate Republicans then took it a step further in 2017 to advance Supreme Court nominees with a simple majority.
Donald Trump's 3 Supreme Court nominees would not have been confirmed, most likely, if the filibuster was still in place. And that is part of Harry Reid's legacy as well.
Democrats are once again considering changing Senate precedent, getting rid of the filibuster to advance voting rights legislation, which has stalled in Congress. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Welcome back. Flight cancellations are piling up as workers call out sick from COVID-19. Here's the latest from Fox Business Network's Cheryl Casone.
Who was battling pancreatic.
Holiday flight cancellations are dragging on well into the new year. United Airlines becoming the latest carrier to trim its schedule as COVID cases are on the rise. CEO Scott Kirby saying the airline has about 3,000 workers who called out sick after testing positive for the virus. That's 4% of its entire workforce.
Airlines had a tough Christmas with cancellations. Now we're seeing that the spread of the Omicron and other variants.
Even with thousands of COVID cases, United says its vaccine requirement is working. Among vaccinated employees, the company has had 0 hospitalizations and 0 deaths. Before the mandate, United averaged more than 1 death a week. And United is not alone as it deals with delays and cancellations. JetBlue recently cut its schedule by about 1,280 flights, roughly 10% of its schedule because of crew members getting sick.
Consumers are on high alert. I mean, we saw it over Christmas with the cancellations. The spike here could even be bigger on United. We're waiting to see for other airlines. But you have to have that plan B.
Cancellations coming as bitter cold weather in parts of the country has many travelers looking to book a sunny spring break.
Boy, come February, there's going to be pressure to get as many flights in the air as possible.
United says it has offered pilots triple pay to pick up additional flights this month to offset the shortages. In New York, Cheryl Casoni, Fox Business.
Homelessness is a complex crisis affecting more than 500,000 people across the country. However, 2022 is presenting itself as a fresh start for many states looking to invest billions of collected dollars to transform mental health programs and address the catastrophe that's the lack of affordable housing.
We can't get more people housed if there is nowhere to build housing.
Washington Governor Jay Inslee wants more than $800 million to create a wider variety of affordable housing options while expanding treatments for people with behavioral health problems. And in California, Governor Gavin Newsom is designating $14 billion for similar causes.
We have strategies for rapid rehousing, for short-term housing, for treatment on demand, and an unprecedented $3 billion commitment to rebuild our behavioral health system.
But over in Boston, Massachusetts, some officials are advocating for a slightly different approach, suggesting people might have a better shot at maintaining a permanent roof over their heads if they get help solving the issues that contributed to the homelessness first.
I think they should be putting people more into a treatment-based sort of approach, you know, instead of the housing-first approach.
But homelessness is not only a crisis affecting cities. Rural towns across the country are also seeing a rise as they too are experiencing inflated housing costs and a lack of employment opportunities. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Fentanyl kills more adults ages 18 to 45 than anything else in the United States. This according to the CDC. Now health experts are concerned that fentanyl is increasing among teenagers. Here's that story.
Across the country. However,
South Carolina officials say that fentanyl is not only impacting the drug abuse community, it's also impacting people who don't even know that they're taking it, and that includes school kids.
I walked into my son's room at 8 o'clock in the morning and found him dead.
Jaime Puerta's only child, Daniel, was 16 when he died after taking a pill containing a lethal dose of fentanyl. The Santa Clarita, California resident is now dedicating his life to keeping the drug out of the hands of young people.
Never see him get married or have a family of his own. I will never be a grandfather.
Last month, police confiscated vape pens laced with fentanyl from students at least 2 American high schools, one in Madisonville, Tennessee, and another in Norwalk, Connecticut. But 19-year-old Johan Playtez of El Monte, California, says the problem is common. He's in rehab after overdosing on fentanyl.
I'm a youngster myself, so I know a lot of people that do that at school, you know, and it's bad. They don't know what they're smoking anymore.
Too many children are dying, and there should be no reason for this.
Puerta says his son Daniel bought the fatal pill on Snapchat, thinking that it was oxycodone.
He consumed half a pill and it took his life.
You're looking at a baggie of blue pills that look exactly like oxycodone.
Sarah Goldsby is with South Carolina Drug Abuse Services.
You can see this is like an actual one pill press. It's making these.
She says there's growing concern about fentanyl use in middle, high school, and college students.
These drugs look like Adderall, which is a very commonly misused drug, prescription drug by our college students.
Although Goldsby says the U.S. has never seen a drug this threatening before, she says it's important to remember that there is always hope.
There's no shame in asking for help. Help is available. And lots of people are recovering from opioid use disorder.
Those who are looking for treatment options can call 1-800-662-HELP. In Columbia, South Carolina, Austin Westfall, Fox News.
The country is facing a critical blood shortage, and according to the Red Cross, if donations don't increase soon, there could be devastating consequences. Here's the latest on what you can do to help.
Right now, there is a national blood crisis. That's according to the Red Cross. So what can be done to help remedy this so that we can get back more donors and blood supply? Let's go ahead and talk with Dr. Bialaski. She's the Red Cross Medical Director. And let's just start with what kind of led up to this point where we're now declaring it a national blood crisis.
This is a result of the compounded effects of the pandemic. We have seen a 10% reduction in our donor base since the beginning of the pandemic, and we have had thousands of blood drives canceled. And now we are at the point where we are in the middle of a COVID surge that is the highest the country has ever faced, on top of routine weather challenges for January. We deal with unpredictable weather and normal illnesses from the flu, and so this has really compounded in such a way that we are now at the lowest levels of inventory that we have seen in over a decade.
And that's so unfortunate to hear, because obviously a lot of people know the Red Cross really lends a helping hand to a lot of different people. Let's talk about those people who are in need of your guys' blood, the transfusions that happen as well.
There is a wide range of patients that require blood on a regular basis, and that includes trauma, burn, organ transplants, cardiac surgeries, cancer patients, women in labor and delivery, individuals with blood disorders such as sickle cell disease, who depend on blood as a life-saving therapy on an ongoing basis. So really, there's no replacement for blood transfusions. If people need blood, they need blood, and they need it now. And we cannot manufacture blood, and we cannot stockpile blood. So the need is really not only urgent, but ongoing.
So what's happening right now with this shortage? Are there some people who might not be able to get what they need from you guys at this time?
Approximately up to 25% of hospital blood needs are not being met, which is forcing physicians to really have to make some tough decisions about where the blood is going and who will get it immediately and who has to wait.
So how can we help remedy this? I know obviously the call is to those viewers watching to come back in to start donating.
Yes, I think that, our lives have been so upended by this pandemic, and our normal routines have been so disrupted. And I really just want to encourage the public to please remember the individuals in the hospitals their lives are depending on blood transfusions. And if people could just take a little bit of time out of their day to come and donate, they would save lives, whether they can come today or next week or 2 weeks from now. And then when they donate, as soon as they're eligible, if they can donate again, because this is really an ongoing need. And we're very concerned that hospitals will not have the blood when they need it.
So how long do we think it will take to get things back on track if people do start to, rehab those blood donations events coming back up? Maybe they are going back into the clinics to donate. How long will it take us to kind of see us back to what you guys would say is a normal level?
That's hard to say right now. I think it's going to depend on how the pandemic turns. If we start to see a reduction in cases, we are being impacted both by, with the COVID cases, that's impacting donor turnout as well as our own staffing. So that will, how the cases trend is going to impact us. How many donors respond to this is going to affect us. What I can say is that, while we have had really significant limitations on our ability to collect, and particularly for, say, high school and college campuses where we generally have collected a tremendous amount of blood, those places have been closed, and we have seen a 62% decrease in our high school and college collections. So that's had a huge impact on us. Now, if campus is open, that will be open to us, but we don't know. So much has changed over the course of the pandemic, with restrictions being placed and then lifted, and we're just in step with whatever is going on in the communities. So it's hard for us to predict. We're really just encouraging people to donate when they can, as often as they can.
And with that being said, I know that I've done stories with the Red Cross before. You always hear of those people who had been longtime donors and didn't know that someday their kid might need something, or they might have a spouse, or themselves might need blood transfusion. Is there any stories like that you wanted to share too, just to kind of give that one more a touch of inspiration if people are on the cusp of possibly or maybe not donating?
Sure. We have the requests from hospitals are coming in day and night, hour by hour. The medical office is evaluating orders really on a case-by-case basis, and it might be a triple car crash. It might be a woman who is hemorrhaging during delivery. It might be a cancer patient. It might be a patient who's having a heart surgery, and it's a difficult case, and they're now requiring unexpected amount of blood, and the patient is in the operating room requiring blood. We have sickle cell patients who throughout the pandemic, we have struggled to maintain adequate blood supply. So there are as many patients and as many individuals, we have patient stories that we hear about, and we would like to be able to provide, this is what we do, we provide blood, and to be limited in being able to provide for our patients is really scary. I just want to encourage people. I don't know if people really realize just how important and how critical the blood supply is to the maintenance of the healthcare system. If people are hesitant, I would encourage them to check out our website, redcrossblood.org, or our Red Cross Blood Donor app to learn more about eligibility, about the donation process. They can find sites near them where they can donate, whether it's a mobile drive or at one of our donor centers. But really just remember, as people are anxious to return to normal, to please remember the people in the hospital. It could be a relative, it could be you, it could be your child, it could be your friend that needs that blood today. And it's really the blood that's on the shelves today that's going to save lives. And that's every day we wake up needing blood. And so I really would encourage people, we need all blood types. We also need platelets. And we need it so badly right now.
I have to ask, if things continue to trend this way, our COVID cases continue to rise, people aren't bringing those events back quite yet, what's going to be kind of the outcome if we continue to see a downward trend in donors in these events?
If this continues, we will not have enough blood to transfuse to patients. And the hospitals, the Red Cross medical office has had ongoing and frequent communication with our hospital partners to help guide best practices for transfusion. I know I have been meeting with my hospitals with their cardiac transplant group, with their orthopedic group, with their liver transplant group, with their ethics board. Now, the Red Cross does not dictate to hospitals how to manage their patients, but we do help guide or provide guidance. We help provide guidance regarding best practices for transfusion to be able to stretch that blood as far as possible. But there are limits to how far that can be stretched. And we just hope that no patient has to be denied treatment.
Yeah, I think a lot of people optimistic that we can come out of this, especially when there is a need for action like this. So once again, we do appreciate you shining some light, giving us some insight on what's going on with the Red Cross. And once more, if people want to donate, they could probably make sure that they look up the closest clinic to them.
Absolutely. And thanks so much for featuring us. This is so important.
Yes. All right. Dr. Bialaski here joining us again with the Red Cross. She is the medical director. We appreciate your time today.
Thanks so much. You too.
This next story gaining national attention. A Los Angeles Police Department officer was killed while house hunting when he was off duty. Let's check in with Fox 11 for the latest.
I'm Marla Diaz here for Christine Devine.
I'm Alex Michelson. Our top story: 4 arrested in the killing of an off-duty LAPD officer. LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva saying his department worked round the clock with the LAPD to track down those suspects. Their names have not yet been publicly released, but they're suspected of engaging in a gun battle that killed off-duty officer Fernando Arroyos. The 27-year-old, a 3-year veteran of the force, was shot and killed Monday night while house hunting in South LA with his girlfriend.
And happening now, a vigil is set to begin at the LAPD Olympic Division. This is where Officer Arroyos worked.
Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez live for us there with a look at what is happening. Christina.
People are still arriving for this vigil. We actually have a crew in there trying to get some more information about the arrests. In the meantime, we spent the day with Arroyo's mother, who tells us she had been out house hunting with the young couple. She was supposed to be there that night. Listen. You were supposed to be looking at the house with them? ¿Usted estuviera con ellos? Sí. That's right. The mother of LAPD officer Fernando Arroyos, killed while checking out a house for sale with his girlfriend on an off-duty night, was supposed to be with them. Instead, she got a call summoning her to the hospital, where the 27-year-old was taken after exchanging gunfire in an apparent robbery gone bad.
Somebody say my son is died, passed away. It's terrible for me.
She lost her son after just losing her own mother.
My heart is just broken because it's, I tell it's only one son. And I tell my mom is passed away 1 month ago.
An altar sits in the corner of the small apartment where Membreno combs through photos and tells us this is where Fernando grew up.
Little boy, and he say always, I want a police, I want a police. Mm-hmm. He go to Berkeley, he graduation for honors and everything. Wow. But he say, I want a police, and he's police.
No one here can fathom why someone would shoot her son, seemingly to rob him of the gold chain he was wearing around his neck.
Say why? Because it's only for robbery one chain. That chain is at $200. For $200, I take the life of my son.
As to the question as to why they were there at 9 o'clock at night, it was not unusual for them to check out properties they were interested in at night to see what the neighborhood was like. So it was not unusual for him to do that. Again, if the public is invited, if you want to make your way down here to the vigil, it has yet to begin. There's still time. At Olympic Division, Los Angeles Police Department, I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you in the studio.
Christina, thank you. We'll stay on top of that story throughout the night. New at 6 as LAPD mourns the off-duty killing of Officer Arroyos. New data from around the country suggests that on-duty officer deaths jumped significantly in 2021 to just over 500. 2/3 of those deaths were attributed to COVID. Gunfire, automobile crashes, and heart attacks were the next most common causes. Of officers who were shot in line of duty, 42 of them were from Texas, 25 from Illinois, 21 from here in California.
I'm Marla Diaz here for Christine Devine.
I'm Alex Michelson. Our top story: 4 arrested in the killing of an off-duty.
Very sad stories. Stories like that really make you want to hug the ones that you love really, really tight. Thank you to Fox 11 for providing that segment for us. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Just after 7 a.m. here on the East Coast, you're streaming live now from Fox. Thank you all so much for waking up with us and choosing us as your news source this morning. We've got a lot of news to cover. Let's stay in the Los Angeles area. This next segment from Fox 11 LA is talking about Betty White. May she rest in peace, with her would-be birthday coming up January 17th. Here's more on how a local muralist is honoring her life and her legacy.
It marks what would have been Betty White's 100th birthday. Well, now a local artist is helping people give back with a cause close to Betty's heart.
Fox 11's Haley Winslow has the story for us from the Fairfax district.
To celebrate her January 17th centennial, a mural in honor of the woman who gave back and made us laugh a whole lot along the way. Just in time for her 100th birthday, a mural of Betty White on the corner of Sporty LA on Melrose.
And make kindness cool, basically. That's what she did. And that's why I think I just respect her so much.
The Golden Girls got Corey Maddie through college, and she's looked up to White ever since.
And wanted to just be a good human and pave the way for people that wanted to just be better. And originally, I was actually going to do a mural for Betty for her 100th. And I actually wrote down her assistant's name to try and get a hold of her for it. And then she died 3 days later.
Oh my God.
So I was like, oh man, I have to actually get on this.
LA Hope Dealer, as she's known, got to work 15 hours using her signature 3 shades of paint to continue spreading the good word.
I think Betty would love it. I think the idea of the doves is, spreading hope and joy and being kind is what we all need to start doing.
With a following from her murals of Kobe and COVID, this one has a special edition, a QR code for those walking by to donate to a local dog rescue, a cause close to Betty White's heart.
The fact that even in her passing, she's doing amazing things for animals is just beautiful and wonderful.
Melissa Basilar, who started the nonprofit Wagmore Pets in Studio City, is so grateful for the surprise support. She saves about 50 dogs a week and has a hard time keeping up.
I've been following them for a couple years, and I just I send those puppies to my friends all the time. So I'm like, I've never seen an adoption, a rescue place that has the cutest dogs in the world.
Here are the little dogs of all ages and the big ones. Oh man. Duncan here, he was abandoned on the streets of LA. Payer here with Sylvia, he was abandoned in Thailand. Bonnie and Clyde, they go together. They have to be adopted together, and they were abandoned in a yard. And Dax here, well, his owner recently died. You can come by here any day, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, and meet these guys. And you get to help an animal in need in honor of a legend. So what would White think of this mural?
I think she would be like, there's only one of me? There's only one mural in 99 years of just fun and just like a model human, and there's only one mural? That's what she would say.
Yeah, a model human with a heart for dogs and humanity. Not too unlike Maddie and Basilar. Perhaps we could all be more like Betty. If you'd like to give back on Betty White Day on Monday or any day and you don't have access to the QR code, of course you can do it on Wagmore Pet's website. We'll put that link on our website, foxla.com. Reporting live in Fairfax, I'm Haley Winslow, Fox 11 News.
That's a great story. And you know what? I have a feeling that those dogs are going to be adopted very, very soon after this story airs. All right, staying in Los Angeles, let's bring you all a little bit of entertainment news. Here's your Fox Entertainment All-Stars featuring Jake Hamilton.
I'm Fox Entertainment All-Star Jake Hamilton. Friendship takes center stage in the new Fox series Pivoting. I had the chance to talk with 2 of the stars of the new series about their own friendships and about how this show had the power to change their lives forever.
Who knew being a working mom would be so hard? Everyone.
There are literally shelves of books about it.
After one of their best friends suddenly passes away, 3 lifelong friends decide to change their lives forever in the new Fox series Pivoting. I had the chance to talk with 2 of the stars of the show, Jennifer Goodwin and Maggie Q, about how the series had the power to change their own lives.
It's brought a lot of more joy. And I mean, I have a happy life, but God, making this show is fun.
It really is. I can't believe, Maggie and I have said to each other several times, we can't believe we're getting paid to do this. Do they know that they're paying us this much to come to work and just laugh? And by the way, during a pandemic, It's been
Right?
it's like been our mask-free place.
It really,
I mean, while we're actually rolling camera.
I mean, that's what they say. Like, do what you love and you never work a day in your life. Like, that's the best job in the world.
Yeah, that's
exactly
true.
right.
In a show that features lifelong friendships, it always helps when the actors are friends themselves. But I wanted to know, what happens if you're not?
What happens if you get on set and you don't get along with somebody? Like, that would be my greatest fear.
You suffer.
Well, I mean, but we're professional actors. It's funny to me when people do talk about chemistry, because I do feel like, for the most part, that's something that, I mean, it's our job to manufacture it. But
Sure.
it's just that it really helps that on this show, we all really love each other, and that we all really are having, like, I just feel like I would step on that set and it was like a shot of B12 in the arm. Like, these women are such a breath of fresh air to me that it made doing things like improving so much easier.
Yeah.
Maggie?
But you're right, you can't control it. There is an amount of suffering that goes on when you have to spend any time with someone that you're not fond of.
And nothing says we're close friends like a great text group. And yes, the cast of Pivoting have their own.
Is there a Pivoting
Oh, it's
text group?
immediate. It was immediate, I feel like.
Yeah. There's actually we have so many different chains.
There's so
I'm
many
like
different
watching, by the way, as I'm in a blackout, and therefore in my car, like way outside my neighborhood, but I'm noticing
We're both blowing
noticing,
up
like,
with pivoting group texts as
with
we
the
speak.
different pivoting text chains with like different combinations of people.
And I don't have everyone's number saved, so half the time I don't know who the hell's
Me
saying.
neither. It's just numbers.
It's all funny because everyone's funny, but I don't know who's saying it.
You can check out these on-camera and real-life friendships on Pivoting every Thursday only on Fox. For the Fox Entertainment All-Stars, I'm Jake Hamilton.
Thanks, Jake, for that update. We'll find out who's taking the Screen Actors Guild Gold Awards on February 27th. But in the meantime, we have a reaction from a few of the nominees themselves. Here's Fox's Ashley Dvorkin.
Series about their own friendships.
Screen Actors Guild nominees are celebrating, including Denzel Washington, nominated for Outstanding Performance by a Lead Actor for The Tragedy of Macbeth.
What does that mean to you to get that recognition, especially for this role?
And especially from my peers, from fellow actors. One of the screenings was a SAG screening for the actors, and I came out and got a standing ovation. And I was like, wow, that meant a lot to me because that's my fellow actors and actresses, and they know what we go through, they know what you go through.
Yay! Yay! All right.
The cast of CODA sent out a video reacting to their historic Outstanding Performance by a Cast in a Motion Picture nomination, and Troy Kotsur becoming the first solo deaf actor to get an individual nomination. Also making history, Squid Game is the first non-English series and Korean series up for Outstanding Performance by an ensemble in a drama. In total tallies, House of Gucci and The Power of the Dog led film contenders with 3 each. Cast members from those were among stars sending statements, like Jared Leto, who noted, "To be nominated and recognized by your peers is one of the highest honors imaginable." TV nominees reacting to the news include Ted Lasso's Juno Temple, who's also excited for her Force of Nature fellow nominee, Hannah Waddingham, and Brett Goldstein, who's thrilled to be in the same category with, quote, "got all their movies and their posters type all-time heroes."
The Ted Lasso welcome wagon has arrived.
In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
I swear, Ashley brings us the best entertainment interviews, hands down. Shout out to you, Ashley. All right, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. 7:16 a.m. Welcome back. We know that inflation has hit a 40-year high, so bringing us more on that story and what the Biden administration says it plans to do to curb those prices is Fox 13 Tampa.
Continue to rise for, well, just about everything. And the new federal numbers in inflation are sounding alarms in Washington. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain what's causing this and how our government could respond. Craig?
Hi there. We'll start with numbers in context. The Consumer Price Index, or the cost of prices in general, soared 7% through December of last year in 2021. You take out volatile prices like fuel and food, it still rose 5.5%. And that takes us to the highest level of inflation since 1982, which was the tail end of an era known as the Great Inflation. And what's happening now largely ties back to results and consequences of the pandemic in a couple of ways. It's caused, of course, supply shortages, which is part of the issue here, and it is also fueling more and more demand to go out and spend. Through November and December, American shoppers spent a record $204 billion. And that spending was not concentrated around Black Friday or Cyber Monday when products tend to go on sale. In fact, spending accelerated after the big promotional sale dates. And luxury car brands like Rolls-Royce and Bentley had record sales, even with a chip shortage that slowed down production. Bentley sales shot up 31%, while Rolls-Royce sales shot up 49% in 2021. This illustrates how consumers have much more spendable income than usual. It's a combination of all the money people saved up through quarantine who are now hungry to go out and spend, as well as a flood of government spending on COVID relief. When people are eager to spend and have the money to do it, that kind of demand naturally drives up prices, and stores don't feel the need to put stuff on sale. Also, when people have saved up more money than usual, some don't feel the need to go back to work right away, and that's also indirectly driving up prices.
Well, nationally, we're still 3 million fewer people in the labor market than was the case pre-pandemic. So, part of the solution to getting employees has been for businesses to offer higher wages and salaries. Unfortunately, that feeds into, the inflation.
At the same time, the pandemic has disrupted manufacturing and deliveries. We made progress in freeing up some of the log jams through the holidays, but the Omicron wave sweeping the world is causing more disruption in production. And when there are shortages in supply and pent-up demand to keep buying, people will and do pay more to buy what's available.
6 months into 2022, the pent-up demand from the consumer should have eased, and we should be back to a more normal situation. Unfortunately, it'll take at least another 6 months beyond that for the supply chain to catch up.
Through 2021, prices shot up 7%, the highest since 1982. For context, in the 70s and early 1980s, inflation was driven by the oil crisis and monetary policy that flooded banks with cash, making it easier to borrow and spend, and a surge in government spending from social programs of the Great Society to the Vietnam War. This time, it's the pandemic that fueled a surge in government spending and disrupted supplies and drove up spendable income. And one of the best-known economists from the 1980s says we've seen where that can lead in terms of rising prices.
Inflation is very hard to stop once it gets going because you get a little consumer price index increase, then wages have to rise to match that, wholesale prices have to rise, and it becomes a system that feeds on itself.
And that's exactly what happened in the 1970s and 80s, and economists fear may be starting to happen right now. Back then, you had sustained double-digit inflation that we're not seeing, but there certainly is a risk that we could continue to move in that direction. So how did we solve it in the early 1980s? Well, by raising interest rates. And that is what the Federal Reserve is talking about doing now to tame inflation in 2022 and beyond. But it comes at a different cost.
All right. Interested to hear that. Thanks, Craig. Prices continue to rise for...
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 13 Tampa for that report. And make sure that you're tuned into our show all morning long because we'll talk more on this topic in our 9 a.m. hour. We'll have a live conversation with an economist on this very topic. Now let's turn our attention to the latest coronavirus news. Here's an update from Fox 2 Detroit.
Is not slowing down, and we are still surging.
A new year and a new variant causing huge COVID concerns. Doctors with the Henry Ford Health System gave a grim update on Tuesday, telling us infections remain high and so do hospitalizations. We're talking about almost 500 patients right now.
we had nearly 5,000 people test positive for COVID. That's the highest number of positive testing in 1 week that we have seen in the entire year of 2021.
Hundreds and hundreds of those positive cases are hospital staff. As you know, the health system over the summer mandated vaccinations for employees unless they qualified for an exemption, and almost 2,000 did. Administrators did not, however, break down how many of these recent cases were breakthrough.
In the last 7 days, 686 team members have tested positive for COVID. This is a threefold increase since mid-December.
Those staffing shortages have led to some tough decisions. Henry Ford closed down nearly 100 beds at various facilities as a result. And here's a few more figures for you. We're told about 65% of their current patients were unvaxxed, and 95% of those recently hospitalized or in the ICU were not boosted.
Vaccination remains the most effective tool for protecting ourselves. The third shot booster protects us even more.
And doctors fear this situation could get even worse because we have not seen the full impact of those holiday gatherings. They say right now the best thing you can do for yourself, the best thing that you can do for others is get vaccinated or boosted if you are eligible. Reporting from Detroit, Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
For Oakland County resident Barbara Morris, getting a COVID test was not easy. She found many testing sites in the county, but once she made it there,
it's really been horrible because you have to really go in with patience. Because if you don't have the patience, you're not going to get the test. I waited 4 hours.
As long lines at independent testing sites continue, Oakland County's Health Division is expanding the outreach of its own COVID-19 testing sites.
So beginning next week, we'll be offering testing 4 days a week, 2 of them in Southfield, 1 day in Rochester, and 1 in Pontiac.
Currently, testing takes place 2 days a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the only locations offering testing are Southfield and Pontiac. But as demand increases for testing and the COVID positivity rate in Oakland County is ramping up, officials decided it was time to add more drive-through locations for COVID-19 testing.
The highest it's ever been, our test positivity rate has shot up to 25.5%.
The testing will take place at the various sites between Monday and Thursday from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. for those who live, work, or go to school in Oakland County.
We do testing by appointment. If you go to okgov.com/COVID and click on the COVID testing button, you can make an appointment. It's conducted while you're in your car. Swab your nose right while you're in the car, and then you'll be on your way.
Results from the COVID PCR tests will be provided in a day or two.
On average, you're going to wait 24 to 48 hours to get your test results back.
Oakland County officials believe that once you know your results, if you are COVID positive, you can go into isolation to help slow the spread of coronavirus.
You just want to make sure the resources are available.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
But we want to begin tonight with Dr. Justin Skrinsky, an internist at Beaumont Health. And Dr. Skrinsky, good to see you. Interesting note to begin our discussion tonight. Your hospital system taking out a full-page ad in several newspapers warning people that your hospital and others are at a breaking point right now. Talk about that.
Yeah, it really is a critical point right now. For instance, the past several weeks, we've been seeing this very, very high number of patients from the Delta surge. Now that Omicron is here, we're seeing much, much higher patient volumes. We're really concerned because not only do we want to take care of all those COVID patients, we've learned from the previous surges, we need to keep space available in the hospital to take care of all the patients, even the non-COVID ones that are coming in for emergency issues.
We keep hearing different numbers out there, Dr. Skrinsky, about the percentage of people who are sitting in the ERs right now and in the emergency rooms who are unvaccinated. Can you give us an accurate number that you're seeing there?
Right. So right now it's about 60% unvaccinated, 40% vaccinated. And again, these are varying levels of severity. I think one of the important things is that we only see single digits, so maybe about 5% or less boosted.
You're hearing a lot of people say this Omicron is very much like a cold in many cases. In fact, so many people that we know say, look, I had a head cold, I had a fever, I didn't feel so great, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. When you hear people say that, does that worry you a bit?
It does, because
It's true. Look, a lot of folks are getting milder symptoms with Omicron, but we as physicians don't know who those folks are going to be. It's not written on our foreheads who's going to get COVID, Omicron, and who's going to get mild symptoms, and who's going to get Omicron and get really sick. We can't reliably predict who's going to be in what category.
Dr. Basuido, when you hear Dr. Body talk about that, your thoughts on that? Right now, the Omicron variant does seem less severe in many cases. What's your take on it right now?
If you look at the natural history of pandemics, when this happens, it usually signals the beginning of the end. And this is good news. Now, if you think about the 1918 pandemic, it lasted 2.5 to 3 years. Now, what is a pandemic? It means you get a virus that infects humans. It's highly transmissible, and there's no pre-existing natural immunity to it. And that's why it spread so fast. How do we get rid of pandemics? One is with vaccines, and the other one's with natural immunity. This Omicron is what's imparting natural immunity on the population, and it's going to get us to herd immunity. Now, the 1918 pandemic, we didn't have vaccines back then. We didn't get vaccines till the 1930s. Did it go away? Yeah, it didn't go away completely. We still have remnants of it, but it's now endemic. It's not pandemic. We had the H1N1, same thing. It went away a little sooner because we had vaccines. The vaccines had to go away a little sooner. How do these pandemics end? Number one, either natural immunity or vaccines. And Dr. Body and I agree that vaccines are lifesavers, that vaccines help. But when you see the symptoms, just like these past pandemics that have occurred, the natural history is toward the end, they get very, very contagious, but much more mild. And really, they're acting like boosters. Now, unfortunately, we've got an administration now, instead of having warp speed, we got snail speed. And if you want to doubt me, look at the testing lines for people who need a test. There's no tests out there. But we got vaccines, but we have a one-trick pony administration here. Nobody's talking about therapeutics, and nobody's talking about natural immunity.
Well, Dr. Basuido, to be fair, this administration is introducing tens of millions, if not more, of test kits that they're going to be putting out there. So they'll be hitting drugstore shelves very soon. They promised that at the first of the year. And also the COVID pill to the number of more than 10 to 20 million expected to hit the shelves as well after being approved by Pfizer. That's good news, right?
Well, they knew last year that we were going to have a flu season this time of year this year. And we see miles long of lines of people waiting to get tests. There's no tests. I mean,
and the tests are important, and it is very frustrating right now.
Wait a minute. What do we need to talk about a test for? If you get the vaccine, mandate the vaccine, you don't need a test, right? Look at the Dr. Skrinsky stats. 60% of the people in the hospital are unvaccinated. Dr. Basuido, I thought I was fell off my chair. He said, you need the vaccine. I wrote it down right here. He said, you would get the vaccine and you can stop this thing. So mandate the vaccine. What are we doing here? Mandate it.
80% of the people in my ICU here in Lansing are unvaccinated. So the ones that are really, really sick, they're still unvaccinated. It's the only predictor we have.
And let's talk about this mandatory vaccine and if that's something that would actually wipe this out completely. Here's the issue that so many people who are unvaccinated and those who are skeptical will say is even with the vaccine, people are still getting COVID. Why is that?
They're getting COVID, but they're not getting sick. The overwhelming majority of people that got vaccinated who then test positive for COVID-19, they have mild symptoms of a runny nose and a slight cough. That's what happens.
It's like a hangover. It's like a hangover.
Dr.
Have you ever had a hangover? Okay, there you go. Get the vaccine. The worst you're going to get is a hangover. That's it.
Health experts are very passionate when it comes to COVID-19. We've all been in the middle of this pandemic for a very long time, and we are all just looking for that light at the end of the tunnel. So health experts recommending that you get vaccinated. That's the bottom line there. Let's continue to focus on COVID-19 related news. This next segment coming from Fox 11 Los Angeles is talking about our frontline workers, specifically fast food workers, and how they're really bracing for the next surge of COVID-19.
Have been tough
tough with a capital T. Tough on all of us, but we know they have been particularly rough on our frontline workers, doctors, nurses, grocery store workers. And according to a new study out of UCLA, fast food workers, they're bearing the brunt of the pandemic. According to the study, of the approximately 150,000 fast food workers here in LA County, 25% have tested positive for COVID. Over the past 2 years, they faced a number of difficulties, including tough work conditions, a lack of workplace protections, and on top of all that, as evidenced by what we saw already today in the news, they are at high risk of being victims of violence. Joining us now to talk about this study is Tia Kuntz. She's legal and policy research manager at the UCLA Labor Center and one of the participants of this research team. She's one of the people that brought this research to us. Tia, first of all, Happy New Year to you. I think I'm allowed to still say that on the 10th of January. So glad.
It sure doesn't feel like the 10th, but Happy New Year back.
I know, it does not feel like the 10th. It feels like we've been doing 2022 for a year or so already. I want you to, I know what we see from this study, or at least the executive summary of it. What is it that stood out to you, Tia?
So we surveyed over 400 fast food workers in LA County, and we went into in-depth interviews with 15. And we have a lot of data points in this study about mental health and economic hardship, but 3 things really stood out to us. So in the first, fast food workers are on the front lines of COVID-19. You already stated 25% of folks that we spoke with have contracted COVID-19 themselves. They're also on the front line of enforcing COVID-19 safety protocols, right? And we saw that about half of folks had had a negative interaction, including being yelled at or physically assaulted by customers for enforcing 6 feet of social distancing and customers wearing masks. The second thing that we saw was a general lack of protection for fast food workers across the board. So that includes wage theft. Over 6 in 10 of folks that we spoke with had experienced wage theft in the last year. High rates of injury, nearly half had experienced an injury in the last year. And then the third major thing that stood out to us was those fast food workers who stand up for themselves and try to enforce COVID-19 safety protocols at work risk retaliation. So we saw 17% of folks experience COVID-based retaliation for asking for PPE, for example, or even just, right, that's right.
You know, I want to drill down on that because that just seems so egregious. Do they not have protection? I mean, what kind of rights do they have to not have to face retaliation for saying, look, I want to be safe on the job, just even from a PPE point of view? I'm not even talking about violence from which they should feel safe from. I mean, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, fast food workers have the same rights as anybody else, right? Which is to say, you have the right to enforce your workplace rights without fear of retaliation. That's the point of anti-retaliation laws. The problem is that a law is really only as strong as its enforcement. And what we see is that fast food workers, like many other workers, particularly in low-wage industries, experience retaliation or the fear of retaliation. That really has a chilling effect on workers actually enforcing laws which are designed to keep not just themselves safe, but also the public safe. So actually our study was funded by the LA County Department of Public Health because we know that workplaces are vectors of COVID-19.
Sure. Well, and we know how onerous that retaliation is because not only does it affect that one person reporting, all of the other coworkers who hear tell of the retaliation are then likely to be muted and not willing to speak up. And then that behavior is allowed to continue and flourish, sadly. Were you surprised to the extent?
This to abuse.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, pardon. I said I like to liken this to abuse.
No, you're not.
You know, you don't have to.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Were you surprised to the extent of how much fast food workers were just being sort of put under pressure during this pandemic?
Well, this is the second of a 2-part study that we conducted. The first we released last March. And in that study, we predicted that fast food workers were among the most vulnerable to contracting COVID-19. And that's for multiple reasons, right? In the first place, fast food workers work in cramped facilities where social distancing is not possible. They have high rates of interaction with the public. Fast food workers are predominantly Black and brown Angelenos here in LA. 90% of fast food workers are Latinx or African American or Asian American. 68% are women. And what we know is that COVID-19 was particularly prevalent amongst Black and brown communities here in Los Angeles. So when we added these things together, we predicted high rates of contracting the virus. And we were therefore not surprised to see that a quarter of folks we surveyed had COVID-19 themselves. Half of them said that a coworker had COVID-19. And what particularly struck us was that fewer than half had actually received paid sick leave. So these are workers who should have access to PPE, paid sick leave, all of the COVID safety protocols that our county and Cal OSHA and the state government have provided, and yet do not.
Okay, so these fast food companies, by the way, a lot of them are multi-million-dollar corporations, right? These aren't. We're not necessarily talking about the mom and pop taco truck or the truck that we see offering food or whatever. These are oftentimes these big fast food outlets. What are you hoping to accomplish? Are you hoping to put pressure on some of those companies to say you've got to do better by these people?
Absolutely. So we spoke with folks from over 80 different restaurant chains. They do predominate in large restaurant chains, so McDonald's, Wendy's, Carl's Jr., Taco Bell. And I will mention that fast food, those chains in particular, have experienced record profits during the pandemic. Right? Those are restaurants which never shut down because predominantly they're not restaurants at which people eat indoors. Right. So even if we see another shutdown, fast food restaurants will continue to be popular. And I want to mention, by the way, of all of the occupations over the last 2 years to experience higher mortality, cooks have experienced the greatest increase in mortality. And specifically, Latinx food and agricultural workers have experienced a 60% increase in mortality. So this is a particularly vulnerable workforce whose employers must be held accountable. But they also need support from all of us, right? This is a workforce that needs support from the government. They need tailored outreach and education, public health councils, which are councils workers themselves can form to monitor their workplace's compliance. They need enforcement of anti-retaliation laws, and they need more data to support them. So
and that's your part.
People like you and
that's
me,
what you guys can do, is get the data out. We can broadcast the concerns, and hopefully together there can be some changes that will come. And hopefully you at home can do what you can to maybe, I don't know, write a letter to some of these corporations. If you're a big fan of one of these fast food companies, ask them to do better. Ask them to do better for your fellow man. I mean, that's the very least we can do. Tia, I feel like this is the last we're going to talk about this, and I'd like to have you back to maybe further discuss more things that can be done. Thank you for sounding the alarm, and thank you for bringing this research to us today.
Thanks for covering it.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 7:41 a.m. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for choosing us as your source for nonstop news this morning. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be your host for the next several hours, so hang out, chill out, and we're bringing you all of the major news headlines that you need to get your day started this morning. Let's go ahead and revisit an interview by our very own Regina Gonzalez. She sat down with a moving company who's really doing their part to help people out during the pandemic.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everyone. You're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. But we're currently taking a look right now over the city of Tampa, Florida, just down I-4 here, not too far away. All throughout the pandemic, we have been showcasing how businesses across the nation are giving back, not only to their communities, but some are even giving back to their own employees. Well, we want to showcase one that is based out of Tampa, Florida. College Hunks Hauling Junk and Moving is a junk removal company and moving company with headquarters in Tampa, and they provide junk removal, local and long distance relocation services, including in-home donation pickup services for nonprofit partner organizations. So to learn more about their efforts on how they've been giving back during the pandemic and going undercover to do so, really interesting angle, I do want to bring on the co-founder, Nick Friedman. He is joining me on Live Now from Fox right now. Nick, a pleasure to have you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, Nick, for those of our viewers who are joining us from across the country, not familiar with your business, can you tell us a little bit about College Hunks Hauling Junk, how you got started, and what you guys have been up to these last couple of years?
Yeah, so the business actually started when I was in college, hence the name, and it was just a beat up cargo van and a buddy of mine with flyers that we put around town that said College Hunks Hauling Junk. People had a need for the service. They thought the name was catchy. Back then, we would have the 800 number on the back of the truck, and people would call to complain about driving, and I'd be in the driver's seat answering the call, apologizing, pretending like I wasn't the one driving. You know, fast forward to today, we actually now have over 200 franchise locations across the country. Over 4,000 hunks, which we say stands for honest, uniformed, nice, knowledgeable service. And we've just really positioned ourselves as a very purpose-driven, socially conscious brand to help people get rid of stuff or move their belongings.
Yeah, definitely. I love the name for sure. Now, you know, Nick, when it comes to the pandemic, obviously we unfortunately saw a lot of businesses struggle, but some really just decided to give back. And you guys, I understand, were very lucky to keep the business going during these really rough times. So I do want to focus right now on a show that you and your partner were on recently, going undercover to sort of give back to your employees and really see how things operate when you guys are not around. So tell us a little bit about Undercover Boss.
So we appeared on the season premiere of Undercover Boss, and we actually went undercover in 3 different markets across the country, St. Louis, Idaho, and Virginia, and really wanted to see what the employee experience was like, since we are now so disconnected from the front lines where we originally started. And it was a really eye-opening experience to see how impactful our brand has continued to be as it's grown, but it gave us also an opportunity to surprise them at the end of the show with some rewards and recognitions that they really weren't expecting. And they had no idea that we were the original founders of the company because of our disguises. So we've always really prided ourselves on being a purpose-driven, values-based, and socially conscious organization. So this was just another example of that.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I know that the show hasn't technically aired yet, but can you give us a little insight into the reaction of that employee when you handed over that reward?
Oh, I mean, the reaction was complete shock, because first of all, they didn't realize that we were the founders of the company. And second of all, these were both monetary as well as very meaningful rewards that they, you know, really was life-changing for some of these individuals. And so it was really meaningful and exciting to be able to do something like that. And just kind of a small example of some of the things that we've done over the years, including some of our efforts during the pandemic.
Yeah, and Nick, I really want you to go into that because, like I said, throughout the entire course of the pandemic, our team specifically here at LiveNOW has been showcasing the efforts being made to help out their communities. So tell us a little bit about how College Hunks Hauling Junk has really tried to, portray such a figure in the Tampa and Central Florida community, plus, giving back to so many people who need it right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, when the pandemic happened, we actually heard about all of the domestic violence situations that were happening with people sort of stuck in their places. So we started offering free moves for anyone looking to escape a domestic violence situation. And we've actually continued to offer that benefit to anybody that's looking to escape a domestic violence environment. We've done over 300 of those free moves to date. We also donate 2 meals for every completed move or junk removal job that we complete. We've actually donated over 2 million meals since we started that program. So one of the mantras that we've had ever since becoming entrepreneurs is don't chase the money, chase the vision and the purpose. And you can be successful and significant while making an impact at the same time. So we've been very grateful that our business has been able to thrive despite the pandemic, to be resourceful in the face of adversity and be able to give back as a result of that.
Yeah, and Nick, I feel like this is so important when it comes to businesses that were able to really excel and keep afloat during such trying times, really. What advice do you have to other business owners when it comes to doing good for their community during such difficult times?
Well, first and foremost, you hear the expression when you're on an airplane, put your own oxygen mask on first before assisting others. So if you are a business owner, you got to make sure that your business can survive because without a margin, there's no mission. And so be mindful of your own business to make sure that it can thrive, but then also look and see how you can help others and what maybe logical extensions of your product or service are able to help those in need. So in our case, it was trucks, it was labor. We knew there were individuals looking to get out of those domestic violence environments, and we had the ability to provide them that solution. And so anybody who has a business probably has a solution that can help somebody in need in addition to the folks that are willing to pay for it or able to pay for the service.
Yeah, and Nick, going back to inside within your own company, I understand that you and the co-founder as well of College Hunks Hauling Junk are trying to groom young leaders. Can you talk a little more about that program?
Well, building leaders is one of our core values as a company. It's something that when we started out on the truck, we always envisioned that we would have sort of a school type atmosphere where the individuals on our truck could learn and grow and become better individuals as the business grows as well. And so we've got a very exciting platform for that. We also started sponsoring college athletes through the new NIL name, image, and likeness program. And we actually sponsored the UCF women's basketball team this past summer. It was the very first women's team sponsorship by a brand, and we were very excited to be able to be a part of that movement as well. So developing leadership and helping to cultivate the next generation of leaders is something that we can use our brand and our platform for, and something that's very meaningful and rewarding to me as a founder as well.
Yeah, definitely so important to have those young leaders ready to go because the future is key for sure. Well, Nick Friedman, co-founder of College Hunks Hauling Junk based out of Tampa, Florida. We really appreciate your time. We thank you for everything that you are doing for your community, and we'll definitely be touching base with you soon.
Don't chase the money, chase the passion. Those are some very wise words to live by there. Thank you to Regina and College Hunks Hauling Junk for that interview. Definitely great to see companies give back to their community, especially during the pandemic. 7:50 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are slowly creeping up to the 8 a.m. hour. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for choosing to get your morning started with us. We're bringing you coast to coast for major news headlines. We're paying very close attention to COVID-19. As we know, the Omicron variant is causing a surge in hospitalizations and cases across the country. So let's check in with Fox 11 LA for more on that.
Fox 11 News Special Report.
Welcome, everyone, to this Fox 11 Special Report on this Monday. I'm Marla Tejas. Alex has a night off, and as you can see, I am joined by our friend, Dr. Drew, tonight. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Pleasure to spend time with you guys, as always.
Yes, I wish we were talking about something other than COVID, though, Dr. Drew, because my goodness, a shocking milestone today in the COVID pandemic. Los Angeles County has surpassed 2 million confirmed cases. Just over 43,500 new cases were reported today. Another 13 deaths were reported. And for the first time since February, hospitalizations topped 3,400. This is specifically for LA County. Now, to help people get tested and help them avoid those long lines you see out there, LA County announced a new take-home test kit program. Starting today, residents of the county can pick up a PCR test kit at one of 13 county-run sites. Take that test home, then return it, and you do not need to make an appointment. Results should be available within a day or two of returning the kit. You can find those locations by going to our website. We've posted all the information there, foxla.com. And then this good news from the Biden administration. Private insurance companies will be required to cover up to 8 home COVID-19 tests per month. People will be able to either purchase home testing kits for free under their insurance or submit receipts for reimbursement. This starts Saturday. Dr. Drew, this sounds like good news, and certainly it is, but it's a matter of getting your hands on a test these days.
Yes, it's a little bit late. Let's be fair. We've been talking about this for 18 months, but thank God they're here now. The kids are going back to school. It'll be an important thing for them. And, you know, I got to tell you, my experience with Omicron, which I'll get into a little more later, it's a little bit nefarious when it comes to testing. Some people are only positive on particularly the antigen test for very short periods of time. So if you have a suspicion you've come down with something, it's important to get tested very, very quickly.
Right. And you want to make sure then that it's the PCR test that you're receiving for a more accurate result.
The PCRs last longer and they're more accurate, but the antigens have been doing pretty well, but not perfect, that's for sure. And look, anything suspicious these days, Omicron is so contagious that you can pretty much bet on it being Omicron.
Okay. Yeah, in LA County, it's now pretty much driven out Delta. It's 85% of all those sequence cases. Okay, long lines today at LAUSD COVID testing sites. Students hoping for a negative result before they can return to class. But many of those results won't even be ready before the semester begins tomorrow. The testing rush comes as 62,000 LAUSD students and staff have tested positive for COVID in just this past week. We have our Phil Schuman. He's live at a testing site in Pacoima with the latest. Phil, how'd it go today?
It went well. Long lines of testing just shut down an hour ago. You know, with all the learning loss last year, everyone agrees it's been vitally important to keep the schools open. The LAUSD going in alone and requiring a negative test before in-person learning resumes tomorrow. Remember, it was pushed back a day to allow time for more testing. All these decisions made by adults during this pandemic, but when it comes to schools, it's to benefit students, whether you're a senior or a kindergartner like Adrian.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Oh, to be young and awaiting all a COVID-free life has to offer.
Q, R, S, T, U, V.
5-year-old Adrian Solario, mask on, ABCs down, is looking forward to going back to kindergarten. He was in a long LAUSD testing line outside Pacoima Middle School with his mom, who in fact doesn't believe in the value of vaccines for everyone, but supports testing all staff and students.
Well, the testing requirements are necessary because people have gotten sick a lot.
That's exactly why the district decided on the negative test requirement. The good news, supply of tests not an issue. The bad news, PCR results take at least 24 hours to come back. So no in-person learning tomorrow for these folks unless they find a rapid test someplace else or get one at a school site tomorrow.
Well,
we were overseas, so this is the only day that we have to come and do it. You know, it's the only day we have available.
I'm not like scared about anything. That's why I just like stay calm about everything.
Teacher Lorraine Quinones is trying to stay calm about everything too. She tested positive over the holidays, as did her husband and all 3 of her kids.
You know, it's very real. It hit home. Thankfully, we all had very mild symptoms, and majority of us are vaccinated, so it wasn't that bad.
She's recovered. One of her 2 that's still in LAUSD, still in isolation, but she plans to be back in the classroom tomorrow, masked and cautious. Another example of the reality of an unpredictable and now very contagious virus.
We just have to all be very aware as far as spotting symptoms, listening to our kids and our students, how they might be feeling, and making sure that we're all doing our best to stay home if we're not feeling well.
Well, Drew and Marla, LAUSD has postponed all athletic competition for the next week or so to see how things shake out. And these are the latest numbers as of the end of the day. About 9 out of 10 employees have been tested, 8 out of 10 students. The positivity rate, 16.9% for students, about 14.9% for staff. Now, that's about 5 percentage points less than the positivity rate of LA County as a whole. The school district points to that and saying that schools are the safest place for students to be. That's their point of view. The LAUSD, as we've been reporting, been very aggressive on school safety and generally get high marks from parents, students, even the union. In other cities, we've seen the union at odds with the school district management over going back to school. So there's going to be positivity rates that's going to no doubt go up tomorrow. But for now, things will reopen, and they're making the decisions as they go the best they can, given the unpredictable nature of this epidemic, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, to carry on this discussion, let's bring in Tanya Ortiz Franklin. She's an LAUSD board member. You know this very well. Thank you for your time tonight. You said that you've been through this before during the springtime and fall. But Tanya, this is a little bit different given how contagious Omicron is. So how are you feeling going into tomorrow?
You know, I'm feeling really good that most of our students and staff have done the baseline test. More did it during their winter vacation than before school started back in the fall. And that information is really helpful, not just to have the data, but it lets us know everyone is really on board with these decisions we're making to keep our schools as safe as possible. The positivity rates are much higher than they have ever been. And so we want to make sure that we're following all the protocols and keeping our kids on campus as safe as possible. And our staff is planned. They're ready to welcome kids back. We're excited. We haven't seen them in a couple of weeks and we're ready.
Dr. Drew?
Yeah, you know, we saw that teacher a few moments ago that Phil interviewed who'd had Omicron. Are the staff and the community at large becoming increasingly aware of how mild Omicron is if you've been vaccinated, particularly if you've been vaccinated and boosted? A, and B, is that motivating people to get vaccinated?
We surely hope so. Our numbers are doing pretty well. You know, 100% of the staff on campus in LA Unified is vaccinated, and the vast majority of our 12 to 18-year-olds are as well. You know, the numbers are alarming right now, and we hope that people are doing as much as they possibly can, including getting vaccinated and boosted if they're eligible. So we'll see. We're still providing them, and we're making sure that we make it available to every community and as easy as possible for eligible kids and staff to make sure that, like I said, our schools are the safest place they can be.
And if you don't mind, Marla, I just want to follow with that first question I asked. I'm kind of interested in, given that this is the third time you brought the kids back, is it not increasingly clear to everyone how mild this particular outbreak is, and are people feeling a little more secure as a result?
That's a good question. You know, I think people have noticed that the symptoms are a lot less severe with Omicron, which we're grateful for. And yet the people are worried that our rates are so high and this is spreading so quickly. And many people, if not most of us, might get the coronavirus through the Omicron variant. So we'll see how things play out. But I'm really seeing a lot of encouragement around people at least getting tested so that we have the information to make sure that everybody who's on campus is around others who don't have the virus.
Okay, so in terms of the positivity rate, as Phil reported, it's lower than the overall county's positivity rate. But if it jumps and if it even, matches or exceeds that, is there a positivity rate where you have a contingency a plan in place where you would say, you know what, we need to remote learn?
Schools are safer than the community. Over the last year and a half, we have noticed a trend of about 3 times less of a transmission rate on campuses. I think in part because of our really good masking protocols, our daily health screening, all of that will remain, our air filtration system. Kids are good at following rules. And as you heard from Dr. Barbara Ferrer not too long ago, actually having kids on campus is keeping all of LA County safe. It's not only the best place for kids, but it's the best for the county that kids are in school. And so I'm really confident that our schools are going to stay open. We've stayed open this entire time because we've held ourselves to such high standards. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see that through the rest of this school year.
Dr. Drew, the other thing that we talked a lot about is staffing shortages. Go ahead.
Yeah, when the staff get sick, this is what hospitals are contending with. The staff is either getting burned out or sick. How is that going at the schools?
It's a very real concern. We had staffing shortages even before the pandemic. The great news is that we've done this before. Teachers cover for each other. And in fact, the teaching staff has an even lower positivity rate than the overall staff, which is great. So there's a lot of planning happening right now. Folks at the central office and the local districts will be on campus this week to cover any classes to make sure that all the kids who are on campus are getting a high quality education as best as we possibly can. The great thing about educators is we plan for a lot of different scenarios, and that's exactly what we're doing this week.
So
thank you. I just want to say one quick thing. Just thank you for pointing out how safe the schools are for kids. Most transmission to children happens in the home. And you're following protocols. You're doing what we should have been doing from the beginning, which is identifying people with the infection and moving them out of the environment. You're doing exactly what infection control has always been throughout history until COVID. And so good for you. And thank you for keeping the environment safe.
Thank you.
I do want to know, for parents who have kids at home who have not tested ahead of tomorrow, what can they do to be able to get their kid into a classroom tomorrow?
A lot of families picked up their rapid antigen tests. We sent out about 300,000, so we expect a lot of families doing that test tonight and uploading it into the Daily Pass. And they'll also be available on campuses tomorrow. We want to get results as quickly as possible so kids can get into learning as quickly as possible.
And then once you succeed tomorrow, this is a weekly effort to get everyone tested every single week. What an undertaking. Well, yeah, thank you for being with us tonight and helping us better get a sense of what tomorrow entails for all of LAUSD. Tanya Ortiz Franklin, LAUSD board member. We appreciate you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving right along with other top stories this morning, we know that the Biden administration is pushing to make changes to voting rights laws, and they are actually considering a change to the filibuster rule to make their desires happen. So let's go ahead and take a look back as Vice President Kamala Harris approaches the podium to speak from Atlanta, Georgia.
Good afternoon, Atlanta. Good afternoon. Jillian, thank you for that beautiful introduction and for your leadership. I can't wait to see what you do next. Thank you. So last week, 1 year, yes, please do sit. Last week, 1 year after a violent mob breached the United States Capitol, the President of the United States and I spoke from its hallowed halls, and we made clear, we swore to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. And we will. We will fight. We will fight to safeguard our democracy. We will fight to secure our most fundamental freedom, the freedom to vote. And that is why we have come to Atlanta today, to the cradle of the civil rights movement, to the district that was represented by the great Congressman John Lewis, on the eve of the birthday of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., More than 55 years ago, men, women, and children marched from Selma to Montgomery to demand the ballot. And when they arrived at the state capitol in Alabama, Dr. King decried what he called normalcy. The normalcy, the complacency that was denying people the freedom to vote. The only normalcy anyone should accept, Dr. King said, is the normalcy of justice. And his words resonate today. Over the past few years, we have seen so many anti-voter laws that there is a danger of becoming accustomed to these laws, a danger of adjusting to these laws as though they are normal, a danger of being complacent, complicit. Anti-voter laws are not new in our nation, but we must not be deceived into thinking they are normal. We must not be deceived into thinking a law that makes it more difficult for students to vote is normal. We must not be deceived into thinking a law that makes it illegal to help a voter with a disability vote by mail is normal. There is nothing normal about a law that makes it illegal to pass out water or food to people standing in long voting lines. And I have met with voters in Georgia. I have heard your outrage about the anti-voter law here and how many voters will likely be kept from voting. And Georgia is not alone. Across our nation, anti-voter laws could make it more difficult for as many as 55 million Americans to vote. That is 1 out of 6 people in our country. And the proponents of these laws are not only putting in place obstacles to the ballot box, they are also working to interfere with our elections, to get the outcomes they want and to discredit those that they don't. That is not how a democracy should work. My fellow Americans, do not succumb to those who would dismiss this assault on voting rights as an unfounded threat, who would wave this off as a partisan game. The assault on our freedom to vote will be felt by every American, in every community, in every political party. And if we stand idly by, our entire nation will pay the price for generations to come. As Dr. King said, the battle is in our hands. And today, the battle is in the hands of the leaders of the American people, those in particular that the American people sent to the United States Senate. 2 landmark bills sit before the United States Senate: the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And these 2 bills represent the first real opportunity to secure the freedom to vote since the United States Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act nearly a decade ago. We do not know when we will have this opportunity again. Senate Republicans have exploited arcane rules to block these bills. And let us be clear, the Constitution of the United States gives the Congress the power to pass legislation, and nowhere does the Constitution give a minority the right to unilaterally block legislation. The American people have waited long enough. The Senate must act. And the bottom line is this: years from now, our children and our grandchildren, they will ask us about this moment. They will look back on this time and they will ask us not about how we felt. They will ask us, what did we do? We cannot tell them that we let a Senate rule stand in the way of our most fundamental freedom. Instead, let us tell them that we stood together as people of conscience and courage. Let us tell them we acted with the urgency that this moment demands. And let us tell them we secured the freedom to vote, that we ensured free and fair elections, and we safeguarded our democracy for them and their children. And now, my fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce a leader who is unwavering in his commitment to defend our democracy and ensure the ballot prevails. The President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
In our lives, in the lives of our nation, life of our nation, there are moments so stark that they divide all that came before and everything that followed. They stop time. They rip away the trivial from the essential. And they force us to confront hard truths about ourselves, about our institutions, and about our democracy. In the words of Scripture, they remind us to hate evil, love good, and establish justice in the gate. Last week, President Harris and I stood in the United States Capitol to observe one of those before and after moments in American history. January 6th insurrection on the citadel of our democracy. Today, we come to Atlanta, the cradle of civil rights, to make clear what must come after that dreadful day when a dagger was literally held at the throat of American democracy. We stand on the grounds that connect Clark, Atlanta University, Morehouse College, near Spelman College, the home of generations of advocates, activists, educators, and preachers. Young people, just like the students here, who have done so much to build a better America. We visited the sacred Ebenezer Baptist Church and paused to pray at the crypt of Dr. and Mrs. King and spent time with their family. And here in the district, as was pointed out, represented and reflected the life of beloved friend John Lewis. In their lifetimes, time stopped when a bomb blew up the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham and murdered 4 little girls. They stopped when John and many others seeking justice were beaten and bloodied while crossing the bridge at Selma, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan. They stopped. Time stopped. They forced the country to confront the hard truths and to act to keep the promise of America alive, the promise that holds that we're all created equal, but more importantly, deserve to be treated equally. And from those moments of darkness and despair came light and hope. Democrats, Republicans, and Independents worked to pass the historic Civil Rights Act and the voting rights legislation. And each successive generation continued that ongoing work. But then, the violent mob of January 6, 2021, empowered and encouraged by a defeated former president, sought to win through violence what he had lost at the ballot box, to impose the will of the mob, to overturn a free and fair election, and for the first time in American history, to stop the peaceful transfer of power. They failed. They failed. But democracy's victory was not certain, nor is democracy's future. That's why we're here today, to stand against the forces in America that value power over principle, forces that attempted a coup against the legally expressed will of the American people by sowing doubt, inventing charges of fraud, and seeking to steal the 2020 election from the people. They want chaos to reign. We want the people to rule. Let me be clear. This is not about me or Vice President Harris or our party. It's about all of us. It's about the people. It's about America. Hear me plainly. The battle for the soul of America is not over. We must stand strong and stand together to make sure January 6th marks not the end of democracy, but the beginning of a renaissance of our democracy. You know, for the right to vote and to have that vote counted is democracy's threshold liberty. Without it, nothing is possible. But with it, anything is possible. But while the denial of fair and free elections is undemocratic, it is not unprecedented. Black Americans were denied full citizenship voting rights until 1965. Women were denied the right to vote until just 100 years ago. The United States Supreme Court in recent years has weakened the Voting Rights Act. And now, the defeated former president and his supporters used the big lie about the 2020 election to fuel torrent and torment and anti-voting laws. New laws designed to suppress your vote, to subvert our elections. Here in Georgia, for years, you've done the hard work of democracy, registering voters, educating voters, getting voters to the polls. You've built a broad coalition of voters, black, white, Latino, Asian American, urban, suburban, rural, working class and middle class, and it's worked. You've changed the state by bringing more people legally to the polls. That's how you won the historic elections for Senator Raphael Warnock and Senator John Ossoff. You did it the right way, the democratic way. And what's been the reaction of Republicans in Georgia? Choose the wrong way, the undemocratic way. To them, too many people voting in a democracy is a problem. So they're putting up obstacles. For example, voting by mail is a safe and convenient way to get more people to vote. So they're making it harder for you to vote by mail. The same way, I might add, in the 2020 election, President Trump voted from behind the desk in the White House in Florida, dropping your ballots off to secure drop boxes. It's safe, it's convenient, and you get more people to vote. So they're limiting the number of drop boxes and the hours you can use them. Taking away the options has a predictable effect. Longer lines at the polls. Lines that can last for hours. You've seen it with your own eyes. People get tired. They get hungry. When the Bible teaches us to feed the hungry and give water to the thirsty, the new Georgia law actually makes it illegal. Think of this. I mean, it's 2020. And now 22 going into that election. It makes it illegal to bring your neighbors, your fellow voters, food or water while they wait in line to vote. What in the heck are we talking about? I mean, think about it. That's not America. That's what it looks like when they suppress the right to vote. And here's how they plan to subvert the election. The Georgia Republican Party, the state legislature, has now given itself the power to make it easier for partisan actors, their cronies, to remove local election officials. Think about that. What happened the last election? The former president and allies pursued, threatened, and intimidated state and local election officials. Election workers, ordinary citizens, were subject to death threats, menacing phone calls, people stalking them in their homes. Remember what the defeated former president said to the highest-ranking election official, a Republican in this state? He said, quote, "I just want to find 11,780 votes." Pray God. He didn't say that part. He didn't say count the votes. He said find votes that he needed to win. He failed because of the courageous officials, Democrats, Republicans, who did their duty and upheld the law. But with this new law in Georgia, his loyalists will be placed in charge of state elections. What is that going to mean? Well, the chances for chaos and subversion are even greater as partisans seek the results they want, no matter what the voters have said, no matter what the count. The votes of nearly 5 million Georgians will be up for grabs if that law holds. It's not just here in Georgia. Last year alone, 19 states not proposed but enacted 34 laws attacking voting rights. There were nearly 400 additional bills Republican members of state legislatures tried to pass. And now, Republican legislators in several states have already announced plans to escalate the onslaught this year. Their end game? To turn the will of the voters into a mere suggestion, something states can respect or ignore. Jim Crow 2.0 is about two insidious things: voter suppression and election subversion. It's no longer about who gets to vote. It's about making it harder to vote. It's about who gets to count the vote and whether your vote counts at all. It's not hyperbole. This is a fact. Look, this matters to all of us. The goal of the former president and his allies is to disenfranchise anyone who votes against them. Simple as that. The facts won't matter. Your vote won't matter. They'll just decide what they want and then do it. That's the kind of power you see in totalitarian states, not in democracies. We must be vigilant, and the world is watching. I know the majority of the world leaders, the good and the bad ones, adversaries and allies alike. They're watching American democracy and seeing whether we can meet this moment. And that's not hyperbole. When I showed up at the G7 with 7 other world leaders, there were a total of 9 present. Vice President Harris and I have spent our careers doing this work. I said, America's back. And the response was, for how long? For how long? As someone who's worked in foreign policy my whole life, I never thought I would ever hear our allies say something like that. Over the past year, we've directed federal agencies to promote access to voting, led by the Vice President. We've appointed top civil rights advocates to help the U.S. Department of Justice, which has doubled its voting rights enforcement staff. Today, we call on Congress to get done what history will judge. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act. Pass it now, which will prevent voter suppression. So that here in Georgia, there's full access to voting by mail. There are enough drop boxes during enough hours so that you can bring food and water as well to people waiting in line. The Freedom of the Vote Act takes on election subversion to protect nonpartisan electors, officials who are doing their job from intimidation and interference. It would get dark money out of politics, create fair district maps and ending partisan gerrymandering. Look, it's also time to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act.
We're taking a look back as President Biden pushes for changes to voting rights laws. We know that his administration is even considering changing the filibuster rule to do so. We'll have more political news a little bit later on in the show, but right now, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. Right on the other side, we'll have a live conversation with Fox 9. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 8:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. Thank you all so much for waking up with us. My name is Rain Augustine, and I'll be your host for the next several hours. We're talking top stories and breaking news. And as you know, Live Now from Fox is powered by Fox-owned and operated TV stations across the country. So let's welcome to the show Fox 9 Minneapolis' Kelly O'Connell. Kelly, it's been a while. Good morning.
Good to see you. Yeah.
So glad you're joining us to share all of the top stories in your area. I do want to begin with a story that's gaining national attention, but there's a local factor that you want to talk to us about. We all know that a medical helicopter recently crashed in Philadelphia. What's the local angle to this story?
Yeah, this is really interesting. You know, people have called this crash heroic and nothing but short of a miracle that everybody survived. And we've learned that the pilot is from Minnesota and grew up here in Minnesota. So we're learning a little bit more about him. We spoke with his father. The pilot's name, Daniel Moore. He is being called the hero now for that crash, which probably you've heard about. It happened in Pennsylvania, as you mentioned. It was a medical helicopter that went down. 4 people were on board and everyone survived, only minor injuries. And there was a 2-month-old on that helicopter, went into that neighborhood and just missed power lines, really missed buildings, kind of went up to the side of a church. Just incredible. Well, we spoke with his father, the pilot, again from Minnesota. His father actually was a former military pilot himself, and he tells us that Daniel doesn't really remember what happened. He only remembers when the paramedics started to cut off his clothes, putting him in the ambulance, and that's kind of when he came to, if you will. learning a little bit more about his history. He flew for the Army, the DC National Guard, Border Patrol, for several commercial airlines, and then more recently with that medevac company. So incredible amount of experience, which is, you know, his father and other people are crediting to potentially how he made this happen without anyone really getting hurt. Now, again, minor injuries for the folks on board that helicopter, but we do know that he suffered 7 broken ribs, 5 broken vertebrae, and is having surgery today. It's scheduled for today, hoping to learn more. And we know that the FAA is trying to figure out exactly what happened. The big question, obviously, why did that chopper go down? The good story is that everybody survived, but they want to know what happened and more about his heroic efforts to land it, you know, seemingly safely in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely, and as I was looking back at the footage of the wreckage of that helicopter, it's just amazing to say that everyone on board survived. So definitely a miraculous story there. Now, you know, we can't talk about major news, major news headlines. Sorry, the delay always throws me off, Kelly. We can't talk about top stories without talking about COVID, right? So we're hearing about some new mandates in your area. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, and this is pretty significant. Big changes coming to both Minneapolis and St. Paul starting next week. So anyone who is looking to go to a place of establishment that sells food or sells drinks in any form, they will need to show proof of vaccination, the service. So we're looking, you know, restaurants, bars, sporting venues, all of that, bowling alleys, all of those places. If folks want to show up and want to go, they will need to show proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test taken within 72 hours. And what's interesting here, again, this is both Minneapolis and St. Paul, and at-home tests will not be allowed. So you have to do the lab test within 72 hours. This is, again, including a huge wide range of businesses. Schools and hospitals are not included here. But again, restaurants, bars, sporting venues, officials say, look, this is what we need to do to stop the spread. We need to help our hospitals. We need to stop this spread from happening. And this is their alternate, they say, for a complete shutdown. They want to do this so we don't have to shut down entirely. Now, an interesting component, I heard you say, oh, wow, about the at-home test too. So that's interesting, but also the kids aspect. So in Minneapolis, anyone over the age of 2, this is included. So if you are a family who has a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, they would need to show a negative test, a lab test. Obviously, they're not eligible for a vaccine. In St. Paul, it's 5 and up that would factor in. Again, mixed reactions here. Some business owners say this is the way to go, this is what needs to happen. Others say, look, we're already struggling just to stay afloat, to keep people working, to keep the doors open, and this is another thing that'll just push people away and maybe go to the next suburb, you know, the next street over where that is not in place. But again, this kicks in next week, so we'll wait and see, you know, the big impact on this, but officials say it has to happen. We need to slow the spread.
Yeah, we're seeing changes in many different cities. Now, you say they cannot show an at-home COVID-19 test. It has to be a lab test. Any difference in whether it's a PCR lab test or a rapid antigen test?
It does have to be a PCR. And what's also interesting is that, you know, not only here in Minnesota, I'm sure in other parts of the country, labs are backed up. We've had several labs where workers themselves are out sick. So they have said, you know, before you even go get a test, hey, we're going to try our best. We can't guarantee that you're going to get it in that 72-hour window. So that's going to factor in too. And we're also in a situation where it's kind of hard to get an appointment now to get a lab test. So all of this is factoring in and just having people to really plan ahead. If they are not vaccinated, they can't show that vaccination card.
Okay. Whew, I'm just going to take a big exhale because although it's very important for everyone to know the new rules as COVID-19 continues to surge, I get a little tired about talking about COVID-19.
Yes.
So, you know, we always like to end our conversations on a lighter note. What is this ice castle? I don't even know. What is it? What is the ice castle?
I know. Rain, I believe, if I remember right, you're from Louisiana, right?
Yes.
Or somewhere down south, yes. I feel like your bones are going to shiver just looking at this thing. But it's actually really cool. Okay, so it's it's an ice castle, and they call it the Ice Castles. And there are 5 different cities here in North America that get this exhibit, if you will. And we are one of them here in the metro, the Twin Cities metro. It's really cool. Even if you're not a fan of winter or you can't handle the cold, just the imagery of it is very, very beautiful. So hundreds of thousands of icicles. This is hand placed by professional ice artists. They do this. Wow. You've got LED lighting, sculptures, thrones that you can sit on. You could be, the ice queen if you want. There's tunnels, there's slides, there's fountains. This is something that has been here before, but obviously they rotate cities each year. It's just, it's really cool. I mean, if you're going to go out there and, live in Minnesota, you got to embrace the winter. And this is kind of just a fun way. I thought I'd share it with folks in other parts of the country that, like yourself, don't even understand what this would be until you see it. But it's beautiful, right?
Yes, it's definitely beautiful. The icicles, the neon lights. It seems like a winter wonderland. I think this Louisiana girl can be an ice queen for one day.
Exactly. You just have to dress appropriately. It's all about your clothing choices. And then you can embrace it.
Absolutely. Well, Fox 9 Minneapolis is Kelly O'Connell. It's always a pleasure to have you share the major news stories in your area. So until next time.
Till next time. Come on, I'll lend you some of my winter gear and you can check out the ice castles.
Because I definitely don't own a real coat. So I will need that.
I got you.
We'll be right back, guys.
Thank you.
.40 a.m. here on the East Coast. However, here's a live look at our X-Rad weather radar. You can see how temperatures are faring in your area. We know that much of the Northeast is experiencing below freezing temperatures now well into the weekend. So make sure that you all are paying attention to LiveNOW from Fox or our colleagues, our friends over at Fox Weather for the latest update when it comes to weather conditions in your area. Moving right along with our top stories this morning, let's check in with Fox 2 Detroit for the latest on the Omicron variant. We know that hospitalizations are up and there are testing shortages because of this variant. So again, let's check in with Fox 2 for that story.
And a new variant causing huge COVID concerns. Doctors with the Henry Ford Health System gave a grim update on Tuesday, telling us infections remain high and so do hospitalizations. We're talking about almost 500 patients right now.
We had nearly 5,000 people test positive for COVID. That's the highest number of positive testing in 1 week that we have seen in the entire year of 2021.
Hundreds and hundreds of those positive cases are hospital staff. As you know, the health system over the summer mandated vaccinations for employees unless they qualified for an exemption, and almost 2,000 did. Administrators did not, however, break down how many of these recent cases were breakthrough.
In the last 7 days, 686 team members have tested positive for COVID. This is a threefold increase since mid-December.
Those staffing shortages have led to some tough decisions. Henry Ford closed down nearly 100 beds at various facilities as a result. And here's a few more figures for you. We're told about 65% of their current patients were unvaxxed, and 95% of those recently hospitalized or in the ICU were not boosted.
Vaccination remains the most effective tool for protecting ourselves. The third shot booster protects us even more.
And doctors fear this situation could get even worse because we have not seen the full impact of those holiday gatherings. They say right now the best thing you can do for yourself, the best thing that you can do for others is get vaccinated or boosted if you are eligible. Reporting from Detroit, Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
For Oakland County resident Barbara Morris, getting a COVID test was not easy. She found many testing sites in the county, but once she made it there,
it's really been horrible because you have to really go in with patience. Because if you don't have the patience, you're not going to get the test. I waited 4 hours.
As long lines at independent testing sites continue, Oakland County's Health Division is expanding the outreach of its own COVID-19 testing sites.
So beginning next week, we'll be offering testing 4 days a week, 2 of them in Southfield, 1 day in Rochester, and 1 in Pontiac.
Currently, testing takes place 2 days a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the only locations offering testing are Southfield and Pontiac. But as demand increases for testing and the COVID positivity rate in Oakland County is ramping up, officials decided it was time to add more drive-through locations for COVID-19 testing.
The highest it's ever been, our test positivity rate has shot up to 25.5%.
The testing will take place at the various sites between Monday and Thursday from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. for those who live, work, or go to school in Oakland County.
We do testing by appointment. If you go to okgov.com/COVID and click on the COVID testing button, you can make an appointment. It's conducted while you're in your car. Swab your nose right while you're in the car, and then you'll be on your way.
Results from the COVID PCR test will be provided in a day or two.
On average, you're going to wait 24 to 48 hours to get your test results back.
Oakland County officials believe that once you know your results, if you are COVID positive, you can go into isolation to help slow the spread of coronavirus.
You just want to make sure the resources are available.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
But we want to begin tonight with Dr. Justin Skrinsky, an internist at Beaumont Health. And Dr. Skrinsky, good to see you. Interesting note to begin our discussion tonight. Your hospital system taking out a full-page ad in several newspapers warning people that your hospital and others are at a breaking point right now. Talk about that.
Yeah, it really is a critical point right now. For instance, the past several weeks, we've been seeing this very, very high number of patients from the Delta surge. Now that Omicron is here, we're seeing much, much higher patient volumes. We're really concerned because not only do we want to take care of all those COVID patients, we've learned from the previous surges, we need to keep space available in the hospital to take care of all the patients, even the non-COVID ones that are coming in for emergency issues.
We keep hearing different numbers out there, Dr. Skrinsky, about the percentage of people who are sitting in the ERs right now and in the emergency rooms who are unvaccinated. Can you give us an accurate number that you're seeing there?
Right. So right now it's about 60% unvaccinated, 40% vaccinated. And again, these are varying levels of severity. I think one of the important things is that we only see single digits, so maybe about 5% or less boosted.
You're hearing a lot of people say this Omicron is very much like a cold in many cases. In fact, so many people that we know say, look, I had a head cold, I had a fever, I didn't feel so great, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. When you hear people say that, does that worry you a bit?
It does, because it's true. Look, a lot of folks are getting milder symptoms with Omicron, but we as physicians don't know who those folks are going to be. It's not written on our foreheads who's going to get COVID, Omicron, and who's going to get mild symptoms, and who's going to get Omicron and get really sick. We can't reliably predict who's going to be in what category.
Dr. Basuido, when you hear Dr. Body talk about that, your thoughts on that? Right now, the Omicron variant does seem less severe in many cases. What's your take on it right now?
If you look at the natural history of pandemics, when this happens, it usually signals the beginning of the end. And this is good news. Now, if you think about the 1918 pandemic, it lasted 2.5 to 3 years. Now, what is a pandemic? It means you get a virus that infects humans. It's highly transmissible, and there's no pre-existing natural immunity to it, and that's why it spread so fast. How do we get rid of pandemics? One is with vaccines, and the other one's with natural immunity. This Omicron is what's imparting natural immunity on the population, and it's going to get us to herd immunity. Now, the 1918 pandemic, we didn't have vaccines back then. We didn't get vaccines till the 1930s. Did it go away? Yeah, it didn't go away completely. We still have remnants of it, but it's now endemic. It's not pandemic. We had the H1N1, same thing. It went away a little sooner because we had vaccines. The vaccines had to go away a little sooner. How do these pandemics end? Number one, either natural immunity or vaccines. And Dr. Body and I agree that vaccines are lifesavers, that vaccines help. But when you see the symptoms, just like these past pandemics that have occurred, the natural history is toward the end, they get very, very contagious, but much more mild. And really, they're acting like boosters. Now, unfortunately, we've got an administration now, instead of having warp speed, we got snail speed. And if you want to doubt me, look at the testing lines for people who need a test. There's no tests out there. But we got vaccines, but we have a one-trick pony administration here. Nobody's talking about therapeutics, and nobody's talking about natural immunity.
Well, Dr. Basuido, to be fair, this administration is introducing tens of millions, if not more, of test kits that they're going to be putting out there. So they'll be hitting drugstore shelves very soon. They promised that at the first of the year. And also the COVID pill to the number of more than 10 to 20 million expected to hit the shelves as well after being approved by Pfizer. That's good news, right?
Well, they knew last year that we were going to have a flu season this time of year this year. And we see miles long of lines of people waiting to get tests. There's no tests. I mean,
and the tests are important, and it is very frustrating right now.
Wait a minute. What do we need to talk about a test for? If you get the vaccine, mandate the vaccine, you don't need a test, right? Look at the Dr. Skrinsky stats. 60% of the people in the hospital are unvaccinated. Dr. Basuido, I thought I was fall off my chair. He said, you need the vaccine. I wrote it down right here. He said, you get the vaccine and you can stop this thing. So mandate the vaccine. What are we doing here? Mandate it.
80% of the people in my ICU here in Lansing are unvaccinated. So the ones that are really, really sick, they're still unvaccinated. It's the only predictor we have.
Let's talk about this mandatory vaccine, and if that's something that would actually wipe this out completely. Here's the issue that so many people who are unvaccinated and those who are skeptical will say is even with the vaccine, people are still getting COVID. Why is that?
They're getting COVID, but they're not getting sick. The overwhelming majority of people that got vaccinated who then test positive for COVID-19, they have mild symptoms of a runny nose and a slight cough. That's what happens.
It's like a hangover. It's like a hangover.
Dr.
Have you ever had a hangover? Okay, there you go. Get the vaccine. The worst you're going to get is a hangover. That's it.
Hey, people are frustrated. We've been in this pandemic for quite some time now, and we're all looking towards the end. So wear your mask, adhere to safety precautions, and get vaccinated if you haven't done so already, if you can. Staying on the topic of COVID-19, let's head out to Los Angeles. Our friends over at Fox 11, they're talking about the Omicron variant and really how frontline workers are being affected.
Doctors, nurses, grocery store workers. And according to a new study out of UCLA, fast food workers, they're bearing the brunt of the pandemic. According to the study, of the approximately 150,000 fast food workers here in LA County, 25% have tested positive for COVID. Over the past 2 years, they faced a number of difficulties, including tough work conditions, a lack of workplace protections, and on top of all that, as evidenced by what we saw already today in the news, they are at high risk of being victims of violence. Joining us now to talk about this study is Tia Kuntz. She's legal and policy research manager at the UCLA Labor Center and one of the participants of this research team. She's one of the people that brought this research to us. Tia, first of all, Happy New Year to you. I think I'm allowed to still say that in the 10th of January. So glad.
It sure doesn't feel like the 10th, but Happy New Year back.
I know, it does not feel like the 10th. It feels like we've been doing 2022 for a year or so already. I want you to, I know what we see from this study, or at least the executive summary of it. What is it that stood out to you, Tia?
So we surveyed over 400 fast food workers in LA County, and we went into in-depth interviews with 15. And we have a lot of data points in this study about mental health and economic hardship. But 3 things really stood out to us. So in the first, fast food workers are on the front lines of COVID-19. You already stated 25% of folks that we spoke with have contracted COVID-19 themselves. They're also on the front line of enforcing COVID-19 safety protocols, right? And we saw that about half of folks had had a negative interaction, including being yelled at or physically assaulted by customers for enforcing 6 feet of social distancing and customers wearing masks. The second thing that we saw was a general lack of protection for fast food workers across the board. So that includes wage theft. Over 6 in 10 of folks that we spoke with had experienced wage theft in the last year. High rates of injury, nearly half had experienced an injury in the last year. And then the third major thing that stood out to us was those fast food workers who stand up for themselves and try to enforce COVID-19 safety protocols at work risk retaliation. So we saw 17% of folks experience COVID-based retaliation for asking for PPE, for example, or even just, right, that's right.
You know, I want to drill down on that because that just seems so egregious. Do they not have protection? I mean, what kind of rights do they have to not have to face retaliation for saying, look, I want to be safe on the job, just even from a PPE point of view? I'm not even talking about violence from which they should feel safe from. I mean, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah. Well, fast food workers have the same rights as anybody else, right? Which is to say, you have the right to enforce your workplace rights without fear of retaliation. That's the point of anti-retaliation laws. Right. The problem is that a law is really only as strong as its enforcement. And what we see is that fast food workers, like many other workers, particularly in low-wage industries, experience retaliation or the fear of retaliation. That really has a chilling effect on workers actually enforcing laws which are designed to keep not just themselves safe, but also the public safe. So actually our study was funded by the LA County Department of Public Health because we know that workplaces are vectors of COVID-19.
Sure. Well, and we know how onerous that retaliation is because not only does it affect that one person reporting, all of the other coworkers who hear tell of the retaliation are then likely to be muted and not willing to speak up. And then that behavior is allowed to continue and flourish, sadly. Were you surprised to the extent?
This to abuse.
Yeah.
Oh, pardon. I said I like to liken this to abuse.
No, you're not.
You don't have to.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Were you surprised to the extent of how much fast food workers were just being sort of put under pressure during this pandemic?
Well, this is the second of a 2-part study that we conducted. The first we released last March. And in that study, we predicted that fast food workers were among the most vulnerable to contracting COVID-19. And that's for multiple reasons, right? In the first place, fast food workers work in cramped facilities where social distancing is not possible. They have high rates of interaction with the public. Fast food workers are predominantly Black and Brown Angelenos here in LA. 90% of fast food workers are Latinx or African American or Asian American. 68% are women. And what we know is that COVID-19 was particularly prevalent amongst Black and Brown communities here in Los Angeles. So when we added these things together, we predicted high rates of contracting the virus. And we were therefore not surprised to see that a quarter of folks we surveyed had COVID-19 themselves. Half of them said that a coworker had COVID-19. And what particularly struck us was that fewer than half had actually received paid sick leave. So these are workers who should have access to PPE, paid sick leave, all of the COVID safety protocols that our county and Cal OSHA and the state government have provided, and yet do not.
Okay, so these fast food companies, by the way, a lot of them are multi-million-dollar corporations, right? These aren't. We're not necessarily talking about the mom and pop taco truck or the truck that we see offering food or whatever. These are oftentimes these big fast food outlets. What are you hoping to accomplish? Are you hoping to put pressure on some of those companies to say you've got to do better by these people?
Absolutely. So we spoke with folks from over 80 different restaurant chains. They do predominate in large restaurant chains, so McDonald's, Wendy's, Carl's Jr., Taco Bell. And I will mention that fast food, those chains in particular, have experienced record profits during the pandemic.
Exactly.
Right? Those are restaurants which never shut down because predominantly they're not restaurants at which people eat indoors.
Right.
So even if we see another shutdown, fast food restaurants will continue to be popular. And I want to mention, by the way, of all of the occupations over the last 2 years to experience higher mortality, cooks have experienced the greatest increase in mortality. And specifically, Latinx food and agricultural workers have experienced a 60% increase in mortality. So this is a particularly vulnerable workforce whose employers must be held accountable. But they also need support from all of us, right? This is a workforce that needs support from the government. They need tailored outreach and education, public health councils, which are councils workers themselves can form to monitor their workplace's compliance. They need enforcement of anti-retaliation laws, and they need more data to support them. So that
and that's your part.
People like you and me,
that's what you guys can do, is get the data out. We can broadcast the concerns, and hopefully together there can be some changes that will come. And hopefully you at home can do what you can to maybe, I don't know, write a letter to some of these corporations. If you're a big fan of one of these fast food companies, ask them to do better. Ask them to do better for your fellow man. I mean, that's the very least we can do. Tia, I feel like this is the last we're going to talk about this, and I'd like to have you back to maybe further discuss more things that can be done. Thank you for sounding the alarm, and thank you for bringing this research to us today.
Thanks for covering it.
So the past 2 years have been tough with a capital T. Tough on all of us, but we know they have been particularly rough on our frontline workers, doctors, nurses.
9 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're taking a LiveNOW look from New York. You can see the Lady Statue of Liberty out there. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. So this time it didn't do it. I don't understand. Okay.
The way you have it selected now, based on that picture, it's going to loop the same clip over again.
Yeah, that's what I like. That's what I'm used to. But this morning for hours, it wasn't looping. It was just automatically, when one clip would end, it would automatically take what's in preview to air. Shit. Hope it's not the Rona.
What I noticed yesterday was that it wouldn't queue up the next event. Like if you cut off of, like if you're on DDR1 and you dissolve to something else to program, normally what's queued up it would queue up the next event once you get off that clip, right?
Okay. Well, if you have time after the show, then we can do it. All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's head on out to Los Angeles. Our colleagues at Fox 11 LA, they're catching up with Dr. Drew Pinsky when it comes to the Omicron variant that we see infecting many major cities across the country.
Fox 11 News Special Report.
Welcome, everyone, to this Fox 11 Special Report on this Monday. I'm Marla Tejas. Alex has a night off, and as you can see, I am joined by our friend, Dr. Drew, tonight. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Pleasure to spend time with you guys, as always.
Yes, I wish we were talking about something other than COVID, though, Dr. Drew, because my goodness, a shocking milestone today in the COVID pandemic. Los Angeles County has surpassed 2 million confirmed cases. Just over 43,500 new cases were reported today. Another 13 deaths were reported. And for the first time since February, hospitalizations topped 3,400. This is specifically for LA County. Now, to help people get tested and help them avoid those long lines you see out there, LA County announced a new take-home test kit program. Starting today, residents of the county can pick up a PCR test kit at one of 13 county-run sites. Take that test home, then return it, and you do not need to make an appointment. Results should be available within a day or two of returning the kit. You can find those locations by going to our website. We've posted all the information there, foxla.com. And then this good news from the Biden administration. Private insurance companies will be required to cover up to 8 home COVID-19 tests per month. People will be able to either purchase home testing kits for free under their insurance or submit receipts for reimbursement. This starts Saturday. Dr. Drew, this sounds like good news, and certainly it is, but it's a matter of getting your hands on a test these days.
Yes, it's a little bit late. Let's be fair. We've been talking about this for 18 months, but thank God they're here now. The kids are going back to school. It'll be an important thing for them. And, I got to tell you, my experience with Omicron, which I'll get into a little more later, it's a little bit nefarious when it comes to testing. Some people are only positive on particularly the antigen test for very short periods of time. So if you have a suspicion you've come down with something, it's important to get tested very, very quickly.
Right. And you want to make sure then that it's the PCR test that you're receiving for a more accurate result.
The PCRs last longer there, and they're more accurate. But the antigens have been doing pretty well, but not perfect, that's for sure. And look, anything suspicious these days, Omicron is so contagious that you can pretty much bet on it being Omicron.
Okay. Yeah, in LA County, it's now pretty much driven out Delta. It's 85% of all those sequence cases. Okay, long lines today at LAUSD COVID testing sites. Students hoping for a negative result before they can return to class. But many of those results won't even be ready before the semester begins tomorrow. The testing rush comes as 62,000 LAUSD students and staff have tested positive for COVID in just this past week. We have our Phil Schuman. He's live at a testing site in Pacoima with the latest. Phil, how'd it go today?
It went well. Long lines of testing just shut down an hour ago. With all the learning loss last year, everyone agrees it's been vitally important to keep the schools open. The LAUSD going in alone and requiring a negative test before in-person learning resumes tomorrow. Remember, it was pushed back a day to allow time for more testing. All these decisions made by adults during this pandemic, but when it comes to schools, it's to benefit students, whether you're a senior or a kindergartner like Adrian.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Oh, to be young and awaiting all a COVID-free life has to offer.
Q, R, S, T, U, V.
5-year-old Adrian Solario, mask on, ABCs down, is looking forward to going back to kindergarten. He was in a long LAUSD testing line outside Pacoima Middle School with his mom, who in fact doesn't believe in the value of vaccines for everyone, but supports testing all staff and students.
Well, the testing requirements are necessary because people have gotten sick a lot.
That's exactly why the district decided on the negative test requirement. The good news, supply of tests not an issue. The bad news, PCR results take at least 24 hours to come back. So no in-person learning tomorrow for these folks unless they find a rapid test someplace else or get one at a school site tomorrow.
Well, we were overseas, so this is the only day that we have to come and do it. It's the only day we have available.
I'm not scared about anything. That's why I just stay calm about everything.
Teacher Lorraine Quinones is trying to stay calm about everything, too. She tested positive over the holidays, as did her husband and all 3 of her kids.
You know, it's very real. It hit home. Thankfully, we all had very mild symptoms, and majority of us are vaccinated, so it wasn't that bad.
She's recovered. One of her 2 that's still in LAUSD, still in isolation, but she plans to be back in the classroom tomorrow, masked and cautious. Another example of the reality of an unpredictable and now very contagious virus.
We just have to all be very aware as far as spotting symptoms, listening to our kids and our students, how they might be feeling, and making sure that we're all doing our best to stay home if we're not feeling well.
Well, Drew and Marla, LAUSD has postponed all athletic competition for the next week or so to see how things shake out. And these are the latest numbers as of the end of the day. About 9 out of 10 employees have been tested, 8 out of 10 students. The positivity rate, 16.9% for students, about 14.9% for staff. Now, that's about 5 percentage points less than the positivity rate of LA County as a whole. The school district points to that and saying that schools are the safest place for students to be. That's their point of view. The LAUSD, as we've been reporting, been very aggressive on school safety and generally get high marks from parents, students, even the union. In other cities, we've seen the union at odds with the school district management over going back to school. So there's going to be positivity rates that's going to no doubt go up tomorrow. But for now, things will reopen, and they're making the decisions as they go the best they can, given the unpredictable nature of this epidemic, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, to carry on this discussion, let's bring in Tanya Ortiz Franklin. She's an LAUSD board member. You know this very well. Thank you for your time tonight. You said that you've been through this before during the springtime and fall. But Tanya, this is a little bit different given how contagious Omicron is. So how are you feeling going into tomorrow?
You know, I'm feeling really good that most of our students and staff have done the baseline test. More did it during their winter vacation than before school started back in the fall. And that information is really helpful, not just to have the data, but it lets us know everyone is really on board with these decisions we're making to keep our schools as safe as possible. The positivity rates are much higher than they have ever been. And so we want to make sure that we're following all the protocols and keeping our kids on campus as safe as possible. And our staff is planned. They're ready to welcome kids back. We're excited. We haven't seen them in a couple of weeks and we're ready.
Dr. Drew?
Yeah, you know, we saw that teacher a few moments ago that Phil interviewed who'd had Omicron. Are the staff and the community at large becoming increasingly aware of how mild Omicron is if you've been vaccinated, particularly if you've been vaccinated and boosted? A, and B, is that motivating people to get vaccinated?
We surely hope so. Our numbers are doing pretty well. You know, 100% of the staff on campus in LA Unified is vaccinated, and the vast majority of our 12 to 18-year-olds are as well. You know, the numbers are alarming right now, and we hope that people are doing as much as they possibly can, including getting vaccinated and boosted if they're eligible. So we'll see. We're still providing them, and we're making sure that we make it available to every community and as easy as possible for eligible kids and staff to make sure that, like I said, our schools are the safest place they can be.
And if you don't mind, Marla, I just want to follow up with that first question I asked. I'm kind of interested in, given that this is the third time you brought the kids back, is it not increasingly clear to everyone how mild this particular outbreak is? And are people feeling a little more secure as a result?
That's a good question. You know, I think people have noticed that the symptoms are a lot less severe with Omicron, which we're grateful for. And yet the people are worried that our rates are so high and this is spreading so quickly. And many people, if not most of us, might get the coronavirus through the Omicron variant. So we'll see how things play out. But I'm really seeing a lot of encouragement around people at least getting tested so that we have the information to make sure that everybody who's on campus is around others who don't have the virus.
Okay, so in terms of the positivity rate, we, as Phil reported, it's lower than the overall county's positivity rate. But if it jumps and if it even, you know, matches or exceeds that, is there a positivity rate where you have a contingency plan in place where you would say, you know what, we need to remote learn?
You know, schools are safer than the community. Over the last year and a half, we have noticed a trend of about 3 times less of a transmission rate on campuses. I think in part because of our really good masking protocols, our daily health screening, all of that will remain, our air filtration system. Kids are good at following rules. And as you heard from Dr. Barbara Ferrer not too long ago, actually having kids on campus is keeping all of LA County safe. It's not only the best place for kids, but it's the best for the county that kids are in school. And so I'm really confident that our schools are going to stay open. We've stayed open this entire time because we've held ourselves to such high standards. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see that through the rest of this school year.
Dr. Drew, the other thing that we talked a lot about is staffing shortages. Go ahead.
Yeah, when the staff get sick, this is what hospitals are contending with. The staff is either getting burned out or sick. How is that going at the schools?
It's a very real concern. We had staffing shortages even before the pandemic. The great news is that we've done this before. Teachers cover for each other. And in fact, the teaching staff has an even lower positivity rate than the overall staff, which is great. So there's a lot of planning happening right now. Folks at the central office and the local districts will be on campus this week to cover any classes to make sure that all the kids who are on campus are getting a high quality education as best as we possibly can. You know, the great thing about educators is we plan for a lot of different scenarios, and that's exactly what we're doing this week.
So,
thank you. I just want to say one quick thing. Just thank you for pointing out how safe the schools are for kids. Most transmission to children happens in the home, and you're following protocols. You're doing what we should have been doing from the beginning, which is identifying people with the infection and moving them out of the environment. You're doing exactly what infection control has always been throughout history until COVID. And so, good for you, and thank you for saying, and thank you for keeping the environment safe.
Thank you.
I do want to know for parents who have kids at home who have not tested ahead of tomorrow, what can they do to be able to get their kid into a classroom tomorrow?
A lot of families picked up their rapid antigen tests. We sent out about 300,000. So we expect a lot of families doing that test tonight and uploading it into the Daily Pass. And they'll also be available on campuses tomorrow. We want to get results as quickly as possible so kids can get into learning as quickly as possible.
And then once you succeed tomorrow, this is a weekly effort to get everyone tested every single week. What an undertaking. Well, yeah, thank you for being with us tonight and helping us better get a sense of what tomorrow entails for all of LAUSD. Tanya Ortiz Franklin, LAUSD board member. We appreciate you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck tomorrow. Yeah, good luck tomorrow.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 11 Los Angeles for that report. Taking a LiveNOW look from Washington, D.C. This next story, however, is coming from our very own Christy Lawson. She caught up with a professor about where he thinks job numbers are going in 2022.
Continue to change month by month. Last month in December, seeing lower numbers than expected when it comes to adding new jobs. We're joined here with Dr. John Woods with the University of Phoenix Career Institute. And I want to just mention, Dr. Woods, a lot of things are being in the way of people getting those jobs, including Omicron. That's had a huge effect on the hiring that's been happening here in the last few months.
That's correct, Christy. We did see in the jobs report a smaller number of new jobs created in December than in any month in the previous 12 months. And I think expectations were quite a bit higher. And as you're rightly stating, Omicron is probably a big part of what's going on.
So let's just talk about what we are seeing at this time. What are you guys seeing when it comes to people hiring and even people quitting their jobs and going on to something else?
Yeah, a lot has been made of the great resignation, as it's been called. A lot of people leaving their jobs, a lot of people under new pressures at home, dealing with sick family and sick friends. And another trend we're seeing is, as you and I both sit in our homes today, work from home. A lot of people are prioritizing their job search on the flexibility that they can have in their jobs, and they're looking for jobs that allow them to work from home. So that's a big trend.
Is that something then that you're telling employers who are looking to get more people hired to be a little bit more flexible on?
Yeah, we give that advice to employers, but we're also passing along some of the insights from what we call our Career Optimism Index, which is an annual survey we conduct. It measures the thoughts and the perceptions and the different concerns that people have right now about their careers. And despite some of the challenges people are having with their careers and the trends we've seen in the job report recently, nearly 3/4 of people are optimistic about their careers. And they look for a couple things for employers to help them: mentoring, guidance on career planning, ability to participate in upskilling opportunities. These are some of the things that we advise employers to extend to their employees to make them more satisfied, to make them feel more comfortable and more engaged.
So are we thinking that this trend of not enough jobs being added is going to continue on here in these next few months in 2022? What are our forecasts looking like?
Yeah, I try to leave the forecasting to the economists, but from what we're seeing, a lot of people are looking for that different next new job, and the economy is definitely changing. There are different kinds of jobs being created. Some of that is the result of automation we've seen increasing over the last few years, where different jobs are going away and new jobs are being created. What we're seeing is students coming to the university, working adults or looking to do some career changing, coming to the university looking for opportunities to retrain in some of the newer fields. And they can do that with short courses, professional development courses, degrees or certificates. There's really a wide variety of things there.
So for those people who are looking to make the change, what's some advice for those folks that you have today? Because some might not be happy with some of the ways that their employees might be working with what we're going through at this time.
Yeah. The survey results really point us in the direction of advising a couple of things. One is if they can identify a mentor, somebody who can help them and give them advice. It can even be somebody who's in the job they themselves maybe aspire to have one day or think they might want one day, so they can learn more about that job. Secondly, keep a really open mind to some of the different upskilling opportunities. And these don't have to be long degrees. They can be very short courses that can help somebody be better prepared for a new and different job. So keep an open mind to the kinds of development, skill development opportunities that are out there, and that these can be pretty wide ranging.
Do you think the power lays within those people who are looking for jobs at this time, or is it in the employers who are maybe have some very good benefits added to their job descriptions?
I would say if you're looking for a job, one of the criteria you should look at is whether or not the prospective employer offers tuition reimbursement. I think the companies that are doing that are better able to upskill their employees and they're better able to attract and retain employees because of that benefit. So if you're shopping for a job, you might add to the flexibility or the ability to maybe work from home. You might add their perspective and their policies around upskilling and training and tuition reimbursement for those things.
Now, we've talked about people who may be leaving their jobs, looking for new ones, employers looking to hire, but what about people who are feeling pretty settled? They have kind of that good work-life balance. What about us as consumers, though? What are we going to be seeing as these trends continue to move forward?
Yeah, I think probably more so than ever, the perception that we have is that you always need to kind of have one eye on the job market, sort of an always on approach to looking for that next job. Even if you're comfortable where you are, the world is changing very quickly. And automation is just one example of that. And so if you've kind of always got one eye on the job market, combine that with having somebody you trust who can be a good mentor, maybe a good kind of sounding board for you as you look to plan your career. We think you're better prepared if you do those things, even if you're comfortable and happy where you are today.
Anything you think that's important to add as we're kind of looking into this next year of 2022 when it comes to the hiring and people quitting? I know that's going to just be a trend we're going to keep on seeing here for a little bit more.
Yeah, people are looking for some of the psychosocial support elements that I think they're just sometimes feeling stressed or pressured and needing a good sounding board and sometimes needing to take advantage of some of the resources that companies offer to help them talk those things through. So there's been a real strain the last couple of years in terms of everybody dealing with not only economic situations, but health and family. And as you point out here, employment or unemployment, job uncertainty. And so having someone to talk to about those things that can kind of, be stressors and make you maybe not as effective in thinking about your career, your future, that would be really helpful as well, we think.
Yeah, and especially those employers do have to see them, add a lot of benefits that people aren't taking full advantage of. So it would be nice to go through some of those avenues before just leaving your job.
Yeah, our survey found that 7 in 10 people feel prepared and ready if they had to do a job search. So that was really a number that surprised us. Even those who are comfortable where they are feeling like if they had to look for a job, if they found themselves in a job search situation, that they'd be in good shape to do that.
Yeah, very odd to see that a lot of people ready to leave if that were to happen here at a snap of the fingers. So we do appreciate you giving us some insight on what's been going on, not only the last few months, but also looking ahead. Dr. John Woods joining us here on Live Now from Fox, again with the University of Phoenix Career Institute. We appreciate your insight today.
Thanks, Christy.
Taking a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because right on the other side, inflation has hit a 4-decade high. We'll talk to an expert about it in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Inflation, it's hit a 4-decade high, jumping from 7% in 2021 from the previous year, and that's the biggest one-year increase since 1982. Joining us now to discuss this topic is economist Dr. Stanley Stevenson. Good morning, doctor. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning.
So where exactly are we seeing these high prices and why?
Well, we're seeing high prices across the board because that's how we define and measure inflation. It's a general increase year over year in the percent of things that people buy as consumers. And so you're right, that's gone up in December. It was marked as a 40-year high, and on an annual basis, 7%. So that has concern on the part of a number of observers, but there's not a general agreement among economists as to what exactly is causing it and what exactly is the cure. So that's part of a debate that's ongoing. The things that are associated with this particular increase are energy and used cars and trucks, as well as food. And I don't have to tell people that the energy prices have gone up as well, especially gas and oil. But the question becomes, is this driven by demand? Is this driven by too much, the old adage is too much money chasing too few goods? Or is it driven by quirks in the economy associated with things like the epidemic, COVID, supply side shocks, things of that nature? And what we do about it depends on your view.
So when we talk about this inflationary period, can you talk about how this is related to the pandemic?
Sure. Well, the pandemic caused a lot of closures, especially last year. It caused over a $20 million person loss of jobs in a two-month period. It put in supply shocks. It caused a lot of closures. People were swapping out. There's old various adages have come out. People were substituting, giving up stuff and buying, giving up experiences rather than buying stuff. So rather than go to the gym, they buy a Peloton. So that drives up the price of things like at-home bicycles. They stop going out to hotels or restaurants because those are closed. You need a mask. Over time, it's felt by some that this part of this driver of inflation will dissipate over time. Exactly how fast is open to debate, but at least its general view is it's going to be here for about a year.
So let's talk about the labor market, because as you know, this past year has been called the Great Recession. How is this related to the inflationary measures prices that we're seeing, if at all?
Well, it's a very good question, because what we find are the two major causes or major explanations for inflation are, on the one hand, is called demand pull. That's what I said before about people having too much spending. It came about at the end of World War II. It came about in the Korean War, and you have too much, some arguing that the money's given to stimulate the economy because of COVID, because again, excess spending. So the answer there is to cut back on spending. The other argument that some people make for inflation is called cost push. And that goes to what you're talking about, that it's the cost of goods, the cost of labor, the cost of things like supply shocks, price of oil. And so that's causing the prices to go up, the expenditures to go up. Which one's going on right now is a mix of the two. We have some interruptions due to the epidemic, the pandemic, and we also have some would argue sspending. The job of controlling this, though, falls to the Fed. And what the Fed is, they don't have that many tools, but one of them is the supply of money, and the other one's interest rates. So you can expect interest rates to go up in the coming year. Some say 3, some say 4 times. The art, though, is to cool off the economy, to cool off inflation, but not do too much so that you find yourself dipping into driving up inflation, driving up unemployment rate, what your previous guest was talking about.
So you mentioned that we can see the Fed raise interest rates. I do want to play a soundbite for you all, because of course, whenever we are in periods like this, people are pointing fingers and asking our current administration what exactly they're going to do to help. So let's listen into this interview from the National Economic Council director. All right, it looks as though we're having a bit of audio issues with this soundbite, Dr. Stevenson. But bottom line is, you know, the single mother that is on her way to work that has to pull over to put gas in her car and is just watching the price go up and go up and go up. She doesn't really care about how and when the Fed's going to raise interest rates. She just wants to know when she'll be able to afford gas and to put food on her table. So when can the average American expect prices to go down, bottom line?
later this year. We have some built-in inertia in the system. In fact, we only measure things on a 1-month basis, where the excitement on the behalf of the public on the release of the CPI, which came out yesterday, reflected prices in the middle of December. And that's the way it works. We collect, the BLS goes out, sends an army of people to collect prices and services every month, and then they process the data and publish it the next month. So that's, and the same problem goes on with the employment cost index, another on the supply side. Right now, we're only dealing with September results because of the lag required to process the data. We're not going to know the results there for another month. But in answer to your hypothetical, the energy price index was over almost 30% for the 12 months. And the main driver of that was gasoline, which was up 50%. So I would say that that's not about to turn around in immediate time soon. It's probably going to take several months, better part of a year to calm down.
All right, Dr. Stevenson, we just witnessed the opening bell. Let's take a live look at the Dow Industrial Board. Any final thoughts before I let you go on this Thursday?
No, one needs a crystal ball for doing this type of analysis, and there's great debate, very smart minds. On the one hand, you have Krugman saying this whole thing is transitory and will be over in the next 3-4 quarters. On the other hand, you have very smart people like Lawrence Summers saying, no, this is not simply a transitory, we have some permanent changes to make. And unfortunately, the Biden administration, with their pushing through of another stimulus, they're sort of caught in the middle of all this. That's all.
Thank you so much for your time this morning, and we'll probably touch base with you a little bit later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, 9:33 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more top stories right after this.
Huh.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. My name is Rain Augustine, and I will be your host for about the next half hour or so before we pass things along to our colleagues in Phoenix, and they will continue your coverage of top stories well into this evening. Let's talk about a top story that we briefly have been seeing in major cities across the country. The Red Cross is urging people to donate blood. They're seeing one of the worst blood shortages that we've ever had. So let's go ahead and get more on that story.
Right now, there is a national blood crisis. That's according to the Red Cross. So what can be done to help remedy this so that we can get back more donors and blood supply? Let's go ahead and talk with Dr. Bialaski. She's the Red Cross Medical Director. And let's just start with what kind of led up to this point where we're now declaring it a national blood crisis.
This is a result of the compounded effects of the pandemic. We have seen a 10% reduction in our donor base since the beginning of the pandemic, and we have had thousands of blood drives canceled. And now we are at the point where we are in the middle of a COVID surge that is the highest the country has ever faced, on top of routine weather challenges for January. We deal with unpredictable weather and normal illnesses from the flu. And so this has really compounded in such a way that we are now at the lowest levels of inventory that we have seen in over a decade.
And that's so unfortunate to hear, because obviously a lot of people know the Red Cross really lends a helping hand to a lot of different people. Let's talk about those people who are in need of your guys' blood, the transfusions that happen as well.
There is a wide range of patients that require blood on a regular basis, and that includes trauma, burn, organ transplants, cardiac surgeries, cancer patients, women in labor and delivery, individuals with blood disorders such as sickle cell disease, who depend on blood as a life-saving therapy on an ongoing basis. So really, there's no replacement for blood transfusions. If people need blood, they need blood, and they need it now. And we cannot manufacture blood, and we cannot stockpile blood. So the need is really not only urgent, but ongoing.
So what's happening right now with this shortage? Are there some people who might not be able to get what they need from you guys at this time?
Approximately up to 25% of hospital blood needs are not being met, which is forcing physicians to really have to make some tough decisions about where the blood is going and who will get it immediately and who has to wait.
So how can we help remedy this? I know obviously the call is to those viewers watching to come back in to start donating.
Yes, I think that, our lives have been so upended by this pandemic, and our normal routines have been so disrupted. And I really just want to encourage the public to please remember the individuals in the hospitals their lives are depending on blood transfusions. And if people could just take a little bit of time out of their day to come and donate, they would save lives, whether they can come today or next week or 2 weeks from now. And then when they donate, as soon as they're eligible, if they can donate again, because this is really an ongoing need. And we're very concerned that hospitals will not have the blood when they need it.
So how long do we think it will take to get things back on track if people do start to, rehab those blood donations, events coming back up? Maybe they are going back into the clinics to donate. How long will it take us to kind of see us back to what you guys would say is a normal level?
That's hard to say right now. I think it's going to depend on how the pandemic turns. If we start to see a reduction in cases, we are being impacted both by, with the COVID cases, that's impacting donor turnout as well as our own staffing. So that will, how the cases trend is going to impact us. How many donors respond to this is going to affect us. What I can say is that, while we have had really significant limitations on our ability to collect, and particularly for, say, high school and college campuses, where we generally have collected a tremendous amount of blood. Those places have been closed, and we have seen a 62% decrease in our high school and college collections. So that's had a huge impact on us. Now, if campus is open, that will be open to us, but we don't know. So much has changed over the course of the pandemic, with restrictions being placed and then lifted, and we're just in step with whatever is going on in the communities. So it's hard for us to predict. We're really just encouraging people to donate when they can, as often as they can.
And with that being said, I know that I've done stories with the Red Cross before. You always hear of those people who had been longtime donors and didn't know that someday their kid might need something, or they might have a spouse, or themselves might need blood transfusion. Is there any stories like that that you wanted to share too, just to kind of give that one more a touch of inspiration if people are on the cusp of possibly or maybe not donating?
Sure. We have the requests from hospitals are coming in day and night, hour by hour. The medical office is evaluating orders really on a case-by-case basis, and it might be a triple car crash. It might be a woman who is hemorrhaging during delivery. It might be a cancer patient. It might be a patient who's having a heart surgery, and it's a difficult case, and they're now requiring unexpected amount of blood, and the patient is in the operating room requiring blood. We have sickle cell patients who throughout the pandemic, we have struggled to maintain adequate blood supply. So there are as many patients and as many individuals, we have patient stories that we hear about, and we would like to be able to provide, this is what we do, we provide blood, and to be limited in being able to provide for our patients is really scary. I just want to encourage people. I don't know if people really realize just how important and how critical the blood supply is to the maintenance of the healthcare system. If people are hesitant, I would encourage them to check out our website, redcrossblood.org, or our Red Cross Blood Donor app to learn more about eligibility, about the donation process. They can find sites near them where they can donate, whether it's a mobile drive or at one of our donor centers. But really just remember, as people are anxious to return to normal, to please remember the people in the hospital. It could be a relative, it could be you, it could be your child, it could be your friend that needs that blood today. And it's really the blood that's on the shelves today that's going to save lives. And that's every day we wake up needing blood. And so I really would encourage people, we need all blood types. We also need platelets. And we need it so badly right now.
I have to ask, if things continue to trend this way, our COVID cases continue to rise, people aren't bringing those events back quite yet, what's going to be kind of the outcome if we continue to see a downward trend in donors in these events?
If this continues, we will not have enough blood to transfuse to patients. And the hospitals, the Red Cross medical office has had ongoing and frequent communication with our hospital partners to help guide best practices for transfusion. I know I have been meeting with my hospitals with their cardiac transplant group, with their orthopedic group, with their liver transplant group, with their ethics board. Now, the Red Cross does not dictate to hospitals how to manage their patients, but we do help guide or provide guidance. We help provide guidance regarding best practices for transfusion to be able to stretch that blood as far as possible. But there are limits to how far that can be stretched. And we just hope that no patient has to be denied treatment.
Yeah, I think a lot of people optimistic that we can come out of this, especially when there is a need for action like this. So once again, we do appreciate you shining some light, giving us some insight on what's going on with the Red Cross. And once more, if people want to donate, they could probably make sure that they look up the closest clinic to them.
Absolutely. And thanks so much for featuring us. This is so important.
Yes. All right. Dr. Bialaski here joining us again with the Red Cross. She is the medical director. We appreciate your time today.
Thanks so much. You too.
Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C., 9:46 a.m. Stay with us all morning, guys, because at 10:30 a.m. we do expect President Biden to address the nation and deliver a few remarks when it comes to his administration's response to COVID-19, specifically the Omicron variant. Again, that announcement happening at 10:30 a.m. You can stream it right here on Live Now from Fox. And we'll have more nonstop news right after this. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is 9:49 a.m. here on the East Coast. And again, make sure that you are tuned into our coverage all morning long, because we will bring you live at 10:30 a.m. President Biden's address to the nation. He plans to talk about his administration's response to COVID-19, specifically the Omicron variant, and how he plans to deploy medical personnel to hospitals who are surging during this time. All right, the Biden administration also speaking on the supply chain crisis. We know that COVID-19 is impacting that as well. So let's go ahead and get more on that story.
With this problem, when will consumers see an end to it? What we're going to do is bring in Jess Dankert. She is the Vice President of Supply Chain for Retail Industry Leaders Association. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are wondering, is this the pandemic? Is this still ongoing issues with shipping? So what's been contributing to this problem?
Yeah, thanks. Great question. I think it's the ongoing supply chain disruption that we've been seeing throughout the pandemic, 20 plus months now at this point. And in addition to that, kind of incremental disruptions caused by holidays, more people needing to buy food, they're staying home, Omicron related needs to stay home, kids out of school, additional family coming over. A lot of the winter weather issues that we've seen that are disrupting a lot of travel throughout the country. So all of those things kind of on top of that baseline level have been contributing to these sporadic, isolated shortages that you may be seeing in grocery stores.
And you say isolated, is that because there's different regions who may be, affected more than others?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, it depends on kind of where you are and what weather you've been subjected to, what the demand patterns are in that area. maybe a different circumstance in the Northeast versus Mid-Atlantic, the South, the Midwest, West, all sorts of kind of regionalized disruptions. Again, looking at weather, looking at those different patterns that you may be seeing different things that are out of stocks. But I think, at this point, we're starting to come to the end of what we've seen of that holiday impact and getting back to a more what we think of now as normal.
So what have you been hearing from your retailers as far as these issues have been going on? Because as you said, it's been happening now for 20 plus months through this pandemic.
Yeah, I think, we saw from the beginning of the pandemic, some of the same sorts of things of, out of stocks and that sort of thing. But over the last 20 plus months, retailers really have, developed that playbook to be able to navigate and deal with the, the ongoing disruption. So working together with their trading partners and navigating these supply chain disruptions, you've really seen over the, most of the pandemic, goods are still able to, get to the store shelves. They're still able to get to consumers. That's largely been, the retailers and their partners navigating the disruptions. It's really just what we've seen, kind of the isolated impact of holiday weather sorts of impacts over the past handful of weeks. And I think now we're kind of coming to the end of that and starting to see more of that restocking happen. All of the goods, primarily, the groceries, the food it's really in the supply chain. It's just taking a minute for the retailers to catch up and to be able to navigate those isolated disruption and get things back to the shelves, get the stores restocked.
So what are they saying are some of the circumstances? You said that they're trying to adjust with these. Obviously, that's what has been going on for a lot of people through these last few months. But what are some of the ways that they're trying to work around these problems?
Well, I think it's a lot of, just around the clock, working with the supply chain, finding workarounds in terms of rerouting goods, moving by different modes. If you're challenged in truck, there's, rail and other options for moving goods by different modes. And really just as, we see things work through, a storm system passes through, and then once that passes, you're able to move. So as these things continue to loosen up, again, everything's in the supply chain somewhere. It just takes that minute to catch up, find those workarounds, whatever the case may be. We see the tight truck capacity, but eventually, that works itself out. And as we come away from holiday, we're seeing less impact from those sorts of things. So it's beginning to resolve, that we see.
So how long do you think consumers have until we can kind of see those shelves kind of getting stocked back up and having to deal with maybe going to a couple stores to search for that item that you really needed?
It depends on the area. I think, we're already starting to see a resolution of the challenges of out of stocks. There maybe will continue to be kind of sporadic and isolated outages that you'll see as the retailers catch up, as the product moves through the supply chain. But I think as we see, again, the effects of holiday and some of the capacity constraints dissipate, some of the, as we get further past the surge of Omicron, all of these kind of isolated impacts that we've been seeing the incremental effects of over the past handful of weeks really begin to kind of resolve themselves, and retailers continue to navigate these. They really developed a tremendous playbook of ways to work around the disruptions that we've seen flare up in various areas, and can quickly pivot, have the responsive, flexible supply chains to begin to catch up and get some of those store shelves restocked.
I know a lot of people, this is some of those problems that will be resolved over a matter of time, but what about in the future? What kind of things do we need to have established today so that, years from now, if we hit another pandemic of some sort, we don't run into these same issues?
Yeah, I think it's, retailers in particular, large retailers have really developed these adaptive supply chains that are able to respond to particular disruptions. Something that this has really, the pandemic and the related global supply chain disruptions have really thrown a spotlight on some of the underlying systemic issues that have contributed to this, or that the pandemic has kind of exacerbated. And some of those things relate to our country's freight infrastructure and the need to update and modernize the freight infrastructure and the ports. And we've seen some of that investment happening, but also the need for data standards and more visibility into the supply chain, that end-to-end supply chain, where you can identify bottlenecks or potential disruptions before they happen. And we've really seen a lot of movement on the part of the supply chain ecosystem to address those sorts of challenges so that, to your point, we don't end up in a situation of having to revisit this, but being able to better plan for the future. And that's what we see retailers doing in terms of, planning for that future, building supply chains that are adaptable and flexible enough to meet those potential uncertainties.
And as they continue to work, ahead of what's still to come here with our supply chain issues, who's hurting right now the most? Is it those retail stores? Is it some of those consumers who are out there trying to look for that one item at 3 different places? Who's impacted the most, I guess?
But I don't know. I think there are these isolated pockets where there have been challenges of getting groceries or particular things. But in large part, retailers are catching up to that to try to address those outages. So for the most part, you're able to return to the store or go to a different store to find the things that you need. It may take a minute longer, but there's no need to panic. The goods are coming. It just, again, it takes, sometimes a minute to catch up and adjust to these disruptions, the weather, the holiday, tighter capacity and that sort of thing. But I think we've really seen a lot of pivoting to be able to reroute inventory as needed so that we can avoid, significant outages or really widespread outages and address them quickly as they do happen.
So I'm guessing for consumers, the word you'd give them is patience. Be patient. Things are going to be continuing to be moved around to help.
Yeah, absolutely. There are outages and you may find things that you wanted to purchase, but might not be there today. Again, patience, it's coming. It is in the supply chain. It just takes a bit to catch up. But we're even beginning to see, that resolving again as we get further away from holiday impacts. And again, we'll see hopefully less and less impact from weather disturbances. But retailers are addressing that and really working around the clock to keep that inventory moving and working with their supply chain partners. So we'll see that inventory restocking on a regular basis, and consumers can look forward to not having to shop around, but full shelves that they can get what they need.
I know a lot of people too have been resorting to online resources to get those products. Has that been impacting your retailers at all?
Well, we've seen really, just even from the beginning of the pandemic, just a surge in people shopping online, just across the board, grocery or otherwise. So retailers have, it's been, long expected that shoppers are moving online. More e-commerce growth, certainly. We saw a surge in that at the beginning of the pandemic, but it wasn't really unplanned. It was just kind of the future came early in terms of a lot of that online shopping. So plans had already really been in place to have that, their own systems and internal infrastructure in place to meet that need of online shopping. And you've seen that just even be further honed over the last 20 months of the pandemic, so that the retailers are really attuned to the needs of the online shopper and have built that capability for fulfilling online orders in recognition of the fact that many people are shopping online, and that's going to continue as well, even as we continue to move through the pandemic and even beyond. That's a future that we kind of expected and that the retailers had been planning for.
Yeah, they continue to adapt, continue to make changes, as you've said. Anything else you think needs to be addressed when it comes to talking about supply chain issues across the nation?
Well, like I said, we've seen some of the disruptions again on a global scale, and it's been a challenge. Retailers have largely been able to work with their partners to navigate these challenges and have really added to that skill set over the past 20 months. But it's really, as we said, shown a light on some of those underlying challenges, and that's strangely been a bit of a benefit to the pandemic, that it's really helped identify those systemic challenges and given the entire supply chain ecosystem really a chance to work at fixing a lot of those so that we have addressed those for the long term, and that's a positive outcome.
Yeah, a lot of things to be still continued to be changed, but at least, as you said, it's being addressed, it's being talked about. Things are continuing to move and evolve. So we do appreciate your time again, Jess Dinkert, joining us here with the Retail Industry Leaders Association. We appreciate your time here today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
10 a.m. on the dot, a beautiful shot over Tampa, Florida. Well, kind of beautiful. It looks like a foggy morning there in Central Florida. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we'll have more news right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, just after 10 a.m. here on the East Coast. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for choosing us to get your day started. As you know, here at Live Now from Fox, we bring you raw and unfiltered hearings and announcements in its full form. So let's stay in Washington, D.C. and listen in to this Senate hearing. The Urban Affairs Committee is hearing nominations.
That boosts employment and lifts wages, something that every member of the Fed's rate-setting committee has reaffirmed. She's led the way in modernizing and strengthening the very important Community Reinvestment Act, something that Senator Warner's been particularly interested in. A landmark civil rights law passed to begin to undo the shameful legacy of redlining and lending discrimination and spur investment in all neighborhoods and communities. Through her leadership, the Fed listened to the people whose lives and livelihoods are affected: civil rights leaders, affordable housing advocates, local officials, banks of all sizes. She brought everyone to the table. She's working to ensure banks meet the needs of all of our communities. During this pandemic, she served as a steady hand, working shoulder to shoulder with Chair Powell to stabilize our economy and steer the country out of our abyss. Dr. Brainerd has a distinguished record of bipartisan service in government. She joined the Fed in 2014. From 2009 to 13, she was Undersecretary for International Affairs at the Department of Treasury. She worked in the first Bush administration. She worked in the first Bush administration as a staff economist for the Council of Economic Advisors and Deputy National Economic Advisor in the Clinton administration. She was a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. As vice chair, she'll be tasked with supporting efforts that are already underway to empower workers and refocus our economy on Main Street and make sure that all Americans have good jobs with growing paychecks and affordable cost of living. That also means supporting efforts to close the racial wealth and income gaps that have barely shrunk in decades. As the Fed has noted, quote, the average Black and Hispanic or Latino households earn about half as much as the average white household and own only about 15 to 20% as much net wealth. As one of our colleagues once said, when we all do better, we all do better. With Governor Brainerd as vice chair of the Fed, Americans will have someone who understands that workers, not corporations, not Wall Street, that workers create economic growth. Her commitment to the success of all Americans from all walks of life in every region of the country is clear in all the work she's done throughout her distinguished career. Acting Director Thompson has a similarly long and distinguished career in public service. In her time as acting director, she's taken meaningful steps to put renters, homeowners, and families first. Over the past 6 months, Acting Director Thompson has directed the GSEs to strengthen their plans to preserve affordable housing and support manufactured housing in housing in rural areas. She's expanded opportunities for middle class and low income homeowners to save money on their mortgages through refinancing, and she's increased the focus on fair housing at the GSEs. I can think of no other nominee as qualified to work to make homes more affordable and available for families throughout the country while strengthening the financial standing of the GSEs. More than 24 consumer advocates, civil rights organizations, and housing advocates have all written to this committee supporting her. Before being designated as acting director in 2021, she served for 8 years as the deputy director for the Division of Mission and Goals at FHFA. She led an office responsible for the mission activities of the GSAs and housing and regulatory policy under directors of both parties to ensure the safety and soundness of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and the federal home loan banks. Prior to joining FHFA, she spent 18 years at the FDIC, where she worked for 7 different chairpersons from each of the political parties. And in senior level positions, including director of the Division of Supervision and Consumer Protection and the director of the Division of Risk Management and Supervision, helping to stabilize her nation's banks. Early in her career, she served at the Resolution Trust Corporation, cleaning up and restoring faith in our financial crisis after the savings and loan crisis. In a nutshell, you can see how qualified she is. She'll be in a position at FHFA to tackle some of the most pressing issues facing homeowners and renters to ensure the stability of our housing finance system. Whether you're looking to rent or to buy, housing had become too expensive and too hard to find long before the pandemic began. More than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, people of color are far more likely to be denied a mortgage, far less likely to own their own home, far more likely to pay more in rent than they can afford. And in just the past week, tragic fires in the ranking member's home state and in the Bronx have reminded us of how far we need to go to ensure that everyone has safe, affordable places to live. FHFA has an important role to play in addressing these challenges. Acting Director Thompson has distinguished herself as the person we need to lead this critical work. These nominees, each of them understands the challenges our economy faces. They understand the people who make our economy work, like so many of the president's nominees. It's notable that as we recover from a pandemic that laid bare just how hard women especially work at paid jobs in the labor market, unpaid jobs taking care of families, we have 2 women poised to take leading roles in our recovery. I want to thank both nominees for their exceptional and their lengthy years of commitment to public service. Ranking Member Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Brainerd and Ms. Thompson, welcome. You both have very extensive experience in your respective fields, and I commend you both for your commitment to public service. Governor Brainerd's been nominated to serve as Fed Vice Chair. The Fed has been granted significant independence to isolate it from political influence. However, Congress has given the Fed very narrowly defined monetary and regulatory missions. First, the Fed's been tasked with conducting monetary policy to promote stable prices and maximum employment. But the Fed's recent actions have failed to maintain price stability. Last year, Governor Brainerd repeatedly insisted that inflation was transitory. We've now had 9 consecutive months where inflation has been more than 2 times the Fed's 2% target. That makes it pretty clear that inflation is not transitory. Yesterday's CPI release of 7%, the highest in 40 years, confirms that. Further, inflation is a tax that's eroding Americans' paychecks every day. Even though wages are growing, inflation's growing faster, and that's causing workers to fall further and further behind. I appreciate that the Fed has pivoted toward normalizing monetary policy to tackle inflation, but the Fed also needs to learn from its mistakes, and I think that begins with the Fed's new monetary policy framework, of which Governor Brainerd was an author and an outspoken advocate. The framework really subordinated the Fed's price stability mandate to try and maximize employment by allowing inflation to run hot. Under this approach, the Fed looked beyond employment as a whole to consider whether employment was, quote, broad-based and inclusive, end quote. What this meant was the Fed would sacrifice stable prices to see if it could achieve higher employment gains in certain demographic groups. As Governor Brainerd explained last year, the Fed should look at employment numbers on a, quote, disaggregated basis, end quote, and use monetary policy to narrow employment gaps between different, quote, racial and ethnic groups, end quote. This framework risks keeping in place an inflation tax on all Americans while the Fed decides which subgroups of people should have faster job growth than others. One of the problems is that monetary policy can never equalize employment rates among different groups. In the end, the Fed would run the risk of failing on both fronts of its dual mandate because you need stable prices in order to achieve a strong economy and maximum employment. Given this fact, the Fed should really reevaluate this new framework. The Fed also has the mission of monitoring the safety and soundness of certain major financial institutions. Under Chairman Powell, the Fed enacted modest, sensible reforms that reduced regulatory burdens and helped spur economic growth. Governor Brainerd was the sole dissenter over 20 times on regulatory matters, an unprecedented number at the Fed. For example, she argued that the Fed's reforms of capital liquidity and stress tests for smaller or less complex banks would, quote, weaken the safeguards at the core of the system, end quote. Yet though the economy nearly collapsed at the start of the pandemic, the banking system emerged exceptionally well capitalized and served as a source of strength for the economy, demonstrating the sensibility of these reforms. In addition to opposing those reforms, Governor Brainerd has urged the Fed to take an activist role on global warming, which is beyond the Fed's expertise and mission. According to the New York Times, she's, and I quote, endorsed the use of supervisory guidance, the Fed's recommendations to banks, to encourage financial institutions to curb their exposures, end quote. Well, I'm particularly concerned that she's advocated for the Fed to shape environmental policy through so-called climate scenario analysis. Not only does the Fed lack expertise in environmental matters, but there's no reason to believe that global warming poses a systemic risk to the financial system. As I've noted before, we haven't found a single bank that's failed in the modern era due to a severe weather event. There is a transition risk for banks associated with global warming, but that's political and regulatory in nature. It's the risk that unelected bureaucrats will attempt to impair the value of energy-related assets by cutting off credit to the energy sector. This isn't about whether climate change is a significant threat to our society. It's about the fact that climate policy making requires trade-offs between costs and benefits. And these are inherently political decisions, which is why they belong firmly in the domain of officials who are elected and directly accountable to voters. Now, turning to Ms. Thompson, she's been nominated to serve as the director of the FHFA, where she's had a busy 6 months as acting director. In that time, she's proposed reductions in capital requirements for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, suspended restrictions on the GSE's acquisitions of high-risk loans, required the GSEs to develop plans to further what Democrats call, quote, racial equity, end quote, but really looks just like affirmative action in the housing space, and increased GSE's affordable housing goals. Unfortunately, she has not prioritized ending the GSE's conservatorships. I'm concerned that the administration is seeking to use FHFA and the GSEs to take on more risk for taxpayers and expand affirmative action into housing. That makes Ms. Thompson's nomination, notwithstanding her extensive experience, a referendum on the administration's radical housing policy. This policy contemplates more mortgages for higher risk borrowers, repurposing the GSEs as instrumentalities of social policy, and a disappointing embrace of the failed GSE model. In a break from decades of bipartisan housing finance reform efforts, this administration is using the power of the GSE's conservatorship to command and control a huge swath of the American economy. And we're now asked to ratify this radical housing policy and take ownership of the bailouts and foreclosures that I'm afraid are likely to follow. Especially given where we might be in the housing cycle, we should be reluctant to do so. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to hearing from today's nominees.
Thank you, Senator Toomey. Would the witnesses please rise and raise your right hands? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the full truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Do you agree to appear and testify before any duly confirmed committee of the United States Senate? Please be seated. Thank you. Governor Brainerd and Acting Director Thompson, welcome to the committee. If you would like to introduce family members or friends in your testimony, I invite you to do that at the beginning or whenever you want to. Governor Brainerd, please begin.
We're taking a live now look from the Senate floor. Let's toss to a 2-minute commercial break, but we'll have more of this nomination hearing right on the other side.
And grow our economy during the administrations of 5 presidents from both parties. I've worked on the U.S. policy response to every major financial crisis over 3 decades. In some foreign countries, I've seen up close how high inflation hurts workers and families, especially the most vulnerable. I'm committed to pursuing the Federal Reserve's congressionally mandated goals of price stability and maximum employment, and to maintaining the strength and resilience of our financial markets. I'm committed to the independent and nonpartisan status of the Federal Reserve. If confirmed, I look forward to supporting Chair Powell in carrying out the responsibilities assigned to the Federal Reserve and in fostering transparent communication and accountability to you and to the American people more broadly. I will bring a considered and independent voice to our deliberations, drawing on insights from working people, businesses, financial institutions, and communities large and small around the country. Before closing, I want to thank my husband, Kurt, my daughters, Kaylin, Kira, and Chloe, for their steadfast support of my work, and I would like to commend the outstanding efforts of the many individuals across the Federal Reserve System who work so hard every day to serve the American public. Senators, I thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Brainerd, Acting Director Thompson.
Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, and members of the committee. I first want to thank President Biden for nominating me to serve as the Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. It is the greatest honor of my career to appear before you today. Thank you to the senators and the staff members with whom I've met in advance of this hearing. If I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, I look forward to working with all of you on the important issues at FHFA. I would like to introduce my sons, Jarrett and Aaron, who are here with me today, and I'd like to recognize and thank my parents, Herman and Helen Lathan. While due to COVID considerations, they are not able to be here in person, the fact that my parents are still alive to witness today's hearing is very meaningful to me. I was born and raised on the south side of Chicago to my extraordinary parents who came to Chicago from Mississippi as part of the Great Migration. My parents and family, along with the Chicago public school system and my beloved Howard University right here in Washington, taught me hard work, dedication, determination, and perseverance. I would specifically like to recognize the schools in Chicago that helped me succeed. McDade Elementary School, Gillespie Junior High School, and Lindblom Technical High School, all on the South Side. My nomination for director of the FHFA is a great privilege. I recognize that it is rare for a career public servant to have the opportunity to lead a federal agency, and as the first African American woman nominated for this position, I appreciate the opportunity to demonstrate my expertise, good judgment, and leadership in this position. I am proud of the work we've done at FHFA in my 8 years there. The agency plays a vital role in promoting access to mortgage credit nationwide and protecting the safety and soundness of the housing finance system through our supervision of Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and the Federal Home Loan Bank system. Throughout my 40-year career, my experience in mortgage markets and financial regulation at multiple agencies, I've seen what it takes to lead a federal agency and be effective in that role. In my work at FDIC and FHFA, I've demonstrated leadership, management ability, and an understanding of the secondary mortgage markets and industry, a fair and balanced perspective, and a strong belief in the importance of the safety and soundness of America's financial institutions. During my time in federal financial institution regulation, I've witnessed and worked to end several financial crises. These crises exposed some truths in housing finance. When I served as the FDIC's head of supervision and consumer protection throughout the 2008 financial crisis, I witnessed firsthand the consequences of irresponsible lending when hundreds of banks across the country were closed and a record number of homes went into foreclosure. I saw how the borrowers who received unsustainable and predatory loan products were devastated in the downturn.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. We are listening in from the Senate floor as the Urban Affairs Committee has a few nominations. However, let's stay in Washington, D.C., but I do want to switch gears. We have House Speaker Nancy Pelosi speaking live on voting rights legislation.
Representatives, Mr. Speaker, because we have twice passed the For the People Act, which is as Protect Our Vote is, and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Even before he passed and had this named in his honor, we passed it once. The House has made clear we stand with the people in the fight for voting rights. I do want to, again, in closing, commend you, Mr. Butterfield, for your leadership on all of this, going around the country. John Sarbanes, the author of our For the People Act. Terry Sewell, the author of the Voting Rights Act. Zoe Lofgren, the chair of the House Administration Committee. Mr. Nadler, the chair of the Judiciary Committee. And I also want to acknowledge the work of Jim McGovern, the chair of the Rules Committee, who has brought these bills to the floor time and time again. It is a day when Democrats will once again take a strong step to defend our democracy as we send the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act to the Senate for urgent consideration. Nothing less is at stake than our democracy. With that, I urge a strong bipartisan aye vote on this legislation and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in objection to 5746, which is the latest attempt by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to ignore the 10th Amendment and dump on the state legislatures of this nation, basically telling them you're incompetent, not to mention the clerks. Democrats first tried to barge through the front door of the election administration with H.R. 1. After that failed, they tried an overall backdoor functions, and this bill represents a full-blown takeover. The supposedly slimmed-down bill would still override state laws by creating a federal right to no-excuse mail-in voting and require states to accept late-arriving ballots as long as they have timely postmarks. It's kind of a joke. It would automatically give felons the right to vote. Great. It would also override state voter ID requirements. Listen, only a few months ago, Mr. Speaker, many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle argued that voter ID laws suppress voter turnout, only to flip-flop once they saw that the public overwhelmingly supports proof of identity before casting a ballot, 80% in some states. I'm proud to have implemented strong voter ID laws during my time in the Wisconsin legislature. Unfortunately, leading up to the 2020 election, I saw these protections steamrolled under the guise of the pandemic. Let's talk about the Supreme Court. In 2013, a decision recognized that we are no longer living in the Jim Crow era. The original Voters' Rights Act worked, and extreme policies like pre-clearance are no longer required. Allegations that election integrity measures that have been adopted by states such as Texas and Georgia don't amount to anything close to Jim Crow era restrictions, and is a slap in the face to those who endured real discrimination. There is no voting rights crisis. This is not about ensuring access to the polls. This is about taking power from the state legislatures and concentrating in our electoral systems. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished Democratic whip, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, who has led the way in this House and in the South for generations. Mr. Clyburn.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. I thank my friend, the gentleman from North Carolina, for yielding me this time. Mr. Speaker, I rise to urge passage of this legislation carrying the Freedom to Vote Act and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to the Senate for immediate consideration to safeguard our most fundamental constitutional right, the right to vote. We took an oath to protect this country from all threats of foreign and domestic. Today, we face a domestic threat from those seeking to gain and hold power by suppressing votes and nullifying election results. Congress must combat this threat by ensuring equal and unencumbered access to the ballot box and ensuring an accurate vote count. It is time to choose. Will we uphold our oath and protect this fragile democracy? Or will we subvert the Constitution and fetter the franchise? I want to remind the previous speaker that we did not have Jim Crow before there was Jim Crow. And we did not have Jim Crow, we had it until 1954. I used to teach this stuff called history, and I will say to my colleagues, anything that's happened before can happen again. It was the lack of the vote that had 95 years between George Washington Murray, who was the last African American to represent South Carolina here in this body, until I came along in 1992.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Why? Because the right to vote was taken away.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Were nullified. We are not going back. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I'd like to reserve at this time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, a coveted member of the House Committee on Administration, my friend, Jamie Raskin.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Floor Leader. Our colleagues object to guaranteeing the people's right to vote through the vehicle of a NASA bill, of all things. You know, a quarter century ago, Republicans changed Texas state law to permit astronauts to vote absentee from space. They want to make it easier to vote from space, and they want to make it harder to vote on Earth. In the last election, tens of thousands of citizens in Texas waited in line for 6 hours to vote. An astronaut on the International Space Station could have orbited planet Earth 4 times in the 6 hours that Texas forced some of its citizens to wait in line to vote. Across the country, it's voter suppression, GOP gerrymandering of our districts, right-wing court packing and judicial activism to destroy the Voting Rights Act in cases like Shelby County versus Holder and Brnovich, and deployment of the filibuster to block voting rights legislation. The whole matrix of GOP democracy suppression today. It's time to protect the right to vote here on Earth. If it takes a Nassau bill to do it, then I invite my GOP colleagues to boldly go where none of them have ever gone before, to planet Earth on a mission to defend the voting rights of the people. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Although it seems like, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go where no man's ever gone before, and that's to call Mr. Loudermilk from Georgia my good friend.
Gentleman's recognized.
He's recognized for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I rise today, obviously, in strong opposition to this latest attempts by my colleagues on the other side to enact a federal takeover of elections and continue their tactics that they have used consistently in this Congress and the last Congress to hide the intent of what they're doing. Make no mistake, this legislation is an attempt to circumvent state legislatures' constitutional authority to set election laws. Laws like the one recently passed in Georgia that maximizes voter access and protects the integrity of every legal ballot. One-size-fits-all government has never worked in a diverse and free society like we have here in the United States of America. One-size-fits-all is synonymous with dictatorial regimes, socialist societies, and communist countries. Governments that keep control over the people by stripping the authority from the hands of local officials that were elected by the people to represent them. This is what this bill does. Let's be clear. The goal of strong central governments, strong federal governments, is to have a homogeneous society that is easily controlled. Easily controlled. Our society is diverse, diversity of thought, diversity of action, diversity of speech. But the actions of my colleagues on the other side is to have a homogeneous society to where right and wrong is no longer determined by personal conviction or faith, but what the federal government has determined is right and wrong. You don't have to look any further of how the right to determine your own health care has been stripped away by my colleagues on the other side, where people can no longer determine what they will and will not put into their body. The Constitution protects the ideas of individual liberty and federalism to where government is strongest at the local level. This bill disregards state voter IDs, and one thing I want to bring up is homogeneous when it comes to campaign elections. Can I get 30?
Gentleman, 15 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for 15 seconds.
I appreciate the gentleman here. We live in an independent, diverse society where local governments are the greatest authority over the people. This is in a takeover by the federal government to create a homogeneous society where everyone acts, thinks, and works according to the federal government. Oppose this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, the distinguished Vice Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, and I might say a member of the Election Subcommittee, of which I have the honor to chair, Mr. Aguilar.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for yielding. I rise today in support of the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act, legislation that would protect the right to vote and strengthen our democracy. This week, we heard President Biden travel to the home of our late colleague, John Lewis, rally the nation around the need to protect and expand the right to vote. Today, we will pass this legislation in honor of John's name. But in order to honor our colleague, we must make good on our commitment. We must pass this legislation in both chambers without delay. We must also make clear, as President Biden did this week, that there is nothing more important, no rules or procedures, than the health of our democracy. There's far too much at stake to let tradition get in the way of real progress. I know from my work on the committee and the select committee investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol that the concerns about the future of the American system, of the consent of the governed, are well-founded. Mr. Speaker, every member of this body has a choice today, and the world will remember where we stood. I am proud to stand on the side of democracy, on the side of making it easier to vote, not more difficult, and on the side of the people. Because the American people are with us. This is not a Democratic issue or Republican issue. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and pass this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Reserved.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time, it is my pleasure to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Alabama, my dear friend and the sponsor of the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, Ms. Terry Sewell of Selma, Alabama.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, voting rights is personal to me. It was in my hometown in 1965, on a bridge in Selma, Alabama, where John Lewis and the foot soldiers shed blood for the equal right of all Americans to vote. 56 years later, old battles have become new again as state legislatures erect direct barriers to the ballot box. 400 bills introduced, 34 passed in 19 states. Once again, our nation is at an inflection point. Today, the House of Representatives will once again send voting rights over to the Senate, and it must pass, Mr. Speaker. I implore our senators, do what is right. You have changed your rules 150 times, most recently to raise the debt ceiling. If you can protect the full faith and credit of the United States, surely you can protect the democracy. The time is now. What we need is courage. As we prepare to observe the birthday of Dr. Martin Luther King, let us remember that justice delayed can be justice denied. Senators, we need your leadership. We need it now.
I'd remind everyone to direct your remarks to the chair. Gentleman reserved, gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I appreciate that reminder. I'd like to now yield 1 minute to my good friend from the state of Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Republicans are trying to protect everyone's right to vote and the integrity of the election. It boggles my mind that in some cities in the United States, non-citizens are allowed to vote. And here in Washington, D.C. and other cities, when we go to a restaurant, we need to show our passport, vaccination database passport, saying that we're fully vaccinated before we're allowed to enter. But yet, my Democrat colleagues don't seem to want voter ID. In the state of Arizona, we have a law in place that requires voter ID to vote. We also have a law in place that was held up by the courts that prohibits ballot harvesting. Yet it continues to boggle my mind that our Democrat colleagues want to undo what the states have done, undo state rights. I am opposed to this bill.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to remind my friend from Arizona who just spoke that this bill sets uniform national standards for states that choose to require identification to vote. The bill gives states the flexibility to choose whether to require voter IDs. It is not a mandatory voter ID law. At this time, Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, a thoughtful leader on the Committee on Judiciary, Mr. Mondaire Jones.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues across the aisle have asked why we're voting today to protect our democracy. The answer is as clear to me as it is unimaginable to them. For the people. This one's for the people who made today possible, for the young people who cast their first votes in 2020, and for the seniors who cast their first votes in 1966 after passage of the original Voting Rights Act, for the people who, like John Lewis, put their lives on the line.
All right, we are listening live from the House floor as lawmakers continue to debate voting rights legislation. However, we are getting another live event from Washington, D.C. President Biden speaking on his administration's response to the recent COVID-19 surge.
Get FEMA, we'll make sure it gets done. Look, we're about to get a COVID-19 briefing from military and medical teams on the ground in Arizona, Michigan, and New York. They're part of a major deployment of our nation's armed forces to help hospitals across the country manage this surge of the Omicron virus. This surge is having an impact on hospitals. Like all healthcare workers, they are heroes, and I'm grateful for what they do. But before we begin, I want to provide an update on our fight against COVID-19 and announce new steps. First, the update. I know we're all frustrated as we enter this new year. Omicron variant is causing millions of cases and record hospitalizations. I've been saying that as we remain in this pandemic. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And I mean by this, right now, both vaccinated and unvaccinated people are testing positive. But what happens after that could not be more different. If vaccinated people test positive, they overwhelmingly have either no symptoms at all or they have mild symptoms. And if you're unvaccinated, if they test positive, you are 17 times more likely to get hospitalized. As a result, they're crowding our hospitals, leaving little room for anyone else who might have a heart attack or an injury in an automobile accident or any injury at all. And yes, the unvaccinated are dying from COVID-19. But here's the deal. Because we fully vaccinated nearly 210 million Americans, the majority of the country is safe from severe COVID-19 consequences. That's why even as the number of cases among the vaccinated Americans go up, deaths are down dramatically from last winter. For example, before its vaccination requirements, the United Airlines was averaging one employee dying a week from COVID-19. After implementing its requirement, it's led to 99% of its employees being vaccinated. United had 3,600 employees test positive, but 0 hospitalizations, 0 deaths in over 8 weeks. But as long as we have tens of millions of people who will not get vaccinated, we're going to have full hospitals and needless deaths. So the single most important thing to determine your outcome in this pandemic is getting vaccinated. If you're not vaccinated, join the nearly 210 million American people who are vaccinated. If you are vaccinated, join the nearly 80 million Americans who have gotten the booster shot with the strongest protection possible. Vaccines are safe, they're free, and they're widely available. So do it today, please, for your sake, the sake of your kids, the sake of the country. Now, I don't like to, outline the next steps we're taking against. I'd like to outline the next steps we're taking against the Omicron variant. Vaccinations are obviously the most important thing we're doing, but they're not the only important thing. First, masking. Masking is an important tool to control the spread of COVID-19. And when you're indoors in public places, you should wear the mask. And there are a lot, lots of different kinds of masks out there. And the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, says that wearing a well-fitting mask of any of them is certainly better than not wearing a mask if it's well-fitting. What if over your nose? But it's about one third of Americans report they don't wear a mask at all. As I've said in the last 2 years, please wear a mask. If you're in I think it's part of your patriotic duty. It's not that comfortable. It's a pain in the neck. But I've taken every action I can as president to require people to wear masks in federal buildings and on airplanes and trains because they cross state lines. I've made sure that our doctors and nurses and first responders have the masks they need. Never again we're going to have our nurses using homemade masks and garbage bags over their clothing for hospitals because they don't have the gowns. We've more than tripled our stockpile of the most protective specialized N95 masks since coming into office. This is going to make sure that there will be an ample supply of healthcare workers and first responders. We also have helped make sure that high-quality masks are widely available in ample supply at affordable prices, sold online and in stores. But I know that for some Americans, the mask is not always affordable or convenient to get. So, next week we'll announce how we are making high-quality masks available to the American people for free. I know we all wish that we could finally be done with wearing masks. I get it. But they're a really important tool to stop the spread, especially of a highly transmittable Omicron variant. So please, please wear the mask. Second, testing. We're seeing real improvement in testing. When I got here, we were doing fewer than 2 million tests a day. Now, and it's changed, none of these tests were at home or rapid tests. This month, it's estimated that we will hit approximately 15 million tests a day, and we'll have over 375 million at-home rapid tests in January alone. That's a huge leap. We've taken a number of steps, including invoking the Defense Production Act as early as last February to ramp up production. And we're on track. We're on track to roll out a website next week where you can order free tests shipped to your home. And in addition to the 500 million, 500 million tests that are in the process of being acquired to ship to you homes for free, today I'm directing my team to procure an additional 500 million more tests to distribute for free. That means 1 billion tests in total to meet future demand. And we'll continue to work with the retailers and online retailers to increase availability. And for those who want an immediate test, we continue to add FEMA testing sites so that there are more free in-person testing sites. For those of you with insurance, you can get reimbursed for 8 tests a month. For those without insurance, we have over 20,000 free testing sites all around the country. You can find the nearest testing sites for you by Googling COVID test near me. Google COVID test near me. And to help lead our federal testing program, I've tapped Dr. Tom, I hope I pronounced it, Inglesby, correct? Is that right, Jeff? He's one of the world's leading infectious disease experts, and I'm grateful for his willingness to help tackle this challenge. Third thing, today we'll discuss our hospital response efforts. Just since Thanksgiving, over 800 military and other federal emergency personnel have been deployed to 24 states, tribes, and territories, including over 350 military doctors, nurses, and medics, helping staff the hospitals are in short supply. This is on top of more than 14,000 National Guard members that are activated in 49 states. These deployments in my direction, and thanks to the American Rescue Plan, are fully paid for by the federal government. We've shipped over 5.5 million pieces of personal protective equipment, gloves, gowns, masks, to protect frontline healthcare workers. We're shipping more treatments of COVID-19, which includes antiviral pills, than at any point during this pandemic. In addition, I've directed FEMA to work with every state, territory, and the District of Columbia to make sure they have enough hospital bed capacity. Today, I'm announcing our next deployment of 6 additional federal medical teams, a total of more than 120 military medical personnel, to 6 hard-hit states: Michigan, New York, New Jersey, Ohio, Rhode Island. And let me close with this. It's been a long road, but what's clear as we get through this, when everybody does their part, no matter where you live, no matter your political party, we've got to fight this together. Unfortunately, while our military is stepping up, as they always do, There are others sitting on the sidelines, and we're standing in the way. If you haven't gotten vaccinated, do it. Personal choice impacts us all, our hospitals, our countries. I make a special appeal to social media companies and media outlets. Please deal with the misinformation and disinformation that's on your shows. It has to stop. COVID-19 is one of the most formidable enemies America has ever faced. We've got to work together, not against each other. We're America. We can do this. So the military medical teams on the ground, thank you for all and everything you're doing. And I'll stop here so we can get to the briefing started. Thank you for taking the time.
Mr. President, we have a message for vaccinated Americans who are wondering why they should continue to restrict their activities given that your health officials say most Americans will get COVID at some point.
Folks, we'll talk about that later. Come on. Let's go.
Why should Americans trust your administration to beat COVID when the virus is clearly winning?
On voting rights, do you think the Republicans that don't support voting rights are racist?
The virus is clearly winning, sir. Why should you trust it?
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, do you believe Omicron is the beginning of the end of this pandemic?
Thank you so much, President.
How much longer do you think school kids will have to wear masks, sir?
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you.
All right, that was the live announcement from President Biden discussing his administration's response to the COVID-19 surge. He plans to help overwhelmed hospitals handle the tidal wave of infectious disease fueled by the Omicron variant. And he plans to deploy additional military medical teams to 6 of the highly infected states. All right, guys, let's take a 2-minute commercial break here. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now, election reform is a growing issue here on Capitol Hill, as Democrats say is a top priority this new year, but Democrats also say it may require a change to the filibuster in order to pass a fair voting rights bill with fewer votes. Let's go ahead and listen in to the debate live, raw, and unfiltered.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Mr. Torres of New York, Ms. Wilson of Florida, and Ms. Pingree of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Speer, I inform the House that Representative Speer will vote yes on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina from the House, that Ms. Mace will vote nay on H.R. 5746.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Porter and McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Ruiz, I inform the House that Representative Ruiz will vote yes on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Mr. DeSania of California, Mr. Lowenthal of California, Ms. Barragan of California, Mr. Liu of California, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, and Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, and inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Nels of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Nels will vote nay on H.R. 5746.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote yes on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Reps. Christ, Cardenas, Castor, and Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the motion.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, and Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the motion.
We're looking live from the House floor. Senators could be facing a very long weekend as Democrats work to pass voting rights legislation. If senators won't pass the legislation, top Democrats say they must do away with the filibuster, a rule used to stall a vote and requires 60 senators for passage. Approaching the 11 a.m. mark, Rain Augustine here. We're going to pass things right along to our Phoenix Bureau there. Daytona Everett will take over for your nonstop news coverage.
There was a disbelief. I think, it was a random phone call that someone was calling about their brother that they hadn't seen in 51 years. So there was a lot of shock and disbelief at first. And I think once I got the DNA match, it set in a little more, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions for them. We don't know what happened. We don't know where he was, and we don't know who was involved. So I think there's still, a lot of confusion going on in their family right now.
What was it like for you? You have helped families for decades, but this case stayed with you. Talk to me about what it meant for you personally in that quick amount of time that you got that call back.
I wasn't the original investigator on this case. I helped with it back then, but I've kept it on my desk because always trying to figure out, will we ever figure out who this person is? And then I knew of newer technology that was coming out, so I was hoping it would be a match. And then when I got that phone call, it literally was an email that said, here's the name. I was in shock. I couldn't believe that we had a person of who it was. And then to call the family, I didn't even think they'd call me back because I wasn't sure. I mean, it was a random name. And when they called me back and told me he had been missing, then I was, in disbelief as well. But I was comforted to know that we knew who he was.
What led you to Barbara Ray Venters? Have you been working with her personally, or?
Her name had come up when I had worked with several of the labs before. And all of these labs seem to know each other because they've worked on cases together. And every time I brought up Barbara's name that I was working with her, everybody was very supportive that was a very good choice to be working with her.
Is that family still in Ramsey County area?
They're still in Minnesota, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
You speak to what part of Ramsey County he's from and born and raised for anybody that might be, how old was he?
He was last living in New Brighton. He was last in the New Brighton area, but he had left there. He was leaving there. He had told his family he was going to California.
Has the FBI been able to provide any details on the case?
We don't have any information from the FBI. Unfortunately, it was from 1970, and any records that were there, nobody can find any records from that.
And what are your thoughts in terms of Barbara's work for future cases, whether it be on Santee or in other locations? I mean, is this kind of where everything is headed for cold cases and cases that are unsolved?
Well, between her work and the lab of Othram, I believe that's where everybody needs to be going right now. If they have cold cases and they have unidentified remains, they need to be making those phone calls. It's just so they can get closure for the families.
I covered that Stillwater case, and then it was, oh my gosh, 41 years. Now we're talking 50 plus years of these cases. Can you just speak to, again, some of your shock and disbelief of coming to this point after so long?
Right. When we were first, when we had first found his remains and they said 3 to 28 years, of course we were thinking in 2003, that's a long time, and how will we ever figure this out? And then you go back to 1970, and what we had back then, people weren't reported missing as adults in 1970. So there never was a missing person report filed for Donald. So there's just so much disbelief, but again, there's a lot of peace because we know that he's being brought back home to his family, and it's not complete closure for them because there's still a lot of unanswered questions that we have, but at least they know that they can have him back home, and there's some comfort with that.
When you speak of closure, where does your investigation go next? This is a lot of years that
Right.
have passed in a case that drug-related.
Governed Jerry Nadler.
Correct.
So Lofgren,
And that's exactly it. We don't, a lot of, some of the
didn't even have a
people who were
Christmas
friends with him at the
or
time have
Hanukkah
passed
or any,
away.
holiday.
There's a lot of speculation
so many
and rumor
people.
that went around.
John
his
Sarbanes has
disappearance.
been the patron saint of this, or the godfather, whatever analogy you want to make of this legislation. So I want to thank all of them for giving us this special opportunity. Earlier this week, we passed the GI Bill to protect our democracy. Again, House Democrats worked. It's really important to know about that, and I said this on the floor the other day, but in case you weren't paying strict attention. When we had the first GI Bill, it was the fruit of the advocacy and labor of the American Legion and other groups following World War I. They were not treated as fairly as they should have been, and they wanted future veterans to be treated better, hence the GI Bill. President Roosevelt signed the bill and made great statements about it.
All right, everybody, this is Daytona Everett with Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here on this Thursday morning. As you can hear, probably, if you've been following us here on the stream, we have a lot going on right now. Well, we're in the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi press briefing as she's talking about voting legislation that's being debated and has been debated all morning long, now being voted on. And so she's pretty emotional about this. We apologize for those audio issues right there, but we got it all squared away, and we've got a morning full of top stories for you. So let's hop back in to that live press conference with the speaker.
And now we are listening to our veterans who are telling us that we really need to expand and strengthen the GI Bill eligibility for reservists and guardsmen. And so that's what we did earlier this week in the House. I hope it will pass the Senate. As you see today, which takes me to my next subject of COVID, that the president is enlisting some of that talent and those resources in the fight against COVID. And those resources in the fight against COVID. As we work for the people, the coronavirus still is a very top priority. We know the science tells us vaccines, masks, testing, spacing, and the rest are a path to ridding ourselves of that. And when it comes to our schools, as a grandmother of a public school student, I'm very hopeful that we can have children safely in school to the greatest extent possible. Masking and testing, separation, vaccines help us to do that. And I'm glad that the president has this initiative now for 500 million tests to be sent out, and then with the prospect of another 500 million tests, so that people know that they're surrounded by safe people. It's always sad to see the numbers. Nearly 850,000 Americans already died. We send our prayers, and our prayers, they and their families are in our hearts and our prayers. And yesterday, we had as his final public resting event, Harry Reid lying in state in the United States Capitol, so appropriate for someone who did so much to make the future better for America. The comments that were said there, the show of support for him, the President of the United States, the Vice President, members of Cabinet, bipartisan members of Congress coming to pay their respects to this great patriot. Those of us who were at his funeral service, his celebration of life in Nevada, we hear two presidents, the President Biden and former President Obama, making their remarks was quite remarkable. But to hear Harry Reid's children talk about him was something just glorious to behold. We would all hope that our children could even come anywhere in the same category of reflection about us as Harry Reid's children did. It was so beautiful. Now they took him home last night to Nevada, state that he loved, worked for, always looked out for in every way. As I said, not only the environmental climate by protecting the beautiful natural patrimony of Nevada, but also the political climate by protecting their status in the presidential election process. He will always be remembered for his goodness. He was about family. He was a person of great faith, and he cared about the future. We will miss him. And so we talked about voting rights, GI Bill, COVID, Harry Reid. Any questions?
Madam Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Leader McCarthy says he will not comply with the January 6th Select Committee. Does he have an obligation to cooperate, and should he be subpoenaed if he refuses to continue to comply?
Yes, I think he has an obligation as we seek the truth to help with that, but up to the committee as to what they do next. I see what you see. I mean, they make their decisions, they come forward, and I'm not prepared to say what they do next, but they'll be telling us.
Madam Speaker,
Okay.
is it problematic for the investigation if all House Republicans just refuse to talk to them?
No, but we will seek the truth, we will find the truth, and the committee will use, if they have said everything is on the table, at one point they said that in order to do that. I have confidence in the bipartisan nature of the committee. They are working very hard, as we can see in the public domain, with the product of their work, and I have confidence in them.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Chad.
And just to make sure I understand your position on this here, obviously you are punting to the committee, saying, you know, they're the committee, they're investigating, it's their
That's right.
source,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
But a couple of years ago, when there were questions about contempt of Congress for Trump administration officials, you even referred to the quote jail that's underneath the crypt here, saying, oh, maybe we should do that. I mean, this is a particular issue for Congress. If you have members who are uncooperative, it is hard to get them with subpoenas. Therefore, if they were going to take any sort of extraordinary step, one would think that would fall to the committee, but it would also go through you to sign off on some particular, discipline or ethics committee or whatever you would decide to do in dealing with a member of Congress, particularly the minority leader.
Well, I have, as one who has served on the Ethics Committee for many years, longer than anybody else, I've always said any issues about the Ethics Committee referring things should not come out of the leader's or the Speaker's office. That's up to the process to put forth, and also now people can bring a charge from outside because we established the outside entity to bring something forward to the Ethics Committee. But I have no intention of interfering with the work of the committee. I have absolutely none. They have their data, they have their testimony that they are taking. They know the path that they are on. I don't. I defer to their judgment. Yes, sir.
Madam Speaker, you say today sets up a prospect for consideration
Yeah.
of new voting rights law.
Yes.
This doesn't seem to be a prospect for actual passage.
Well, it might be.
What's changing? Where is this going?
Well, you'll have to go over and ask that in the Senate. But we do believe that what we call the For the People Act, and now called the Freedom to Vote Act, is a bill that very much had the input of Senator Manchin. As a former governor, as a former Secretary of State, he did great things in his state to, again, stop big dark money from having an impact on elections. He has a voter ID law that they have there that has been incorporated into this. So he knows the subject, and this bill is a reflection of some of his input, and hopefully he will defend his bill in terms of having it brought to the floor. But it's no use wasting your time asking me questions about what the Senate will do. You just have to go ask them what their next path is. But it is really important for the American people to know, because what is stunning is to see the misrepresentations that are made, for example, on the floor of the House now. I mean, I won't even go into them because I don't want to return to their misrepresentations. But the facts are, as I said, partisan redistricting, end that. Big dark money dominating politics, end that. Suppressing the vote, nullifying elections, end that. Supporting the grassroots, for that. And then, as I say, the voting rights, which has not been partisan before in recent history, and now has become. So in terms of the process in the Senate, but we are excited because we pass these bills again and again in two different Congresses, and as recently as last year in this Congress, and we had to do them again because we're in a new Congress. We also had to do the Voting Rights Act with a fresh array of hearings around the country because the violations that the Republicans committed in the 2000 2020 election were so blatant that it established another level of documentation for the need of the Voting Rights Act. You have to go to the Senate. Sorry.
Madam Speaker,
Last question.
as far as the voting rights bill is concerned,
Yes.
we heard what the president said in his speech, and it appeared that there was criticism from the upper chamber from Mr. Durbin saying that he went perhaps a little bit over the top a little bit. What are your thoughts on that? And do you think that the president may have gone a little bit too far in trying to sell this particular bill to the American people and trying to get votes to try and get this passed by breaking the filibuster?
No, I stand with the president. I think that I thought his speech was wonderful, and I stand with him in the fight for voting rights. No criticism of Mr. Durbin. He has to do what he has to do vis-a-vis his own members and the rest. The only criticism I would make, too, I wouldn't say they're criticism, but observations. Nobody knows who Bull Connor is. If we're making the case to say we're going to be with Martin Luther King or Bull Connor, who's that? You want to be with Martin Luther King or Martin Luther King and John Lewis, or the people who unleashed the fierce dogs on them? That's who Bull Connor is. Strom Thurmond, none of us have a lot of happy memories about Strom Thurmond. So again, since you asked my critique of the president's speech, I thought it was fabulous. I come out, congratulate him for it. It was well received, even among those who had some apprehension of what's going to happen with all of this next. So I thank him for it, and I stand with the president in the fight for voting rights. Thank you. I unfortunately have to go to the floor to vote for the bill as well as gavel it down. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you.
So again, Speaker Pelosi holding her weekly briefing, focusing mostly on the voting rights legislation that is still active on the floor right now, taking a live look as lawmakers, House representatives voting on the bill right now. This is a repackaged voting rights legislation. That's according to Chad Pergram, who was in that press conference room asking questions of the speaker there. After this is passed through, which it's quite likely that it will, it's going to be sent to the Senate, and that would tee up, of course, that filibuster and killing of the filibuster is what everyone has been talking about this week. The senators being able to overrule the Democratic senators, being able to overrule the Republican senators who vote against this, although there are some Democrats who are not fully on board with this voting legislation yet. So should be interesting to see what happens next once it moves past the House there. I'm Daytona Everett. It is about 9:20 here in Phoenix, 11:20 out on the East Coast. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning. We have a lot more to be getting to, and we're going to get to all of it after this commercial break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. I'm Daytona Everett, typically joining you on the evenings, but today in the mornings. Happy to be with you. Well, as we said before the break, we are closely monitoring the House floor as they are voting on several voting rights bills, civil rights time period voting legislation that has been kind of fought on back and forth between Democrats and Republicans over the past week. The president himself heading to Atlanta, Georgia this past week, and some lawmakers are kind of critics of the speech that he made. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi just was speaking not too long ago, just minutes ago. She said she was very happy with the speech that President Biden made about voting legislation moving forward. So, of course, when we get that vote in, we will bring it to you on the House floor. After it goes past the House floor, it will move on to the Senate. So that's when things really start to get interesting. And we'll take you through all of this every single step of the way. Until then, though, if you missed it, President Biden talking COVID-19 today, specifically numbers, hospitalizations, and next steps. He's even deploying so many healthcare workers and even emergency response to 6 different states who have been severely impacted due to the Omicron variant. As we know, cases are surging in several places, but specifically in certain states. So what is the COVID-19 response from the Biden administration? Fox 11 Los Angeles spoke with Fox's Doug Luzader. Here's that.
I love saying birthday kisses and hugs from a distance, and I'm glad to see the balloon was retrieved from the studio ceiling. I don't know what happened there.
Balloon, it was fantastic.
As evidenced by the fact that all go through it, our signal with Doug Luzader has been reestablished triumphantly, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Doug. Can you hear me across the miles?
I can hear you. Good morning.
I can see you. Look at you. This is great. Look, we're all having to deal with technical challenges here and there, so we forge ahead. So let me talk to you. The president is expected to address the nation again. Ever-evolving COVID pandemic guidance, rules, support, resources. The messaging, as you and I have talked about from some of our public health officials, has been a little bit confounding, a little bit confusing, and hard to follow. What kind of tone do you expect the president to set today?
Well, a serious one. You know, he's going to come out in about 20 minutes, we think, and he's going to address, it sounds like, a couple of big areas. One would be providing some military assistance to a number of hospitals in a number of different states to help them deal with growing COVID cases. It's something they've talked about before. It sounds like this is going to be a formal announcement of it actually taking place. He's going to be joined by the Secretary of Defense, it sounds like, so that kind of fits with this White House strategy. The other thing he's going to be talking about, we think, is testing. Now, we know the White House announced that they were going to be sending out 500 million home tests. You would go on a website and request them. Still very much a work in progress. They're still trying to sign contracts to get access to those tests. They're still trying to set up the website to allow all of us to make sure we get one of those tests. And in the meantime, we think the president today is going to announce that they're going to try to get another 500 million tests. So 1 billion total. Sounds like a lot, but it's a big country, and we will burn through those tests pretty quickly. But the White House knows that there's a shortage and that they've got to deal with that.
Mighty quick. And by the way, the infrastructure, getting something like that up and running. By the way, they've had 2 years. Sorry, that was just a little bit of frustration that has pent up. I think we're all there, right? Doug, a lot of us are frustrated by where we are right now, and we just have to stay the course. Now, also on deck today, well, we don't know this for sure, but there's a potential that the Supreme Court decision could come today on some of those federal mandates, right?
Yeah, and I have some news for you on that front. Okay. It will not come today.
Okay.
We just learned just moments ago, because the court, the way this works is, you know, the court's so mysterious to follow. They let us know, hey, we're going to be releasing decisions 10 a.m. Eastern time, so 10 minutes ago. Well, they released the decision, but it had nothing to do with these COVID mandates. So we're still waiting for the court to weigh in on whether these are constitutional.
Okay. All right. Well, it will continue the waiting game, and meanwhile, well. We will watch for the president. We'll bring those comments from him when they happen. They're set to start around 7:30, but those times are sometimes a little flexible. Doug, thanks for pushing through. Good to see you as always, my friend.
Thanks, Michaela.
So back here at home, family, friends, and fellow officers pay their respects to LAPD officer Fernando Arroyo. Tony has the latest on the tributes that came in.
Yeah, that tribute came shortly after the announcement that 4 suspects have been arrested in the robbery and shooting of that off-duty officer in South Los Angeles. The men and women of LAPD's Olympic Station are remembering and honoring the 27-year-old officer last night. Police Academy classmates of Officer Arroyo's lighting candles and placing flowers under his photograph next to their class number 1218. They also signed a sheet of condolence for the grieving family, and they remembered his passion for his job.
I would always ask him, why are you in such a good mood? I said, man, I just love my job. That's what he always told me. Every day we would come to work, and when we would get changed next to each other, he would tell me, I'm just happy to be here.
There was also a procession of officers to the family's home where they prayed the rosary for Officer Arroyo. He worked for the LAPD for 3 years. He was gunned down Monday night while he and his girlfriend were house hunting in the Florence Firestone area. New this morning, a fire burns through a carport in Santa Clarita. At least 8 vehicles were damaged or destroyed. That fire breaking out around 1:30 this morning at an apartment complex on Camp Plenty Road. The good news here is that no one was hurt. Investigators now trying to determine the cause. Michaela?
Okay, Tony, thank you so much. Coming up, I would say Sandra Endo has the best assignment of the day, hands down.
Oh, I'm practicing, I'm warming up, getting in shape for the ski season. This is going to be a busy weekend here at Snow Summit. I'll tell you all about it coming up. How am I looking? How am I doing? Woohoo!
Okay, so those were just some of the headlines out in California. Of course, it's not a California morning newscast if they don't send someone to Big Bear for ski season, as everything is reopening again despite the rise in COVID cases. We are also going to take a quick break. As we said, we are monitoring everything happening on the House floor right now. Chad Pergram with Fox News being very, very diligent and keeping us updated. Again, the House voting on that repackaged voting rights bill. It will likely be sent to Senate to tee up that filibuster vote there. And then, of course, Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, just holding her weekly press conference, being drilled on a lot of different things. Here's actually Pelosi right now. Let's take a listen.
3, the motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The motion is passed.
Okay, so there you have it. The motion has passed. That means it's going to head over to the Senate floor, which we do have a live look at the Senate floor. Senator Ted Cruz speaking right now. They've been mostly focusing on inflation. Let's listen in real quick.
Today, Ukraine risks getting wiped off the map altogether. Putin didn't just wake up one day and decide he wanted to invade Ukraine. He's wanted to invade Ukraine for years. And he did so already in 2014. But he stopped short of a full invasion because he couldn't endanger Ukraine's energy infrastructure, which he needs to get Russia's natural gas to Europe. That stopped Putin from marching all the way to Kiev. The next year, in 2015, Putin began the Nord Stream 2 project to build a pipeline to go around Ukraine so that he could get his gas to Europe and invade Ukraine with no risk to the billions he relies on every year. Nord Stream 2, as we know, as we've heard from Republicans and from Democrats literally hundreds of times over the past years, on this floor, in committees and briefings, Nord Stream 2 was designed to circumvent Ukraine. It's why the Senate has worked together for years in a bipartisan manner to stop Nord Stream 2 from coming online. In 2017, Congress came together and passed the Countering America's Adversaries adversaries through Sanctions Act, or CATSA, which sanctioned investments in Russian energy export pipelines. In 2019, Congress passed Protecting Europe's Energy Security Act, or PISA, which sanctions Nord Stream 2 directly. I authored that bill along with Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen. And in 2021, Congress expanded those sanctions in the Protecting Europe's Energy Security Clarification Act. Again, I authored that bill along with Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen. For the next several hours, this body will revisit and debate this issue once again. We will revisit our successes from 2019 to 21 in using targeted sanctions to end construction of the pipeline. When President Trump signed our bipartisan sanctions into law, Putin stopped construction of the pipeline literally 15 minutes before the law became effective. Sanctions worked. They succeeded. Together, we won a bipartisan foreign policy and national security victory. But we will also revisit in this debate the catastrophic decision President Biden made in May of this year to waive those sanctions, the sanctions that had worked, the sanctions that were successful. President Biden waived them nonetheless. When this debate is over, each of us will have to decide whether he or she will vote to finally and definitively put an end to this pipeline through mandatory sanctions. Our Ukrainian allies are crying out for us to do so. Ukraine's president and prime minister and Speaker of the Parliament have all explicitly and passionately done so in recent days. Ukraine's prime minister said last week Nord Stream 2 is, quote, no less an existential threat to Ukraine's security and democracy than Russian troops on our border. That's the prime minister of Ukraine begging this body, the United States Senate, to help them. Just this week, a public letter from leaders in Ukrainian civil society said, and I want to quote this at length, they said, quote, since late October 2021, Russia has amassed more than 120,000 troops close to the Ukrainian border, along with the logistical support for a major new offensive. This menacing buildup had been accompanied by increasingly belligerent rhetoric from senior Russian officials. We believe the green light given to the Nord Stream 2 pipeline in May 2021 served as one of the key triggers for the current crisis and must be urgently revised. End quote. Mr. President, in ordinary times, that open letter from Ukrainian civil society would resonate with both Democrats and Republicans. This is a plea for help. Opponents of our legislation are clutching at pretexts to avoid doing what we have done many times before, and I want to address those pretexts one at a time. One argument we've heard again and again is that imposing sanctions on Nord Stream 2 AG, the Gazprom-owned cutout that runs Nord Stream 2, would shatter European unity. That's an argument that's being repeated by the White House repeatedly, that this is all about transatlantic unity. We should give Putin this pipeline because of transatlantic unity. Mr. President, I urge every senator to ask a simple question. What unity and with whom? In January, the European Parliament voted to condemn and stop the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. The vote was 581 to 50. 581 to 50. Mr. President, if you care about transatlantic unity, let me suggest that we side with the 581 and not the 50. The Biden White House's argument is literally go with the 50 in the name of transatlantic unity. I don't know how you stand up and make that argument in a straight face. 581 to 50. In August of 2021, the chairs of the Foreign Affairs Committee in 9 countries opposed explicitly the Nord Stream 2 U.S.-German agreement, the Biden agreement to allow the completion of Nord Stream 2. Among those countries that explicitly opposed that agreement, Estonia, the Czech Republic, Ireland, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine, and the United Kingdom. Mr. President, are those countries Europe? Do we care about transatlantic unity with those countries that are begging us to find the courage to stand up to Vladimir Putin? When President Biden made his deal to allow the pipeline to go through anyway, the foreign ministers of Ukraine and Poland issued a remarkable joint statement declaring that the decision President Biden made to surrender to Putin, that it created an immediate, quote, security crisis for Europe. They told us then, Ukraine and Poland both told us then, as a result of waiving sanctions, we're going to see Russian troops. They were right. It's almost as if they understand their neighbor. It's almost as if they understand Putin's desire to reassemble the Soviet Union. It's almost as if they believe Vladimir Putin when he said that he believed the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century was the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And he wants to bring it back together by force, which I would note would be a grave national security threat to the United States.
So again, we've just been listening into the Texas Senator, Senator Ted Cruz, as he says that he wants economic penalties aimed at blocking Russia's Nord Stream 2. That's a pipeline that would bring heating fuel to Germany and cash to Moscow. Last month, he secured a promise of a vote on that bill by Monday in exchange for allowing the Senate to confirm dozens of stalled diplomatic nominees. So instead of talking inflation, COVID-19, or voting legislation, focusing on Russia for his time on the floor. Well, we are going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are following several other stories here. We've got the podium all set up for Kevin McCarthy. The minority leader in the House says, I'm sure he'll have some choice words for what happens next with this voting legislation, as the motion has passed on the House floor today. So more to come on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Representative Kevin McCarthy holding his press briefing. Let's listen in.
We'll be asking ourselves one question. Is America better off after 12 months of one-party rule in Washington? Well, let's recap to see what the answer to that question is. 1 million kids started the year off once again, dealing with abrupt school closures, returning to more uncertainty and disruption. I know you heard it from so many parents, being stuck once again. Homicides in 2021 were near record highs. In several major cities like Philadelphia and Portland, murders hit the highest rate in the city's history. Now we have the reason you're all here. We have the highest inflation rate in 40 years, causing prices to surge. That increase you see there all happened under President Biden's watch. To put that number in perspective, here is the real impact inflation is having on soaring prices. Americans are paying on a daily basis. 50% in gas, used cars up 37%, hotels 28%, beef 19%. Now that's only if you could actually find it. Consumers been to the store recently? Over the past week, Americans have shared their experiences of dealing with empty shelves and sparse supply while doing their grocery shopping. By nearly every single measure, America is worse off than we were before Joe Biden took office. And despite the slews of ongoing crisis, what did the president do and where did he travel this week? Did he go to a school to advocate for our children to return to the classrooms? No, he did not. Not to one of the communities dealing with the historic crime surge. And we know he didn't go to the border to see the situation firsthand because he's been avoiding that crisis all year. No, the President of the United States went to Atlanta to appease his Twitter base, spread falsehoods, and to disparage millions of Americans. You know, the Biden agenda is now so toxic that the Daily Beast, now that's a far from a right-leaning publication, recently dubbed it as a Build Back Quieter, because even Democrats are actively avoiding talking about it. And by the way, I have a question for all of you. Did anyone in this room find out where Stacey Abrams' scheduling conflict was all about? Well, maybe we just found the answer. Need any other indication President Biden is unpopular? As I come week after week, it is now 26 Democrats have announced they will be retiring. That's more than any cycle since 1996. And as I've said from the very beginning, that number will get higher. They cannot run on a record of failure. They definitely can't run on a record of accomplishments. I know that record will be higher than 30 retirements as it goes. Who can blame these Democrats? The only thing they have to show their constituents for the past year is how they've succeeded in making life harder for the average American. And they have done is push more mandates and more controls. House Republicans understand the priorities of the American people. They want prices to come down. They want their kids' schools open. They want safer communities to be able to walk in their neighborhoods and a sense that their government is listening to their needs. Now, if entrusted with the majority, House Republicans will dedicate our legislative and accountability agenda to focusing on the true needs of the American people. This is a commitment we make as a conference. We will not lose sight of why you elected us to represent you in Washington. With that, let's open it up for questions. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for you. A year ago today, on January 13th, 2021, you stood on the House floor and you said the president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress. You said that he should have immediately denounced the mob. And you also said that there's no evidence that what happened was started by Antifa. Wondering if you still stand by those comments, and also A few days after that, you went down to visit the former president in Mar-a-Lago. What changed? Why did you make that trip?
What changed? Why did I make the trip?
What changed from what you said on the floor, criticizing him, saying that he was...
My criticism went to everyone on that day. Why was the Capitol so ill-prepared that day?
You made those comments directly about the president, though.
Why was the Capitol so ill-prepared that day? And how do we make sure it will never be ill-prepared again? I just had a conference with our members and the Sergeant of Arms and the Capitol Police. You weren't in the room, but let me give you an answer to some of the questions that were asked. In some of the questions that were asked to the Capitol Police, the chief said that was above his pay grade to make the answer. I asked him, well, who's above you? Simple question about magnetometers coming before the chambers. He said, well, if another speaker comes in and decides they're to go, they go. Another question to the Sergeant of Arms was, has the January 6th committee asked for any of the communications from the former Sergeant of Arms to the speaker that day? To the best of his knowledge, they have not asked for any of that. The more we learn about the situation, the more we find that from investigation to investigation, the changes made in the Capitol Police Intel Department in November of not providing them information going further has been a real problem on the basis for that day. And the core of what we need to have happen here is, why was this building so ill-prepared, and how do we make sure that never happens again? Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure what call you're talking about, so off the top of my head. Yes, sir. How's CNN doing? Are you guys okay? Good. All right.
You battled the creation of an outside commission from the start. You also opposed the select committee.
Well, that's not true.
Well, you also
Go ahead, ask your question. I'll verify what's true and not.
You said, sure, you'd be willing to testify about your conversation.
Yeah, what was the date of that?
That was in May of last year.
Okay.
And you're now saying you won't agree to voluntarily.
Okay.
So why should the public not conclude that you're trying to hide something here and hide the facts from getting out?
Great question. I hope everything gets corrected at CNN. I work through all that with your employees. After January 6th, you can state this, who was the first person to offer a bipartisan commission to look at that day? Was it me? I'll help you. The answer is yes. Nancy Pelosi waited 4 months. In that time period, as we came here and discussed many times, you were here, you would ask me questions. My fear began to erode that she'd play politics with this. You watched it unfold and unfold, how she would prepare that who could have a subpoena power, who can have the scope, continuing to fight it all along the way that we now found she just played politics while the Senate had 2 committees, bipartisan, look at what happened on January 6th. The FBI was doing their own investigation. And you all know the role of Congress, the only role we have is legislative. You asked me that question in May. That was 2 months before Nancy Pelosi decided for the first time in history by any speaker to deny the minority to even put their individuals on a committee. So when you asked me that question, never did I think a speaker would play such politics and then appoint a chairman who starts the committee by saying the only person out of bounds is the speaker. And now that we find, even when we ask to preserve that information with the Sergeant of Arms, that they will not provide it. Maybe if Nancy Pelosi had done what other speakers would do and not play politics with it, there could have been a different answer. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go right ahead. Go ahead, sir.
You have a unique window into the president on that day, January 6th. You were one of the only few people who spoke to him that day. Doesn't the American public have a right to know what the president of the United States was thinking and doing while the U.S. Capitol was under attack?
You know, that's a great question. You know the great thing about that? I didn't wait a year later. On January 6th, I spoke to the American public. Not by one network, but by many networks. My conversation was very short, advising the president of what was happening here. There is nothing that I can provide the January 6th committee for legislation of them moving forward. There is nothing in that realm. It is pure politics of what they're playing. Yes, sir. Yes.
So when you're in the majority, the only oversight you guys will conduct is oversight that you intend to write bills off of? Is that your... Because Congress has a long history of legislating, of oversight that doesn't necessarily result in legislation. You guys did it, Pelosi did it, Boehner did it, Ryan did it. I mean, there's a long history of that.
Really? And how often have we gone after people's phone records?
I'm asking what you will do. What you will do if you are the Speaker of the House, will you only conduct oversight that is
You know what we'll do if we are entrusted with the majority? The first thing we'll do is talk about how do we lower the prices for the American public? How do we make gasoline price affordable again? How do we put food back on the shelves? How do we stop this rise of inflation and prices of everything you deal with? How do we secure our border? How do we stop government mandating and controlling our lives? How do we make cities safe again? And yes, we will hold this administration accountable. We just found this week, I sent a letter with Virginia Fox. The Secretary of Education asked the National School Board to send them a letter so he can go to the Attorney General to now investigate the parents who go to school board meetings of terrorism. Afghanistan. We have 13 new Gold Star families. That never had to happen. How many Americans are still stuck there? Have any of you asked that question? The president said just weeks before he would not leave until every American was gone. The taxpayer that bought all that weaponry that the Taliban now has. You got any reporting and recording of where that is? Where's it being sold to now on the black market? IRS releasing Americans' tax returns. Yes, we can do both, and we will. I hope you all have a great weekend. Take care and stay safe.
Kevin, you're not going to call me? Can you... Fascinating.
Okay, so you've been listening into Representative McCarthy right there as he has been talking about, obviously, voting rights. That's been the main talker today, and it still is there on the House floor as representatives are stepping up. It has now since been passed. We're going to listen in to what these lawmakers have to say as it is sent over now to the Senate. Senate now having to figure out what they want to do, likely going to kill the filibuster, which would be a one-time move, or so they say. Let's listen.
Anticipating bringing other legislation, the bipartisan bills that we did to do things like create Operation Warp Speed, which was maybe one of the most successful things government did in reaction to a pandemic in the history of the world, to come up with not one, not two, but now 3 proven and effective vaccines in less than a year to a virus no one even knew about. Never happened in the history of the world, but something that we came together, Republicans and Democrats, with President Trump to achieve, a great achievement, something we would sure urge President Biden to build on, because President Biden did run with a promise that he would, quote, shut down the virus. Clearly, he has failed at that. We've asked through a number of different means to have hearings on some of the things we've heard concerns about, and I would start with testing. There was an article recently that the president was presented with a plan in October to come up with about 750 million tests that people could have for COVID at home that would be readily available by Christmas, where they in October anticipated a resurgence of COVID by December. It's been reported that the president rejected that plan. We've asked for a hearing into that. For whatever reason, the majority has not agreed to that. Here was a letter I had sent to Mr. Clyburn and Ms. Maloney through the Select Subcommittee on Coronavirus, as well as through the Oversight Committee. Myself and Ranking Member Comer asked to have a hearing into some of these things. The testing failures that were reported, if they're true, we ought to hear about them. If they're false, the administration ought to be pointing that out. They have not, which tells me they must be true. But then why in October would the president have rejected a testing plan that could have prevented us from getting to the place we're at right now with this resurgence? What about some of the national plans that the president said he had as a candidate that then he later told governors recently he doesn't have a national plan on COVID? The mixed messaging coming from the administration is causing tremendous confusion across America, and we've asked that we have hearings to clarify, give the administration a chance to state their plan or the lack thereof, state whether or not they rejected a massive testing plan for the nation in October that would have prevented what happened in December. The lack of desire by the administration to be transparent about any of this is creating tremendous confusion across the country. This Congress could address that by holding hearings to get the facts out. I know we're going to continue to press for those kinds of hearings. I would hope we have them, but so far we have not gotten any response to the affirmative on that. And I don't know if the gentleman has anything to add. Maybe the gentleman would agree that we would have these kind of hearings to get some of these facts out or get some of these issues addressed, and I would yield.
For yielding, and I would say at the outset, I believe the committee on which he serves with Mr. Clyburn is one of the committees, among many, who ought to be looking at that those facts. But let me say this, because in stating the facts as you just did,
All right, so you've been listening in to the House floor right here as debate continues, normal proceedings continue. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back at the top of the hour with the top stories. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. 10 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, noon out on the East Coast, and it's been a busy day thus far. We have our stakeout camera set up, ready for President Biden as he's supposed to be heading over to Capitol Hill as voting rights legislation is top of mind. We just saw legislation, a restructured package, get passed through on the House floor, and the House floor still active at this moment here, and also the Senate floor as well. We're actually listening in, though, to a quick interview being done with Senator Ted Cruz. We popped into his remarks just a few minutes ago, talking mostly about Russia, but I'm sure lots of questions being asked of the Texas senator about this voting legislation. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Ask you, they're going to bring your bill to the floor for a vote later today. What do you think of this new Menendez bill? Do you think that will get bipartisan support? Because now we don't expect yours to necessarily have the bipartisan support it once did.
Well, the vote today on Nord Stream 2 sanctions should be a very easy vote. Every single Democrat in the Senate has voted to sanction the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, not just once, but twice. Only two things have changed since they voted in support of these sanctions. Number one, the current occupant of the White House has a D behind his name instead of an R. And number two, there are over 100,000 Russian troops on the border of Ukraine preparing to invade, and our Ukrainian allies are pleading with us, begging us to sanction the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and stop the invasion. Senate Democrats know this, but the Biden White House is furiously lobbying Senate Democrats with the intention of trying to get them to back up President Biden in surrendering to Putin, in capitulating to Putin, in effectively giving the green light for Putin to invade Ukraine. I've been in the Senate now 10 years. The vote we're going to take today is one of the most momentous votes this Senate has ever taken. It is a vote about war or peace. It is a vote about standing up to Russia, standing up to Putin, standing up and defending U.S. national security. The Menendez bill is designed to give political cover for Democrats so they can vote against sanctioning Nord Stream 2 and allow Putin to have the energy infrastructure to get Russian natural gas to Europe without having to go through Ukraine. If you look at what prevents Russia from invading Ukraine right now, the principal thing that prevents an invasion is that Russia has to get its gas to Europe by going through Ukraine. And if it invades, it risks endangering that energy infrastructure. Nord Stream 2 is a pipeline that goes around Ukraine, so they don't need Ukraine anymore. The Democrats know that. Every one of the Democrats know that. And this is simply, it's a choice. It's a choice of, are they going to put partisan loyalty above U.S. national security? And I will say, if the Democrats vote it down, I think the chances are much greater that in days or weeks or just a few months from now, we will see a Russian invasion of Ukraine and we will see Russian tanks in the streets of Kiev. And if that happens, the Democrats' vote today will be the principal cause of that happening. I pray that it doesn't. I pray that, look, we ought to be able to work in bipartisan fashion. And I'll point out on Nord Stream 2, we had the last two sanctions legislation were bipartisan legislations. I authored both of them, along with Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen. They passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. The Democrats were perfectly happy to sanction Nord Stream 2 when Donald Trump was president. And the absurd irony is if Trump were still president, every Democrat would vote for these sanctions today. The only reason they're not is because, at least for some of them, loyalty to the Democratic Party matters more than defending U.S. national security. That's a terrible outcome. We're going to have partisan disagreements. Democrats want higher taxes, Republicans want lower taxes. Fine, we'll argue about that. That's part of politics, that's part of democracy. This shouldn't be an area of division. We had bipartisan unity on this issue. This was a foreign policy and national security victory that Joe Biden gave away. He unilaterally surrendered to Putin, surrendered to Russia, and threw our Ukrainian allies overboard. Putin wants to reassemble the old Soviet Union, which, if he succeeds in doing so, is a grave national security threat to the United States. We can stop that. And all that senators have to do is vote the same way we've voted over and over again in the past. All the Democrats have to do in support of our national security and not short-term partisan.
After this vote was out today, do you have any faith in the Menendez bill that it will get bipartisan support, that it'll do enough, if that's possible?
So Democrats don't want the Menendez bill. In December, I offered Chuck Schumer that we could bring up the Menendez bill with my Nord Stream 2 sanctions as an amendment to it. Schumer turned that down. He said no. So the reason that we're voting on my bill alone is because that's what Schumer chose. I offered him this choice. The Menendez bill, I can tell you the president of Ukraine, President Zelensky, explicitly addressed the question you just asked. And what President Zelensky said is we need sanctions before the fact, before an invasion to deter an invasion, not after the fact. President of Ukraine is begging the Senate to pass the Nord Stream 2 sanctions. The Menendez bill is not credible. It won't stop the invasion. Democratic senators know that. The White House knows that. And Putin knows that. Ukraine knows that as well. It's why our Ukrainian allies are begging us, if the objective is to stop the invasion, the only way to do so is impose sanctions first, before it happens, not after the fact, after it's a fait accompli. Democrats know that, and I hope they listen to our friends and allies. I would note also, we should listen to Europe on this. The European Parliament voted on Nord Stream 2. The vote was 581 to 50 to condemn the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. We should stand with our European allies. We should stand with Ukraine and Poland and Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania and the Czech Republic. We should stand with Ireland and the United Kingdom, all of whom are asking the senators in this chamber, stand up, do the right thing, impose sanctions, and stop this pipeline. Our Democratic colleagues can decide, where do they stand?
Do you have anything to say about Germany that said...
So Senator Cruz right there, of course, talking about the Russian pipeline once again. He spent all of his time on the Senate floor speaking about that, as well as he's trying to pass through legislation to block the pipeline. Well, as I said before, COVID-19 and this voting legislation are the two main topics, but also crime, specifically in Los Angeles. We have Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti talking about crime statistics in South Los Angeles, as crime is surging not only there, but in other locations as well. We're going to get into that press conference after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. It is 10:10 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Daytona Everett, taking you through the top stories of the day. And as always, staying on top of any of the developments on Capitol Hill. We have a microphone podium set up for President Biden in case he stops by. This is a stakeout camera from inside of Capitol Hill as voting rights legislation is moving through the House and moving on to the Senate. A busy day there in Washington, D.C., but also a busy day across the country as L.A. Mayor Eric Garcetti is speaking in South Los Angeles specifically about crime statistics, a surge in crime and homicides, but he actually gives a special mention to Phoenix, Arizona for all of the Phoenix listeners out there. I'm going to play out this press conference from the beginning.
One of our most active, engaged, involved divisions of the Los Angeles Police Department. And I'm here today with Chairwoman of our Public Safety Committee on the City Council, Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez, as well as with Chief Moore, our partners across the civilian and sworn sides of our public safety mission, for our annual update on the state of public safety in Los Angeles, as well as a description of our strategies to address the challenges that we face, to talk about our vision, and to be able to address the year ahead. The last 2 years have been the most difficult of our life. Los Angeles is not unique. That's happened across this country and throughout the world. A pandemic that's had a profound impact on our health, our mental health, an increase we've seen in isolation, in violence, and our economy, of course, that has been battered unlike ever before. But I want, as we start a new year, to be very clear that public safety is always, must be our top priority, and I know is for everyone assembled here. And though we've seen crime rates go up, it is our honest responsibility to put those in context, to look at the last 10 years, which is the safest decade on record in LA's history, as recently as 2019, when our homicide rate was the lowest since 1962. But as I always remind folks, and as I say in these press conferences, if you are the victim of a crime, stats mean very little to you. The only statistic that matters is the experience you've had, from the suffering of families who have lost loved ones down to even petty crimes which degrade the quality of our life. You want to know how justice will be served. You want to know how your tax dollars will be spent. And that's what we're going to be talking about, framing my remarks around 3 issues. First, that reducing crime requires broad ownership, that we can't just put this on the brave shoulders and the broad shoulders of our police officers, but this must be owned by every civilian, by every strategy, and by every approach we can take to co-own public safety. Second is to always lead with transparency and accountability. These are the core values I know of this Los Angeles Police Department, but also from your city leaders of our government. And third, a focus on people. Statistics sometimes get us away from the actual human beings, the narratives, the men and women who are behind badges, the interventionists who go out there. We will continue this year to focus on our people, from hiring officers to meet our attrition and to make sure they represent our diverse city. We're looking forward to continuing to graduate more classes, to accelerate more recruits. And I was very proud to join with the Chief in our most recent graduation, for the first time, a majority of women who graduated from our academy for the first time ever. Before I dig into these issues, though, I think all of us have broken hearts. Even for those of us who deal with, and I have gotten an email on every homicide since I have been mayor. I was going to add up the number of lost Angelinos, but I didn't have time this morning since I became your mayor. But the thousands of people, of families, of tragedies, even for those of us who deal with that day to day and week to week, this has been an especially painful month. The tragic death of 14-year-old Valentina Oriana Peralta, who was laid to rest this week. Valentina should still be here with us, working towards earning her citizenship, her goal to study robotics. As a father of a daughter, my heart breaks every day. I pray for her and her family. This week brought more loss, and specifically to our LAPD family, when a great Angelino, an angel in our city, Officer Fernando Arroyos, was shot and killed defending himself and his girlfriend when they were off-duty house hunting for their first home. Fernando grew up in LA. He graduated from Crenshaw High School. I remember him from his graduation. He dreamt of becoming a police officer. attended a top university at UC Berkeley, and now his family, his mother, also an immigrant to our country, no longer has her only son. We saw Alejandro Garcia, a father just less than 30 blocks south of here, stand up to defend his son, working together at a Taco Bell, lose his life. How much pain can a heart contain? Something I ask myself every single day, and I want the people of Los Angeles, especially all the victims and families of crime, to know that every single day you're in my heart. So let's turn to the numbers, and let's start with the good numbers. This past year, burglaries were down 7%, one of our most active, engaged, involved divisions of the Los Angeles Police Department. And I'm here today with Chairwoman of our Public Safety Committee on the City Council, Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez, as well as with Chief.
Okay, so that was just a portion of that annual State of Crime out in California in Los Angeles. But I know we have a lot of Phoenix watchers right now. And we told you that Senator Sinema would be speaking on the Senate floor specifically about killing the filibuster, which is a major move by Congress there. President Biden, as we said, likely to be speaking on Capitol Hill. He is going to be visiting lawmakers and trying to push forward this voting legislation. Let's hear what Senator Sinema has to say on the floor right now.
Steadily downward into increasingly bitter tribal partisanship, and our democracy has been strained. While that may sound abstract, it is a problem that hurts Americans in real, tangible ways. These deepening divisions hurt our ability to work together to create new job opportunities, protect the health and safety of our communities and country, and to ensure everyday families get ahead. Americans across the country know this. They see it every day, not only on social media and cable news, but at their jobs and around their dinner tables. Biden. It's more day that we look at other Americans who have different views and see the other, or even see them as enemies, instead of as fellow countrymen and women who share our core values. It's more common today to demonize someone who thinks differently than us, rather than to seek to understand their views. Our politics reflect and exacerbate these divisions, making it more and more difficult to find lasting, broadly supported solutions to safeguard our freedoms, keep our country safe, and expand opportunity for all our citizens. So 2 questions face us as a nation. Where does this descending spiral of division lead? And how can we stop it? Our country's divisions have now fueled efforts in several states that will make it more difficult for Americans to vote and undermine faith that all Americans should have in our elections and our democracy. These state laws have no place in a nation whose government is formed by free, fair, and open elections. We must also acknowledge a painful fact. The state laws we seek to address are symptoms of a larger, more deeply rooted problem facing our democracy. The divisions themselves, which have hardened in recent years and have combined with rampant disinformation to push too many Americans away from our basic constitutional values. In the spring of 2017, after Trump took office, I wrote an opinion piece in the Arizona Republic highlighting my concerns about the strains on our constitutional boundaries and the shrinking respect for our founding constitutional principles. In the years that followed, my colleagues and I in this body were called upon to participate in 2 separate impeachment trials for crimes against our Constitution. And on January 6th last year, I was standing in this very spot, speaking in this very chamber, defending Arizona's fair and valid election against disinformation when violent insurrectionists halted the presidential certification. Threats to American democracy are real. I share the concerns of civil rights advocates and others I've heard from in recent months about these state laws. I strongly support those efforts to contest these laws in court and to invest significant resources into these states to better organize and stop efforts to restrict access at the ballot box. And I strongly support and will continue to vote for legislative responses to address these state laws, including the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act that the Senate is currently considering. I support these bills because they strengthen Americans' access to the ballot box, and they better ensure that Americans' votes are counted fairly. It is through elections that Americans make their voices heard, select their representatives, and guide the future of our countries and our community. These bills help treat the symptoms of the disease, but they do not fully address the disease itself. And while I continue to support these bills, I will not support separate actions that worsen the underlying disease of division infecting our country. The debate over the Senate's 60-vote threshold shines a light on our broader challenges. There's no need for me to restate my long-standing support for the 60-vote threshold to pass legislation. And there's no need for me to restate its role protecting our country from wild reversals in federal policy. It is a view I've held during my years serving in both the U.S. House and the Senate, and it is the view I continue to hold. It is the belief that I have shared many times in public settings and in private settings. Senators of both parties have offered ideas, including some that would earn my support, to make this body more productive, more deliberative, more responsive to Americans' needs, and a place of genuine debate about our country's pressing issues. And while this week's harried discussions about Senate rules are but a poor substitute for what I believe could have and should have been a thoughtful public debate time over the past year, such a discussion is still illegal. But the discussion of rules falls short of what is required. American politics are cyclical, and the granting of power in Washington, D.C. is exchanged regularly by the voters from one party to another. This shift of power back and forth means the Senate 60s vote threshold has proved maddening to members of both political parties in recent years, viewed either as a weapon of obstruction or a safety net to save the country from radical policies, depending on whether you serve in the majority or the minority. But what is the legislative filibuster other than a tool that requires new federal policy to be broadly supported by senators representing a broader cross-section of Americans, a guardrail, inevitably viewed as an obstacle by whoever holds the Senate majority, but which in reality ensures that millions of Americans represented by the minority party have a voice in the process. Demands to eliminate this threshold from whichever party holds the fleeting majority amount to a group of people separated on two sides of a canyon, shouting that solution to their colleagues, and that makes the rift both wider and deeper. Consider this. In recent years, nearly every party line response to the problems we face in this body, every partisan action taken to protect a cherished value, has led us to more division, not less. The impact is clear for all to see. The steady escalation of tit for tat, in which each new majority weakens the guardrails of the Senate and excludes input from the other party, furthering resentment and anger amongst this body and our constituents at home. Democrats' increased use of requiring cloture for judicial nominees under President George W. Bush led to similar tactics by Republicans under President Barack Obama. The 2013 decision by Senate Democrats to eliminate the 60-vote threshold for most judicial and presidential nominations led directly to a response in 2017 by Senate Republicans, who eliminated the threshold for Supreme Court nominees. These short-sighted actions by both parties have led to our current American judiciary and Supreme Court, which as I stand here today is considering questions regarding fundamental rights Americans have enjoyed for decades. Eliminating the 60 vote threshold on a party line with the thinnest of possible majorities to pass these bills that I support will not guarantee that we prevent demagogues from winning office. Indeed, some who undermine the principles of democracy have already been elected. Rather, eliminating the 60 vote threshold will simply guarantee that we lose a critical tool that we need to safeguard our democracy from threats in the years to come. It is clear that the two-party strategies are not working, not for either side, and especially not for the country. Now, it's comfortable for members of each party, particularly those who spent their career in party politics, to think that their respective party alone can move the country forward. Party control becomes a goal in and of itself, instead of prioritizing a healthy, appropriate balance in which Americans' diverse views and shared values are represented. But when one party need only negotiate with itself, policy will inextricably be pushed from the middle towards the extremes. And I understand there are some on both sides of the aisle that prefer that outcome, but I do not. And I know that Arizonans do not either. Our country's first president, George Washington, a leader whose wisdom I borrowed at the conclusion of the 2020 impeachment trial, he warned against political factions more than 200 years ago, saying that extreme partisanship could lead to the ruins of public liberty. I was no party man myself, Washington wrote, and the first wish of my heart was, if parties did exist, reconcile them. We serve in an equally divided Senate, and today marks the longest time in history that the Senate has been equally divided. The House of Representatives is nearly equally divided as well. Our mandate? It seems evident to me. Work together and get stuff done for America. And the past years have shown when a party in control pushes party line changes exceeding their electoral mandate, the bitterness within our politics is exacerbated. Tensions are raised within the country, and traditionally nonpartisan issues are transformed into partisan wedges. We must address the disease itself, the disease of division, to protect our democracy. And it cannot be achieved by one party alone. It cannot be achieved solely by the federal government. The response requires something greater and, yes, more difficult than what the Senate is discussing today. We need robust, sustained strategies that put aside party labels and focus on our democracy, because these challenges are bigger than party affiliation. We must commit to a long-term approach as serious as the problems we seek to solve, one that prioritizes listening and understanding, one that embraces making progress on shared priorities and finding common ground on issues where we hold differing and diverse views. This work requires all Americans everywhere. Efforts to fix these problems on a bare majority party line will only succeed in exacerbating the root causes that gave way to these state laws in the first place, extending our descent into a more fragmented America. This work is our shared responsibility as Americans. I share the disappointment of many that we've not found more support on the other side of the aisle for legislative responses to state-level voting restrictions. I wish that were not the case. Just as I wish there had been a more serious effort on the part of Democratic Party leaders to sit down with the other party and genuinely discuss how to reforge common ground on these issues. My Republican colleagues have a duty to meet their shared responsibility to protect access to voting and the integrity of our electoral process. We need a sustained, robust effort to defend American democracy, an effort on the part of Democrats, Republicans, independents, and all Americans in communities across this country.
So you've been listening in to Senator Sinema from Arizona. We're going to come right back to those remarks, right back to where we left it, and also keeping an eye on this stakeout cam inside of the Capitol there. As we said, President Biden is supposed to be making his way to the Capitol to push forward this voting legislation. But this is significant with the Democrat from Arizona coming out and saying that she is in support of the filibuster, while the majority of her party is saying they want to go ahead and kill it to be able to move forward this legislation. So don't go away. When we come back, more from Senator Sinema. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, a little after 10:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. What a day on Capitol Hill it has been, and it's only been a couple hours. This is a stakeout cam that we've been tracking, which people will probably go up and speak at. This is also a different look from inside of Capitol Hill. We just heard from Senator Ted Cruz talking about that Russian pipeline and legislation that he has proposed in blocking it. More on that later, but we're going to go back into remarks from Senator Sinema out of Arizona. She's talking about maintaining the filibuster, saying this is a nonpartisan issue and that we should pass through legislation the way that we always have been and not try to cut corners. So back out to the Senate floor.
We need a sustained, robust effort to defend American democracy, an effort on the part of Democrats, Republicans, independents, and all Americans in communities across this country. So we ask, what must we do to protect our democracy? We should invest heavily in recruiting and supporting state and local candidates for office in both parties who represent the values enshrined in our Constitution. We should ensure we have a judiciary that is less lopsided in its political leanings and that we can all depend on to uphold the Constitution. We must confront and combat the rise of rampant disinformation and ensure that all Americans have the tools to see fact from fiction. This will be particularly difficult work, since some in power have used disinformation to manipulate our differences and pull Americans apart, pressuring us to see our fellow Americans as enemies. The dangers facing our democracy took years to metastasize, and they will take years of sustained, focused effort to effectively reverse. There are steps that we can take today to fix our politics and better set the stage for repairing our democracy. Many of you know I began my career as a social worker. And in our social work training, our first necessary skill is the ability to listen to others. Listening not to argue or rebut, but listening to understand. I ran for the United States Senate rejecting partisanship, willing to work with anyone to help Arizonans build better and more secure lives. And throughout my time serving Arizona, I have listened to Arizonans expressing diverse views on inflation, economic competitiveness, climate, and social priorities, and the role of the federal itself. I find myself grateful time and time again to learn from Arizonans who share the same core values, but differ in position on issues and policies. Their similarities and their differences are surely representative of the complexity of Americans nationwide. So I find this question answers itself. Can two Americans of sharp intellect and good faith reach different conclusions to the same question? Yes. Yes, of course they can. It is easy for elected officials to give speeches about what they believe. It is harder to listen and acknowledge that there are a whole lot of Americans with different ideas about what is important in our country and how to solve those problems. And yet, it is important to recognize that disagreements are okay. They're normal. And honest disagreements, matched with a willingness to listen and learn, can help us forge sturdy and enduring solutions. You know, Congress was designed to bring together Americans of diverse views, representing different interests, and as a collective, to find compromise and common ground to serve our country as a whole. We face serious challenges, and meeting them must start with a willingness to be honest, to listen to one another, to lower the political temperature, and to seek lasting solutions. Some have given up on the goal of easing our divisions and uniting Americans. I have not. I've worked hard to demonstrate in my public service the value of working with unlikely allies to get results, helping others see our common humanity and finding our common ground. And I remain stubbornly optimistic because this is America. We have overcome every challenge we've ever faced. And I am committed to doing my part to avoid toxic political rhetoric, to build bridges, to forge common ground, and to achieve lasting results for Arizona and this country. But we are in desperate need of more. More people who are willing to listen, to seek understanding, to stitch together the fabric of our country that has been ripping around the edges. More people who are willing to put down the sticks sharpened for battle and instead pick up their neighbors to learn why they're angry or upset or left behind. So I call on each of us as Americans, let us be those people. We are but one country. We have but one democracy. We can only survive. We can only keep her if we do so together. Thank you.
So again, Senator Sinema on the floor there not too long ago with emotional remarks about maintaining the filibuster and being able to vote this voting legislation through in the Senate. the way that they always have been with keeping it. So more to come on that and everything else on Capitol Hill. We have stakeout cameras all out and across in Washington, D.C. The president himself expected to be speaking there to lawmakers to push forward this legislation. Very, very important and critical for Democrats, Republicans, many of them opposing it at this time. And it looks like we may have a little bit of a glimpse, a good shot of when the president does roll up. And so when his motorcade comes in, we'll bring it to you as we have it. Some other live events to bring you to, alert you of. This is a rally for Fanta. She is the 8-year-old who was shot and killed at a high school football game about a year ago in the fall. So we'll be listening into some of the remarks from people there on the ground, I believe, family and friends there as well. But speaking of crime, Los Angeles holding their annual State of Crime in South LA, and we have some of the officials there down on the ground right now alongside the mayor, Eric Garcetti, on the right-hand side of the screen. You can see him. So we'll listen in to the end of this press conference live in California.
This increase that we've seen after record years, record lows, while the ideal number of an officer-involved shooting incidents in this city is 0. In 2018 and 19, we saw those numbers at 26 and 27 respectively. I'm sorry, in 19 and 20, 26 and 27 respectively. Last year, that number grew to 37. And I share with the Commissioner, Commissioner President Briggs, the Mayor, City Council, Chair of Public Safety, our deepest condolences to the family of Valentina, for that young woman, that young lady, that young girl, here in a promising future, to die in her mother's arms as officers responded and tried to stop the actions of a violent assailant, is truly, is one I'm profoundly sorry that that happened. I know that the worst, and I'm confident, the worst experience of a police officer, the worst fear, is that their actions will result in the death of an innocent individual. We are committed to a full and transparent investigation. We're committed to ensure that every aspect that we learn of that is known by the public. We also are committed to ensuring accountability, that the actions from the beginning to the end of the entire organization, of every member that was responsible for having any involvement in this, will be examined and compared to our policies and procedures. And that the judgments made both by my recommendations to this Board of Police Commissioners as well as their final decision will be known by the public. And a written report of our investigation as well as their report and that of the Inspector General, an independent reviewer, as well as the Attorney General of the State of California, will all be brought before the community, for the community to understand and interpret and make their own judgment as to our actions. But critically important, when we look at the instances of gun violence and we look at the instances of police involvement in that have increased in other cities, New York, Houston, Chicago, our peers with the Sheriff's Department, what can we do to change our numbers? And how can we lead our way as we lead American policing in so many fronts to eliminate these increases, to avoid the use of deadly force whenever possible as an absolute last resort, and to find ways of de-escalating, find ways of resolving this, protecting our officers, protecting the public, and protecting the individual many times, in more than half of our instances last year, suffering from some type of mental health crisis. Last year, 22 of our 37 instances involved weapons other than firearms. That's an increase from 11 from the year before. So our area of work in this area, not passing judgment on any one particular shooting at this point, was this last quarter of 2021, as we saw this increase develop, was to challenge our training personnel, challenge our experts to dig into those events with what preliminary information known, and what are the common facts and circumstances, and how do we better prepare and improve the resilience and the ability of our people to safely navigate those challenging circumstances in those chaotic scenes. What has come from that is both the acknowledgement and the commitment to looking at our policies and procedures and trainings and the tools that our people have. Are they sufficient, and how can they be improved? But also critically important is ongoing training and the education of our people to build their resilience, to build their ability to recognize imminent peril, and to build their ability to de-escalate and find alternatives. That is only done through the commitment of added training and scenario-based training that gives them life experience to see situations that are terrifying, that are putting them at risk, that are putting them in peril, to find ways to rely upon those techniques, to rely upon those tools, and to work as a team to safely resolve it. It is my commitment as chief that is a primary and significant focus of our work as we move into 2022. Let me close by saying that we've talked a lot about what happened in 2021 and our efforts to counter it, our efforts on focusing on violence, our efforts on focusing on gun violence, on providing justice to the victims of that violence by shifting whatever resources we have, to balancing that with our continued engagement with GRID, our continued engagement with community groups, with community engagements with the shared responsibility. Smash and grabs was not simply, as an example, simply the results of making 20-plus arrests and added police presence. It was us engaging with our business community so that they could communicate more effectively with one another about the threat and strategies to counter that threat. And I'm proud of the work in that phenomenon of that incident, because it wasn't just a police response. It was a response of us working together with our business community, with bringing awareness to this issue to the public, which allowed the public to work with us to identify those responsible and to counter that trend. 5 points moving forward in our focus in 2022. First, remain committed to principles of community policing, building partnerships and collaborations across all communities and all stakeholders. This is a co-authored event. This is an opportunity for Los Angeles to demonstrate that the progress going forward is on all of us, is on all of our watch and all of our responsibilities. To focus enforcement on chronic offenders and the possession and the suppliers of guns. The third issue is continue to advocate from this department, from this chair, from this commission, from our elected officials, for the development and actual delivery of the increase of support for interventionists, for mental health workers, for outreach and engagement. We talk about the need for public safety. We need to get those resources working around the clock and present across all of our communities. I'm encouraged this past year by the implementation of Circle, both in Hollywood and Pacific, two of the highest concentrations of homeless individuals and people experiencing mental health crisis, as a first step. But we've got to deepen it and we've got to amplify it. And this chair is asking, as we ask for added police resources, we're also asking and believing that this city, this county, and this country can do better with mental health and with support for people experiencing homelessness. Number 4, we need to rebuild this department. Our staffing reductions, which we show our physical presence, the uniform hours that we have on the street, has been impacted by our hiring freeze, the necessity of the economic challenges of this organization, of the city faced, as well as the impact of COVID on our workforce. So I'm particularly pleased that this last year, this council, with the support of this mayor, authorized for a restoration of hiring. And in the first 6 months, we hired more than 300 officers. And we saw some restoration, and our goal is to continue that work through the first half of this next year. And we have proposed added restoration of positions in our next fiscal year that will go from the mayor to the council in the coming months. Building that department, this department, though, must be also recognize that it needs to represent qualified individuals who are diverse and who are representative of all the communities in which we serve. 5th point is technology. We need to continue to modernize our legacy systems. We remain a paper-based and, in my view, inefficient system of operations, too oftentimes relying upon legacy systems that are more than decades old. I'm appreciative of, and you'll see in the report, references to the advances that we made in 2021, both by city support as well as by our Los Angeles Police Foundation, and we look to amplify and accelerate that as we move forward into the 2022 and beyond.
Okay, so again, that update out of South Los Angeles says police officials are talking about how they're going to change things up moving forward with some record high homicide numbers. And that's the story across the country right now. Many locations having issues with shootings and everything else, and just crime in general. As we said before, there's a rally going on in Media, Pennsylvania right now for an 8-year-old Fanta. You're looking at a picture of her who was killed last fall during a shooting at a high school football game. We'll go out to that update when we come back from this commercial break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're looking at the suspect of a shooting from a high school football game in the fall. 8-year-old Fanta Ability was killed in this shooting, and now there's a rally in honor of her name, saying justice for Fanta here. It's going on live. We're going to listen in to this update in Media, Pennsylvania, as friends and family have been stepping up to the microphone with passionate words.
Stay informed, join the organizers, and together, with the family leading the charge, we will bring this county into the 21st century with true and equitable justice for all. We cannot and will not be blind. We cannot and will not be complacent. We cannot and will not accept this status quo. And we cannot and will not stop until the family of Fanta Ability receives the justice they so rightfully deserve. Say her name! Say her name! Thank you.
So just wanted to thank everybody again for coming out here. The fight is far from over. And again, please come out on Tuesday, 9 a.m., because that is the day of Haseen's court hearing, and he deserves support as well. These two young men deserve the support of the community, and they deserve for the officers to be held accountable for murdering Fanta, because the officers are who did it. Haseen and AJ did not. Thank you all again for coming.
Okay, so that was just a quick portion again as friends and family have gathered alongside organizers, local organizers for the BLM movement here. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, on the West Coast, we do have an update from officers themselves in South Los Angeles talking about the state of crime in California right now, as they're saying shootings of officers in California are at an all-time high as well. We'll listen in just briefly here.
6.6%. Pero en muchas otras categorías, el crimen ha subido.
And it does look like they're in Spanish right now, so we'll skip away from that press briefing for just a moment here to give you some live now looks across the country. This one outside of the Capitol there. As we said, we are tracking President Biden as he will be stepping up and speaking to lawmakers trying to push forward voting legislation, the Freedom to Vote bill, and then also some other voting changes for Americans coming up on this next election here. Another podium that has been set up as well inside. Some lawmakers have been stepping on and stepping off, and then heading over to the Senate floor where the Russian pipeline has been the major conversation. Senator Ted Cruz with some emotional words on that as well. Foreign relations still a major topic of conversation. Well, we do have some other foreign news for you. Want to bring up this statement that we just got in from the royal family. They say with the Queen's approval and agreement, the Duke of York's military affiliations and royal patronages have been returned to the Queen. The Duke of York will continue not to undertake any public duties and is defending this case as a private citizen. What case, you might be asking? Well, one of the accusers for the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking trial, also with accusations of Prince Andrew as well. And we spoke with one of our Fox 5 reporters yesterday about this case, and a judge has decided to continue on with the case and not settle on it. And so that likely will be heading to a trial here soon in New York City, and it's something to be watching. This, as the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, has kind of stalled a little bit because one of the jurors in that case came out after those guilty verdicts came out and said that he has been a victim of sex abuse himself. So lots of questions surrounding Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and now Prince Andrew, the royal family being brought into this. Again, bringing up that statement from the Queen that the Duke of York will continue not to undertake any public duties and is going to be defending this case as a private citizen. Definitely something to watch moving forward here on Live Now from Fox. Again, a live look from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. Almost 11 o'clock here in Phoenix, almost 1 o'clock out on the East Coast. We're going to take one last break for this hour. Join us at the top of the hour as we track all of these breaking stories. Lots going on. Don't go away. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We do have some breaking news coming in from the royal family. We brought it to you right before that break. This is from Royal Communications saying, with the Queen's approval and agreement, the Duke of York's military affiliations and royal patronages have been returned to the Queen. The Duke of York will continue not to undertake any public duties and is defending this case as a private citizen. What case, you might ask? We had a full breakdown with Fox 5 New York's Mike Sachs as he follows everything concerning the royal family and sex abuse claims. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from New York City, the Empire State Building looking beautiful on this Wednesday night. But we're going to stay in New York City because we have some pretty interesting news coming in. A judge has for now refused to dismiss a lawsuit against Britain's Prince Andrew by an American woman who says he sexually abused her when she was 17 years old. We want to bring in Fox 5's Mike Sachs, who is tracking this story and has tracked the Ghislaine Maxwell trial for a while now. Mike, thanks for being with us here on the show. So what is this development and why is it coming now, this timeline?
So this comes from one of the main accusers, the most prominent accusers of Epstein. Her name is Virginia Giuffre. She was known as Virginia Roberts when she was mixed up with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, you've probably seen the photo every time we talk about Ghislaine Maxwell. There's a picture also of a young blonde woman standing next to a younger royal man, Prince Andrew, with his arm around her waist. That picture and Ghislaine Maxwell's in the background. Now, that picture has become synonymous, really, with the Epstein scandal, but also with Virginia Giuffre's own pursuit of justice. Now, she brought her suit against Prince Andrew, saying that photo was part of one of the times that she herself had been trafficked to Andrew for sex via Epstein and Maxwell. She brought suit in the federal court here in Manhattan back in August. This was 2 decades after the accusations, the alleged events took place. But she was able to bring her suit under New York law, accusing him of battery and intentional infliction of emotional distress under New York's Child Victim Protection Act, which permits people who, under the age of 18, had certain violations of law against them under New York state law, but otherwise the statute of limitations would have run. It now opens the door for them to then come forward and sue past that statute of limitations. That's exactly what Giuffre did here. But now what happened today was that the judge presiding over the case, his name is Judge Lewis Kaplan, he had to consider whether to dismiss the case. Prince Andrew had moved to dismiss the case, saying that a settlement that Giuffre signed with Epstein when she sued him back in 2009 in Florida also precluded her from suing any potential defendants in the future for events related to her involvement with Epstein. Now, this was an under seal document. No one had seen it. Not even Prince Andrew had seen it until it was put forward in this case. And Andrew had argued that this meant that Giuffre could not sue him. He was, after all, according to his reading of the document, a potential defendant. But the judge, after hearing oral argument over the issue last week, today in a 46-page ruling said that is not the case, or at least I don't know yet, because Giuffre says she didn't believe she was agreeing to such a thing, and there are 2 plausible readings of that provision, both that each side can argue. The only way that the judge could have thrown out the case at this point was if there was no other plausible reading to read it other than how Andrew presented it to the court. Again, the judge said it was too ambiguous for him to decide. It's for a jury to decide. So that means the case survived a motion to dismiss. It is now headed to trial.
Right, Mike. And again, the judge saying that this wasn't a ruling on the allegations, wasn't saying that he is guilty or not guilty, just simply that they're going to toss out that motion from his lawyer. So what does that mean for her? So they're now moving into a case, a trial.
Yeah, so this is part of any lawsuit, really. There's always a motion to dismiss from the defendant, and it doesn't take much for a plaintiff to clear those motions to dismiss. So this wasn't all that out of the ordinary. And now that's moving to trial, that means that each side can begin collecting evidence, taking depositions. Now, this may not work out very well for Prince Andrew. He, in public, in a interview with the BBC, said that there's no way that Giuffre is telling the truth. She said he was sweating profusely at the time, and he says he can't really sweat anymore because of a war injury he had in the Falklands back in the 1980s. Now, Giuffre can now get his medical records to find out if that is the truth. She can also get all sorts of other documentation that will air all sorts of other dirty laundry, not only on him, but ways that could embarrass perhaps the royal family. Is that something that Prince Andrew wants? Does he want to be spending the hundreds upon thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, to continue with his own discovery actions and his own representation? Or does he want to settle? Now, before all this happened, he was saying he was never going to settle. Giuffre had offered to settle. Now the roles have been slightly reversed. Giuffre says she'll only settle with an admission of liability and an apology from him. And he's starting to move towards the possibility, his lawyers have started moving towards the possibility that maybe there could be a settlement. But we don't know that yet. They're moving towards settlement, and they're moving towards either discovery of evidence and taking of depositions. Prince Andrew can't avoid that deposition lest he then have the case thrown out in court, or rather default from judgment in the court, and then the U.S. could come after him to pay Giuffre. These are all bad options for Andrew. None of them are good. So will he settle before all the due dates for the deposition and discovery in July and a trial by the end of the year or early next year? We don't know, but I'm sure those discussions are going to be beginning soon.
Right, and I know it's hard to say, but in the wake of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial and the guilty verdict, from your reporting, do you feel like this has possibly been spurred on because of that?
You know, that's hard to say. I think the Ghislaine Maxwell verdict certainly changed the dynamic a bit. It made it perhaps could spook Prince Andrew and his lawyers, knowing that a jury in a federal prosecution, a criminal federal prosecution, found Maxwell guilty, and there's photographic evidence of Maxwell and Andrew with Giuffre, and that could maybe have a jury which isn't held to finding something beyond a reasonable doubt, but a much lower percentage of proof, siding with Giuffre in this civil case. It's daunting.
Popping into that update there to hop into this live look outside of the Capitol in Washington, D.C. It's kind of a fuzzy look because our cameras are out there, as you can imagine, a lot of cameras. But President Biden in the presidential limousine heading over to the Capitol to speak with lawmakers. We've already heard from him once today talking about COVID-19. That's been the main focus up until now. Now he's going to be talking about voting rights and suspending the filibuster to move forward the legislation that Democrats are trying to push through. But some Democrats, including Senator Sinema out of Arizona, saying that she wants to maintain the filibuster and not bring it forward for this legislation, saying it sets a bad precedent. So again, the president going to be heading in there anytime. All of the media crews trying to get a look of the president heading inside. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We take you to all of the live events and news from across the country, including on Capitol Hill. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with President Biden speaking to lawmakers. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from inside of the rotunda at Capitol Hill. President Biden heading inside to push a voting legislation forward at the Capitol. You can see him giving hugs to some of the lawmakers inside. And the doors closing behind him. Let's just listen in briefly there to the floor, to the ambient noise. As you can really tell when the president is walking into the room, all of the media gathered around. All the lawmakers saying hello and trying to get in and speak some brief words with the president there. And this is a look from outside of the Capitol as the motorcade and his caravan is heading away now. Presidential limousine. So we're hoping to hear a little bit from the president himself, along with lawmakers. We've already heard from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as she held her briefing today, and she again reiterated her thoughts on President Biden's trip to Atlanta. His speech in Atlanta which has been met with a little bit of critique from the opposite end of the aisle. Senator McConnell saying earlier this week that he found it to be profoundly unpresidential. And those words being reiterated by Representative Kevin McCarthy today in his briefing, as he said that the Biden administration should be focusing on other aspects of American life, including the COVID-19 pandemic. Although the president did speak on COVID-19 a little bit earlier on this morning, I want to play out those remarks for you in case you missed it today as we are awaiting the president inside of the Capitol talking now about voting legislation.
Good morning, everyone. I want to begin by thanking the Secretary of Defense and our FEMA director for joining me today. We were joking earlier, no, we're really joking. When you need something done, call in the military. And get FEMA, will make sure it gets done. Look, we're about to get a COVID-19 briefing from military and medical teams on the ground in Arizona, Michigan, and New York. They're part of a major deployment of our nation's armed forces to help hospitals across the country manage this surge of the Omicron virus. This surge is having an impact on hospitals. Like all healthcare workers, they are heroes, and I'm grateful for what they do. But before we begin, I want to provide an update on our fight against COVID-19 and announce new steps. First, the update. I know we're all frustrated as we enter this new year. Omicron variant is causing millions of cases and record hospitalizations. I've been saying that as we remain in this pandemic. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And I mean by this, right now, both vaccinated and unvaccinated people are testing positive. But what happens after that could not be more different. If vaccinated people test positive, they overwhelmingly have either no symptoms at all or they have mild symptoms. And if you're unvaccinated, if they test positive, you are 17 times more likely to get hospitalized. As a result, they're crowding our hospitals, leaving little room for anyone else who might have a heart attack or an injury in an automobile accident or any injury at all. And yes, the unvaccinated are dying from COVID-19. But here's the deal. Because we fully vaccinated nearly 210 million Americans, the majority of the country is safe from severe COVID-19 consequences. That's why even as the number of cases among the vaccinated Americans go up, deaths are down dramatically from last winter. For example, before its vaccination requirements, the United Airlines was averaging one employee dying a week from COVID-19. After implementing this requirement, it's led to 99% of its employees being vaccinated. United had 3,600 employees test positive, but 0 hospitalizations, 0 deaths in over 8 weeks. But as long as we have tens of millions of people who will not get vaccinated, we're going to have full hospitals and needless deaths. So the single most important thing to determine your outcome in this pandemic is getting vaccinated. If you're not vaccinated, join the nearly 210 million American people who are vaccinated. If you are vaccinated, join the nearly 80 million Americans who have gotten the booster shot with the strongest protection possible. Vaccines are safe, they're free, and they're widely available. So do it today, please, for your sake, the sake of your kids, the sake of the country. Now, I don't like to, outline the next steps we're taking against, I'd like to outline the next steps we're taking against the Omicron variant. Vaccinations are obviously the most important thing we're doing, but they're not the only important thing. First, masking. Masking is an important tool to control the spread of COVID-19. And when you're indoors in public places, you should wear the mask. And there are a lot, there are lots of different kinds of masks out there. And the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, says that wearing a well-fitting mask of any of them is certainly better than not wearing a mask if it's well-fitting, over your nose. But it's about one-third of Americans report they don't wear a mask at all. As I've said in the last 2 years, please wear a mask. If you're in I think it's part of your patriotic duty. It's not that comfortable. It's a pain in the neck. But I've taken every action I can as president to require people to wear masks in federal buildings and on airplanes and trains because they cross state lines. I've made sure that our doctors and nurses and first responders have the masks they need. Never again we're going to have our nurses using homemade masks and garbage bags over their clothing for hospitals because they don't have the gowns. We've more than tripled our stockpile of the most protective specialized N95 masks since coming into office. This is going to make sure that there will be an ample supply of healthcare workers and first responders. We also have helped make sure that high-quality masks are widely available in ample supply at affordable prices, sold online and in stores. But I know that for some Americans, the mask is not always affordable or convenient to get. So, next week we'll announce how we are making high-quality masks available to the American people for free. I know we all wish that we could finally be done with wearing masks. I get it. But they're a really important tool to stop the spread, especially of a highly transmittable Omicron variant. So please wear the mask. Second, testing. We're seeing real improvement in testing. When I got here, we were doing fewer than 2 million tests a day. Now, and it's changed, none of these tests were at home or rapid tests. This month, it's estimated that we will hit approximately 15 million tests a day, and we'll have over 375 million at-home rapid tests in January alone. That's a huge leap. We've taken a number of steps, including invoking the Defense Production Act as early as last February to ramp up production. And we're on track. We're on track to roll out a website next week where you can order free tests shipped to your home. And in addition to the 500 million, 500 million tests that are in the process of being acquired to ship to you homes for free, today I'm directing my team to procure an additional 500 million more tests to distribute for free. That means 1 billion tests in total to meet future demand. And we'll continue to work with the retailers and online retailers to increase availability. And for those who want an immediate test, we continue to add FEMA testing sites so that there are more free in-person testing sites. For those of you with insurance, you can get reimbursed for 8 tests a month. For those without insurance, we have over 20,000 free testing sites all around the country. You can find the nearest testing sites for you by Googling COVID test near me. Google COVID test near me. And to help lead our federal testing program, I've tapped Dr. Tom, I hope I pronounced it, Inglesby, correct? Is that right, Jeff? He's one of the world's leading infectious disease experts, and I'm grateful for his willingness to help tackle this challenge. Third thing, today we'll discuss our hospital response efforts. Just since Thanksgiving, over 800 military and other federal emergency personnel have been deployed to 24 states, tribes, and territories, including over 350 military doctors, nurses, and medics, helping staff the hospitals who are in short supply. This is on top of more than 14,000 National Guard members that are activated in 49 states. These deployments in my direction, and thanks to the American Rescue Plan, are fully paid for by the federal government. We've shipped over 5.5 million pieces of personal protective equipment, gloves, gowns, masks, to protect frontline healthcare workers. We're shipping more treatments of COVID-19, which includes antiviral pills, than at any point during this pandemic. In addition, I've directed FEMA to work with every state, territory, and the District of Columbia to make sure they have enough hospital bed capacity. Today, I'm announcing our next deployment of 6 additional federal medical teams, a total of more than 120 military medical personnel, to 6 hard-hit states: Michigan, New York, New Jersey, Ohio, Rhode Island. And let me close with this. It's been a long road, but what's clear is that we get through this when everybody does their part. No matter where you live, no matter your political party, we've got to fight this together. Unfortunately, while our military is stepping up, as they always do, there are others sitting on the sidelines, and we're standing in the way. If you haven't gotten vaccinated, do it. Personal choice impacts us all, our hospitals, our countries. I make a special appeal to social media companies and media outlets. Please deal with the misinformation and disinformation that's on your shows. It has to stop. COVID-19 is one of the most formidable enemies America has ever faced. We've got to work together, not against each other. We're America. We can do this. To the military medical teams on the ground, thank you for all and everything you're doing. And I'll stop here so we can get to the briefing started. Thank you for taking the time.
Mr. President, can you have a message for vaccinated Americans who are wondering why they should continue to restrict their activities, given that your health officials say most Americans will get COVID at some point?
Folks, we'll talk about that later. Come on. Let's go.
Why should Americans trust your administration to beat COVID when the virus is clearly winning? On voting rights, do you think the Republicans that don't support voting rights? The virus is clearly winning, sir. Why should they trust you? President, appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, do you believe Omicron is the beginning of the end of this pandemic?
Thank you so much, President. How much longer do you think school people have to wear masks? Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you.
Maybe a press conference soon, Mr. President. We look forward to that.
Me too.
All right, let's go. Thank you.
So the president not taking any reporter questions, although reporters kind of ringing out saying they look forward to the next press conference that he does hold. We haven't been able to hear any reporter questions to the president in a little bit here. This is a live look, though, of the inside of Capitol Hill as the president made his way to Capitol Hill. He's now meeting with Senate Democrats to talk about voting rights and passing through the legislation, killing the filibuster in a very historic move right there. This is also a look as the Senate stands in recess right now. That's because many of them meeting with the president himself, and then a look from outside of Capitol Hill as Capitol Police are there on the scene, making sure everything goes swiftly for the president. Also a look from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. I'm Daytona Everett. In 2 minutes, we'll be back here with an update on several of the stories, breaking news across the country, and even an update on the Gabby Petito case. Yes, you heard that right. Man, we followed that story step by step when everything happened. Well, the investigation continues, but not into the case itself, into the Moab Police Department, who had a pretty interesting encounter with Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito before both of them went missing. More on that after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just when you thought the case was over, think again. A report finding Utah police made mistakes in the encounter with Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. To break down this case, I want to bring in Fox's Laura Engel, who is joining us live from New York with the very latest. Laura, what do we know at this time? Because, man, everyone saw that body camera footage from the Moab Police Department.
They sure did. And you know what? You bring up an important point. This body cam footage was so widely seen that there was an attorney in Los Angeles that saw it like the rest of us on the news. And she was the one that actually filed a formal complaint with the city of Moab to look into that traffic stop, how it was handled, if policies were violated in any way. That's how this whole thing began. And we have here a copy of this. This is a nearly 100-page report that was released late last night, and it goes into great detail, basically covering every moment that was captured on that police-worn body cam footage of the traffic stop of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie, with this independent investigation finding that some police policies were in fact followed, but many important ones were not. And as we get into it and review that body cam footage, the investigation found that police made unintentional mistakes and did not follow Utah state code by protecting the victim in a domestic violence call and enforcing the law. Now, remember, this whole thing started after someone called 911 to report a man slapping a woman. The code about protecting a victim in this report actually pertains to Brian Laundrie, with the report finding that police should have either cited or arrested Gabby Petito, who admitted to officers that she had hit her fiance first when the couple was spotted fighting outside a store in Moab before they drove away in Petito's white van. Now, that admission of Gabby Petito when she's talking with the police was caught on body cam footage and was an integral part of the investigation done by the Price City Police Department. And, you know, it also shows, Daytona, that the responding officers struggling with the language of the law as to what constitutes a domestic violence assault, which ultimately led to the couple being separated for the night with no arrest or citation made. Now, in this report, They recommend improvements to both the policies and training of the Moab City Police Department, including providing additional training in domestic violence investigations, as well as additional legal training to ensure that officers really get a full grasp of state laws and statutes while they're in these predicaments. Now, while the attorney for Gabby Petito's family has not commented as of today, we are hearing from the attorney for Brian Laundrie's family. Interesting here. Here's part of the statement. To label every disagreement between couples a citable domestic violence incident is to criminalize human emotions and reactions that should be dealt with outside of the criminal code. Now, this report, Daytona, mentions at the very end a disclaimer from the author saying there are a lot of what ifs in this case and in this scenario, but saying that the primary one being, would Gabby be alive today if this case was handled differently? And the answer to that is an impossible question to answer, he wrote.
Yeah,
Daytona.
absolutely. The specific officers, though, in that video, do we know anything more about them when it comes to the Moab Police Department?
Yeah, well, they were interviewed repeatedly during this. And during this independent investigation, which came from an outside police agency within the state of Utah, they were questioned repeatedly about this. And they both said that they thought that they were doing the right thing in the moment, and also expressed deep remorse and saying that they're devastated, obviously, at what had happened after that. One of the officers even telling the investigator, if I would have known that what was going to happen was happening, I would have taken time off. I would have driven myself to Wyoming to stop the couple from continuing on with their travel. They were put, there was obviously some administrative work that was done with them in terms of what happens next. I think that's still something that is being worked out with the city of Moab and the Moab Police Department with these two officers.
Laura, it might be too early to know, and maybe you haven't even talked to them yet, but I know you're in close affiliation with Gabby Petito's family throughout this whole story. Any reaction from them about this investigation?
Yeah, they have reaction in the sense that they don't want to comment as of yet. They were given a copy of this report prior to its release to the media. So they had some time to go through it, to look through it carefully. Obviously, they've had an attorney with them, Rick Stafford, who's been with them from the beginning. And as of right now, they just don't want to comment. There's too much involved in this report. There's too much involved about what this could mean moving forward with legal issues. So they're just taking a beat and taking a minute with it. You know, again, we heard from Brian Laundrie's attorney, the family attorney for that, for those parents, but no word from the parents directly. But I have a feeling that we will be hearing from the Petito Schmidt family, you know, in the coming weeks and months.
All right, Fox's Laura Ingle live for us in New York tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're going to keep moving along with all of the top stories across the country, many in Washington, D.C. at this time, as voting rights legislation is top of mind. This is outside of the Capitol. Inside of the Capitol, President Biden going to be meeting with Senate Democrats as they are hoping to pass forward this voting legislation that could be historic. And then, of course, any lawmakers that step up to the podium, we have our camera crews out and about, ready at an instant to give us an update. And then this again from the rotunda right there. So again, live now from Fox, taking you to all of the different angles of all of the different stories, top stories from across the country. We're going to take another commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. A little after 11:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. A little after 1:30 out on the East Coast. We've been tracking all morning for you inside and outside of Capitol Hill. President Biden inside speaking with Senate Democrats right now, talking voting legislation. Even the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi holding her briefing today directly before Representative Kevin McCarthy grilled Pelosi on her decisions and what she says should be the voting future for America. So we'll keep our eyes on Capitol Hill. If we get a glimpse of the president himself, we'll bring it to you as soon as we have it. But McCarthy also talking about the fact that maybe the Biden administration should be focusing on other topics that America is dealing with right now. U.S. inflation soaring to the highest rate in 40 years. You heard that right. Fox 13 in Tampa has a full breakdown for you.
Prices continue to rise for, well, just about everything. And the new federal numbers in inflation are sounding alarms in Washington. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain what's causing this and how our government could respond. Craig?
Hi there. We'll start with numbers in context. The Consumer Price Index, or the cost of prices in general, soared 7% through December of last year in 2021. You take out volatile prices like fuel and food, it still rose 5.5%. And that takes us to the highest level of inflation since 1982, which was the tail end of an era known as the Great Inflation. And what's happening now largely ties back to results and consequences of the pandemic in a couple of ways. It's caused, of course, supply shortages, which is part of the issue here, and it is also fueling more and more demand to go out and spend. Through November and December, American shoppers spent a record $204 billion. And that spending was not concentrated around Black Friday or Cyber Monday when products tend to go on sale. In fact, spending accelerated after the big promotional sale dates. And luxury car brands like Rolls-Royce and Bentley had record sales, even with a chip shortage that slowed down production. Bentley sales shot up 31%, while Rolls-Royce sales shot up 49% in 2021. This illustrates how consumers have much more spendable income than usual. It's a combination of all the money people saved up through quarantine who are now hungry to go out and spend, as well as a flood of government spending on COVID relief. When people are eager to spend and have the money to do it, that kind of demand naturally drives up prices, and stores don't feel the need to put stuff on sale. Also, when people have saved up more money than usual, some don't feel the need to go back to work right away, and that's also indirectly driving up prices.
Nationally, we're still 3 million fewer people in the labor market than was the case pre-pandemic. So, part of the solution to getting employees has been for businesses to offer higher wages and salaries. Unfortunately, that feeds into, the inflation.
At the same time, the pandemic has disrupted manufacturing and deliveries. We made progress in freeing up some of the log jams through the holidays, but the Omicron wave sweeping the world is causing more disruption in production. And when there are shortages in supply and pent-up demand to keep buying, people will and do pay more to buy what's available.
6 months into 2022, the pent-up demand from the consumers should have eased, and we should be back to a more normal situation. Unfortunately, it'll take at least another 6 months beyond that for the supply chain to catch up.
Through 2021, prices shot up 7%, the highest since 1982. For context, in the 70s and early 1980s, inflation was driven by the oil crisis and monetary policy that flooded banks with cash, making it easier to borrow and spend, and a surge in government spending from social programs of the Great Society to the Vietnam War. This time, it's the pandemic that fueled a surge in government spending and disrupted supplies and drove up spendable income. And one of the best-known economists from the 1980s says we've seen where that can lead in terms of rising prices.
Inflation is very hard to stop once it gets going because you get a little consumer price index increase, then wages have to rise to match that, wholesale prices have to rise, and it becomes a system that feeds on itself.
And that's exactly what happened in the 1970s and 80s, and economists fear may be starting to happen right now. Back then, you had sustained double-digit inflation that we're not seeing, but there certainly is a risk that we could continue to move in that direction. So how did we solve it in the early 1980s? Well, by raising interest rates. And that is what the Federal Reserve is talking about doing now to tame inflation in 2022 and beyond. But it comes at a different cost.
All right. Interested to hear that. Thanks, Craig.
Well, don't worry. In just a couple of minutes, we'll be going out to a segment with Fox 5 in D.C. as they're talking about how to save money in 2022, because with inflation the way it is, we all need to do that in the pocketbook. Before that, though, COVID-19 major concern right now, specifically for nurses at Howard University. Here's Fox 5 in D.C. with that.
Most of the nurses are overwhelmed. They are like throwing their hands up and like saying, I can't do this. This is too much for me to do.
Eileen Shaw is a nurse herself here at Howard University Hospital. She's been doing the job for decades.
Over 40 years.
But says it's never been like this. The risk, the stress, the workload as the pandemic continues to claim lives, including one of their own. I'm sure that's difficult.
It was. It still is.
The D.C. Nurses Association says their Howard nurses are being assigned too many patients, that it's become unsafe. Staff is so low, Shaw says some have been told to come in after they've called out sick.
I've had one nurse that was ill that called in, and the supervisor called and told her that she had to come in, only to be sent home. So, no, I wouldn't want an ill nurse taking care of me or my family member.
A hospital spokesperson provided a statement saying in part, Howard University Hospital is deeply committed to the health and safety of our patients and staff. Like the vast majority of hospitals across the country, we are facing staffing shortages that have been exacerbated by the current COVID surge and significant community spread. The hospital says it recognizes the pressures employees face, saying they're working to ensure safe staffing levels, using staffing agencies and reallocating resources.
A lot of people have left.
Shaw says she's watched friends go and constantly urges others to stick it out.
Every day. Every day. I'm like, you're doing a good job. Come on, we're going to get through this.
Again, Fox 5 in D.C. with that story. And in a minute, we'll be going out to West Virginia to see what the situation is like in that area, because COVID is surging in so many places because of the Omicron variant. But we promised you we would give you some financial tips. Fox 5 in D.C. talking about ways that you can actually save in 2022.
10:46 is our time right now. January is Financial Wellness Month, and as we continue our New Year, New You segments, our next guest wants to help you save money in 2022. Selfie Taylor, who is considered Hollywood's money guy, is president and founder of Taylor Insurance and Financial Services, and this morning he joins us with his top 5 tips to save money, and who doesn't want to do that? Good morning to you. So good to see you.
Hello, thank you.
You know, I was watching you being interviewed and I saw you say, you know what, I'm the biggest failure you're ever going to run into. And I'm like, how can you be the biggest failure when your name is synonymous with success? So what do you mean by that?
I think a lot of times we're judged by the accomplishments, right, by where we end up. But a lot of people fail to realize and take into account how many times we have to fail and stumble to make it to the top. It's said that ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship. So through hardship, through adversity, we grow and get better.
We win and we learn, right? We don't win and lose. Right. I heard you say that too.
Winning and learning, that's it. No winning.
I'm listening to you because I want to be as successful as you. So let's go ahead and get these 5 tips out here so that people can really be on a good path for 2022. So the first tip you say is make a plan.
Yes, you have to make a plan. If you aim at nothing, you will hit it with amazing accuracy, right? So you have to make a plan, structure, hey, what's my income? What are my expenses? Where's this money going? Number one, so important.
Part of that too is creating a budget. How do you come up with a budget?
The key to creating a budget is being realistic, right? If you know that you like to get your hair done once a month, add that in. If you know you like to go to the movies, add that in. I think one of the reasons budgets don't work is because people don't take into account things that they're going to spend money on. So the first time an emergency opportunity thing comes up that throws the budget out of whack, you just stop. It's not going to work. And no, right? Take your time, account for all the things that you know you want to do, all the things that you know you're going to buy, right? And then plan accordingly. Life will happen, right? Expect the unexpected, but that's what makes a budget work is, right, when you're realistic.
Okay. Tip number 2 is eliminate the fluff. What is fluff and how do I eliminate it?
Fluff, how many of us have subscriptions or fees, right? You're paying for that gym membership, but you haven't gone to the gym in 2 years, right? That's fluff. And it's $20 here and $50 there, but that adds up, right? So if we can go through our bank statements, go through our credit card statements and see, hey, what kind of recurring payments or fees am I paying that I could just cut off, right? That's key.
Okay, I'm going to combine 3 and 4 because you say you need to pay off your debts, but you need to pay yourself first. So explain that.
Yeah, so when I'm saying pay off debts, I really want the consumer to focus on high interest rate debts first. Typically, those are our credit cards. That's where borrowing at 15, 20, 25%. We want to get rid of those. And then to your point, you're combining number 4 and pay yourself first, right? You want to get your paycheck and put money away for you first. When you get your check and you pay rent, and you pay your car lease and you pay your cell phone bill and you don't put money away for yourself, right? My contention is you work for free, right? So it's this balance between eliminating high interest rate debt. We want to get rid of that first, right? But at the same time, we don't want to lose focus and fail to pay ourselves as well. So important.
And tip number 5 is invest your money for the future with the goal, the target being, I'm going to live off the interest one day.
Yes, so important. Most people have absolutely no idea how much money they need to have saved to retire comfortably. No idea. So the key is, and here's a quick formula, a quick tip that I'll share with the viewers, right? Take the amount of money that you want to live on an annual basis, whatever that is, and multiply that by 20. For example, if I said I need $100,000 a year to be comfortable in retirement, 100,000 times 20 is 2 million. That is your target retirement savings number. Why? Because a 5% distribution rate on $2 million would generate $100,000 a year in perpetuity, right? So the sooner we can invest money, put money away and get to that big number, the sooner we'll be able to live off of interest, right? And then you'll be very comfortable. Have a lot of peace of mind going into retirement.
And that is why you are the face of LinkedIn. Did you ever think you were chosen as the face of LinkedIn?
Oh man, I'm just out there. One of the things I tell people all the time is I say yes, right? I say yes. I'm present, and I always say if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. So I'm ready for all the opportunities that come my way, and I share all these things that people can view on my app that I created, on the Mind Body Money app, and all these tips and tools are there for people to use and most importantly put into practice.
Oh right, because you're also the representative in LA for Lululemon, right? Too.
Yes. Health and wellness is so important to me. So as a brand ambassador for Lululemon, and what a tremendous company to represent. But I'm promoting teaching yoga every day. It's you got to move your body, right? Nobody was ever on their deathbed wishing they had more money, right?
There you go. Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. I love it. Well, Selfie, you are officially the most successful failure I've ever met. Love you. All right, take care.
Thank you.
Jeanette, over to you.
He's great. Those are some great tips. All right.
Good stuff right there. Fox 5 in DC with great financial tips and even thrown in yoga at the very end there. I'm always in support of that. Well, we are going to take our last commercial break of the hour. Just alerting you, when we come back, we're going out to Santa Clara County, California. Governor Newsom visiting to highlight significant transportation and infrastructure investments in the California blueprint, also trying to advance some climate-friendly clean transit projects. So that should definitely be an interesting press conference as he is making his rounds. He's been talking about homelessness out in California, COVID-19, visiting testing sites as they're expanding their testing sites as well, and then reiterating what President Biden said about COVID-19 emergency services being sent out to 6 different states right now. We've got Arizona, Michigan, New York, New Jersey, Ohio, and Rhode Island, as many of those locations are seeing a surge in cases right now. So that's the latest when it comes to that here on Live Now. When we come back, more of the top stories, including California. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Almost noon in Phoenix, Arizona, 2 o'clock out on the East Coast, taking you out to the live looks that we have. This is outside of the Capitol, inside of the Capitol, and in one of the hallways of the Capitol, and a live look there. Bird's eye view, really beautiful shot. As President Biden is inside speaking with Senate Democrats, trying to push through legislation when it comes to your voting rights. And that's been the main conversation on the Senate floor, on the House floor, as well as it was pushed through the House and then is now going to be making its way over to the Senate. We're not sure on what the timeline is going to be when an official vote could come through, but killing the filibuster is the main top of mind for Democrats and for the president as well, even though Senator Sinema out of Arizona is saying that she does not want to kill the filibuster and wants to maintain it, as well as Senator Manchin, the two Democratic senators who kind of push back on a lot of the strategies of their party line there. So something to watch. Stay with us. And you can always find us on LiveNowFox.com. You can give us a follow on Twitter at LiveNowFox. I'm Daytona Everett. You can always tweet at us and ask us any questions that you have, any news stories that you want to pitch to us, or just questions that you feel like maybe news isn't answering. We like to bring on the experts, give you a little context, nonpartisan, just like the good old days. So that's what we do here on Live Now. And also what we do is we take you to live events across the country, including Governor Newsom out in California, trying to brief everyone on what the California blueprint will be moving forward, especially when it comes to infrastructure and climate-friendly projects that he has planned. Instead of going out to a live, let's start it from the beginning. Take a listen.
By the way, I can't tell you how many hours I was on those trains back and forth from Santa Clara back home into San Francisco. So it's nice to be here with you, Senator. It's wonderful to be here with you, Madam Mayor. I'm grateful to be here with each and every one of you and those that are responsible for fulfilling a vision that we've been talking about for almost 20 years. I'm glad to hear that our notes compare favorably in terms of getting things moving finally in terms of the revenue in 2024 on the electrification. That said, I'm recognized we have a little bit of work to do to fill that gap, that $400 million or so gap that remains, and we continue to have no greater champion than Speaker Nancy Pelosi to help advance that cause. But today we're talking about a different cause of sorts, and that's the cause here that unites all of those behind me and many of us in this state, and that's the cause of advancing a California framework so that we can future-proof this state. We are deeply, we understand deeply the challenges that we face as a state as it relates to extreme drought, extreme weather, the ravages and realities of climate change. And so much of this transportation focus, as the Senator laid out, is framed in the context of resiliency, is framed in the context of our climate agenda. There is an integration and intentionality in this year's budget to focus on bringing together issues related to climate, health, economic development, workforce development, and no greater place to connect those dots than the areas of infrastructure and notably transportation. As was noted, this year we have submitted to the legislature for consideration $9.1 billion additional resources in a new transit package. As was noted by the Senator, one of the most interesting and significant components of that is the commitment we're making over a 2-year period, $10 billion. $10 billion investment in zero-emission vehicles. I want to put that in perspective. With pride, we're the beneficiary of what is estimated to be $384 million. $384 million over 5 years from the federal infrastructure package for zero-emission vehicles. $384 million. We're grateful. That's a record amount of money coming from the federal government for zero-emission vehicles. But we are committing as a state, if we're successful with the additional budget requests this year and whatever the legislature looks to add on, $10 billion to advance that cause over the next number of years. So there is no state in America that comes close to a commitment of radically changing our system of transportation by cleaning and greening it, particularly as it relates to incentives across the spectrum and the capacity now through grant programs, matching and otherwise, to begin the process that we have long been advancing around converting our drayage trucks, converting our diesel trucks, converting passenger vehicles, continuing to incentivize for low-income purchases those same vehicles through our Clean Cars for All program, the commitment to do the same for our public education system writ large, but particularly for school buses. And so this package includes not only the passenger trucks, heavy and medium-sized trucks, but also includes the infrastructure that can power that transition. Billions and billions of dollars for charging points, efforts around not just the passenger and the commercial side, but the industrial side as it relates to decarbonization as well, supporting supply chain, as was noted. $2.3 billion, by the way, is in this budget for ports specifically, 1.2 for infrastructure-related supply chain, and then $1 billion plus for workforce and other related supports related to the supply chain. We're grateful. We saw Secretary Buttigieg out here earlier in this week down in Los Angeles. We're grateful for some of the support we've received from the federal government, but again, those supports dwarf the supports that we are advancing here as a state to continue our efforts to lead in this transition. As the senator noted, and it's important to remind everybody, while it's absolutely right, as the senator noted, that 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions in the state of California come from tailpipe emissions. If you add up extraction for vehicles, it's north of 50% of all of our greenhouse gas emissions come from the transportation sector. If you're going to get serious about decarbonizing and radically changing the way we produce and consume energy and advancing our goals, as the senator was noting, you can't do it without radically transforming your transportation sector. And that's why we were the first state in America to require all purchases of new vehicles in California to be alternatively fueled, to be zero-emission vehicles by 2035. We announced that a little over a year ago, at a time when we were out on a limb and on our own. What's remarkable over the course of the last year and a half is not only how many other jurisdictions around the globe have attached themselves to that goal, but how Ford Motor Company, GM, and other automobile manufacturers, some of the largest in the world, have also aligned substantially with that goal. And so this market's moving. Policy is an accelerator. California continues to lead. We're not playing in the margins, and we are taking our efforts to a whole new level if we're successful, and I'm confident we will be with this budget proposal and all of the additional nuances and adjustments that will be made during the legislative process, which I look forward to over the course of now and the May revise, and ultimately as we advance this budget more formally mid-year. So that's the foundational principle that brings us here, to focus on transportation, to focus on infrastructure, to focus on historic investments. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention just two other things. But first, I do want to acknowledge that the federal government, in addition to the money that is forthcoming on electric vehicles, is providing more broadly in our transportation sector some $40 billion for this state over the next 5 years across a spectrum of supports. $25.3 billion specifically just for highways, just shy of $10 billion for rail, passenger rail projects in this state. There is so much to be grateful for, again, in the spirit of acknowledging the leadership of Speaker Pelosi. I want to also acknowledge the entire congressional delegation, particularly down here in the South Bay, for their remarkable leadership, for Mayor Liccardo's remarkable leadership in this space, and of course the President and the Vice President for affording us the privilege of being able to attach ourselves to $40 billion of additional package of supports over the next 5 years across the spectrum. It has been said often, and it is absolutely true. There are parts of the state where there are potholes that are old enough to qualify for Medicare. The issue around deferred maintenance, the issue around lack of capital investments is self-evident to anyone that lives in this state or visits the state. But we are poised in a position we haven't been in well over a decade, with unprecedented, at least in the last decade, investments coming out of our general fund, federal government investments, and the support, thank you, of the people of the state of California, where they upheld the principles that were advanced, the great work of the senator and his colleagues through SB 1, that set aside of over $5 billion, consistent set aside of resources to improve our bridges and improve our infrastructure across the state of California. So we all recognize what we all experience and see, but I want folks in the state of California to know that this state is at a whole nother level of investment over many, many years to improve the infrastructure, to improve the connectivity in the state, north and south regionally, and we're very, very proud of that collective effort. High-speed rail was mentioned, just briefly. $4.2 billion is being requested of the legislature to finish the job, to get that first phase done between 3 dynamic cities in the state of California, 3 cities that we should spend more time learning about and visiting and connecting to. And a big part of our broader strategy is to connect the Central Valley, Central Coast, Northern California, Southern California, the entire state of California. As we roar, these engines roar, California's strength is when we look to each other, support each other, and we advance our collective efforts together. And so this notion of the high-speed rail is about connecting those dots, and we continue to not only advance the cause between Bakersfield and Merced, but continue to finish the work, which is just months away in the vast majority of cases. All the environmental work will be completed in terms of the northern terminus and the central, or rather the Southern California terminus. Just in the next few months, a lot of the environmental review work will be specifically done down to Palmdale, parts of Burbank and LA, and of course the work up here in San Jose down or up north to San Francisco. So progress is being made there, and I'll just remind you there's an additional, and if I've lost you, it's because you're paying attention. If I haven't lost you, you've not paid attention. There's an additional separate $50 billion of competitive grants that are out there that we're going to go after like a train running through the station. We're going to aggressively go after those $50 billion of federal monies under a competitive process to draw down more support for our regional connections north and south and our high-speed rail program. And to those of you that have followed the Build Back Better program, there's $10 billion specifically set aside for those efforts if indeed that bill becomes law in the state. So that's why we're here. Gratitude, Madam Mayor. Thank you for all your leadership, and thank you for the acknowledgement of Santa Clara being quite familiar to me. So many of my great memories established here. And of course, Bob, you and I both know how extraordinary the anchor institution here in Santa Clara is, Santa Clara University, and all the extraordinary talent they convey. May not be the two of us, but many others every single day, every year rather, in this region. So with that, we're here to happy to answer any question on this topic, and I imagine some other subjects that may be top of mind today as well.
Hi, Governor. This is Eliyahu Kamisher from the Mercury News. About high-speed rail funding, your budget doubled down.
Hold on 1 sec. They're going to turn up the mic. I don't know if someone's just purposely in there turning that engine on. You're almost, you have to just wonder. But anyway.
Can you hear me?
There you go. That's better. Thank you.
This is Eliyahu Kamisher from the Mercury News. Your budget doubles down on the high-speed rail funding that was left out of your previous, the previous final budget. What do you think is different this time, and how are you going to be able to push that through?
Well, we're going to get it done. I mean, God's delays are not God's denials. We're going to drive it. Otherwise, you have an erector set with pieces that aren't even complete. Whose interest is that? No one's. Let's get the job done. Let's finish the the Central Valley component. Let's continue the work north and south. Let's provide more resources, as this budget does, for regional projects that will connect to the anchor project in the Central Valley. Let's fulfill the vision, particularly here, Central Valley to Silicon Valley, which I think is one of the most exciting components of that high-speed rail project, the jobs, housing components, the issues around economic development and workforce development. Those opportunities present themselves anew once we get that first phase done and we continue to advance the subsequent phases in parallel. And so that's the vision, that's the goal. But I don't want to run the 90-yard dash on it. And so the voters set aside the money for this purpose, want to get those dollars out under Prop 1A and finish that job, do it in a thoughtful and judicious way. I've only been here 3 years, can't make up for those previous decade, but we can be accountable to finishing that phase and continuing the work to prepare for these subsequent phases. Yeah, I will have that information will be out very shortly and over the course of the next few hours. But that decision's been made, and we will be providing. We'll be putting out that statement in detail, the detailed statement in the next, later this afternoon. Thank you.
Governor, this is Kit Doe with KPIX5. Two-part question. We've seen a lot of these large infrastructure projects from the Bay Bridge to the Central Subway station in San Francisco go long and go over budget.
Golden oldies there.
How much confidence should the public have that this is not going to continue with high-speed rail? And also, secondly, do you think we'll see high-speed rail in your lifetime?
Well, we're seeing it. I see it every. I was down on the 5 yesterday, driving north-south. Went to a beautiful town, Lamont, yesterday. In the Central Valley. Great history there with farm workers. And you see the progress every time I drive in the valley of the high-speed rail. So yes, the answer is yes. I expect to see that. We're going to get it done. For said Bakersfield, we're going to continue to fight for more regional and dollars to build out the infrastructure so we can connect the dots into the future, and we'll continue to work with our federal partners. But the reality is the hand that was dealt when I got here 3 years ago is a little bit different than the original vision in terms of the resources that remain and the capacity to deliver on the original vision with those now more limited resources. So we're trying to get things done, move things forward in a systemic way, an appropriate way, and provide value for those dollars. And that's what we're charged to do. And that's what our focus is and will continue to be.
Hi, good morning, Governor. Margie Schaefer with KCBS. I've just got a couple COVID questions. The first, regarding schools, you sent rapid tests to schools. Teachers are calling for more regular testing programs.
And forgive me,
They revved. Okay.
You could offer that question. Forgive us.
So you sent the rapid test to schools. Teachers are calling for more regular testing. Are you considering providing regular tests? Would that be a good tool to keep?
Well, I want to remind everybody we've, in fact, as of this morning, 13 million tests have arrived, over-the-counter tests, just in the last month to our public schools. It's not an indictment. It's not a critique. It's just a point of comparative contrast. The Biden administration is talking about 10 million tests for the country at the end of the month. We provided 13 million tests just in the state in the last month. We want to continue to provide more support, more testing for our schools. That said, and this is important to note, that's additive to the baseline testing that's been established. We have 4,400 schools that are active in our baseline testing program. And we have partnerships, including the 60,000 to 80,000 tests that come out of one of our state-owned labs, Valencia Labs in Southern California, with many of the school districts across the state. And we want to continue those partnerships, continue to advance that baseline testing in our public schools. We've added on top of that these over-the-counter tests, and we'll continue to do everything in our power to provide more tests as we compete with the federal government for access to those tests. The good news, we punch above our weight. It's the state of California, fifth largest economy in the world, and that's why we continue not only to provide on a daily and weekly basis more tests, but also more masks. And this is something I want to highlight. California has now provided 14.5 million N95 masks to our public schools just in the last few weeks. Over 1 billion units of PPE have been provided to schools and community institutions from local health jurisdictions over the course of the last year or so. But specifically 14.5 million in the last few weeks. That said, we have more work to do in that space. There are many districts that have yet to receive those masks that they have specifically ordered, but we have a brand new website up over the Office of Emergency Service, a portal where they can get those N95s in particular at no cost. I'm really proud of that. Again, we're uniquely positioned to be able to provide those supports. So it's testing, but that's not it. It's masking, it's testing, it's all the protocols that we have established over the course last year and a half, the $5.3 billion that we put up specifically for improving infrastructure and ventilation. That was part of the early actions we took with the Senator and others over the course last year. All those dollars being at work to keep our kids, most importantly, keep them safely in person in school, and that continues to be our top priority, including the reason why we did an executive order 2 days ago to provide more flexibility, to provide more support for substitute teachers, and to provide more support for schools that need more staffing so we can get through the next few weeks, which we all acknowledge will be a challenging few weeks, so we can get to the other side and we will have a successful 180-day in-person instruction school year, which is the intention we all have for our kids in every part of the state.
Related to that, should schools have a backup plan to go back to distance learning instead of just repeating?
I'm sorry. This was done because I apparently didn't say thank you to a member of my staff or something. I'm going to find out what happened. People watching at home have no idea, but this is surround sound. Forgive me, I can't hear you.
Yeah, okay. Should schools have a backup plan to go back to distance learning instead of just repeating what they say, we're going to stay open no matter what? I mean, what if, as you mentioned, there aren't enough teachers to run the joint?
I want kids in school. We want them safely in-person instruction, and the overwhelming majority of the schools are working through this. And let me just acknowledge it's not easy. I want to thank the superintendents, school leaders. I want to thank the line staff, the bus drivers. I want to thank the cafeteria workers. I want to thank the folks that are getting kids in Caltran behind me to school every day. It takes, well, I don't want to say a village, but it takes all of us. And there's just nothing more important than the social emotional components of being in person in school. We've extended, this budget we put out, $102 billion, record, unprecedented, record-breaking budget, in the state of California to reimagine the public education system. Created a brand new grade. It's not K through 12 anymore. I even have to disabuse myself. I talk about K through, it's pre-K 12. We put a brand new grade, fully funding that the next couple of years. We are providing supports we only have dreamt of. I mean, there have been initiatives, there's been governors over the last, 2 decades have been talking about after school for all and summer school. We're doing it. We're delivering on that. Extending the school days, extending the school years. We're going to get that instruction in. We'll work through this. I know it's trying and challenging, and I have great respect and empathy for those every day are working through this very difficult period. And it's not just our schools. It's, as you know well, it's our hospitals, our healthcare system writ large. This is a challenging time. The next few weeks will be challenging, but we can get through this. We will get through it. And I want to do it in a way that does justice to the principles and the importance, the imperative of keeping our kids safe and keeping them safely in school.
Okay, 11 prison staff have died in 2020, 38 in 2021. You're mandating vaccines for healthcare workers, teachers. Why not prison staff?
Well, we have similar state rules for all state workers that require vaccine and or testing. Our corrections officers are tested twice a week, many state employees just once. We have vaccine rates north of 70% for that staff and 100% requirement for healthcare staff at CDCR. And while we've seen number of people positive substantially lower within the system, a little over 3,000 as of today, roughly population of 100,000, a smaller percentage than community spread at CDCR. It's the top priority to focus on the mitigation of that spread. That's why we've modified movement within within the system and intake, and we continue to require, as you know well, N95 masking for all of our CDCR staff that are in those settings. Accordingly, we continue to do what best we can to mitigate the more extreme impacts of the Omicron variant, and as a consequence, while it's correct, you noted some of the more extreme and unfortunate effects of this pandemic on our prison population in the past. We're not seeing that kind of acuity of hospitalizations today with the patient population within the prisons that have been impacted by Omicron.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
What do you say to people that will see this and be critical that this money is being spent towards transportation when we have these urgent teacher shortages, businesses failing, and is it maybe frustrating for you to have this big pot of money earmarked that you can't use for these crises that we're facing right now?
Well, the good news is I want to disabuse people of that. Quite the contrary, in fact. $2.9 billion for teacher retention, professional development, $2.9 billion teacher retention, professional development, unprecedented investments in public education. Yesterday, we announced a $2.7 billion plan to deal with the immediate crisis around COVID, $1.4 billion early action that we're looking forward to presenting the senator and his colleagues for more staff, more masks, more tests, more boosters. So we're doing that and. So to the extent they're critics, I think what's critical for them is to learn more about what's in the budget, including the fact that we have one of the largest surpluses in our state's history. Why is that? Because of the incredible economic output in this state. This economy has grown faster in the last 5 years than any other Western democracy. Let me be more specific. No other Western democracy, the United States included, has outperformed California in economic growth in the last 5 years. We've outperformed Florida and Texas since the pandemic, as a just interesting aside. We also have outperformed the number of people that have died, a substantially lower percentage. 50% higher per capita death rate in Florida than the state of California, as an example, as our economic output has outperformed. Both go hand in hand. And so I'm really proud of that. More business startups in the state's history, and our budget includes hundreds of millions. In fact, no, billions and billions, because there's a $5.5 billion proposal for R&D tax credits of credits and incentives for business. So I'm really pleased we were able to do all of those things and invest in our growth engines, and that's our infrastructure, which is really part of the formula for the success of any democracy, including the state of California.
You got a chance to talk about solar?
Got a question here.
You may not get the answer you want because it may be consistent with the one I provided yesterday and the day before.
So CPUC is meeting today. There's a big rally outside that meeting. How are you going to deal with competing interests? You've got rooftop solar folks and the green jobs that they provide. Big utilities don't want to compensate homeowners for their rooftop solar. You've got solar social justice groups who say that compensating homeowners is just another giveaway for the wealthy.
Yeah, it's complicated. I appreciate you framed it appropriately so. And as I said on Monday during the budget, as I said yesterday, at 2 stops, one in San Diego and one in Los Angeles, we look forward to working through those issues and see where we can land. And there'll be more to say on this very, very shortly. Appreciate it. Thank y'all.
All right. Bob.
I was going to say, if we don't take care of the climate, we got nothing, right? We have to.
So again, Governor Newsom out in Santa Clara County, in Northern California, there talking about his plan and the California blueprint that he hopes will make a big difference for Californians moving forward when it comes to infrastructure and going green. We know California is usually at the forefront of a lot of these initiatives, so it should be interesting to see with the Build Back Better plan and other legislation passing through the Capitol, what happens next, where the money is put into. A live look from the Capitol right there as we are tracking all of the developments. President Biden inside of the Capitol meeting with Senate Democrats right now, talking about voting rights reform. But going back to the Capitol now, we have a big development coming in about the group that allegedly organized the January 6th insurrection. More on that after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, and we are taking you through all of the top stories here, out to a couple of different live looks outside of the Capitol and inside of the Capitol. I feel like a broken record, but important to note that President Biden is making a big appearance with other lawmakers to talk about this voting rights bill and potentially killing the filibuster on the Senate side as everything has moved through. And this is the first movement that we've had. Great timing right there as President Biden is exiting. Let's listen in down to the ground.
Is there a path forward, Mr. President? Mr. President, Senator Sinema is opposed to filibuster reform. Can you get this done?
First of all, we all ask questions about complicated subjects like, can you get this done? I hope we can get this done. The honest to God answer is, I don't know whether we can get this done. Is this mic on? I guess, anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure either. But anyway, I hope we can get this done. But I'm not sure. But one thing for certain, like every other major civil rights bill that came along, if we missed the first time, we could come back and try it a second time. We missed this time. And the state legislative bodies continue to change the law, not as to who can vote, but who gets to count the vote. Count the vote. Count the vote. It's about election subversion, not just whether or not people get to vote. Who counts the vote? That's what this is about. That's what makes this so different than anything else we've ever done. I don't know that we can get it done, but I know one thing. As long as I have a breath in me, as long as I'm in the White House, as long as I'm engaged at all, I'm going to be fighting to change the way these legislatures have moved. Thank you.
Okay, so once again, no questions, reporter questions for the president right there, walking away from the podium, but saying that this is about counting the vote. A very frustrated and angry president. He says if he has any control over this, he will get it passed through. So hopefully we'll be hearing from him again, possibly from other lawmakers as well, as we have other stakeout cams stationed at the Capitol. Hopefully some of them will come up and speak here as they might go back into session. The Senate is now on recess as we speak. We do have some other news that we would like to report. This about the January 6th insurrection. Here's just video from that day, that historic day. We just marked the first anniversary of that not too long ago. Well, the founder and leader of the far-right Oath Keepers militia group has been arrested and charged with seditious conspiracy in the January 6th attack at the U.S. Capitol. Stuart Rhodes is the highest-ranking member of an extremist group to be arrested in the deadly siege, and it's the first time the Justice Department has brought a seditious conspiracy charge in connection with the attack at the Capitol. Rhodes is charged along with more than a dozen other members and associates of the Oath Keepers, who authorities say came to Washington with the intent on stopping the certification of President Joe Biden's victory. Rhodes put out a call on the group's website in the days before the attack for, quote, all patriots who can be in D.C. to travel to the nation's capital to, quote, stand tall in support of President Trump's fight. So again, the founder and leader of the Oath Keepers militia group arrested and charged with seditious conspiracy right there. And we just heard again from President Biden inside of the Capitol. Pretty interesting timing right there with all of this coming in. And we do have other lawmakers stepping up to the podium as well. We'll listen in to what they have to say.
Passionate, very good speech. It was very human, and it was very touching. It was very good, and it was very historic.
Did he try to convince you to change your position, Senator?
He just did an excellent job.
So again, brief remarks from Senator Manchin. And now we have the Georgia lawmakers that should be heading up, and then Senator Schumer. Let's listen in.
And then I'll leave it to John Ossoff gave an amazingly powerful speech. So I want to say the president made a powerful and strong and impassioned presentation for us to get this done, and we are going to do everything we can to pass these two bills. Thank you.
You still intend to vote by Monday? Still a vote by Monday, Mr. Leader?
The state of Georgia is ground zero for these voter suppression bills that we're seeing emerge all across the country. This is a defining moral moment. It is the most important thing we can do this Congress. And I think that as we go into this Martin Luther King Jr. weekend, we have to remember his words when he said that the time comes when silence is betrayal. And that's why it's so important for us to vote. Everybody needs to be counted in this moment. I was heartened by the words from the president. We understand how urgent this is, and we're going to do everything we can to get these bills passed.
We represent a state where, as in many, laws have been passed and further laws are being offered, which would selectively disenfranchise voters, give partisan officials the power to subvert elections. The United States Senate needs to act to defend the sacred franchise and the integrity of American elections. We have the constitutional authority to do so. We cannot hide from history at this moment. Senator Reverend Warnock and I will continue to urge our colleagues that the Senate must speak now. The Senate must act now at this moment in history, defend the integrity of American elections and the sacred right to vote. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Senators, did President Biden's remarks change anyone's mind?
So a pretty quick transition of events, and the president already leaving in the presidential limousine. Not even minutes after he stepped up to the podium there, and we cut out before we could hear from Senator Manchin. So I want to play that out for you from the beginning of his remarks as they all met with the president inside of a room, no media allowed in. They all said that they were appreciative of the remarks from the president, though. Let's take a listen to Senator Manchin, who's been known alongside Senator Sinema out of Arizona to oppose the killing of the filibuster.
Can you stop right here, please? I'm sorry.
There's no reason for me to stop, really, because he did a wonderful speech. It was a very human touch to it with a lot of knowledge. Well, no, I'm just saying the president gave an extremely, very passionate, very good speech. It was very human, and it was very touching. It was very good, and it was very historical. Very historical. He just did an excellent job.
I'll just be quick, and then I'll leave it to... John Ossoff gave an amazingly powerful speech. So I want to say the president made a powerful and strong and impassioned presentation for us to get this done, and we are going to do everything we can to pass these two bills. Thank you.
The state of Georgia is ground zero for these voter suppression bills that we're seeing emerge all across the country. This is a defining moral moment. It is the most important thing we can do this Congress. And I think that as we go into this Martin Luther King Jr. weekend, we have to remember his words when he said that the time comes when silence is betrayal. And that's why it's so important for us to vote. Everybody needs to be counted in this moment. I was heartened by the words from the president. We understand how urgent this is, and we're going to do everything we can to get these bills passed.
We represent a state where, as in many, laws have been passed and further laws are being offered, which would selectively disenfranchise voters, give partisan officials the power to subvert elections. The United States Senate needs to act to defend the sacred franchise and the integrity of American elections. We have the constitutional authority to do so. We cannot hide from history at this moment. Senator Reverend Warnock and I will continue to urge our colleagues that the Senate must speak now. The Senate must act now at this moment in history, defend the integrity of American elections and the sacred right to vote. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
So short remarks from all of the senators there. Don't think I've ever heard Senator Schumer speak for so short of a time. The president also speaking at the beginning, and maybe some of you are just tuning in and just missed it, but this is the biggest story of the day. Voting reform, two bills being voted on, moved through the House floor. The motion moved through the House floor, going out to the Senate, which all eyes are on the Senate and the filibuster, what their plans are, whether they're going to kill the filibuster and move forward with passing this legislation, what Republicans are calling an overhaul, or if they are going to stick with the filibuster. But all of them saying they were very enlightened by President Biden's speech, saying that it was, quote, very powerful. Again, here's President Biden speaking out at the Capitol.
We can come back and try it a second time. We missed this time. We missed this time. And the state legislative bodies continue to change the law, not as to who can vote, but who gets to count the vote. Count the vote. Count the vote. It's about election subversion, not just whether or not people get to vote. Who counts the vote? That's what this is about. That's what makes this so different than anything else we've ever done. I don't know that we can get it done, but I know one thing. As long as I have a breath in me, as long as I'm in the White House, as long as I'm engaged at all, I'm going to be fighting to change the way these legislatures have moved. Thank you. First of all,
so there you have it. Biden saying he doesn't know if he is going to be able to get it passed, but that he intends to. And all the senators seem to think that they were going to be able to pass it through as well. The timeline, really unsure, possibly could go through the weekend, but it is Thursday. Who knows? Things could change up into the evening and into tomorrow as well. I'm Daytona Everett with Live Now from Fox, as we still have these stakeout cameras inside of the Capitol here. If any other lawmakers step up and start speaking, we'll bring it to you as soon as we have it. Until then, though, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. Want to get into some of the breaking news that we rehashed for you before. Take a look at this coming out of the January 6th insurrection. The founder and leader of the far-right Oath Keepers militia group has been arrested and charged with seditious conspiracy in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol just then in 2021. Stuart Rhodes is the highest ranking member of an extremist group to be arrested in the deadly siege. And it's the first time the Justice Department has brought a seditious conspiracy charge in connection with the attack on the Capitol. Rhodes is charged along with more than a dozen other members and associates of the Oath Keepers who authorities say came to Washington with the intent on stopping the certification of President Joe Biden's victory. Rhodes put out a call on the group's website in the days before the attack for, quote, all patriots who can be in D.C. to travel to the nation's capital to, quote, stand tall in support of President Trump's fight. So that's the latest out of the January 6th investigation. If you've been joining us, you know that it has been a very busy day on Capitol Hill. We haven't had as crazy of a day like this in quite a while, and they're all talking about voting rights, specifically about this Freedom to Vote Act, and then also a separate piece of legislation, too, both moving quickly and swiftly through the House and then possibly going to move through the Senate, too. But in order for it to move through the Senate easily, they would have to go ahead and kill the filibuster, in which some senators, even on the Democratic side, are not in favor of. We're going to play out some pretty emotional remarks from Senator Sinema out of Arizona from earlier. Take a listen.
We need a sustained robust effort to defend American democracy, an effort on the part of Democrats, Republicans, independents, and all Americans in communities across this country. So we ask, what must we do to protect our democracy? We should invest heavily in recruiting and supporting state and local candidates for office in both parties who represent the values enshrined in our Constitution. We should ensure we have a judiciary that is less lopsided in its political leanings and that we can all depend on to uphold the Constitution. We must confront and combat the rise of rampant disinformation and ensure that all Americans have the tools to see fact from fiction. This will be particularly difficult work, since some in power have used disinformation to manipulate our differences and pull Americans apart, pressuring us to see our fellow Americans as enemies. The dangers facing our democracy took years to metastasize, and they will take years of sustained, focused effort to effectively reverse. There are steps that we can take today to fix our politics and better set the stage for repairing our democracy. Many of you know I began my career as a social worker. And in our social work training, our first necessary skill is the ability to listen to others. Listening not to argue or rebut, but listening to understand. I ran for the United States Senate rejecting partisanship, willing to work with anyone to help Arizonans build better and more secure lives. And throughout my time serving Arizona, I have listened to Arizonans expressing diverse views on inflation, economic competitiveness, climate, and social priorities, and the role of the itself. I find myself grateful time and time again to learn from Arizonans who share the same core values, but differ in position on issues and policies. Their similarities and their differences are surely representative of the complexity of Americans nationwide. So I find this question answers itself. Can two Americans of sharp intellect and good faith reach different conclusions to the same question? Yes. Yes, of course they can. It is easy for elected officials to give speeches about what they believe. It is harder to listen and acknowledge that there are a whole lot of Americans with different ideas about what is important in our country and how to solve those problems. And yet, it is important to recognize that disagreements are okay. They're normal. And honest disagreements, matched with a willingness to listen and learn, can help us forge sturdy and enduring solutions. You know, Congress was designed to bring together Americans of diverse views, representing different interests, and as a collective, to find compromise and common ground to serve our country as a whole. We face serious challenges, and meeting them must start with a willingness to be honest, to listen to one another, to lower the political temperature, and to seek lasting solutions.
Okay, so we had in that little box right there a live look with our chopper, our Fox chopper from our Fox 4 team there. This is over Stewart Rhodes' house. We were just bringing to you the latest information when it comes to his arrest. We are getting reports that this FBI raid is in connection to his arrest there, and it looks like they might be taking out boxes of evidence out of the home of, again, Stewart Rhodes, who is the founder and leader of the far-right Oath Keepers militia group. He's now since been arrested and charged with seditious conspiracy in the January 6th attack of the Capitol. and we can see several FBI agents coming in and out of the home. We have not yet seen Rhodes being taken out, but we do know that he has been arrested. Again, the founder and leader of the Oath Keepers, the highest ranking member of this group and the first to be arrested by the DOJ. Again, this is on seditious conspiracy charges in connection with the attack. There's been a lot of conversation over the January 6th investigation, the January 6th committee being put together to figure out what happened, but the FBI has been on it from the beginning, taking all of the evidence from that day, videos, pictures, and so much more. A little more information on this indictment. The seditious conspiracy indictment alleges that following the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election, Rhodes conspired with his co-defendants and others to oppose by force the execution of the laws governing the transfer of presidential power by January 20th, 2021. We know that the certification of the election was what everyone came together to do on January 6th. Beginning in late December of 2020, though, via encrypted and private communications applications, Rhodes and various other co-conspirators coordinated and planned to travel to Washington, D.C. on or around January 6th. Again, the date of the certification of the Electoral College vote. That's according to the indictment. Rhodes and the co-conspirators made plans to bring weapons to the area to support the operation. The co-conspirators then traveled across the country to the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area in January. Also, according to the indictment, the defendants conspired through a variety of manners and means, including organizing into teams that were prepared and willing to use force and to transport firearms and ammunition into Washington, D.C., recruiting members and affiliates to participate in the conspiracy, organizing trainings to teach and learn paramilitary combat tactics, bringing and contributing paramilitary gear, weapons, and supplies, including knives, batons, camouflage combat uniforms, tactical vests and plates, helmets, eye protection, and radio equipment, all to the Capitol grounds. They then, of course, breached and attempted to take control of the Capitol and the building itself on January 6th. This all in an effort to prevent and hinder and delay the certification of the Electoral College vote. Even in some cases using force against law enforcement officers while they were inside of the Capitol. And continuing to plot after January 6th to oppose by force the lawful transfer of presidential power. So even extending after January 6th, the day itself of the certification. They used websites, social media, text messaging, encrypted messaging applications, all to communicate with co-conspirators and others as well. So again, if you are just joining us right now, Sky Fox overhead, Stuart Rhodes' house, the founder and leader of the far-right Oath Keepers militia group, the group that allegedly conspired and coordinated the January 6th attack at the U.S. Capitol. FBI agents raiding the home, putting together boxes and boxes of evidence into their cars. And more agents showing up to the home right now. So we're going to keep our eyes on this story here and continue along with everything that is happening across the country. As soon as we saw this shot, brought it to you as quickly as we could. Also want to alert you of some other news coming in. The White House press briefing all set up. You can hear some of the reporters getting in there, getting into the room. As Press Secretary Jen Psaki will be briefing everyone on President Biden and his whereabouts today. He's had quite the day talking COVID-19 in the beginning of the morning and then moving into an appearance at the Capitol itself, speaking about voting rights there. Lawmakers coming up to the podium and saying that his message and his speech about voting rights and the legislation they're trying to pass through was, quote, powerful. But critics like Senator Mitch McConnell saying earlier this week that he found the president's speech about voting rights, specifically in Atlanta, to be profoundly unpresidential. So a little bit of lack of communication there between all lawmakers on both sides of the aisle for this. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we are tracking this story and so much more. A new ruling coming down from the Supreme Court about vaccine mandates. We're definitely going to bring you that update when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to take you into some breaking news. We're just getting into the newsroom right now. The Supreme Court blocking today the Biden administration from enforcing its sweeping vaccine or test requirements for large private companies. But it did allow similar requirements to stand for medical facilities that take Medicare or Medicaid payments. So again, we have been waiting for this ruling from the Supreme Court, the ruling coming 3 days after the Occupational Safety and Health Administration's emergency measure started to take effect. The mandate required that workers at businesses with 100 or more employees must get vaccinated or submit a negative COVID test weekly to enter the workplace. It also required unvaccinated workers to wear masks indoors at work. So again, this is coming down just within the hour here. OSHA, which polices, polices workplace safety for the Labor Department, issued the mandates under its emergency power established by Congress. OSHA can shortcut the normal rulemaking process, which can take years if the Labor Secretary determines a new workplace safety standard is necessary to protect workers from a grave danger. The Biden administration arguing before the high court on Friday that the rules were necessary to address the grave danger posed by COVID. The liberal justices, clearly sympathetic to the governor's position, highlighted the devastating death toll from the pandemic and the unprecedented wave of infection rolling across the nation due to the Omicron variant. But still, the Supreme Court today blocking the Biden administration from enforcing its sweeping vaccine or test requirements for private companies. So that's the latest coming out of the Supreme Court right there. Likely to be a question at the White House press briefing, which is expected to begin here hopefully soon. When it does happen, we'll bring it to you. And then we are also tracking for you out of the Texas area. We brought you some of that breaking news when it came down. We have Skyfox overhead. Take a look at this. You don't see that every day. The FBI at the home of Stuart Rhodes for an investigation that is still clearly very active. This is in Little Elm, Texas, right outside of Dallas. If you don't know who Stuart Rhodes is, he's the leader and founder of the Oath Keepers, arrested and charged with seditious conspiracy in the January 6th attack at the Capitol. So agents on the ground there gathering evidence. We have not seen Rhodes himself, but our reporters there and our team on the scene confirming that this is his home and still remains a pretty active scene. So if we get any more details, we'll bring it to you as we have it. But we're going to keep moving along with some of the other stories of the day. Let's go out to a press briefing earlier with Representative Kevin McCarthy as he followed in a press briefing right after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi kind of combating and rehashing what she said, coming up against what they believe should be the future for voting rights. Well, McCarthy says that the focus shouldn't be on voting rights right now. It should be on a series of other topics and conflicts that the Biden administration is facing right now, including COVID-19, speaking about the border crisis as well. So here's the latest from McCarthy.
Good morning. More people here. When inflation rises, you show up. That's a good thing, I guess. Well, let's begin. In 1 week, it will mark 1 year since President Biden took office. And we should all be asking ourselves one question. Is America better off after 12 months of one-party rule in Washington? Well, let's recap to see what the answer to that question is. 1 million kids started the year off once again, dealing with abrupt school closures, returning to more uncertainty and disruption. I know you heard it from so many parents, being stuck once again. Homicides in 2021 were near record highs. In several major cities like Philadelphia and Portland, murders hit the highest rate in the city's history. Now we have the reason you're all here. We have the highest inflation rate in 40 years, causing prices to surge. That increase you see there all happened under President Biden's watch. To put that number in perspective, here's the real impact inflation is having on soaring prices. Americans are paying on a daily basis. 50% in gas, used cars up 37%, hotels 28%, beef 19%. Now that's only if you could actually find it. Consumers been to the store recently? Over the past week, Americans have shared their experiences of dealing with empty shelves and sparse supply while doing their grocery shopping. By nearly every single measure, America is worse off than we were before Joe Biden took office. And despite the slews of ongoing crisis, what did the president do and where did he travel this week? Did he go to a school to advocate for our children to return to the classrooms? No, he did not. Not to one of the communities dealing with the historic crime surge. And we know he didn't go to the border to see the situation firsthand because he's been avoiding crisis all year. No, the President of the United States went to Atlanta to appease his Twitter base, spreads falsehoods, and to disparage millions of Americans. You know, the Biden agenda is now so toxic that the Daily Beast, now that's a far from a right-leaning publication, recently dubbed it as a Build Back Quieter, because even Democrats are actively avoiding talking about it. And by the way, I have a question for all of you. Did anyone in this room find out where Stacey Abrams' scheduling conflict was all about? Well, maybe we just found the answer. Need any other indication President Biden is unpopular? As I come week after week, it is now 26 Democrats have announced they will be retiring. That's more than any cycle since 1996. And as I've said from the very beginning, that number will get higher. They cannot run on a record of failure. They definitely can't run on a record of accomplishments. I know that record will be higher than 30 retirements as it goes. Who can blame these Democrats? The only thing they have to show their constituents for the past year is how they've succeeded in making life harder for the average American. And they have done is push more mandates and more controls. House Republicans understand the priorities of the American people. They want prices to come down. They want their kids' schools open. They want safer communities to be able to walk in their neighborhoods and a sense that their government is listening to their needs. Now, if entrusted with the majority, House Republicans will dedicate our legislative and accountability agenda to focusing on the true needs of the American people. This is a commitment we make as a conference. We will not lose sight of why you elected us to represent you in Washington. With that, let's open it up for questions. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for you. A year ago today, on January 13th, 2021, you stood on the House floor and you said the president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress. You said that he should have immediately denounced the mob. And you also said that there's no evidence that what happened was started by Antifa. Wondering if you still stand by those comments. And also, a few days after that, you went down to visit the former president in Mar-a-Lago. What changed? Why did you make that trip?
What changed? Why did I make the trip?
What changed from what you said on the floor, criticizing him, saying that he was...
My criticism went to everyone on that day. Why was the Capitol so ill-prepared that day?
You made those comments directly about the president.
Why was the Capitol so ill-prepared that day? And how do we make sure it will never be ill-prepared again? I just had a conference with our members and the Sergeant of Arms and the Capitol Police. You weren't in the room, but let me give you an answer to some of the questions that were asked. And some of the questions that were asked to the Capitol Police, the chief said that was above his pay grade to make the answer. I asked him, well, who's above you? Simple question about magnetometers coming before the chambers. And he said, well, if another speaker comes in and decides they could go, they go. Another question to the Sergeant of Arms was, has the January 6th committee asked for any of the communications from the former Sergeant of Arms to the speaker that day? To the best of his knowledge, they have not asked for any of that. The more we learn about the situation, the more we find that from investigation to investigation, the changes made in the Capitol Police Intel Department in November of not providing them information going further has been a real problem on the basis for that day. And the core of what we need to have happen here is, why was this building so ill-prepared, and how do we make sure that never happens again? Yes, ma'am.
In the spirit of disclosing private conversations, did you tell House Republicans on the January 11th phone call that President Trump told you he agreed that he bore some responsibility for January 6th, as Chairman Thompson's letter indicates?
I'm not sure what call you're talking about, so off the top of my head. Yes, sir. How's CNN doing? Are you guys okay?
You battled the creation of an outside commission from the start. You also opposed a select committee.
Well, that's not true.
Well, you also
Go ahead and ask your question. I'll verify what's true in
I
that.
appreciate that. But you said, sure, you'd be willing to testify about your conversations.
Yeah, what was the date of that?
That was in May of last year.
Okay.
And you're now saying you won't agree to voluntarily cooperate. So why should the public not conclude that you're trying to hide something here and hide the facts from getting out?
Great question. I hope everything gets corrected at CNN. I work through all that with your employees. After January 6th, you can state this, who was the first person to offer a bipartisan commission to look at that day? Was it me? I'll help you. The answer is yes. Nancy Pelosi waited 4 months. In that time period, as we came here and discussed many times, you were here, you would ask me questions. My fear began to erode that she'd play politics with this. You watched it unfold and unfold, how she would prepare that who could have a subpoena power, who can have the scope, continuing to fight it all along the way that we now found she just played politics while the Senate had 2 committees, bipartisan look at what happened on January 6th. The FBI was doing their own investigation. And you all know the role of Congress, the only role we have is legislative. You asked me that question in May. That was 2 months before Nancy Pelosi decided for the first time in history by any speaker to deny the minority to even put their individuals on a committee. So when you asked me that question, never did I think a speaker would play such politics and then appoint a chairman who starts the committee by saying the only person out of bounds is the speaker. And now that we find, even when we ask to preserve that information with the Sergeant of Arms, that they will not provide it. Maybe if Nancy Pelosi had done what other speakers would do and not play politics with it, there could have been a different answer.
If you're subpoena,
Yes, sir.
will you defy a
Yes, sir.
subpoena?
Go right
Will you
ahead.
defy a subpoena?
Go ahead, sir.
You have a unique window into the president on that day, January 6th. You were one of the only few people who spoke to him that day. Doesn't the American public have a right to know what the president of the United States was thinking and doing while the U.S. Capitol was under attack?
You know, that's a great question. You know the great thing about that? I didn't wait a year later. On January 6th, I spoke to the American public. Not by one network, but by many networks. My conversation was very short, advising the president of what was happening here. There is nothing that I can provide the January 6th committee for legislation of them moving forward. There is nothing in that realm. It is pure politics of what they're playing.
So tell us.
Yes, sir.
On that note,
Yes.
so when you're in the majority, the only oversight you guys will conduct is oversight that you intend to write bills off of? Is that your? Because Congress has a long history of legislating, of oversight that doesn't necessarily result in legislation. You guys did it, Pelosi did it, Boehner did it, Ryan did it. I mean, there's a long history of that. So
Really? And how often have we gone after people's phone records?
I'm asking you about what you will do. What you will do if you are the Speaker of the House, will you only conduct oversight that is
You know what we'll do if we are entrusted with the majority? The first thing we'll do is talk about how do we lower the prices for the American public? How do we make gasoline price affordable again? How do we put food back on the shelves? How do we stop this rise of inflation and prices of everything you deal with? How do we secure our border? How do we stop government mandating and controlling our lives? How do we make cities safe again? And yes, we will hold this administration accountable. We just found this week, I sent a letter with Virginia Fox. The Secretary of Education asked the National School Board to send them a letter so he can go to the Attorney General to now investigate the parents who go to school board meetings of terrorism. Afghanistan. We have 13 new Gold Star families. That never had to happen. How many Americans, have any of you asked that question? The president said just weeks before he would not leave until every American was gone. The taxpayer that bought all that weaponry that the Taliban now has. You got any reporting and recording of where that is? Where's it being sold to now on the black market? IRS releasing Americans' tax returns. Yes, we can do both, and we will. I hope you all have a great weekend. Take care and stay safe.
You're not going to call me? Could you? Fascinating.
Okay, so McCarthy not taking any more reporter questions, kind of storming out there, getting grilled on everything January 6th, because people are wondering the conversation that he had with former President Trump directly following January 6th. Why isn't that more a part of the investigation? Pelosi being asked about that in her press briefing today. So when we come back, we'll go out to that, bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox, along with all of the other major breaking news events of the day. Still, our Skyfox overhead in Little Elm, Texas, over the house of Stuart Rhodes, who was the founder and leader of the Oath Keepers. He has since been arrested and charged with seditious conspiracy, the first charge of seditious conspiracy for anyone involved in the January 6th Capitol insurrection. So big news coming out of there. And then also from the White House, we're expecting Press Secretary Jen Psaki to be speaking here soon. And stay with us, because after the break, we're bringing to you again the latest from the Supreme Court, talking vaccine mandates. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Big news to top off this hour right here, coming all the way from the Supreme Court. Supreme Court blocking the Biden COVID vaccine mandate for businesses. That's, of course, after a lot of back and forth. This was a sweeping vaccine or test requirement for large private companies, but the conservative majority court allowed similar requirements to stand for medical facilities that take Medicare or Medicaid payments. The OSHA mandate required that workers at businesses with 100 or more employees must get vaccinated or submit a negative COVID test weekly to enter the workplace. So again, this breaking news that the Supreme Court has now blocked that vaccine mandate for businesses, yet still allowing healthcare workers to go ahead and get tested. So that's the latest out of the Supreme Court. We are tracking this other live look over Texas right now. I want to bring you back out to this. The leader of the Oath Keepers arrested and charged with seditious conspiracy. The FBI has been there for the past couple of hours now, or at least an hour here. This is, again, the first arrest and charge being made for seditious conspiracy in the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Stuart Rhodes, the founder and leader. So more to come out of that story, and of course more to come out of the White House here, as the press secretary will have quite an interesting briefing, talking not only COVID-19, but talking about the developments of the January 6th investigation, and of course voting rights legislation that's been moving through Congress all day today. We just heard from Representative Kevin McCarthy, a lot of those reporters asking about his affiliation with President Trump during the time of the January 6th insurrection, and if he will comply with any questions that the January 6th committee has about that communication. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was also asked about these potential questions to be asked of Representative McCarthy, along with other people who had close communication with the president at that time. So we're going to play out that briefing for you, because we like to keep it both sides of the aisle here. When we show you one side, we'd like to show you the other. So again, here's Pelosi.
Good morning. It is. Today is a big day for our democracy, a big day in the House of Representatives. Today, the House will make a major step toward...
And I'm sorry, we do have the White House briefing beginning now, so let's hop in.
Russia Council and the OSCE. Russia raised its concerns, we raised our concerns, including the actions Russia has taken to undermine European security that Secretary Blinken spoke so eloquently about last week. We stuck to our core premise of reciprocity. We were firm in our principles and clear about those areas where we can make progress and those areas that are non-starters. Allied unity and transatlantic solidarity were on full display, and they remain on full display. The discussions were frank and direct. They were useful. They gave us and our allies things to consider. They gave Russia things to consider. We will now reflect and consult with allies and partners on how to proceed. We're prepared to continue with diplomacy to advance security and stability in the Euro-Atlantic. We're equally prepared if Russia chooses a different path. We continue to coordinate intensively with partners on severe economic measures in response to a further Russian invasion of Ukraine. We continue to work with allies at NATO on changes in force posture and capabilities, especially on NATO's eastern flank, if that scenario arises. And we continue to support Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in the defense of their sovereignty and territorial integrity. We have been very clear with Russia on the costs and consequences of further military action or destabilization in Ukraine. So we're ready either way. We're ready to make progress at the negotiating table, serious, tangible progress on important issues of concern to us, to Europe, and to Russia in an environment of de-escalation. And we're ready to take the necessary and proper steps to defend our allies, support our partners, and respond robustly to any naked aggression that might occur. In our view, diplomacy is the more sensible path. The Russians will have to make their own assessment. In terms of next steps in the diplomatic process, we'll remain engaged with allies and partners and with the Russians and make determinations in the coming days about what comes next. I'm going to leave it there and be happy to take your questions.
Is there an agreement to hold more talks with the Russians, Jake?
There are no dates set for any more talks. We have to consult with allies and partners first. We're in communication with the Russians, and we'll see what comes next.
Jake, could you address this Deputy Foreign Minister's comments, Sri Radcliffe, suggesting that that Russia could deploy forces or would rule out deploying forces in Latin America? Is that something that the U.S. is concerned about? Is that something that came up in those discussions?
I'm not going to respond to bluster in the public commentary. That wasn't raised in the discussions at the Strategic Stability Dialogue. If Russia were to move in that direction, we would deal with it decisively.
Another one on the Russian proposal suggested trying to reach some sort of agreement on keeping exercises away from the line of contact between NATO and Russia, or limiting the deployment of missiles and other weapons. Is that something that's on the table from the U.S. perspective, or is that not something that the U.S. could ever agree to?
As Deputy Secretary Sherman said in her readout of these meetings, and as was closely coordinated with allies and partners at NATO, we are prepared to discuss reciprocal limitations on the deployment of missiles, as long as Russia is prepared to fulfill its end of the bargain and that there's adequate verification. So we are prepared to have a detailed negotiation on that, emphasis on detailed because the devil is often in the details on those things. We also, as Deputy Secretary Sherman indicated in her readout of these discussions, have said we are prepared to discuss reciprocal parameters around the size and scope and frequency of military exercises. But reporting that has suggested we're going to reduce the number of troops we have deployed or somehow cut back on our overall force posture in Europe, those reports are wrong. Yes.
I guess with no more talks scheduled with the Russians right now, as we sit here today, in your view, what is the likelihood of Russia invading?
I'm not going to put any kind of likelihood on it. What I'm going to say is that the United States and our allies and partners are prepared for any contingency, any eventuality. We're prepared to keep moving forward down the diplomatic path in good faith, and we're prepared to respond if Russia acts. And beyond that, all we can do is get ready, and we are ready.
Are they making the case, though, to invade, you believe?
What do you mean by making the case?
Is Russia trying to justify an invasion if one happens?
I'm not going to put myself in the head of the Russians. As you see from their public comments, they've said many different things, some of them contradictory. Different speakers over the course of this week have given both hopeful signs and deeply pessimistic signs. You'll have to ask them where they stand in respect to their positioning. From our perspective, we can just be clear about where we stand. And where we stand is ready to go down a principled path of diplomacy and ready to respond in the face of aggression.
The White House has often talked about this, and you've talked about this in President Biden, about having this stable, predictable relationship with Russia. Given the back and forth over these talks and the threats, is that even still possible?
We believe that diplomacy and diplomatic understandings that can be reached between the United States, our European allies and partners, and Russia can contribute to stability in Europe, that it is possible to make progress on things like missiles and exercises, as we just discussed, that ultimately we can get updates to some of the underlying issues related to transparency and deconfliction, that we can get to risk reduction and conflict management so that the overall security situation in Europe is more stable. That is certainly viable if Russia is prepared to engage in a good faith way. If they're not, and they choose to further invade Ukraine, then they are going to deal with the costs and consequences that the United States and our allies and partners will impose. Yeah.
You're still saying if. Does that mean you're still uncertain whether Russia is negotiating in good faith?
Well, the intelligence community has not made an assessment that the Russians have definitively decided to take a military course of action in Ukraine. So as things stand right now, Russia has the opportunity to come to the table as we go forward to deal with the very real concerns that we've put on the table, that Secretary Blinken has laid out publicly, and to negotiate in some of these areas that we've just been talking about. If Russia chooses to go a different path, we'll respond accordingly. But basically, we are still at a moment where we believe a path of diplomacy can operate in a way that vindicates and reflects our interests and principles, and we're prepared to work with our allies and partners on that. I think we're united with the European Union, with NATO, with Ukraine, with the rest of the countries of the Euro-Atlantic community on the notion that there is a diplomatic path forward here. We are also united with our allies and partners that if Russia chooses to go a different way for whatever reason or no reason at all, well, we'll be ready for that.
Ambassador Michael Carpenter is offering a different assessment. I'm sure you heard him say that the drumbeat of war is sounding loud and the rhetoric has gotten rather shrill. So do you agree with that or disagree?
Well, the Russians have put tens of thousands of troops in and around Ukraine and occupied territory relative to Ukraine. So it is certainly the case that the threat of military invasion is high. That's why I've stood at this podium repeatedly over the course of the past few months, warned about that, and laid out what would come as a result of that in respect to a response by the United States and our allies and partners. So there's no illusions on the part of the United States government. There's no illusions on the part of any of us who have been dealing with this issue about what the prospects are for potential conflict and potential military escalation by Russia. The point that I would make today is that the United States and our European allies and partners are prepared for multiple different eventualities, an eventuality that has us at the negotiating table working on these issues in a serious and substantive way, and the eventuality that has us responding to what Russia does in a clear, effective, forceful way that imposes significant costs on Russia for any action that it might take. Yeah.
On those actions, looking at Europe right now, it doesn't seem necessarily that they're prepared to join the aggressive multinational sanctions package that the U.S. has talked about. So if Vladimir Putin were to invade Russia tomorrow, are you confident that the sanctions that you've threatened Moscow with and that you would want to see out of Europe are lined up, ready to go? And secondly, the Kremlin sort of picked one element of sanctions legislation that's up on the Hill, the prospect of sanctioning Vladimir Putin personally today, and objected to that. I'm wondering, is that among the sort of package that you've signaled to them is on the table for Ukraine to be invaded by Russia?
The main focus of the sanctions package that we've been working with Europe on have been significant financial sanctions with a start high, stay high mentality, not a graduated application of these sanctions, export controls that go at certain fundamental strategic industries in Russia, and other steps that we would take to ensure that Russia actually had to deal with the economic consequences of this invasion. In terms of your question about my level of confidence in our European allies and partners, I feel very good about the level of engagement and the level of convergence between the United States and Russia. A, on the fundamental proposition that there would have to be severe economic consequences, and B, on both the categories, types, and targets of sanctions that would have to flow. Does that mean that the U.S. and Europe are going to have precisely the same list down to every last detail? No. Does it mean that I will be able to stand before you and say the United States and Europe have moved in unison on the application of severe economic measures? I'm confident that I will be able to do that.
Can I ask a question about the cybersecurity meeting that you held today? I'm wondering, in terms of the Log4j vulnerability, how many federal, or if federal systems have been affected by that vulnerability, if it was because the government hadn't done the necessary patchwork to prevent it from happening, and if the firms that you spoke with today made any commitments in terms of financial assistance or other assistance to maintain kind of critical open source software, since this seems to be an issue that continues to bubble up.
So first, the president signed an executive order last year that goes to procurement of software by the United States government and fundamentally raises the game. And we're in the process of implementing that. And actually, where things stand with respect to departments and agencies of the U.S. government today as compared to nearly 1 year ago today when the president took office, we are in a much more robust posture. And that's due to the work not just of the interagency, but of specific departments and agencies that have implemented that executive order. In terms of the session today, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the companies in terms of the commitments they made, but it was an incredibly constructive discussion about ways that the public sector and the private sector can work effectively together to ensure that public sector systems are more robust and resilient and private sector systems are more robust and resilient. I'll leave it at that. And we will try to develop, along with the participants in that meeting, an agreed readout so that we're not betraying any confidences. Yeah.
On Russia and Ukraine, Secretary Blinken said at the start of the week that he didn't expect any major breakthroughs this week, but that one positive outcome could obviously be a de-escalation of tensions. Given the current state of play, given everything that you've said, what specifically does that look like from your view, Russia de-escalating right now?
It would involve them reducing the number of forces that they have deployed in aggressive postures towards Ukraine. That would ultimately be a key part of de-escalation. There are other steps that Russia could take in respect to de-escalation that go far beyond Ukraine as well. But in terms of the proximate challenge in and around the border of Ukraine, that would be an important step. I would also say one other thing that I think is very important that, Tony, you mentioned Secretary Blinken's comments at the beginning of the week. He said something at the end of last week that I want to underscore, which is that our intelligence community has developed information, which has now been downgraded, that Russia is laying the groundwork to have the option of fabricating a pretext for an invasion. including through sabotage activities and information operations, by accusing Ukraine of preparing an imminent attack against Russian forces in eastern Ukraine. We saw this playbook in 2014. They are preparing this playbook again, and we will have, the administration will have further details on what we see as this potential laying of a pretext to share with the press over the course of the next 24 hours. Yeah.
On the flip side of that, I mean, you've made clear that the U.S. will respond in the face of Russian aggression, but I'm trying to get a sense of what the U.S. would need to see in order to actually respond. Would it have to be tanks and troops crossing the border, or would things like moving helicopters and tactical weapons be enough for the U.S. to take steps to impose sanctions?
When you say moving helicopters and tactical weapons, you mean onto the territory of Ukraine? Yes. Our position is quite straightforward. If the Russian military moves across the Ukrainian frontier to seize territory, we believe that that is the further invasion of Ukraine, and it will trigger a response from the United States and the international community. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. I want to ask about your current policy in this crisis, but first, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to ask something of a historical nature first. I assume, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that in preparation for President Biden's first summit with President Putin, held in Geneva last June, the National Security Team undertook a comprehensive review of the official documentary record of all the interactions that President Trump had with President Putin. You may recall during the Trump presidency we saw reporting to the effect that Mr. Trump and or his aides took some steps to prevent the maintenance of a full record of those interactions. Without asking you to disclose any classified information, can you assure us on 2 points? Number one, did your review uncover any evidence of any effort at any point along the way in the creation and storage of those records to tamper with that process? And number two, did your review uncover any evidence of any impropriety of any kind or severity on the part of President Trump in his interactions with President Putin?
On that question, I've got nothing for you.
Okay. To current policy then. This administration has tried without success to use sanctions to compel the military in Myanmar to abandon its coup d'etat. This administration has used sanctions without success to compel China to release the concentration camp inmates in Xinjiang. The Obama administration, of course, used sanctions without success to try to deter Russian annexation of Crimea. Here you stand again, brandishing the threat of sanctions to try to deter a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Why shouldn't this be perceived as clinging to a failed tactic, and why shouldn't President Putin assess on that basis that his adversary is operating from a position of relative weakness?
President Putin has indicated that what he does not want to see is further NATO force posture coming closer to his border. President Putin has indicated that what he does not want to see is further American and allied support to Ukraine. President Putin has indicated that what he does want to see is the further strengthening of Russian strategic industries and the Russian economy. We have laid out on all of those metrics that Russia will suffer costs and consequences in the event of a further invasion of Ukraine, and he can make his own determination about what he wants to do. But the United States is going to act. We're going to act with our allies and partners on those issues in those ways. We have the capacity to do that, and we will do that, and President Biden has been clear that that's what we intend to do.
Sanctions work?
Well, so first I would say that if you go back to a personal experience I had, which was the negotiation of the interim agreement and then contributing to the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, we do believe that economic pressure on Iran had a meaningful impact on bringing it to the table and ultimately putting a lid on its nuclear program. There are other instances where sanctions have worked, and of course there are instances across administrations, Democrat and Republican alike, where sanctions have not achieved the full result. And so I'm not going to stand before you and say sanctions are a panacea, they're a tool that solves every problem. But remember, sanctions are only one part of the way that we and our allies are talking about how we will deal with a potential Russian invasion of Ukraine. We have other tools to bring to bear as well. Those tools also bear on the interests and the security capacities of the Russian Federation. And our goal at the end of the day here is not to get into an escalatory spiral. It is to find a way forward consistent with our principles, consistent with our interests, and consistent with open, transparent consultation with our allies to pursue diplomacy. If that works, great. If that doesn't work, we're ready. Yeah.
With all of that said, is the window of time closing when it comes to diplomacy on this issue? And when you talk about options that are on the table, you said sanctions is one of the tools. What are the other options? Presidents have a whole host of options, and they've always said when they are met with these types of situations, all options are on the table. Are all options on the table for this moment?
Well, we've been clear both directly to the Russians, and we've actually been clear publicly about some of the other options. And they include changes in the forces and capabilities that the United States and NATO would deploy to Eastern Flank allies to reinforce and strengthen the robustness of Allied defense on Allied territory. We've made clear that in the event of an invasion, in addition to the support we are currently providing to the Ukrainians, we would dramatically ramp up that support to support their territorial integrity and sovereignty. We've also been clear that we are going to work in tandem with allies and partners, not just in Europe, but in other parts of the world, on export controls that would have an impact on strategic industries in Russia. So those are some of the additional tools that we can bring to bear in this context. All of them go to the basic proposition that the United States is going to look to strengthen and reinforce our position and our allies' position, and to support the Ukrainians in the event of an invasion, further invasion of Ukraine.
But what about the window of opportunity for diplomacy? Is that closing, as I asked earlier?
Look, it's hard for me to characterize where things stand on the diplomacy because we've come through these 4 days. We need to sit and consult with allies and partners. Wendy Sherman is just getting off a plane. She may have gotten off a plane in the last few hours. We'll take stock of where we are. We'll consult, and then we'll determine next steps. The Russians will have to do the same. And all I can tell you is, as far as we're concerned, we are ready to move forward on diplomacy, and we are ready to go down the other path. And both of those, in my view, that question of which path is one that is facing us now. It's not facing us a year from now or 5 years from now. It's facing us in the foreseeable future. Yeah.
Thank you so much. What happens if nothing happens? I mean, if Russia doesn't invade Ukraine but keeps like this massive amount of troops at the border, is this something you can live with? In this case, would there be sanctions, less sanctions, no sanctions at all?
So we're trying to, first of all, deter and prevent a potentially massive Russian invasion. That's step number one. If we end up in a circumstance of the kind you described, we'll deal with that as it comes, but I'm not going to get into hypotheticals today in terms of our reaction. I'll just take one more question.
To follow up, but at this moment, are we in a position where what the next step is reducing the troops on the borders of Ukraine? Is this the next thing that can happen that could satisfy the U.S. and the allies?
What do you mean by the next thing?
What would, after the week we've had, what are we expecting? That they take, of course, we're hoping that the Russian troops back off. But is this the only next step possible? Of course, there's the invasion, but after the entire week of diplomacy.
Well, what we've said all along is that we're happy to talk. We're happy to talk about our interests and our concerns. We're happy to listen to the Russians talk about their interests and their concerns. But we've also been very clear from the beginning that to make concrete progress, real tangible progress, it has to happen in an environment of de-escalation. So we will have to see now on the diplomatic path what comes next. We'll have to determine that first with our friends and then in engagement with the Russians. And as I stand here today, I can't tell you what the next steps will be. I can only tell you that the United States, the Biden administration, our allies and partners, were prepared to deal with whatever comes.
The ambiance in the negotiation today, I mean, you made reference to the pessimist or the different statements we heard, but the Russians officials had a more pessimistic and negative tone. Did they have the same tone when they were face to face with the?
They were professional and businesslike. We clearly disagreed on things, and there were areas where both sides saw there was a possibility for progress. Beyond that, it's hard for me really to characterize their point of view. They can characterize it for themselves. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you so much, Jake. You're always invited. Okay, I know there's a lot going on, so we'll try to get around to everybody. I just have two items for all of you at the top. Sorry, lots of stuff in here. In December, as a part of the administration's approach to strengthening America's supply chains, address bottlenecks, and lower prices for Americans, the Department of Transportation and the Department of Labor announced the Biden-Harris Trucking Action Plan. Today, to uphold the 30-day commitments made in the Trucking Action Plan, the Department of Transportation and the Department of Labor are announcing next steps on several new initiatives, some of which were mandated by the infrastructure law to support drivers, improve driver retention, while expanding access to quality driving jobs now and in the years ahead. These include expanding registered apprenticeship programs, more than 100 employees and industry partners. All right. Everything's okay. I think just a statement may have gone out on the Supreme Court ruling that probably is in your inboxes. So that's one note for all of you. These steps announced today include expanding registered apprenticeship programs. More than 100 employers and industry partners have stepped forward to work to expand registered apprenticeships in the last 30 days. This is the gold standard of training and retaining a skilled workforce. Creating the Women of Trucking Advisory Board, mandated to gather input on how to build a more inclusive and equitable workplace for women in the trucking industry. And creating a new task force to investigate predatory trucking leasing agreements with the Department of Labor, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, and the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, beginning 2 studies to explore the issues of truck driver pay and unpaid detention time, and launching the Safe Driver Apprenticeship Pilot, an under-pilot program for truck drivers. All of this is an effort to expand the number of truck drivers we have so we can move more goods, get more goods onto the shelves, lower prices for American people. One more item for all of you. This Saturday, January 15th, is the last day to sign up for the quality affordable healthcare coverage on healthcare.gov. A record 14.2 million people have enrolled since the start of open enrollment on November 1st on healthcare.gov alone. 4 out of 5 consumers are finding quality coverage for less than $10 per month. And a new HHS report out today found that thanks to the American Rescue Plan, a majority of healthcare.gov enrollees are also receiving subsidies to cut their copays, deductibles, and other out-of-pocket spending. To be sure to go to healthcare.gov, anyone listening, before midnight on January 15th and get covered. With that, Zeke, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. My inbox is usually pretty fast, but if somebody can give us that reaction to the Supreme Court opinions. And on the substance of the matter there, how much of a blow is this to the administration's pandemic response plan that the employer testing or vaccination mandates struck or halted, and how will that affect the course of the pandemic?
Sure. Well, I know there'll be the statement from the president that should be coming into your inboxes any moment now. But let me give you a quick reaction. First, let me start with some good news. News that maybe isn't getting enough attention yet. That's our jobs here, or my job here, I should say. CMS's requirement for healthcare workers to be vaccinated will save the lives of patients, as well as the lives of doctors, nurses, and others who work in healthcare settings. It will cover 17 million healthcare workers at 76,000 medical facilities. The Supreme Court upheld it, and we will enforce that. The Supreme Court's decision on the OSHA mandate essentially means that in this pandemic, it is up to individual employers to determine whether their workplaces will be safe for employees and whether their businesses will be safe for consumers. So President Biden, you'll see this in his statement, will be calling on and will continue to call on businesses to immediately join those who have already stepped up, including 1/3 of Fortune 100 companies, to institute vaccination requirements to protect their workers, customers, and communities. We have to keep working together in order to get this done to save more lives. I would note that there are a couple of good signs in terms of without this, even in spite of the ruling, that we would point to. One is that 57%, according to a Navigator poll, of Americans support vaccine requirements. According to a Wills Tower Watson's report, a survey of 534 U.S. employers, a majority, 57% of respondents have or will require their employees to get vaccinated against COVID-19. Why? Because employees want to feel safe in the workplace, because they want to incentivize workers to come back to the workplace, and because they've seen large companies across the country implement this and see how effective it is.
Another adjacent COVID topic. The president announced today that he's going to announce next week that he's going to be the government's going to be making free, high-quality N95s available to Americans. There's the new testing website, which is launching next website. Why is it middle of January right now when a million Americans are testing positive for COVID a day, roughly. Why is the president taking these steps now? Why didn't he take these 3 months ago?
Well, let me first say that what we've been working to implement is building on the steps we've taken over the last 6 months and more. Remember, when the president took office, there were 0 or 1 approved at-home testing option on the market. Now there are 9. We needed to expand the market capacity. The president used the Defense Production Act, $3 billion invested to expand that market. The reason he was able to announce the purchase of, or the plan to purchase an additional $500 million beyond the $500 million we'd already announced is because of the expansion of the market. And just since last summer, leading up to December, we had quadrupled the size of the market. So if you look at the comparison, right now we're doing almost 12 million tests a day in this country. We were doing under 2 million tests a day a year ago. There's about 300 million tests that are happening in this country every single day, in part because there's 20,000 sites, because there are federal sites now across the country, new ones we announce every day, because we've sent 50 million tests to community health centers. So all of this is an effort to build on that and make sure that that capacity and we're meeting the unprecedented demand for tests.
But these are steps the president's taking now because there's an unmet need. Presumably, he could have done the exact same thing 3 months ago when maybe it would be in effect now when the need is obviously greater than the system has capacity to deliver on.
Well, I would say, Zeke, that again, because of the steps we've taken, we're able to, there's 300 million tests that are happening in this country every single month. And that is enormous progress. We're not starting from 0. That is my point. So this is building on that. But in terms of the number of tests available on the market and the expansion of the market, remember a number of them were just approved at the end of October or beginning of November. Using the Defense Production Act means we needed to ensure there's manufacturing capacity and build on that. This has all been a building process, and we're continuing to expand and build from here. I would also note that in recent polls, despite some of the conversations we have in here, it's less than 10% of the American public that can't find a test. We have expanded capacity, and you're seeing the impact of that across the country.
Lastly, on the voting push, we've heard a lot from the president talking about Republican-controlled states taking actions to limit ease of access to the polls. I'm wondering, election laws we know differ from state jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Has the president ever reached out to Democratic states, states like New York that don't have early in-person voting, or New Jersey or Delaware that have some different laws that exist, maybe down south, and called and encouraged them to loosen their voting laws to bring them in line with some of the restrictions he's objecting to being rolled back right now?
Well, I think the president's view on expanding access to voting, whether it's the expansion of early voting or the number of mail-in voting boxes, steps we know works to increase the participation of people in the process, is something it's very well known that he strongly supports. The DNC typically does a lot of the outreach on election implementation, but I don't think it's a secret where the president stands, and certainly you heard him say that earlier this week and convey it again on Capitol Hill today.
Could you talk about, give us a few details of what the back and forth was like with the president and the senators at the lunch? He sounded pretty frustrated when he came out.
I think he sounded passionate. That's what I saw and heard. I think the president conveyed directly to the caucus what many people heard him say across the country a couple of days ago, that now we face a systematic effort to dismantle democracy, not just voter suppression, but subversion. You heard him say that when he came out and spoke after he left the meeting. He conveyed that this is a historic chance to save our democracy, need to protect the fundamental form of American government. And his view is this should absolutely be bipartisan. I know we've talked a bit about the history of Senator McConnell's support multiple times over, writing about it in his book for voting rights in the past. There are 16 Republicans serving now who supported voting rights in the past. Even as the president has said, Strom Thurmond did back in the 80s. Obviously, he's not serving today, but just as an example. So that's part of the point he made. Also, I think it's important for everybody to understand that his view is that he would put his record of standing up for the history of the Senate, the institution of the Senate, the rules of the Senate up against anyone's. Democrat, Republican, anyone serving today and before then. But his view is that there are times in history, now is one of them, where you can't allow the protection of process to get in the way of protecting people's fundamental rights. That is also an argument that he made today to the caucus.
What happens now with the legislation?
Well, Leader Schumer has obviously conveyed what his plan and his path forward is, and I think members are going to have an opportunity to vote and decide and determine what side of history they want to be on. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Did Senator Sinema's remarks on the floor today come as a surprise to President Biden, or had she conveyed them in private to the president or to the White House?
I'm not going to get into private conversations with any senator, including Senator Sinema.
Can you tell us the last time they spoke?
I'm not going to get into more details about private conversations.
Okay. During his first press conference last March, the president was asked if there was anything he could do to protect voting rights outside of passing legislation. At the time, he said yes, but I don't want to reveal my strategy. Now, can you tell us whether the White House has identified any more executive actions that the president can and plans to take?
Well, first I would say the president did sign a historic executive order early on in his presidency. Also, since that period of time, I believe the Department of Justice has doubled their funding and support for protection of voting rights in states. Obviously, he has spoken about this issue very vocally in recent months. Since that period of time, multiple times as well. The vice president has been leading this effort to gather support across the country, and we're of course going to continue to look for ways to protect people's fundamental rights. The next step is, of course, these votes in the Senate.
I have a question about a video that Iran's Supreme Leader posted on his website that appears to show a robot conducting a drone strike, killing the former president at his Mar-a-Lago golf club. Is the intelligence community assessing this threat and working with former President Trump to offer protection of any kind?
I'm not going to speak to the work of our intelligence community. Obviously, the kind of rhetoric or video from the Supreme Leader is something that we've seen, offensive rhetoric and behavior in the past. But I'm not going to speak to more specifics of internal discussions.
But are you aware of the video?
I don't have any more details on it.
And then one more for a colleague who's not here. The embassy in Baghdad, the U.S. embassy just tweeted about an attack that happened there. Do you have any details or any response?
I don't. This may have just recently happened. I don't have any more details, but we can venture to get you something after the briefing.
Go ahead. Back on the Supreme Court's decision, more than 80 million people would have been affected by this vaccine and testing mandate. So what kind of impact does this decision have on the broader effort just to get COVID under control?
Well, I think we're already looking at this point in time of more than 71% of people have had both shots that to make them fully protected. Obviously, we're encouraging people, of course, to get boosted. More than 80%, 83%, I believe, at this point, have had their first shot. We're going to continue to work full speed at doing that. Obviously, this was a step that we announced and we had every intention of implementing because we knew that it was the point where putting in place requirements in the workplace would help get more people vaccinated. The good news is that a number of companies have already decided to do that and do that successfully. And the work and the effort is really going to be on their shoulders. So really it's going to depend on how effective that is.
And your message to employees and workers who may see this decision and be concerned about what comes next for them?
Our message is that we're going to continue to work with employers across the country and continue to convey very clearly what the benefit of vaccine or testing requirements would be on workplaces, both as many companies struggle to fill their workplaces, struggle to bring people back to the workplace, people who are concerned about their safety, that this is an effective measure, and there are many models across the country to implement it.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. Should we expect the administration to try to issue a more targeted mandate following the Supreme Court ruling today?
I don't have any additional predictions of next steps here.
Are you going to try this again, or are you accepting what the Supreme Court decided?
Again, they just decided any legal action, I'd obviously defer to the Department of Justice, but at this point in time, what we are encouraging private sector companies to do is to take steps that have effectively worked around the country that the vast majority of employers have indicated they have the intention to do.
Okay, and when it comes to the lunch that happened today, Senator Sinema, before the president got up there, reiterated that she does not want to change the 60-vote threshold. Senator Manchin just said now in a statement that he does not want to change that. Has the president accepted that he cannot sway them when it comes to changing the filibuster and creating an exception?
I think we're going to keep fighting till the votes are had.
But they have said today that they are not changing their positions, despite an appeal directly from the president.
And the president spoke to this after. Look, his job is to take on tough challenges, to speak out for what's right. And he thinks making changes to the rules in order to get voting rights passed and protect people's fundamental rights is right. We'll leave it to Leader Schumer on what the next steps are and what the process is from here. But we are going to keep having meetings, keep having calls, and that will be what the president's focus will be.
What was his response to seeing Senator Sinema come out just a few minutes before he got up there, when she knew what he was coming to talk about, and say that she did not support it?
I think the president was most focused on speaking directly to the caucus, not on her comments. Go
So
ahead.
what is the president's, I guess, the administration's backup plan when it comes to voting rights and getting legislation passed? Is there a backup plan?
As you heard the president say when he came out of the caucus meeting, we're going to keep at it. We're going to stay at it. The president's.
But what does that mean, I guess, is what people would
That
like
means,
to know.
Caitlin, that any piece of legislation that's ever passed, that's hard, that's difficult, goes through some ups and downs and goes through some challenges. That doesn't mean you give up. That's not what leadership is. Leadership is continuing to fight for what's right, continuing to fight to get something done. That means sometimes it fails. We don't know what will happen next. That means sometimes there are gaps between when you get to move forward. We're going to have to determine what the next steps are. But in the meantime, the president is going to continue to make calls. He's going to continue to engage with his colleagues, and that's where his focus is on at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thank you. I had a couple specific ones, but I wanted to kind of follow on that. As you're determining next steps, I mean, frankly, things just seem like they're going pretty poorly right now for the White House. Build Back Better is being blocked, voting rights is being blocked, diplomatic talks with Russia doesn't seem to have brought us back from the brink of war. Inflation's at a 40-year high. The virus is setting records for infection. So as we kind of hit this one-year period and a period where everything seems like it's in pretty rough shape, or nearly everything, which is not an invitation, I guess, to list off some other things. I'm wondering, at what point do you take stock and say that things need to change internally, whether it's your outreach for the Hill, whether it's the leadership within the White House? You seem to be stymied on an incredible number of fronts right now.
Well, let me give you a little bit of a different take on this. More than 200 million people are vaccinated. We've had a record job growth, record low unemployment rates historically in this country over the last year. We've rebuilt our alliances and our relationships around the world. And right now, as it relates to Russia, as you heard our National Security Advisor convey, we're working with partners around the world to convey very clearly. It's up to them to make a choice about what's next. We're not going to make that on their behalf. It's up to them to determine if there are going to be crippling economic sanctions or not, or if they decide to move forward. But we also recognize when you have a small margin and threshold in the Senate, it's very difficult to get things done and to get legislation passed. And the fact that the president, under his leadership, got the American Rescue Plan passed, a bipartisan infrastructure bill with 19 votes in the Senate, about 6 votes in the House, the fact that we are still continuing to work with members to determine the path forward on Build Back Better, that we have the vast majority of Democrats in the Senate supporting voting rights, that's a path forward for us. And our effort is to do hard things, try hard things, and keep at it. So we just don't see it through the same prism.
So the sense is things are going well, there's no need for change right now.
I think that having worked in a White House before, you do hard things in White Houses. You have every challenge at your feet, laid at your feet, whether it's global or domestically. And we could certainly propose legislation to see if people support bunny rabbits and ice cream, but that wouldn't be very rewarding to the American people. So the president's view is we're going to keep pushing for hard things, and we're going to keep pushing the boulders up the hill to get it done.
Two quick things. The president announced the distribution of high-quality masks earlier today. That's been kind of a vague and undefined phrase. I understand well-fitting, like what that literally means, but in terms of the masks that you're trying to procure, do you have a sense of the N95s, KN95s in that universe, or is that just we're not quite there in the process?
We'll have more, I expect, in the coming days on that. And but right now, just so people understand the backstory here, the history, I should say, is we've distributed more than 30 million masks to food banks and community health centers. States have been doing that as well. We have a stockpile of 700 million high-quality masks in the government, and they are also widely available across the country. So what we're talking about here is making high-quality masks, as you know, available to the American people for free. There are a lot of ranges of high-quality masks. I think we'll have more details on that, on what that looks like next week.
I know you're limited a little bit about what you can say about politics from the podium, but the RNC said today that they would ask their candidates not to participate in debates held by the commission that has done it for the last few decades. Do you or the president have any reaction to that move by the RNC?
Well, the president has participated in many debates over the course of his career and believes they play a role in allowing the American people to hear from candidates and where they stand. So I think it's more a question best posed to the RNC on what they're so afraid of.
Would he participate in a debate that was planning to run for re-election, at least he said, and would he participate in a debate outside of the commission?
I would point you to the DNC for that and any more specifics. Go ahead.
The president, when he spoke to reporters after the Senate lunch today, he spoke about the voting rights push in the past tense. He said, "We missed this time." What then is the political value in moving forward with these show votes, given that the president effectively has acknowledged that this process has ended and risks potentially shining a light on Democratic divisions?
Well, I think you all can count who's for and against each vote, whether it's changes to the Senate rules or supporting these voting bills themselves. And I think it's very people publicly know where senators stand at this point in time. We will leave it to, and we'll work in lockstep with him, Leader Schumer, to determine what the next steps are here. And I know he's spoken a bit to that. But ultimately, this is about continuing to press to move forward on the protection of voting rights and to use it as a moment to elevate this issue as an important issue for people across the country. And of course, any senator is going to be put in the position of determining what side of history they're going to stand on. And that's, I guess, the purpose of a vote.
The president also spoke about voter subversion when he spoke to reporters.
Yeah.
But neither the Freedom to Vote Act nor the John Lewis Voting Rights Act deal with subversion. They're focused more on suppression. Would the president want to see Democrats, if this process does move forward in the future, address laws in these 19 states, some of which would potentially allow for the overturning of a free and fair election?
Well, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, actually in Section 112, actually makes it illegal for state officials to willfully fail or refuse to certify the aggregate tabulations of votes or certify the election of the candidates receiving sufficient such votes to be elected to office. That is obviously addressing a root problem we're seeing in laws in many states across the country. And what these laws are meant to do is provide some fundamental baselines for protections for voters, and that's an important part of doing it. Obviously, there's more you will continue to build from there, but that's an important component, I think, that sometimes everyone isn't always aware of in the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Oh, go ahead.
One unrelated question about the U.S. Postal Service. Yesterday, the Board of Governors elected a new chairman, someone who has expressed support for Postmaster General Louis DeJoy, who, as you know, has had a very controversial tenure. What's the White House position on the persistent delivery delays that the Postal Service seems to be experiencing, at least anecdotally, and DeJoy's current place as Postmaster General? Does he deserve to have that role?
You know, I love anecdotal data. I will tell you that going back to the holidays, 97 or 98% of packages from the Postal Service were delivered on time. So there may be anecdotes from that 1 or 2%, but that's actual data.
There are delays region by region, but I think...
Okay, but 98% across the country. We have expressed concerns in the past about DeJoy's leadership. DeJoy, that was a little slip there. DeJoy's leadership in the past, that has not changed. I will say, though, and I know this has been raised, so I'm just going to use this as an opportunity to address it, that many members of the Postal Service, including leadership, has expressed confidence and an interest in playing the role in delivering tests to people across the country, and their confidence in doing exactly that. So we take them at their word, and certainly we're encouraged by the data we saw from December. Go ahead, April. Oh, April, let me first say, 25 years covering the White House. That's pretty significant. I don't have a song for this, but just congratulations. I mean, I'm a terrible singer, so we don't want that anyway. Go ahead.
You could give me an interview with the president, but that's a whole other thing. On the record, right. On another issue, Jen, the issue of policing. As you're working on voting rights, we understand simultaneously you're working diligently on this executive order to bring more teeth into protections for people, Americans, particularly minorities who are dying at the hands of bad policing. What is different with this executive order versus what could have happened on Capitol Hill? We understand laws have more teeth, but I understand that you guys are working to bring more teeth into these executive orders. Talk to me about that.
It's a great question, April, and as you know from covering this closely, we were kind of waiting on any executive orders out of deference to the negotiations that were happening in a bipartisan manner. And of course, we believe that the ability, especially in a bipartisan way, when possible, to move forward on legislation makes it permanent, right? And that is not the case, of course, with executive orders. In terms of the specific details, they are under discussion. I just don't have anything I can outline for you at this moment because there's an internal policy discussion.
So I understand there's a sense of urgency on it. I was told from one source it was days, and then others said it could be weeks, but it's happening soon. Why the sense of urgency right now, especially when you're dealing with voting rights, trying to figure that out as well?
You know, I think there's a recognition and a commitment by the president to deliver on what he promised. And of course, we were very supportive of the efforts to negotiate police reform on a bipartisan level. Obviously, that didn't move forward as we would have hoped. And so there's a legal policy substantive process that has to go through in the consideration of executive orders. That's ongoing. It is hard to predict the timing of that, so I don't want to do that from here. But it's a reflection of the president's commitment to delivering on his promise.
And last question, when candidate or president-elect, I guess you would say, Joe Biden was building his cabinet, he specifically singled out Marcia Fudge for her work and the fact that she was one of the presidents of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated that is having its Founders Day. He talked about the great work that the sorority does. What does he have for the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated today as they're celebrating Founders Day? He knows about them so well.
Of course. Well, the president wishes the women of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated a happy 109th Founders Day and many more years of academic excellence and service to those who are members. The president has been very vocal of his support, as you noted, April, for Delta Sigma Theta and all Divine Nine sororities and fraternities. In October, Vice President Harris hosted a historic meeting of the Divine Nine Council of Presidents at the White House, which included immediate past President Beverly Smith, and we're incredibly grateful to the work Delta Sigma Theta has done to uplift communities across the world, especially the hard work of former National President and current HUD Secretary Marcia Fudge and the women of Delta Sigma Theta who work on behalf of the American people in the Biden-Harris administration each and every day, of which I hear there are a few. Go ahead.
Also, a one-year kind of question.
Sure.
When you listen to the president's inauguration address, you hear the words unity, you hear better angels of America. We didn't hear these words in his speeches at the Capitol or in Georgia. Does it mean that he has changed his state of mind, and does he think that America can't be unified anymore?
No, actually quite the contrary. I mean, the president believes that protecting people's fundamental rights to vote and participate in the process, whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, an independent, whatever party you are a member of, that is not a partisan issue. It should be a unifying issue. And that is why he reflected when he went to the caucus today on the fact that there are 16 Republicans who have supported voting rights in the past, because it is not been historically a partisan issue. And he's not prejudging who people support. He is trying to protect people's ability to participate in the process.
Just a follow-up, if I may. With the Congress as it is, with the Supreme Court as it is, what's the way forward for the rest of the mandate? Is it more executive orders? Is it smaller steps rather than big transformative reforms? What's the idea?
Well, that's a big question, but I would say that. The president has had, we feel, we've had a lot of success over the past year getting the economy back on stronger footing, getting 200 million Americans vaccinated, getting a bipartisan infrastructure bill passed, rebuilding our relationships in the world and America's standing in the world. And what we want to do now is build on that in year 2. That means continuing to press to get voting rights done, to get Build Back Better done. To get CHIPS funding passed so we can ensure that manufacturing happens in the United States. So of course there's still big, bold pieces of the president's agenda he wants to get done, and he's going to keep fighting for it. It is also true that it is challenging to move things forward with such a small margin in Congress, and he is very well aware of that. We've been living it for almost a year now. Go ahead.
Jen, a testing question that a couple from cool colleagues who
Sure.
be here. The president mentioned the other 500 million tests that
Yep.
are now in the works. Can you give us any sense on timeline when you're looking at contracting, when you're looking at delivery, when people will actually end up seeing them after they see this first $500 million?
Sure. So I had said earlier this week that we were looking to finalize our contracts for the first $500 million within the 2 weeks. I can give you an update that now we're at the point where we've procured about $380 million of those tests, and we're going to continue to build from there. So the plan is to, we feel we're making very strong progress, of course, and after we conclude this phase, we'll begin awarding contracts for today's announcement. We'll continue to proceed from there.
So can you give a rough ballpark on when that second $500 million might?
Not yet. We may be able to as we kind of proceed in the process, as we have done with the first $500 million, but I don't have a specific update yet at this point in time, just a status update on the first $500 million, and obviously when we conclude this phase, we'll move to the next $500 million.
You had mentioned earlier in the briefing that less than 10% of the population is now having trouble finding a test. Can you kind of...
There was a recent poll. I'm happy to tweet it after the briefing if you'd like, to make it available to all of you. I think it was a YouGov poll.
See, we know how much you love anecdotal data, but people talking about the long waits, people talking about CVS, et cetera, et cetera. The president made it a point to say testing has gotten so much better today, but that would be pretty stark if it's now 1 in 10 Americans claiming that they're...
Well, I said a recent poll, which I think is just important to note because obviously what we've been doing to date and where we are at this point in time is 300 million tests every single month. That is a lot of tests. And sometimes you would think that no one is able to get a test and no one is being tested when nearly 12 million people are being tested every day. At the same time, as I have said, as the president has said, we want to do more and we are continuing to do more. And that's why we're running this expedited process to procure more tests to ensure they're free, they're accessible, and they're available to people across the country.
Two
go ahead.
Radio Pool colleagues.
Okay.
If you will. The FAA ground stop earlier this week on the heels of the North Korean missile test. Can you give us an idea what information we'll have about that? And is there a fear that these tests, North Korean tests, may actually pose some type of danger or issue for U.S. civil aviation?
I believe the FAA has spoken to this and taken kind of a look back at what happened. I think it was a 15-minute ground stop, and they have reflected on the procedures that happened and taken a look for them moving forward. I would note that our national security and most importantly our defense officials across the country after those tests conveyed that no officials were at risk. So I'd really point you to the FAA as they assess that decision last week or earlier this week. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, a committee to protect journalists report questioning, saying freedom advocates are concerned with your administration in terms of access to the president for reporters, timely responses, the request.
Timely responses from our press office?
From the press office
I'm surprised to hear that.
to various queries on various topics.
Two queries, okay.
Slow responses to requests for information. Let me
Okay.
quote from that. The request to extradite Julian Assange, restrictions on access to the media at the southern border, limited help for Afghan journalists. Can you give us a comment from your perspective on how you see those things playing out and what some of these criticisms are?
Well, I haven't read the report, but I would say, broadly speaking, that when I spoke with the president about this job, I mean, one of the things he conveyed to me very clearly was resetting the tone with the media was a big priority for him, and ensuring that there was a respect, even when there's a point of contention or a difficult conversation or back and forth, that is part of democracy. But our objective has been to reinstill normalcy and engagement with reporters, whether we agree or disagree, whether there is a partisan tilt to an outlet or not. And I think we have conducted ourselves accordingly. And always we're working to continue to be responsive. I would say 2 inquiries of probably tens of thousands, if not more, does not to me sound like a data point, but I will look closer at the report. The other thing I would say is that the president has taken questions at about 250 occasions over the past year. If you average about 3 questions per time, that's about 750 questions he's taken. That does not include the formal press conference he did in March, other press conferences he's done. That's about 3, so let's say 1,000, just to be generous there. That's about 3 questions a day. I think the American people have seen him out there answering questions. He will continue to be. That's an important part of his engagement with the press and the public, and that will be a part of how we continue to conduct ourselves. Go ahead, James.
Thank you very much, Jen.
Thank you.
I want to ask one on the economy and one on the pandemic, if you don't mind.
Sure.
On the economy, in yesterday's briefing with Mr. Deese and in today's briefing, you have both cited economic metrics that showed great progress across 2021, from the unemployment rate to job creation to a rise in real household income. And when citing the progress in those areas, both you and Mr. Deese attributed that progress to specific administration policies and legislative initiatives. Yet when it came to the highest inflation in 40 years, both you and Mr. Deese attributed this to a variety of external factors, from the pandemic to supply chain constraints to inaction by the Congress on Build Back Better. So, to be clear, for the American people in this midterm year who are going to be assessing the performance of the president and his party, where specifically inflation is concerned, does the buck stop with the president?
Well, I would say, James, first, that the president has spoken to the fact that costs for Americans and the squeeze it puts on Americans is a top concern for him. And I think Brian Deese also conveyed that yesterday. And that's why he put in place a supply chain task force, why we've prioritized taking steps, including having a port czar, including ensuring there are more truckers on the roads, to ensure there are more goods moving and more goods on the shelves. And we've made a lot of progress in that regard. Of course, that's his responsibility and the responsibility of the economic team. I also think it's notable that if you go back to earlier this year, there were not the projections of the economic growth we have seen or the decrease in the unemployment rate we have seen. And that is in part, not just according to us, but many outside economists, to the bills that have been bipartisan and the work of this administration to get the economy up and going again and address COVID.
So your answer is yes, he owns the job creation, he owns the low unemployment rate, and he also owns inflation, correct?
I think any president should own everything happening in the country, and the president certainly sees it that way.
Pandemic. The president's remarks this morning included yet another exhortation to the unvaccinated population to get vaccinated. He has, since assuming office, made dozens and dozens, perhaps hundreds, of these kinds of appeals to that particular population. Do you have any evidence? Indeed, do you have any sound basis for determining at all whether he is having any success in urging that population to do as he counsels?
We do. If you go back to December of 2020, just over 30%, maybe 35% of people in this country was open to getting vaccinated. Now we're at the point where more than 80% of the country has gotten at least 1 dose. What the president also recognizes is that he's not always the most effective messenger. Everybody in the country is not looking for him to tell them what to do. He certainly knows that. What's most important here is for people hearing from local leaders, pediatricians in some cases, doctors, people who have different political beliefs out there, conveying clear, accurate information about the effectiveness of these vaccines. We think all of that has had an impact, and a lot of that is stuff that we've implemented.
How do we know that 35% of the American population was willing to get vaccinated a year ago?
I can give you the data. I'm happy to give that to you after the briefing. It was a public poll. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have 2 questions, one on Haiti, the other one on Canada.
Sure.
The first one on Haiti. Yesterday was the 12th anniversary of the terrible earthquake of 2010. The effects are still being felt over there. How has the administration, or has the administration followed up on the the migrants that were deported last fall, back the thousands of them that were deported over there?
Related to the earthquake?
Related to the earthquake, but considering the situation over there, 12 years later, what kind of follow-up has been done with the migrants that were sent back last fall?
Well, we have a very large presence on the ground, a diplomatic presence on the ground in Haiti, and that has continued to be the case. We are also one of the largest, if not the largest, provider of humanitarian assistance to Haiti through NGOs and many outside groups in order to provide assistance for the range of challenges that people in Haiti have gone through, from earthquakes or natural disasters to obviously the challenge of the assassination of their leader that happened this past summer. So we will continue to be providers of humanitarian assistance. Our diplomatic presence there is on the ground and working closely with trusted leaders in the region, in the country, and we remain committed to that.
You haven't been, the Americans on the ground, the officials on the ground, haven't been in contact with the Haitians who've been deported from Texas, for instance, last fall?
Well, I would say we have a diplomatic presence on the ground that's in touch with a range of Haitians who either have been sent back or who need help and assistance, and we work closely with local authorities to make sure that the humanitarian assistance is getting exactly to the people who need it.
Canada, Jen, I just want to check something with you. Considering the multiple recent trade setbacks with the U.S., the conservative leader in Canada this week claimed that the U.S.-Canada relationship is at its lowest point in decades. How do you see this?
We don't see it that way. We view Canada as an important neighbor, an important partner, a country we are aligned on in many democratic values. We work with on a range of issues facing the global community, and that is certainly the view of our government here.
You don't feel a frustration towards, for instance, the fact that the Buy America measures are still imposed actually more strictly under this administration?
We are certainly familiar with the frustrations of some leaders who have been outspoken about it and spoke to it when they were here. And I would just reiterate that our objective here is to make electric vehicles specifically more accessible to Americans, to lower the cost here for Americans, and that is why the president pushed so hard for those provisions. But we continue to see Canada as an important partner in the world. Go ahead.
Just on the president's first anniversary in office, what does he regard as his single most important achievement, and does he acknowledge that any mistakes have been made, and if so, what's the biggest mistake?
Well, I would say first that the president is very proud of the progress we've made in getting 200 million Americans vaccinated, very proud of the work we have done to cut the childhood poverty by 40%, to help Americans who needed a little extra help get by through a challenging economic time, the work we did to get a bipartisan infrastructure bill passed, and to rebuild our place in the world. There are many others, I think, nominating and confirming historic judges across the board, ensuring that our administration up and down the ranks looks like America. And I could go on from there, fighting to take steps on climate in a historic manner that has been more than any administration in the past. In terms of what we look back, I'm not going to speculate on that from here. I will let the president speak to that the next time you all see him.
Did he underestimate Donald Trump's continued grip on the Republican Party and how difficult that would make it to work across the aisle and unite the nation?
I will tell you that hearing Kevin McCarthy talk today, for an example, and seeing what he said on January 21st last year is a pretty stark reminder of how much sway the former president has over members of his party. I think that's disappointing for everybody, not just people who work here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I wanted to ask a question from some colleagues who couldn't be here.
Sure.
And then before I get to that, I wanted to follow up on a question that Justin asked.
Sure.
The president was in the Senate for 36 years.
Yeah.
We're at a point where his legislative agenda on Build Back Better and the Voting Rights Act has hit major roadblocks. Is there some introspection that his approach to the Senate is not working, and are there changes that he's making to his approach to the Senate, given his experience there?
Well, I would also point to his experience leading him to stay focused and committed to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, something that many said could never happen. And when it was voted on, 19 Republicans voted for it. He leaned on his experience in the Senate to get that done. He leaned on his experience in the Senate to get the American Rescue Plan done and passed into law. And he will continue to lean on his experience in the Senate and as a former vice president to press for voting rights legislation, to press for Build Back Better, and getting those pieces of legislation done. So I would say, the successes we had in the past year and that he had, despite the fact that there was a slim margin, are actually, I guess I'm biased, but pretty impressive given the margin we had in the Senate and the challenges we had up against us.
Given that he's ending his first year underwater in the polls, more Americans disapprove of his job in office than approve of his job in office. What is he planning to do differently in the approach to the job in the second year that shows that he's listening to that disapproval?
Well, I think what you see in most of these polls is a real frustration and exhaustion with COVID and the fact that it is not over. We share that. We understand that. People are fatigued across the country. It's impacting how they live, how they work. Their worries about their kids, their ability to experience joyful things in life like concerts and going to restaurants and seeing friends. We understand that. The president knows that the most important step he can take is to continue to fight to get the pandemic under control and also to lower costs for Americans across the country. So I would say it's a continuation of the fights that he built a great deal of a base for over the course of the last year.
The president doesn't think that the disapproval rates are a reflection of the way he's approached the job?
Again, I would point you to what most data shows you, which is a frustration about COVID and prices, and he believes, and he's believed from the beginning, that addressing COVID and the economy are number 1, 2, 3, 4 issues, and that continues to be the case today.
Just a couple questions from colleagues who couldn't be here. Do Biden and Putin have plans to meet in the future?
I don't have anything to predict for you on that front. As Jake mentioned, we're just, of course, concluding the third round of talks. People are going to go back to their capitals. They're going to discuss and assess and see where things stand. So in terms of next steps, we'll have to see. We'll know more over the coming days.
Is there a deadline for Moscow to de-escalate in Ukraine?
Again, I'm not going to set any deadlines here. Ultimately, the choice is really up to them. Are they going to proceed in invading Ukraine? If so, there are going to be severe consequences and economic impacts that will be devastating to the economy. They're far beyond what happened in 2014. If that's a choice they want to make and they think that's to their advantage, that's a choice. They only have the power to make that. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have been listening in live to the White House press briefing there. Press Secretary Jen Psaki taking a number of questions from reporters in the room, most notably about this breaking news we got just moments ago coming at the Supreme Court that struck down the administration's vaccine mandate for private employers, for private businesses who employ more than 100 people. Also, that healthcare vaccine mandate that was upheld, however, by the justices. So she was taking a lot of questions on that. She was taking a lot of questions as well about the president's meeting with Senate Democrats today on Capitol Hill about voting rights legislation. And so she faced a lot of questions from reporters about all of these topics. Of course, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan started off the briefing with an update on what the talks are like with Russia as more and more talk of their military buildup and armaments on the border with Ukraine intensifies in the weeks ahead. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be bringing on experts to go over all of this breaking news on this very busy Thursday. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, and of course we have been reporting ever since it broke that the Supreme Court has blocked Biden's vaccine mandate for businesses that employ 100 or more employees or undergo a weekly testing regimen. The Biden White House, President Biden himself, put out a statement I'm going to read in part saying, "I am disappointed that the Supreme Court has chosen to block common sense, life-saving requirements for employees at large businesses that were grounded squarely in both science and the law." Joining me now to discuss all of this, we want to bring in legal expert Katie Cherkosky. Katie, good to see you. And this has been a long time in the making. Of course, the Supreme Court heard oral arguments in this special session on Friday, but this is about the burden to the American people. The White House says it was a very modest burden. I want to read from part of the ruling. It says applicants are likely to succeed on the merits of their claim that the secretary, that being Secretary Walsh of the Labor Department, lacked authority to impose the mandate. Administrative agencies are creatures of statute. They accordingly possess only the authority that Congress has provided. The Secretary has ordered 84 million Americans to either obtain a vaccine or undergo weekly medical testing at their own expense. It goes on to say that this is no everyday exercise of federal power, saying that this was quite a large burden to put on the American people. Your response?
I'm not surprised by the ruling. I think that it complies with what we all know the federal government's limitations of power are. And I think it was always a stretch to suggest that OSHA had this authority to impose this mandate on all of these workplaces that really aren't related to the federal government at all. So I'm not personally surprised by it. I think the court articulated really well why OSHA was way outside of its lane in trying to force this mandate on companies. And I think that at this point, there's really no further hope for the administration that federal mandate at that such broad level could be imposed. But as the court also mentions in their opinion, if there are more tailored mandates for specific types of companies or certain workplaces that really relate to the safety in those areas, not just broadly the idea of not getting COVID, then that might be a different story.
Yeah, and of course, Jen Psaki was asked about that at the briefing. What is the strategy now? Will they push forward a more limited approach? There was no really answer on that. So this ruling was 6-3. And then, of course, they split as well on this other ruling, upholding the healthcare worker vaccine mandate for any healthcare entity that receives federal funding. And of course, there was precedent in the past for this as well. Your thoughts on that? Was this the right move?
I'm also not surprised by that. I think that makes sense on its own. It's a totally separate analysis when you have healthcare facilities that receive federal funding, which mostly all of them do, not necessarily all, but most do, then they can basically condition the funding on compliance with certain federal regulations. So to that end, that is more understandable under the law. There's more precedent to support that. With the broad mandate for all businesses, there's really no connection against the federal government. So for healthcare facilities receiving federal funding, the mandate can in fact be enforced. And I do agree with that outcome from a legal perspective, just based upon the precedent with that. But it's totally different for businesses that have no federal funding that they receive.
Yeah, and of course, we also heard from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki there, and she was really lauding this decision as a victory. I want to just read in part what she says. She says, "Let me start with some good news. That's our jobs here, or my job here." She says, "CMS requirement for healthcare workers to be vaccinated will save the lives of patients as well as the lives of doctors, nurses, and others who work in healthcare." So it will cover 17 million healthcare workers at 76,000 medical facilities. The Supreme Court upheld it, and we will enforce that. So the Biden administration taking a victory lap on that front. But do you see any more challenges to that going forward?
I don't know if there will be specific challenges. I don't know that they have strong legal support because, again, this is all a matter of federal funding and about what the federal government's power really is and how far that extends. And I think the court was correct to suggest that OSHA and these federal agencies can't come up with these broad mandates that have never before been implemented. But on the healthcare worker side and the federal funding side, there's a lot of legal support to say that if facilities are going to accept federal funding, they do so on the conditions that that funding is offered to them. So that to me is pretty solid on legal grounds. But again, you can never predict if people will continue to challenge. I just don't see that they have a great chance, legally speaking.
Yeah, and that ruling came down 5-4, and those conservative justices in favor of that, Brett Kavanaugh and the Chief Justice, John Roberts. So I found that to be interesting as well. Speaking of all of this, I want to move to another breaking news story that we have been following, and that has to do with this gentleman by the name of Stuart Rhodes. He's the leader and founder of the right-wing militia, the Oath Keepers. Well, today he and 9 other co-conspirators, is what the Department of Justice is calling them, they were arrested on seditious conspiracy charges, Katie. Now, this is the first time in these hundreds of defendants that have been arrested who partook in the January 6th Capitol riot that have been charged with this specific note, and that is seditious conspiracy. Can you go over what that is for our viewers? It's a very serious charge, and it's the first time the Department of Justice has taken that step.
Right. And in this case, with this indictment that relates to these specific people, it is based upon the very specific exchanges, messages, chats, Facebook accounts, all of the underlying evidence that the FBI and the federal government has been going through for quite a while now to determine that these people actually had a plot to violently overthrow a governmental process. And that is quite a large hill for the government to climb. But because of the evidence that they've collected in the underlying investigation, they believe they do have the support based upon the specific words from some of these alleged co-conspirators that was in fact their plan to use violence to overtake a government agency or process. So to the extent that it's a very rare charge, it's because it's often not easy to have the very specific evidence you would need to prove the elements of that crime. But here, there is a lot of discussion amongst some of these folks about their plans, the underlying basis of them, what their specific intent was in terms of ensuring that the election was not certified. And to that end, the federal government has decided, the DOJ has decided that they do have enough to press forward. And typically speaking, the DOJ is not going to issue indictments unless they believe they have very sufficient evidence, potentially beyond a reasonable doubt, that they can convict on those. So I believe that here it's a very unique and specific indictment limited to only those people that were involved with the investigations.
And, you know, and Katie, to me, we're now a little over a year removed from the Capitol riot, the anniversary just last week, that the Department of Justice, the FBI, really took its time because the burden, like you said, is very high to prove that a seditious conspiracy was in order and was taking place to, disrupt an official government proceeding to try to throw out the electors for Joe Biden in order to keep former President Trump in power. Now, the burden is quite high, and so you would assume that these entities took, more than a year to get their case prepared, and now we're looking at aerial pictures from just a couple of hours ago of that FBI search at Stuart Rhodes's home there outside of Dallas. So they'll be, collecting evidence and the like. Katie, until this point in time, we have heard people say, well, we shouldn't, talk about some of the January 6th participants as domestic terrorists. Has that fallen on its head now after these arrests today?
Well, I don't know about using that specific terminology, but to the extent that these folks were engaged in ongoing efforts to coordinate some sort of effort to impede the certification of the election, I think that's where the DOJ is coming from. Now, I think that in the larger media, there's been some sort of idea that many, many, many people were involved in this, and many, many people have sought to overturn legitimate elections. And I think what you can see from the indictment here is it's very limited to just a few folks that the DOJ had really direct evidence on. So these people have engaged in acts that are outside of just suggesting that perhaps the election was not properly counted. It was way beyond that. There was discussion of using violence, weapons, and things of that sort, I think that actually is what pushed the DOJ to move towards this charge, because there was such specific and ongoing discussions among these people and such coordination and really overt acts, because they obviously need to show that they moved towards completing the conspiracy in order to charge them. And with that, they were really limited to only this very small group of people. So to the extent that people want to call it domestic terrorism, I think, of course, as a defense attorney, I would say everybody is presumed innocent until they're proven guilty, despite whatever evidence we might see before us now. So certainly they're going to put on a defense here, and there's going to be mitigation that's presented by their attorneys. But at this point, the DOJ does have at least sufficient evidence to move forward with an indictment. And that, again, is very limited to this small group of very extreme people.
No, Katie, that's a very, very good point. Let's talk about some of those numbers. 700 plus defendants have been arrested in relation to the Capitol riot. About 71 have been sentenced, but now today, and you're right, these 10 individuals have been now the first to be indicted and charged on these seditious conspiracy counts. So we'll just see where this goes. We appreciate your time. Any final thoughts?
I'm very interested to see where it goes as well. I think that it should be a warning bell to everybody. And if you look at the indictment, it's not just the seditious conspiracy, but a big part of what you see is a lot of this obstruction of justice and tampering with evidence sort of charges that really get a lot of people in trouble, regardless of any of the other underlying charges that might exist. So again, warning bell to everyone out there. It is very serious when you're engaged in any sort of obstruction acts against the federal government. Even if the conspiracy charges go away, that could very well be something that they get hung up on.
All right, Katie Cherkosky, thanks so much for coming on Live Now on this Thursday afternoon to break that all down. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Okay, and we are going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we have a lot more top stories. We're tracking right now a press conference that is happening out of Philadelphia. Police officials there are talking about the rise in the number of carjackings that are happening in the streets of Philadelphia. More on that in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. We have a lot of beautiful Live Now looks at the moment. You can see here right in Midtown Manhattan, looks to be kind of a foggy gray afternoon there. And we also have a Live Now look out of Washington as well, of the Capitol. Also kind of overcast and gray there as well. Of course, the Senate still in session right now. They're holding a number of votes, and if any of are of significance, we will bring you the outcome of those right now. But like I said before the break, we do want to go out now to Philadelphia, where police officials have been holding a press conference on a recent rise in the number of carjackings in the city. So let's just listen in to this right now.
We all ready? All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sergeant Eric Gripp from the Philadelphia Police Department's Public Affairs Unit. We're here today to speak about an increase in carjackings that we're experiencing throughout the city. We're going to hear from Police Commissioner Outlaw, Deputy Commissioner Ben Nash, Deputy Commissioner of Investigations, and Chief Frank Venor, who is Chief of Detectives. Commissioner.
Thank you, Sergeant Gripp. Okay, that's not ideal. Thank you all for coming. Good evening. I want to start by making crystal clear that there is not one single issue that is more important to the members of myself, the members of this police department and this community, than fighting the surge of violent crime that continues to plague our city. What's happening here is not normal, and I don't want anyone for any minute to begin to normalize this and say, oh, this is just what happens here in Philadelphia. That is not true. What's happening and what's happened is unacceptable. This department remains laser focused on stemming the tide of violence that we've seen. Over the past several years, Philadelphia has seen a disturbing spike in the number of violent crime incidents that we've experienced. And as you're well aware, last year, it was an absolutely abhorrent year for homicides and shootings here in Philadelphia, an issue that everyone in this city, not just the police department, is trying to get ahead of. In addition to this, Philadelphia has seen an increase in the number of carjackings taking place. Unfortunately, this trend is not unique to Philadelphia. I know that those words bring little comfort right now to our community members, many of whom are experiencing fear and uncertainty, but I do hope that we will ease their fears. I do hope that they know and understand that the Philadelphia Police Department is actively working to identify and apprehend the individuals committing these crimes. We are deploying additional resources to investigating these incidents and working to get ahead of and prevent these incidents from happening in the first place. The PPD is utilizing targeted patrols, which include both uniformed and plainclothes officers. These officers are placed strategically throughout the city to address carjacking hotspots. On the investigative end, we have a task force dedicated to investigating carjackings here within the city, in addition to our divisional detectives and our major crimes unit. Our Intelligence Bureau is also gathering information from multiple sources, participating in mutual exchanges of information with our law enforcement partners, and also aiding in identifying problem areas throughout the city. Additionally, the Attorney General's office is aiding our department with additional investigative technology. We are truly using every resource available to combat this issue. And we also need the public's help in reducing these incidents. Carjackings are a crime of opportunity. So we're asking the public to be aware of their surroundings, trust their instincts when something doesn't feel right, and keep your phone in your pocket in case you need to dial 911. We encourage anyone with information about violent crime, not just carjackings, but any violent crime, to call or text our tip line at 215-686-TIPS, 215-686-8477. Here to further discuss carjacking patterns and trends is Deputy Commissioner Ben Nash, Deputy Commissioner of Investigations, and Chief Inspector Frank Venor, Chief of Investigations.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you heard from the Commissioner, the carjacking issue, in some ways across the country, it's exploding. We've seen a significant increase in carjackings throughout the city, just as other jurisdictions throughout the country have seen that same problem. A large portion of them, most of them, are being done point of gun. And I hate to say this, but a lot of them involve juveniles. And that's a problem for us because when the juveniles, if we do catch them, they stay oftentimes in the juvenile system. I know that there's been some recent incidents where there have been victims that have shot back, and you know, I guess the best advice I can give is it's a car. If someone's going to take your car, don't try to fight over the car. It's not worth your life, as we saw with the tragic events near Temple's campus last year at the end of the year. It's something that, as the Commissioner mentioned, we're combating. We're utilizing all of our resources. We're teaming up with our partners at the ATF and the FBI, and we will identify, and we've identified many of the individuals responsible for it, but we're working to identify more and put those responsible in jail to try and bring this trend under control. So the best advice, as mentioned, if you feel danger, if you feel that you're in an unusual situation where someone is going to, your tinglies go up. As you're approaching your car, maybe you walk away from your car until you get to a safe place. We've had incidents recently where cars have been tapped in the back, and then there have been a number of carjackings from that. And we've also seen a significant increase in delivery car robberies, carjackings. That's been a problem, and as everybody knows, as the pandemic struck in 2020, if there was one thing that changed in our landscape, it was that people were getting deliveries to their home. The delivery drivers have also been victims of these carjackings. I think a lot of them started as thefts. They were taking the cars as somebody was running to deliver the food to the house, the residents. The cars were being taken, but a lot of the cars today have a fob with a keyless start. And some of those have eventually turned into give up the key, give up the fob so that they can utilize the car. People have to be smart right now, but we're doing everything we can in conjunction with our partners to try and put this under control. So if anybody has any questions about the recent trends, we'll try to answer them as best as possible. Yes?
Two questions. Can you give us some numbers of what we're seeing this year, and also when you mentioned hotspots, where generally?
So I'll go backwards. The hotspots. The areas where 2021 had the greatest number was in our East Division. 24th and 25th saw significant numbers. We recorded in approximately 750 carjackings last year. That was a significant increase from the year before. And what we're seeing over time is that going back 5 years, the carjacking number had been relatively steady. It jumped significantly in 2020. And it continued to jump significantly more in 2021. And unfortunately, as the Commissioner made note, we're seeing a problem already this year. It's been getting a fair amount of media attention, and the numbers are above where they were at this point last year. So it's a continuing problem.
Specifically, how many do we have?
Right now, it looks like we have close to 90 carjackings at this point. From 2021, we had a total of 750. I don't have the exact number of where we were at this point last year, but we weren't at this point. I mean, obviously, what's that? We're above the pace of last year. That's right.
90 carjackings since January 1.
That's correct. It's a problem in the city.
Do you have any idea what's being done with these cars after they're being stolen?
So that's a good question. First of all, a lot of the cars that are being carjacked are being used to commit other crimes. They're being used to commit some of the shootings that are going on outside within the city. They're being used to commit other carjackings, and then some of them are being joy-driven, where they're going around, they're joyriding them. But we know, as we are able to recover any of these vehicles, we are doing forensic examination on all the cars, trying to identify suspects. In fact, I can report that as a result of there was a carjacking that occurred last year in 2021. In October, it happened in West Philadelphia, Southwest Philadelphia, in the 18th District. An off-duty police officer was carjacked. And when the car was eventually recovered not too far from the location where the carjacking occurred, the car was processed. We recovered fingerprints from the vehicle, identified a suspect, and through that we identified a second suspect. We just arrested the second suspect yesterday. The first suspect was arrested back in December, and I can tell you the second suspect is now an adult, but the first suspect was a juvenile. So the cars are being utilized for other crimes, and sometimes they're just being driven around. We suspect that there are cars that are probably being shipped out. Our major crimes is working diligently to identify any places where cars are being taken so that they can be resold in other parts of the world. But there are a number of different uses for them.
You spoke about the juveniles and saying that the juveniles are in the system. Can you talk about the ages of the kids that you're seeing essentially, and then what does that mean when you say that then they're stuck in the juvenile system? Does it mean they're not held accountable, or?
Well, it doesn't mean that they're not held accountable. But as far as the ages of the individuals that we've been managed to arrest, we've arrested 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds. We have over almost 60 juveniles that were arrested in 2021 for these carjacking incidents. And of these juveniles, if they are 15, 16, or 17, they will be initially charged as an adult, and then they will go through a hearing at juvenile court to see if they should remain in adult court or be certified as an adult, or if they are going to go back to the juvenile court. What we've been seeing is that a lot of the cases have been falling back into the juvenile court system, and in fact, the individual that was involved with the off-duty carjacking from back in October, at a time that he was arrested subsequent to that carjacking, he was on an ankle bracelet monitoring for a carjacking from Delaware County. So we know that some of the individuals that are doing these that are committing these crimes, that are being arrested, they've done other crimes. They've done other carjackings. And we think part of the allure is they think that they can just stay in the juvenile system. So we're concerned about that.
And the second question I had was, there was a report that last night that there was an off-duty police officer that was carjacked.
Yeah, it happened in the area of Ogons and Somerville. An officer from the 35th District had just left work and was driving from work, still in a uniform, was tapped in the rear. The vehicle that hit the off-duty officer came up alongside. The officer believes that they were able to see that he was still in his uniform. Whether that was a would-be carjacking, ready to become a carjacking or not, we won't know. The vehicle that was involved in that tap to the rear, it left the scene. It didn't flee quickly, but it drove away. The off-duty officer maintained a distance and contacted 911, provided information. That vehicle was eventually traced out to West Philadelphia. The vehicle was stopped. The people were investigated. And at this point, the operator of the vehicle was charged with a crime of leaving the scene of an accident. But we don't have a specific act, an overt act, to indicate that the person was going to do a carjacking. Although we have seen that there are patterns where a car will get tapped, person will get out, and then that person gets robbed. That has happened occasionally out in the city, so it is something that all the people in the region need to be aware of. It's not just happening in the city of Philadelphia; it's happening in the surrounding counties as well.
Can you talk about some of the scenarios? We've seen surveillance video of people with looks like a getaway car, the car that they come in and they're just kind of scouting victims, potential victims. So just giving people another idea of what they should be looking out for in the neighborhoods.
People have to maintain awareness of their surroundings as things are challenged right now at all times. It's kind of the feeling. If they're aware of what's going on, and if they think this doesn't sound right, immediately get on your cell phone, dial 911. Say, I'm at this. Give the location as soon as the call taker answers the phone. I'm at this location. I just got tapped, or I have some suspicious people around me. At least give out the location. If they need to get out of the car and they want to leave the phone alive in the car while it's going on, they can do that. We do know that in some of these instances there are people, the offenders are making sure that the victims of these carjackings don't have access to their phone. We had one in the last couple of days where the carjacker specifically said, no, you're not taking your phone with you, and that's because they want to make it harder for that person to call 911 and get a police response. If that's the case, and you've got to leave your phone, go to a neighbor, knock on the door, ask for help. But people just have to be aware of their surroundings. There's not a magic bullet. There's not a magic solution to how to make sure it can't happen. Keep your doors locked. That's really important. People are driving around sometimes with their doors open. Keep the doors locked. At least that'll make it challenging for them to get in there, because there are times when cars are stopped. A lot of times the cars are stopped after they've been parked. And if you park your car, look around at your surroundings, and if you don't feel safe, either wait. If you see somebody approaching and they have a tingly feeling, then they can stay in their car and wait. But we've had carjackings of people that have parked. We've had carjackings of people that have parked and gotten out of their vehicle. The tragic events with Samuel Collington is one where he had just parked the vehicle, and the offender, who was a juvenile, was waiting for him to get out of the vehicle and tried to carjack the car, and then the struggle occurred. So there's a lot of tips that we've put out through our public affairs. People should be aware of their surroundings and look at the tips.
You mentioned these minors. Do you believe they're all part of some type of syndicate, or are they just spreading this information?
I don't think there's one large syndicate going around recruiting juveniles. I think that what's happening is social media has been exploding the idea of, hey, these are easy crimes right now to get away with. I think it's happening throughout the country. We know that Chicago has had an explosion of this type of a crime. Other major cities are seeing it. All the cities, really all of the cities are seeing a true exponential leap in the number of carjackings. So I think social media is probably spreading it. And I think that there are juveniles who are out there thinking, well, if I get caught, I'll just stay in juvenile court. Carjacking is an offense that can land them in adult court, and we need to see these offenders start to stay in adult court and be prosecuted as adults and send the message, and that's going to be really important.
I think you had a recent carjacking with juveniles in the 35th block of Alfred with their...
Okay, we have been listening in to Philadelphia police officials talk about the recent rise in carjackings there in the city and what they are planning to do about it. We want to break in, though. We have some breaking news we want to report at the moment having to do with Sirhan Sirhan, the notorious assassin of Robert F. Kennedy back in 1968. We are now learning that California Governor Gavin Newsom has blocked parole for Sirhan Sirhan. This has just come in to us moments ago. We are learning this, and you can see his very, very recent mugshot right now. Sirhan Sirhan is now about, I believe he's 77 years old. And remember, back in August, a two-person panel of parole commissioners split the iconic Kennedy family more than a half century after the 1968 slaying. Remember, that two-person panel recommended parole for Sirhan Sirhan. Now we are learning that Governor Gavin Newsom has denied that. Joining me on the phone right now, I want to bring in former federal prosecutor and legal expert Doug Burns to react to all of this. Doug, we're just getting this in right now. Your first thoughts?
Well, it was a classic case, honestly, Andrew, of something that you can argue in two different directions. I mean, on the one hand, obviously, this was the assassination, the murder of a preeminent national figure. About to be well on his way in 1968 towards the Democratic nomination to run for president of the United States. So this was a horrific assassination, obviously. Then the counter-argument was, first of all, two Kennedy family members, two children of the late Senator Robert F. Kennedy, weighed in agreeing that they didn't object to him being released, which was kind of shocking and interesting. The matriarch of the family, of course, took the opposite route, did not want him released, Ethel Kennedy. So in the end, it's interesting. I think Gavin Newsom, he balanced it back and forth, and he made his call. But it was a tough call. I myself would have made the same decision, but that's sort of irrelevant.
Doug, though, how unusual is it, or maybe it's, customary, but the governor did not go with the parole board's recommendation. He kind of flouted their recommendation. We had heard from Newsom in the past few weeks here that this was weighing on him quite heavily, and then, of course, making this decision just minutes ago. How customary or unusual is that?
No, it's a very good question. That's an important point, which is that, and you can argue that in different directions. On the one hand, the parole people, those who work in that specific, agency, are in a better position, one would argue, to make that recommendation. But at the same time, the legislature gave the governor the ultimate say-so over it. To answer your question, I'm not dodging it. I think it is unusual. But again, you and I, it's so funny, we talk about, very high-profile cases all the time, and the high-profile cases don't follow the model, obviously, of the normal day-to-day case. So if this were more of a day-to-day case, no famous people involved, no notoriety to the story, almost always, if a parole board recommends it, the chief executive, the governor, is basically going to go along with it. So it is unusual, you're right. And it's a good point you make.
And Doug, how I always like to, take the country back to that point in time of what was going on in the spring and summer of 1968. Martin Luther King Jr. had just been assassinated months previous. So for many Americans who were alive, who remember this well, and this was quite shocking to them, this is relevant for them. This is prescient. And so just the fact that this was even up for consideration was quite shocking to the conscience for many Americans, was it not?
Oh, it was a huge shock. I mean, you have to also understand the whole context, obviously, with Robert F. Kennedy's brother, John F. Kennedy, President of the United States, murdered in Dallas in 1963. And then, of course, Robert Kennedy emerges as, the heir apparent. He's going to carry the family torch forward. He may become elected President of the United States. So these were huge, national scenarios. And Robert Kennedy, if my memory serves correctly, I'm a little rusty, I've read books on it, but I mean, he was just starting to make real strides toward the nomination, if I remember correctly, winning the California primary. And so this absolutely, to answer your question, your observation, was a big, big shock that now the younger brother of the martyred, slain, handsome, charismatic President of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, now his brother, is similarly gunned down, murdered, assassinated. So these were huge, huge issues on the American conscience, no doubt about it.
And Doug, just to follow up here, because this did really split RFK's family. He has, I believe, 9 or 10 children. His widow, Ethel Kennedy, is still alive. And some of them were split on whether or not they supported this decision or whether or not they vehemently opposed this decision. So you really saw some of these familial disagreements play out in the media in the last couple of months as well.
Well, it's highly, highly unusual, in my opinion. Maybe a little out of my sort of area of expertise. It's more like, family matters, counseling. But I think it's unusual that 2 of the Robert and Ethel Kennedy children supported this. I'm not necessarily going to jump in and say that that's a bad thing. I think we'll have to be fair. Their position, from what I glanced at yesterday, was that, there was significant rehabilitation. The offender is now 77 years old, which I think you mentioned, and does not pose, and this is what the parole board specifically found, doesn't pose, in their view, any threat of danger to anybody, those type of considerations. But again, I think it was very, very surprising that 2 of the children, and that makes, let's face it, we're both in media, I mean, that makes for quite an intense sort of media storyline, which you raise, which is, oh my God, 2 of Robert Kennedy's children support this, number 1, and then number 2 point, back to your point, and, what a split this must cause within that family, et cetera, et cetera. All of that's true, in my opinion, Andrew.
Yeah, and Doug, I'm reading now that 15 times parole panels had rejected freeing Sirhan before deciding that now he is no longer a danger to public safety. That decision came back in August, but Governor Newsom disagreeing with that decision and blocking parole for Sirhan. Doug, we're going to be moving on from this right now. If you want to stay on the line, we'd really appreciate that. We just have a few more headlines left to get to in this hour.
Sure, no problem.
All right, and we are going to be moving on to some other headlines. We're going to take a quick commercial break first. When we come back, we'll get an update on that terrible apartment fire that swept through a building in the Bronx that killed 17 people. How is the community coming together? More on that in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we do want to get an update as well. You'll remember we've been covering since it started on Sunday morning that apartment fire that swept through a building in the Bronx, killing 17. Joining me now for an update on that story, how the community is coming together, is Fox 5 New York reporter Antoine Lewis. Antoine, good to see you. What is the situation looking like on the ground several days later?
Well, as you can see behind me, the fire department is still here. They're still trying to assist the victims that are deciding to go back into the building, the survivors, I should say, more so. But a lot of people are deciding that this is not the place that they want to continue to live out their lives here in the Bronx, here in New York City. Nonetheless, advocates today held a rally earlier this afternoon where the concerns about safety and the questions about what the elected officials were going to do to address them were raised. Community activists held a rally Thursday in front of Twin Parks Northwest Apartments to let the tenants know they are not alone.
The families, many of the families, feel abandoned.
9 adults and 8 children died in Sunday's 5-alarm fire from smoke inhalation. The FDNY says the smoke spread so quickly because 2 doors that were supposed to close automatically remained open. 15th floor resident Yesbeli Fernandez took this video of firefighters escorting her and her family out of the burning building. Rally organizers say increasing the frequency of inspections of self-closing doors is something they'd like to see.
What we want, because the lack of accountability on the former mayor's part, is the fact that one, he didn't require both HPD as well as the buildings department to make inspections to ensure that these here laws was complied with.
Organizers are also calling for better smoke detector maintenance. While fire investigators say the alarms were working, many Twin Parks tenants say they ignored them initially because the detectors routinely just go off. The FDNY says the fire was caused by a malfunctioning space heater being used in a duplex that spanned the 2nd and 3rd floors. Ensuring the building has enough heat for each unit, another concern raised Thursday by tenant Vanessa Cunningham, who is debating moving after 15 years.
They got smoke smell still up in there. Why would I move back in there? And then yesterday, it was so cold, you would freeze to death.
Right now, residents are not getting heat in their apartments, and they have to rely on those basic space heaters that can be faulty as well.
So earlier this afternoon, a little while ago, before we're seeing you now, several council members were out here. They also addressed the issues about the heat as well as the inspections of the doors. And they said that the departments that are responsible for taking care of those are in fact on scene and making sure that these things are properly in working order before any tenant will be allowed to move back in. That is, like you just heard Ms. Cunningham say, should they choose to do so or not.
Antoine, where are a large majority of those residents still at this point in time? Are they in those shelters still?
Some of the hotels and the hotel stays have been extended to a couple of weeks. The 24th is when those the extensions have been allowed. That also came out today. Some people who don't really have that option have been trying to find their place back on one of the habitable floors, you know, if you will. But again, there's still smoke damage, there's still that smell, and then just the memories of the tragedy. So a lot of people are choosing to maybe perhaps find somewhere else to go. But we do know that these shelters, if you will, the hotels that are housing the survivors of this, they can stay there until the 24th of the month.
All right, Fox 5's Antoine Lewis, we appreciate your reporting on just such a terrible tragedy that happened over the weekend.
Thank you.
Right now, though, we do want to show you some of the remarks from those community leaders in the Bronx earlier today, calling for more safety measures, calling for more fire prevention efforts in the Bronx. Here's that from earlier today.
Again, I want to thank everyone for coming out today. No, it's not over yet because, you know, and I want to say thank you to the media for staying out and listening and giving us an opportunity, giving these families an opportunity to speak. We're just going to ask you to just be a little bit patient with us because there are people who feel very passionately about saying their piece. So we're going to let them say their piece. Give me 1 second. We're going to let them say their piece. Our next speaker is Mr. Alpheus Marcus, followed by Tusha Diaz.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. My name is Alpheus Marcus, community advocate. First name is Alpheus, A-L-P-H-E-A-U-S, Marcus, M-A-R-C-U-S. What you've just heard was the lack of accountability by both our elected officials. Laws was put in place for the foreseeable issue of a fire by having owners install self-closing hinges that wasn't actually checked on here. What we'll be asking is for the mayor to put in place policies within both HPD as well as the buildings department to make sure that inspections go out quarterly, just to prevent situations just like this here. Because the father who actually had the fire in his apartment shouldn't have to bear the burden of actually having to leave a door open. They knew that a back to take place, and this here was not, these laws wasn't complied with by these owners, and this is the issue. The issue here is accountability, and that's what you've heard. You've heard from a lot of the residents here who don't have heat, that require the space heaters, that shouldn't be. That's what we're here for. We're here because of the lack of accountability within our leaders, within our political leaders. This is not just for talk. This is just for literally letting it be known where the actual accountability needs to be at. And I thank you.
Thank you, Alpheus. Our next.
Okay, all right. Ma'am, we'll give us questions. We're on deadline. Is there any chance to ask questions?
Excuse me.
We're almost finished.
We are almost finished. We're going to ask our last couple of speakers to please try to keep it short. But our next speaker, Mr. Aziz and Mr. Amadou.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tusha Diaz. Thank you all for coming. So a lot of people know that I've been the one that's been arranging for families to go to hotels, making sure that they're in the right appropriate place. Since 1:30.
Can we wait 1 second so I can get this out? Because I've got to.
Let's talk.
Sorry.
It's okay.
That's disrespectful. I know, but I've got to go.
Yeah, you gotta go, but you're not the only one here.
I'm sorry about that, everyone. So yes, there have been a lot of misinformation, but when we have a lot of misinformation, we need to come together. There's a lot of organizations like, and I'm gonna say it like this, the Red Cross, Emergency Management, HRA, we all need to come together. Yes, there were people that were being refused service yesterday due to their immigration status. That was corrected yesterday, and everyone is going to be getting all kind of benefits that are needed as soon as possible. Yes, we have 6 hotels right now that are getting breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There have been some people that have been sent to other hotels that we cannot cover breakfast, lunch, and dinner for them, so we are relocating them back to where they need to be. The language barrier has been preventing people to getting the right service right now. We have translators. There was an issue where people couldn't translate if they wasn't certified. But now we have the outlet of social media to let families know. If you are in a shelter, if you're in a hotel, that has roaches that is far out of your district or is out of the zip code, please contact us and we will relocate you, bring you back to the hotels that you have over here close by in your zip code, so you can take your kids to school and all that. We have been there since day one. The BP's office, mayor's office, everybody is well aware of what's going on. And for all the families that are going through this, we are sorry that the agencies are not up to par, but we are going to fix that. And all of us coming together, and thank you for this opportunity. I got to get back to work. We are all going to help each other. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Bronx community leaders there earlier today, right outside that affected apartment building where that fire tore through Sunday morning, killing 17 of their community members. And the community has been reeling really ever since. Here today, they are calling for leaders to make sure something like this never happens again. They are committing themselves to making sure something like that never happens again. We also have just a beautiful live look right now in Midtown Manhattan. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, breaking news out of California having to do with Robert F. Kennedy's assassin, Sirhan Sirhan, being denied parole by Governor Gavin Newsom. More on that in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, and we are in breaking news at the moment. We just got word that California Governor Gavin Newsom has denied parole, is blocking parole for RFK assassin Sirhan Sirhan. There you can see his mugshot. He's 77 years old now. Of course, he was charged, convicted, sentenced to the murder of Robert F. Kennedy back June 5th, 1968, sending the country really into a tailspin just months after the Martin Luther King Jr. assassination. And so right now we do want to hear from California Governor Gavin Newsom. Fox 2 reporter Greg Lee spoke to him just hours before he made this decision and was asked about what he was thinking in the lead up to his decision today.
And I know you're saying in a couple hours we're going to get.
Yeah, I can't.
And you don't have to give me the decision, but I'm just curious if you can give us some insight into what. Yeah. This was not an easy decision. This was not.
I have I'm calling just for the purposes of not obfuscating or even trying to deflect. I have at 1:15 I'm calling a number of the family members, which I pledged to do before I told anyone of that decision. It's a weighty decision. Every week I make these decisions. Every single week. Dozens and dozens of people come in from parole board, vetted by my staff, victims' statements. I read every single one of these files. I remember, and it's neither here nor there, it may not be important or interesting to anybody, but I remember and never forget. I was on a Southwest airline flight. I walked in and there was Governor Brown sitting in the middle seat, and the plane was just getting boarded, and I said, why are you in the middle seat? He said, and he had two large files on his left and the right of both seats. So that's why he's in the middle seat. And I said, what are you reading? He goes, this is the toughest part of the job that no one talks about, is going through paroles. It's hard. And it was all the parole files. I just remember that. And I sort of quizzically walked by and said, well, see you later, Governor, good luck. Let's talk about homelessness, housing, education. And then I became governor. In the first week, I get those same files. It was difficult. Every week since, it becomes even more difficult. And this is one of them. And obviously this one's more impactful because it has an impact around the rest of the world. It's impactful because it had a direct impact on 11 family members, 11 children of Robert Kennedy. Changed the course of history. And it's a big part of my own personal history in terms of my own, my own aspirations, the things that inspired me as a child, inspired my family, the Shriver family in particular, inspiring my dad inspired by Bobby Kennedy himself. So all of that is part and parcel of this decision. It's hard. It was not done lightly. The last day to do it is tomorrow, and I think that gives you an indication. I didn't wait for any other purpose than there was a weightiness to this, including finally, when I personally went and I reviewed the archives and saw the gun and read through the diaries, Sirhan, and looked at all the evidence of this case. We took this to a whole nother level of consideration.
It was weighed on you for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so really interesting to hear Governor Gavin Newsom's thought process as he made this decision today. Joining me on the phone yet again, former federal prosecutor and legal expert Doug Burns. Doug, do you still have us? Really interesting to hear Governor Newsom's thinking behind all this, quite methodical, quite long as well, as he really struggled to make this decision today.
Well, he was making a few points, and they were good ones. Number one, he did recognize, of course, how could you not, this is a very noteworthy parole application situation, given the, notoriety. But then he made a key point, and that is that, day-to-day cases are just as important, to the particular family members involved and so on. So I like the way he put that. So in other words, what I'm trying to say, it's interesting, is that you could try to argue, I suppose, every case, merits the same consideration, which is true, but we are human beings after all. And so when you get something, with this much notoriety, it's a little different. But I take the governor at face value. Obviously, he put a lot of, thought and consideration into it. He went back into archives and things like that. And I think, largely, I think he made the right decision, actually.
Yeah, and I just want to bring up some of the points we were previously mentioning, but the parole board in August of last year recommended that Sirhan be eligible for parole. And of course, this was after 15 tries by his legal team, and they denied that. But now Governor Newsom is essentially not following through with the recommendation from that board. Is that unusual? Is that customary? Have you seen that before?
No, it's unusual. It's not to say that it doesn't happen. Of course it does, because when there are many, many parole decisions that a governor, a chief executive, can either ratify or overrule, go the other direction, for the most part, you're going to see them follow it on the logic that, after all, these are the experts. They know the file, better than me, ostensibly. But at the same time, you will see situations where a chief executive will do exactly what was done today, which is, go against the recommendation. The law, the statutes are pretty clear. They specifically say that, the parole board makes the recommendation, but it's the chief executive who has the final say. So, that's a piece of legislation, obviously, that calls for different roles for different entities, the parole board on the one hand and then the chief executive of the state on the other. So while it's unusual, I'm not surprised in this situation. As you pointed out, Andrew, the man was denied parole 15 times. He just cold-bloodedly assassinated a major national leader who was about to ostensibly get the nomination for president. Again, back to the point I made about the governor, that's really no different from a human standpoint than anybody else being killed in terms of their family and so on. But again, history tells us that in, a very, high-profile political assassinations, for example, you don't see a lot of, mercy thrown around is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, and of course, we had been discussing as well the public disagreements between Robert F. Kennedy's surviving children, and I believe there are 9 surviving children, and his widow is also still with us, Ethel Kennedy. Very public displays. On the one side, you have son Douglas Kennedy, who told the parole panel that Sirhan was worthy of compassion and love. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., his oldest, wrote to the panel urging that Sirhan be freed, citing his impressive record of rehabilitation. Those were just 2 of the most high-profile, supporters of this parole recommendation. And then, of course, you had other children urging Newsom to block the release. And I thought it was interesting that Newsom did say he was going to call some of the children before he made that decision today.
Yeah, I did. I heard that. Look, again, obviously you don't need me to lay out that you can argue something like this in 2 directions. I would note, though, that it's always very, very difficult to be sure, that somebody, and I'm not even talking about Sirhan per se, that any particular offender, is rehabilitated now, because then the worst nightmare, and this factors into the back of their minds as well, and there's nothing wrong with it, which is, God forbid, could there be a situation where an offender, again, not necessarily this one, would then just go out and reoffend right away, and, boy, that's going to put a lot of egg on our faces and so on and so forth. So you can never be sure. So the arguments are very simple. You can argue earnestly and in good faith, look, based on everything we know and see and have observed for decades and decades and decades, this man, this offender is rehabilitated. We don't think he's going to harm anybody else, and therefore we support him being released. And then the counter-argument is twofold, which is A, the point I just made, which is how can you be so sure, but then B, just that the crime itself essentially warrants imprisonment for the rest of his life. And again, you can argue that in different directions. But back to your observation from the family standpoint, I think it is very interesting, almost fascinating, to see that 2 offspring of Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy would promote this particular individual being released. I find that very, very unusual.
I want to take our viewers back to June 5th, 1968. We were mentioning Robert F. Kennedy had just won the California primary for the Democratic presidential nomination. Later that year, the 1968 election, Lyndon Johnson was not seeking re-election, and of course, we know, ushering in the presidency of Richard Nixon. But Sirhan has consistently said he doesn't recall shooting Kennedy. He wounded 5 others that night in the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, but he told the parole commissioners that he takes responsibility, killing a man he called, quote, the hope of the world. He was initially sentenced to death, but that sentence was commuted to life when the California Supreme Court briefly outlawed capital punishment in 1972. He's of Jordanian descent, and so if he did get parole, it kind of makes you wonder if he would have been deported back to Jordan.
Well, his brother said that he could reside with him. That's always an important practical factor. Wait a minute, where's this person going to live, reside after all of these years? So the brother said he could live with him and they could live out their remaining days. But then, to your point, very much in play the possibility that he would be deported out of the United States of America. Absolutely.
Yeah, and, I'm also kind of curious as well, for many people who remember that day quite vividly and what it meant for the country at this point in time. And I haven't spoken to them, but I can imagine that they would be quite shocked that this was even up for consideration, considering the political turmoil it really sent the country into.
Most people, I think, you're right, and I think you're speaking for the majority of the people. If you were talking about a poll or a consensus, most people would say for that offense, in our opinion, and we're not, lawyers or legal experts, people on the street would say, my opinion is that he should serve out the rest of his life in prison. That's not an unreasonable position at all. I think that part of this recommendation by the parole board, and again, I'm not saying this negatively at all, is, a little bit of changing times. it's certainly, you could get into an academic seminar and debate all day long, a good one, about the positive aspect of trying to talk about rehabilitation and so forth. But, you know, this just ain't the case to do it in with a guy who killed Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy, who was about to win the nomination for president in 1968. I mean, you talk about backstories real quick. It's actually very interesting. I know the history buffs know this, but we'll just make it clear. I mean, Lyndon Johnson served out, you know, less than half of John F. Kennedy's term because chronologically he was killed in 63. So then he ran for re-election in 64 and he won in a huge landslide. But he was entitled, authorized to run again. And of course, shockingly, LBJ, you know, very took it really hard about what was going on with the Vietnam War, to his credit. But he shocked everybody back then. You know, I'm not running again in 68. So there came his nemesis, right? Robert Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson weren't exactly going to have Thanksgiving dinner together, okay? They did not like each other at all, as all the history books teach us. And so the point is, now emerges, you know, this sort of enemy and nemesis of LBJ. It was kind of a fascinating storyline, you know, and then all of a sudden, boom, he gets assassinated. And as you said, also in terms of Martin Luther King, I mean, those were extremely turbulent times in 1968.
Yeah, and just back to Sirhan Sirhan as well. He was 24 years old when he committed this murder. He, like I said, he was a Jordanian. He was kind of, you know, advocating for the rights of Christian Palestinians. He was fed up with the conflict in the Middle East, of course, that persists in many, you know, different iterations, but also similar ones to this day. And so this was, you know, a political assassination, and now he's 77 years old. He's denied parole. Doug, thanks for being with us. Just your final thoughts on this.
No, my final thoughts is that it's a very interesting call that Governor Newsom made. I think it was a tough one, as he himself described it. There were some factors in Sirhan's favor, but at the end of the day, I believe he made the correct decision today.
All right, Doug Burns, legal expert, former federal prosecutor. We always appreciate your time. Have a great rest of your day.
My pleasure. You too. Take care.
Okay, and we have lots more headlines and big stories left to get to. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have a lot of great Live Now looks from across the country. Let's just go through them at the moment. You can see there, beautiful live look out of Midtown Manhattan, the Empire State Building, squarely in the middle there. It's about 5:45 on the East Coast. We're also have live looks of the White House. A lot of news happening on out of there today. Also, a lot of news happening out of Capitol Hill as well. And we have a live look, which we don't have very often, on the exteriors of the Supreme Court, not too far from the U.S. Capitol. Huge decision being made there today. But right now, let's focus on Capitol Hill before all of this. Voting rights taking center stage. Let's hear from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer on the floor, saying that this is a crucial moment for democracy, saying that we need voting rights and these pieces of legislation to go through. Now, will they have to upend or, revise or carve out filibuster reforms? That remains to be seen. There are two holdouts, as you remember, Senator Joe Manchin, the Democrat from West Virginia, and Senator Kyrsten Sinema, the Democrat from Arizona. But we'll get to all of that. First, Senator Schumer on the floor from earlier.
Dear friend, the president, sitting there, the senator from Nevada, and I'm just thinking last night as we watched Harry Reid leave the Senate for the final time. And Harry, we miss you, but we know you're still here to guide us. Thank you. Okay, on defending democracy, On defending democracy, something Leader Reid would have been passionate about if he were still with us here, and he's telling us that now. Over the next few days, the United States Senate will face a critical and unavoidable question. Are its members going to act to protect our democracy and protect voting rights, or will its members choose the path of obstruction, inaction, and side with the big lie overtaking our precious experiment in self-rule? We had two professors come to us 2 days ago, the authors of How Democracies Die. And one of the main ways that democracies die is when one political party refuses to accept the results of an election that was run freely and fairly. That's what's happening here. They showed how important this is and how there is unfortunate historical precedent in doing what we did. And earlier this week, President Biden made that clear. He made clear to the nation and to all of us who serve in the Senate that the time to answer the question about whether allowing the big lie, so ruinous to a democracy, to overtake our precious experiment in self-rule will prevail. As the Senate has done many times in its history, it must soon act again to safeguard democracy from the dangers of the present day, the power of dark money, voter suppression, and efforts to subvert the democratic process from the bottom up. I commend President Biden for offering a strong speech, and I look forward to having him join Senate Democrats later today at our caucus meeting to discuss the path forward. Yesterday, I shared with my Democratic colleagues our plan for what the next few days are going to look like in this chamber, and how I, as Majority Leader, will move to finally begin, at last, a floor debate on the voting rights legislation. Later today, the House of Representatives will pass a message that will include the language of the two bills Republicans have filibustered for months, the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. As permitted under the existing rules, we will have the ability to proceed to the legislation and debate it on a simple majority basis, something that's been denied to us 4 times in the last several months because Republicans didn't want to move forward. Then the Senate will finally hold a debate on the voting rights legislation for the first time in this Congress, and every senator will be faced with a choice of whether or not to pass this legislation to protect our democracy. There's been a lot of gaslighting here on the floor lately from the other side about power grabs, about takeovers, but precious little in terms of substance. I've not heard them mention what Republican legislatures are doing. That's not the thrust of their speech. They say, oh, it's a power grab, oh, it's a takeover. Well, my friends, if there was ever a power grab, it's what's happening in the state legislatures right now, where Republican legislators are taking away people's sacred right to vote. and aiming it particularly at certain groups, people of color, young people, people in urban areas, older people, disabled people. So let me remind my colleagues what these bills actually do. The Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act are balanced, effective, and common-sense bills that build on the work that this chamber has done in the past to protect democracy. And it was often done with bipartisan votes. The transformation of the Republican Party in the era of Donald Trump is apparent and nasty, and most importantly, real dangerous to our democracy. The basic standards, they set, these laws set basic standards for all American citizens to vote safely and vote securely while protecting elections from attempts at subversion. What is wrong with that? How is that a power grab to allow people to vote? It's the people who should have the power, not politicians in state legislative bodies to take it away. The bill also fights against the power of big money that has cascaded into our system, and so much of it now being used to try and intimidate legislators, senators, congressmen from preserving this right to vote. And the bill ends partisan gerrymandering. We've all seen situations, the legislature of Wisconsin, the state assembly, where 53% of the people voted for Democratic legislators in 2020, but only about a third of the seats are Democratic due to the severe nature of this gerrymandering. And so importantly, these bills restore the critical pre-clearance provisions that were once part of the Voting Rights Act that many of my Republican colleagues supported in the past, which a conservative majority on the Supreme Court shamefully gutted roughly a decade ago. Democrats have tried for months, to convince our Republican colleagues to join us on a bipartisan basis to begin debate on these bills, to no avail. We presented these reasonable, common-sense proposals, as I said, many of which had been voted on by Republicans in the past. We presented them on the floor in June, August, October, and November. Each time, I promised my Republican colleagues they'd have the opportunity to voice their concerns and offer germane amendments. I wouldn't limit the amendments, the germane amendments that they wish to offer. We have lobbied Republicans privately and tried to engage them in both the Senate Rules Committee and the Senate Judiciary Committee. Every step of the way, we have been met with near total resistance. To date, none of our efforts have produced any meaningful engagement from the other side of the aisle. But, Madam President, members of this chamber were elected to debate and to vote, particularly on an issue as vital to the beating heart of our democracy as this. I have said for months that just because Republicans have refused to work with us to protect voting rights does not mean Democrats would stop working to move forward on our own. The matter is simply too important. It is the wellspring of our democracy, the right by which all other rights are secured, voting. I'm reading the biography of Grant by Chernow. The number one thing the Southern segregationists, who happened to be Democrats at the time, wanted to take away from the newly freed slaves was the right to vote. They knew that if black people didn't have the right to vote in the South, they'd have no power over our laws, no power of where resources go, no power to decide the directions of the country. And that was the number one thing they wanted to prevent. So it's so vital to keep people's right to vote, particularly when some of the laws, too many, are aimed at the people of color, reminding us that racism is the poison of America still. So, we will move forward. The path I have laid out sets up a process by which senators can finally make clear to the American people where they stand on protecting our democracy. Republicans will have a chance to show where they stand on preserving the right of every eligible citizen to cast a ballot. Republicans will have a chance to make clear where they stand on fighting efforts to empower partisan actors to subvert the election process and create more big lies in the future. Republicans will have a chance to make clear where they stand on fighting the power of dark money, which so many Americans oppose, Democrats and Republicans. And Republicans will have a chance to show where they stand on ending partisan gerrymandering. Of course, to ultimately end debate and pass anything, we will also need 10 Republicans to join us ultimately on cloture. If they don't, we will be left with no choice but to consider changes to Senate rules so we can move forward. And changing Senate rules has been done many times before in this chamber. This is not the first, second, or third time that this is happening. All of us must make a choice about whether or not we will do our part to preserve our democratic republic in this day and age. We cannot be satisfied in thinking that democracy will win out in the end if we're not willing to put in the work, strength, and courage to defend it. Last night, I read the op-ed published by President Obama that elegantly laid out what really is at stake here. I encourage my colleagues to read it if they haven't already. He reminded us that democracy is not a given. It is not self-executing, but it can indeed survive and thrive if we're prepared to follow in the footsteps of the great Americans who did their part to defend democracy before us, many of them giving their lives.
Okay, Senator Chuck Schumer making his case for the need to reform voting laws, election laws nationwide, and these two pieces of legislation, remember, that were passed in the House today. That's the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Of course, they need 60 votes in the Senate to even bring them to the floor for a vote. Right now, it does not look like that is a possibility or likelihood, and so that is why so many Senate Democrats are talking about reforming the filibuster, having a carve-out for the filibuster to just get the 51 votes needed, a simple majority, to pass these pieces of legislation, although there are still holdouts on the Democratic side, Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema. Right now, though, we do want to hear from the Republican side of the aisle. Senator Mitch McConnell speaking on the floor today as well. Here are his remarks.
A survey asked Americans for their view of the most important problems facing our country. Of course, we know what Washington Democrats view as their top priority. President Biden and Senate Democrats have been actually shouting at the American people that an evil, racist, anti-voting conspiracy will destroy democracy forever unless Democrats get total one-party control of the entire government starting next week. But are the American people buying any of it? Is this what working families want prioritized? So let's take a look. In a recent survey, Gallup asked citizens for their priorities, what they thought we ought to be doing. Do you know what share of Americans said election law? Less than 1/2 of 1%. 1/2 of 1%. Nobody in this country is buying the fake hysteria that democracy will die unless Democrats get total control. Here's what people do care about. The top response at 21% was poor government leadership. About a year into the Biden administration, the American people's single greatest concern is bad leadership. And when you dig into the other issues, you can see why. Some of the next largest concerns were either general economic problems or inflation and rising costs in particular. And no wonder. No wonder. New figures just yesterday show our country continues to experience the worst inflation in 40 years. 40 years. Gas prices are nearly $1 higher than a year ago. Grocery prices are up 6.5%. And across the economy, inflation has exceeded 5% every month for 7 straight months. There's no working family that's not been hurt directly by this. Another huge chunk of Americans said their chief worry is the coronavirus. Certainly no surprise there. A year into the administration that promised it would shut down the virus. Well, what do we have? Record-setting new cases, shortages of testing, shortages of important treatments in part because the Biden administration's decisions. We have reports of multiple states potentially limiting or excluding patients from life-saving treatments on the basis, believe it or not, of